Hi everyone, this is going to be the third video in our video series. Please make sure you have watched the first and second parts before continuing with this video. So let's start our backend API with creating the entity first. As our pattern you already showed that we create entity, then the repository, then the services, and then the controller, and then the route for completing any API. So for that case, we are gonna follow this particular comment like backend course entity repository services and schema added. So let's open this commit, and here you can see we are going to create the entity first, then the repository and the services will have multiple method. Those method will be kind of like the business logic that we're going to build for the course. Mostly is going to be like crowd operations, like inserting the course into the database, retrieving course informations, deleting course, something like that. And then we are going to create some of the common types and also the validations for course, all those related. So let's look into the entity first. So we have to create a course entity in our backend. So let's navigate to the backend, and in the backend entity folder we already have account, and now we're going to create a new folder which is going to be like course. And in the course we are going to put all the entity that related to course, like lessons, modules, course, chapters, something like that. And the file name will be also course.ts. We can name it index.ts, but better we should put that only course.ts. Let's grab the entity from the commit, and I believe you already understand all those things from the previous section when we started with the user entity first, like what's the entity decorator, unique decorator, column decorator, all those things. So now I'm just gonna go through all those properties so that you can get the overview. If I go to the doc, you can see we have a entity table, something like this. We will have ID, the primary key, name, description, image URL, and the name, description, and the image URL will come from the lemon squeegee data. That's why we also need to put lemon squeegee product ID. Then we will have the enroll link, which also come from lemon squeegee because the product is actually created on the lemon squeegee store. Then we will have status, that's in our server, the validity year, version, price, position, created at and updated at. So position is one of the important property that we need to add, which is gonna help us to track the position of all the courses. Here you can see we have the drag and drop feature where we can reorder the course list. So that's the property that we need to maintain that drag and drop feature. So let's also look into the entity if we have any different things that we discussed earlier. So the enum is kind of like this. Other than that, all are kind of general decorator like column, then primary generated column, something like that. And in our unique property, which is going to be like lemon squeegee product ID. So that's why we have declared that here. And other than that, we have the price. The price will be nullable true scale 2, and all this property here is going to be decimal, and that's it. I think so far you will understand what's going on here, all those property. Now let's create the repository. So in the repository, let's go to the commit, and we already have a repository folder where we just keep adding all those repository when we add a new entity. So it is going to be added here, and we are gonna add the course module or course entity directly into that repository. And if we just simply refresh and see like our server, which is running fine. Now let's also look in the next step. Now we can just create services. So we will have services for list courses. That means we can retrieve all the courses in a list. Then we will have get course by ID, means we can fetch courses by ID. Then we will have create course, that's gonna help to insert course information. So most of the data will come from the lemon squeegee, but some of the data that we need to maintain that will come from our application. Then we will have update course and archive course. That's ultimately kind of like a delete functionality, but the data will be not deleted from our database. Instead, we're gonna just make it hide from the application side. So that's why we name it archive. So that's why this particular method or service is going to be. And the one important service will be like update course position. That's for our drag and drop feature. Whenever we change anything from the front end, then now we have to update those position from the database as well, as we already have a property for that. So for that case, we need that particular method to update the position. Then another service you can see, find course with nested relations. So this is kind of optional. We're not going to use that so far for now, maybe in the future. So that's why I just added. In the future, we're going to build that things, and then we will have all the controller that will be pointed to all those services. So let's start developing all of our services one by one. So for the services, we already have a services folder, and you can see account, then common. Now we have to create another folder, as in the entity we created course. So in the course, all the services that related to course like lesson service, module service will be contained in the course folder. So let's also see from the commit that we have services slash course folder, then we have the course.ts file. And for that case, we need to create a class. So let's just copy the whole code, then let's try to explain you what's going on there. So in the services, you can see tons of code here. So let's also import all those necessary informations. But before that, we need to declare some of the type and validation as well as. So before you start creating those services, after creating the entity, you have to look into those type and the validation stuff, or the schema basically, because these are the important stuff. So let's go to our package definitions, and we can see we have changes in the types and the validation. So let's work on the validation first. So in the common.ts, we have moved something. So previously it was in the index.ts, which was like as id params, then all these things was in the index.ts file, but now I remove them and add it into a common.ts file, where I created a new schema for update position array. So I'm going to discuss that here. Let's just create that first, the validation. So we have to go to the packages and the definitions, and inside that we have a validations. And of course, now we have to create the common file where we're going to move some of our common types and validations. So let's just grab that and put here. And also from the index, we have to remove all those common stuff here, like all these things, because what I want to do is, like in the index file, we're gonna just export all those files from this particular folder, instead just writing up all those common type. Instead, we can just create a common folder or like file where we can put all those common validation stuff. So let's remove them. And by changing these things, we don't have to change from our folder like backend or frontend, because we are importing that things from the packages. So whatever changes inside of the packages will not affect outside of the packages folder. So now let's go to the common and let's just see what's happening here. As well as we also have to import and export the common file as well as. So let's just grab this like this. Then if I just go to the common ts, then that's the older one. Now we have a new one, which is as update position array, which is going to be an array validation. In that array, we are going to validate array of objects. So that's why we put an object validation here. Then we will have id and the position, and both will be number and also positive, and the position should be minimum 0 or more than that. It should not be negative number kind of things, and the id should be positive integer, something like that. So that's why we put that object validation here, and that also going to wrap with the array. And this is how we can actually validate any array, not only array but also specific array of objects, something like that. And then the whole array should not be empty, so that's why we just also added a new method, which is like dot non-empty, and we provided the message. So that's the validation. So why this validation is for? So if you look into the UI, then you can see we have that particular drag and drop feature, and for the drag and drop reorder positioning stuff, we need to pass an array like with the IDs. You can see the ID and the position. That's mean when we change something like this, so the order change, but the ID was 1 here and this ID was 5. So now when we got the new array, the array become like this particular item become position 1, but the ID was 5, and this one the position become 5, but the ID was 1. So now we also have to reflect that in the database. So for that case, we added this here. So whenever we click on that particular save button, we are gonna save the order, as well as we are gonna validate that from the front end and also from the backend in the API request, so that nobody can actually mess with this particular API. So that's the validation for reorder that particular array. And this is kind of the same validation schema that we are going to use for the modules, chapters, and lessons. That's why we put that in that common.ts file, so that we can reuse that for every other modules. And that's why I just put the name like s update position array. That means it's going to be like a generic name. So that's it for the reorder. And we also have some other types. If you go to the types, then in the common we have some types, and we have the courses where we have to provide some of the options. So let's just go with the courses, and let's just add them. So we have to go to the types and the courses. We already have iCourse, but now we need some sort of different types like this one. So let's just create this. So what's this type about? Course list options. That's mean the name is bit weird. This should be like course list response or something like that. So maybe we can rename that. It will affect, but I think it's okay. Or let's also look the next one, this one, which is going to be like this, where we will have paginated course result, and which will be inherited from paginated result, and we don't have any paginated result, so we're gonna also create that from our common file. Like here we already have a paginated, so let's just create them, and it will be in the types. So in the types and validation, we will both have a common .ts file where we're going to put all the common types and validation. For example, in the types we will need a pagination result. So why this is, let me explain. Like when we get the list of the data for modules, chapter, lesson, we get the data with paginations. Right now you cannot see the pagination UI. I didn't add that, but from the backend side we must need to add the pagination in the API support, so that later in the future when the data will be come like huge, then the pagination feature will be needed. So from the backend side we must need to add the pagination in the API. So for that case it's kind of a common, so we can just make that type like this pagination result, where total page limit, total page will be like a common stuff. But including this one we also need like courses for the module, we need module, something like that. So that's why we just common some of the few property like total page limit and all those things, and then we just exported that from here. As well as we created a new type for s update position array. That's mean we will get the type of array of object with id and position property. And also we are just trying to export any jot object, so this type, where that's I think we exported earlier from validation index file, because that's the one that we used in the validator middleware for jot validation with express. So that's it about here. And now you might thinking like why we have the course list option. So that's a different one. You can see like we already have the pagination results, so why we need this course list option. So let's just see from our code, like if I just go to the commit and search for that, where we use that. So we use that I think in the list API, list courses options, course list options. So now you might be thinking like, okay, that's for the course parameters, like in the query param. So maybe we can name it course list query params option, something like that, which will be better, because in the list API, if you go to that service, like in the list courses, what this will do is will help you to retrieve all the list of that course, and it should accept search params as a query. That's mean we can also search, but in our application we're doing it from the front end side, not from the back end side. But we need to add like the status property. Let's say if we want to fetch with the status, we can also provide those status. And not only that, but also if we need the pagination stuff, then we can also put the pagination and limit on that particular API query params or only params. So for that case we need to a kind of a type to specify or mention that. So that's why this course list option was introduced. So I think we can rename it to something like course list query option, something like that, query options. And you can see I have not followed some of the convention as I discussed earlier, that our type and interface and enum, all those should follow some common pattern, which is like for the interface we should declare like I course list query options. For the interface we must need to add the I. For the type we must need to add for the T, but you can see that's I didn't add here. So this is because while I was developing from my side, I forget about like the convention. So that's why you can see sometimes from this commit, this is like the older, but when you got the latest code, when we got the repository, when I would publish the video, you will get all those convention perfect. But if you saw anything still, then you should make a PR to refactor that part as well. As that's going to be helpful as well. As so now we just rename that I course list query options. That's going to be a meaningful interface. Now we can just use that for that interface in our backend. So let's also go to the services here. So as you can see, we just imported those type. So the type will be changed now. We'll have I course list options, like course list query options. and then we will have I paginated results. I'm going to discuss all those things first. Get rid of from the error from our code, and we also have to import that. Then we have t update position array, and we should have find that one. So because it's a type, and importing a type is now different in TypeScript with React, so we have to import like import type something like this from package definition, maybe like this. Or also let's look into from our types that we actually exported that. In our index we also have to export the common, otherwise we'll not get any of those type in here. So we have to export all from common. And now if we just refresh after the build finish, we can see the error actually gone. So if we just go to the course, now you can see the type is here. So I think we can also yeah, I think that's okay. That's okay. That's the way we should import the type. And now we can start explaining all those methods. So let's just collapse all those method one by one. Then I'm going to explain what's going on those method here. So we have total 5 to 6 method. So the first method we will need for the list courses, and you can see we have created a class as like as we did for the account. We created a class with the same convention like course service, for the user service, for the module service, lesson service, something like that. Then we are gonna extend our base service which we created, including the generic type we provided here, which will be like the whole service will be about course. That's why I put the course model as a type. And then in the constructor we are just calling the super course repository, so that we can get the course repository inside of our base service, so that we can reuse all those methods inside of our base services. So for the list courses, that's mean we are going to fetch all the lists. So we need to first declare all those type and the query params or interface and those things. So that's why in the list courses we will get the options. The options means like as you I discuss here, this will be all this property, like we'll get page limit status. Those will be optional. If we provide, then we are going to retrieve those data based on that particular options. So here you can see and also the return statement will be for the list course will be kind of like a paginated result like this, where we will have paginated result like total page limit total page on this property, as well as the courses where we will see the course list. So that's the interface for that. And also you can see we are gonna omitted the courses here. So we have declared a property iCourse. You can see the iCourse. So this is for actually the front end, and that's why we omitted that particular courses property from the original interface and added the new type like course. And this course is coming from the entity. You can see the entity, because these are the property that does not totally fully match with the interface that we declare like iCourse. And the intention was to use that in the front end as well as in the back end. But for the back end, the better type is like using the entity type where we provided all those property. So that's why we sometimes have to omit some of the property from the backend side to use our entity model type. So that's why we added that, and you should familiar with this pattern if you know TypeScript a kind of a well. Then we'll understand like we can use a type or interface and we can omit any property, and then we can if want we can just simply add a new property, something like that. So that's going to be the return result. So now we should retrieve or destructure all those options like page limit status. If we don't have those in the parameters, then we're going to set some default value like page equal to 1, limit equal to 10, something like that. And this is the offset. So offset means it's kind of a strategy or mechanism that how we can actually fetch or like build the pagination stuff. So if I just took the whole code and give you a better explanation or something like that, I think we can ask Gemini for a better explanation. So it will explain these particular things that's I already done: promises, list course, options, and all those things. Then pagination and query installation. So sorry, initialization, where you can see. Let's talk about the offset calculation. So the offset determine where the query should start fetching the result. For page 1, the offset will be 1 minus 1 into 10 equal to 0. For page 2, it will be 2 minus 1 into 10 equal to 10, and so on. So if you need to understand like more briefly about all those things, let's say you didn't understand what's offset is, then what why we're using the limit property, why we will have the page property, then just ask a question here like what's about that property. And then this is like the query builder. That's the important why we will need the query builder. So let's see the result from the Gemini. So here query builder, it initialize a query builder on the course repository. The alias course is used to refer the course entity in the subsequent query parts. So I think I already discussed like the query builder in our account section somewhere, because we already used that part. Maybe let's just look into there. Let's just search that query builder. No, we didn't use in the auth. We didn't also use in the key user. So I think I didn't explain you what's the create query builder is. So let's ask Gemini more briefly. So the create query builder is like a core feature from the object relational mappers ORM, such as TypeORM, which the original code uses. And in brief, it's a Fluent API that allow you to construct database queries using object-oriented readable method rather than writing raw SQL string. So if you work with SQL earlier, then you might saw that when we have a tons of SQL query, let's say you are fetching a complex query which is related to multiple tables. So what do you do? First, you create like in the raw SQL, we have to write a lot of tons of lines of code to actually relate or find out those relation, and then find out those data, trying to create a new temp table to put those data into there. And then if you have some aggregation stuff, so what do you have to do? Like a tons of lines of code you have to write there. But query builder actually comes with some out of the box feature, like it will provide you tons of method. Instead of writing lots of lines of code, you can just use those method to provide some of the arguments or something like that to perform the same query that you do with the SQL raw query, instead of writing it, like making it like a small way. So if you go in our code, then you can see we created a query builder with the name of course. That's mean we're gonna look into the course entity, and in the query builder we must have to provide a particular name. So here we use the select method. So the select method is going to help to select information from the table, like what are the information you're going to fetch. So for our case, we're going to select like course.id, name, description. Let's say we don't want to fetch like all these things, we just only want this 5 or 6 things, so we can just provide this as well. As so in the raw SQL you also do kind of a different way, but when we have the query builder for the ORMs, we can just call those method, and those method will work under the hood. And you can see we are calling that query builder from the repository. That's mean we are targeting this particular uh, course when we initialize that course repository. So if you just go to course repository and try to like call query builder, you will see that method is also available there. So you can do that kind of stuff as well. But we call the super method with the course repository. Now we will get the repository in the this.repository property. So that's why we are using from there. And here you can provide any name that could be unique, so that you can identify that in throughout all those module. So this select will help you to select all the property from the table. Then we'll have another method which is load relation count and map, then load relation count and map, all these methods. So if you go, then here you can see we have tons of method like select, where, order by, and then where, set. So these are the method that's help to not write tons of lines as we did on the SQL raw query. Instead, we can just call those method, pass some arguments, and it will exactly work under the hood like the raw SQL. Then it also helped to prevent like SQL injection by providing some of the method like where.set. That's directly inside of those method, prevent those kind of SQL injection. And then also in the database layer, we kind of need some sort of abstraction, because that's why we use ORM. So every ORM should have some sort of like a query builder or something like this that will help to add multiple query together and perform the operation in the database with safely way. And also when your query becomes like super complex, like you have a group by, left join, right join, then aggregation and all those things, then this is the method that's really help. So if you go here, you can see more detailed explanation as get, many, count, all those things. So let's discuss about this particular method, like what this method will do. So if we just go and ask like this one, so load relation count and map is kind of a method from TypeORM. So that's gonna help to avoid fetching all the related data and make it count, something like that. Let's say if you go to like, let's just simply say if you need a count from total modules or total chapters, what do you have to do? You have to go to that particular table, count, like fetch all those list of those chapters, and then you have to check the length, which is kind of a bad things. Instead, you can just simply count that by simple query or like a method. And if you go with the SQL, there will be some straightforward query that's directly fetch that count. So that's like efficient way to if you have some information that you want to grab the count. So that's why this particular method gonna help. So we are gonna count the module count, we are gonna count the chapter count, lesson count, quiz count. So these are the property actually. Okay, and these are the new property that we're gonna see in return, but we need the count from course.modules, course.chapters, course.lesson, course.quizzes. But if you go to the entity like we created here in the course, we don't have any property like course modules, chapters, lessons, something like that. So this is totally from the future, I would say, because in the future we're gonna enhance our entity. Like in the course entity, we're gonna connect with that with lessons, chapters, modules. That's mean we are gonna build a relation between all those hierarchy. So that time we need to fetch all those count. As you saw in our requirement in the list, we will need all the count here. Like after the course name, we will need the how many total chapter we have, how many lessons we have, quizzes we have. So for that information, we must need a way to count that. And when we are going to add those property, that will help to relate with those mod entity, and then we will able to add this particular logic so that we will get all the count from those particular table with the relation of the property. So we're going to see the use case later, but let's just comment that for now because we don't need that so far, because we yet don't added any relation in the course. So far we just need only the course list with all these properties so far, and that's it. We are gonna execute that. And before that, if we have the status, then you can see the query builder here. We added like the select option first, then we also using the same query builder. Like first we are gonna fetching all those data. If we are gonna fetch the count as well, as we can do that. So, and then in the query builder we can also apply another query like here query builder.where. Now we are checking the course status. The status should be like the status we get from our options like this. And this is how we can actually filter or like perform some sort of wire condition when we work with the raw SQL. You can see there are tons of reduce of code here by using some sort of ORMs. So I think I would highly recommend just use ORM instead of raw SQL. But sometimes we have to use raw SQL. It's very based on our requirement and need. And then when we get the query builder here, now we can execute that query builder. So we have to use the await and query builder dot order by. So these are the some sort of like final method that we use to retrieve all those information. So far here we didn't actually execute the query. We just kind of added all the procedure first, and then when we use the await and then the like the order by, the skip method, or take or get many and count. So these are the method that's actually help to execute and retrieve those information from the database. And then with that particular data, we will get like courses and total, which is going to be like the courses we declare here kind of. And like the it's a kind of an array. So in the first item from the array, we will get that data, actual data that we modified in the select or added all those property. We'll get the same property. And in the total, we will get like total count. That's by default will come from that query builder. And then when we have those courses, now we can send the courses total page limit, and also total page we are calculating it by divide with the limit, just like the pagination strategy. And if you look at the type, the same type we declared earlier, like the ipaginated course results, where we will have courses, then we will have total page limit and total pages, something like that. So this will be helpful for creating the paginations in our applications in the future. So that's it for the list courses. Now if I go to the next one, which is going to be get course by ID, it's a pretty simple. And also if you look into this particular list course, you can see we didn't use any internal method from base services like get all, get by ID, something like that, because we didn't need that here. So let's see from the next method we are gonna use that or not. So in the get course by ID, now you can see we are using that particular method like this dot repository dot find one. Okay, this find one is also from exactly from type ORM, not actually from our method that we declare here in the base service. We have get by ID. We don't have any method for like get find one or something like that. We only have get by ID. So that's why I think I used the find one to perform any other query as well. As here you can see we not only pass like ID, but also we provided like a status so that we can get the result out of it. So it will be depend on our need when and where we have to use. And also if you want to refactor this find one inside of our base service, you can also do that. So So that's just a simple query where it's gonna took the ID and the status to fetch that particular course information. And then let's just open the create course. So it's going to help to create course. We will get the course data. Must be the course data should be the type of the entity type, so that we can provide all those property. And as like it's a service, we don't need to add the validation here. The validation stuff will be in the upper level, like the routes level or the controller level. So in the service level, we are assuming that we will get all those data correctly with verify. And then this will return the promise of the course. That means the course we created, it will return that course, so that whole course that created or inserted in the database. So first of all, we're going to check if we have lemon squeezy product ID. Then we're going to check that, okay, with this product ID, is there already exist a course or not in the table. If we already have a course with that product ID, then we're not gonna create that course again, because one product ID of lemon squeezy should belong to one particular course. So that's the business logic for our case. And that's why you can see I have checked existing course have the property, and if not, then we're gonna throwing the error. And mostly in the services, we're just gonna throw error, so that it can be catch from the controller, and controller will catch that. And we already have the decorator to catch that and send 500 response. You already saw that, and if you didn't saw that, I would highly recommend to saw that, because other than that, you will not understand what's going on here and there. So after checking this particular part, now we can check the position. Like if we don't have the position for the course data from the data set, then we must need to find the position of the insertion, because let's say we have total 5 data. Now a new data is going to be inserted. So what will be the position for that? In general, it will be the last in the position. That's why we have to find the count as well as, so that we can declare the next position. So that's what we have done here. We just counted like highest position courses, which is going to be, we're just retrieving all the courses, and also we're just trying to the course.position in descending order. So if let's say the position property is different kind of order we are following, like it's not for 1 to 100, maybe it's from 1000 to million. That time we have to order the position property to find out the highest number of the position. And when we find that, then we are going to make our position with +1. You can see highest position +1 will be our current position. And when we have got the current position, now we can set the position in our course data that we are getting from our argument, and we provided that value, and then we just created like this dot create. Now you can see we are using a custom method that we created in our base service, which is going to be like the create method, which is using the repository.create method, providing the data, then it's saving the entity. You can see tons of lines of code we now don't need to write here. We just call this dot create in the course data. If we got any error, we will got the error. If we got success, we'll successfully insert the data into the database. So that's how beneficial using a base service, as I discussed earlier as well as. So now let's move into our next one, which is going to be like update course. So in the update course, we have to just clean our data. Let's say someone provided two value for the course data in this particular data set, like the entity data set. Let's say they are going to update only in description. That's it. Then all the other property will be kind of null. And if we just update that, then all the other property must could have value, those will be gone. So for that case, we have to clean our object here like this. So we are just find out all those property. If we don't have them, then we're just making a clean object here, and then we're just simply passing that object into our update method, which is also our custom method. Here you can see, first of all, in that custom method, we are checking with that ID that okay, we have that property, or like the row in our table or not, by using the ID. If we don't have, then we're just returning null. If we have that ID, then you can see we are merging our table with our new cleaned object with our older object we get from the database row. So that's how the update actually happening. Then we normalize the result, like it's a different method. You already saw that like it's making kind of an, if that's array, then we are passing with the array. If it's not, then we're passing the object with the type, like we added in the generic type, so that we get the type support as well as. So that's the update course. These are the pretty simple method we are using, like the base classes. So I think you will understand what's going on. And in the archive course, we will need the ID. That's mandatory, because we're gonna delete or some sort of hiding those informations. Because if you look into the status, we have the type of like draft, publish, and archive. So we need to update our status. That's why we can also reuse our existing class like method, like update courses or update course. So that's why we call that, and we pass the ID, and we also pass the object like only the status. And what it will do, it will take that object and it will clean that, and it will provide that object, and the object will fetch with the ID. The status will be changed, but all the other property will be remain same. So that's the strategy here. And then we have unarchive course. So if we want to unarchive that course, we can also do the same thing. We have to provide the ID as well as the new status, which will be going to be like archive to like maybe draft or publish, something like that. And if we don't have the status, or let's say we are gonna archive that again, then we must need to throw error because it's already archived. So if you just provide archive type again, then should throw error. And we can add this validation in upper layer, like in the controller or maybe the routes. But yeah, you can also add that in the service layer, but recommend is like make the follow the convention to not add here. Mainly we're just directly communicating with the database or the business logic. But just for example, I just showed you here. So let's go to the last one, which is going to be like update course position. Here you can see we use the raw query, something like that, like the raw SQL you used anywhere when we develop like without ORM. So for that case, first of all, we need to find out that array that we provided earlier, like this type of array. If you go to there, then you can see array of object which have ID and position. Now in raw SQL we have this way. So let's just grab that and try to understand from Gemini what's that. So you can see it's a snippets that's for batch update. As you saw in our list, there could be multiple items in our list or courses. So whenever we perform that, and that means there will be tons of array or like row from the database will be updated. So which is some sort of like called batch update. So for that case, we need to use kind of an efficient query so that the database doesn't just stack or make that unoptimized. So for that case, we just use the raw query. From the type ORM perspective, there is another way, but I don't like to use that. That could be because I've heard or found that is kind of unoptimized. So that's why just using this raw SQL query stuff. So that's why you can see already like in here code explanation, like this repeated query to execute a highly optimized update statement. And first we prepare the data for the query, because the query does not just accept our array. It need to be some sort of a different way to execute the query. So that's case we just map through all of our position, then we join that with the comma and space, so that the comma like ID will be first, then then it will be like position, and then it will be wrapped with the bracket, and then the whole thing will be joined with the comma. So the result will be like, try to show you, it will be like the ID will be 10, then the position will be for 1, and then there will be another comma which will be like this. So the second one will be, let's say ID will be 11 and the position will be 2, something like this. So this is some sort of a string that will accept in the query here. Here you can see update course. That's a query for updating our course table. Set the position, temporary new position. That's where just trying to get that position in a temporary state. And then from values, from of the value will be like this particular text, like all those bracket with those ID and the position. And then as a temp with course ID, new position, and then where the course ID equal to the temp.course ID. If we just go here, then you can see the more explanation and the SQL execution for the batch update course, specify the target table. Okay, then the set position temp new position sets the position column of the course table to a new value taken from the temporary table. So whenever you work with like raw SQL table, you always see that we have to work with temporary table a lot to perform a big query. So that's what we are doing here. We created a temporary table in the query execution for the property like position. So we put the older position so that we can actually shuffle that. Then we're trying to grab that value, and it create a temporary virtual table on the fly from the values string. The value will be like 1 5 3 1, that's we discuss here. Then as temp, this assign the name temp to the virtual table and explicitly names it columns course ID and new position. And then we find out the course using the course ID, and then we execute that. Now the question, like why we use some sort of weird things here. So the answer is, so the method is kind of like highly efficient when it comes to like batch updates. The term batch update. Because if you don't use this kind of query, what you have to do, you have to loop through your table, and you have to insert every time. Let's say you provided the array. Now what you have to do, you have to find the ID, and then you have to call that particular ID from the database to find out that position. Then you have to update that. And if you just run a loop inside, if your database query, then it's like terrible. That's unoptimized way. So for that case, we have to follow this kind of efficient way to not use kind of a loop from our server instead of using database query options to perform that query. Because in the loop we have to execute, like let's say we have 10 row that need to be updated. That time if we use a loop from our server, then from our server it will hit database 10 times. But when we use a single query providing all those stuff, weird stuff, as like the SQL accept, then the whole thing will update only run by single execution. Like this particular query will only run one. But if we use like a loop from our code from the server, then that will run multiple time, n time. That's mean if the array goes, the loop will goes, or it will increase. So that's why this kind of weird syntax or like way we sometimes add, not sometimes, often we add in our backend, so that we find out a great optimized query for retrieving information or updating information in the database. And that's also important part. So that's how our course position is going to be updated, and then we will have find course with nested relation. So that's another way to retrieve information, like the course list we retrieved here. So in the course list we are only trying to find out the course related information. But in the future, when you see the hierarchy, like the course is related to the chapters, lessons, modules, then what if we want a single API that will provide the course, and the course inside it will provide the modules, and in the module inside it will provide the chapters, and inside there it will provide the lesson, like all will be related, like the hierarchy tree structure. So for that case we need kind of a common kind of a service or query that will gonna help us. As right now we don't have that relation yet because we didn't go there, but in the future we'll need that. So that's why I added or created there. So for now you can just remove that or ignore that, and I'm gonna come to this particular method again once we're gonna develop the chapters, then lessons and modules, so that you can understand what's going on here. And it's kind of a use case, I would say, like we're gonna use the same method like find one, where we can provide the wire method, like the wire property we can provide all those filter stuff, and in the relation we can provide the relations, like when we declare the relation in our entity. Right now we don't have one, so it will not kind of work. I just take that so that whenever we are going to use that, we're going to explain that why we use that. So far I think these are the services that we have created, and we're kind of done with the business logic. Now we have to connect all the services with our controller, then the routes, then we are kind of good with our course APIs. So let's create the controller and the routes, and for the commit we are going to follow these two commit: backend course controller added and course route added. And we have done with entity, repository, services and schema. So let's go to the controller. We have to create a controller as like as we did for the user in our controller folder from the backend. So in the controller we have account, but now we will have another folder called course. Inside that we will put our course.ts, and here we will have controller and all those methods. So let's grab the whole code, and it will be easy to understand because we don't have much code here as logical perspective. And also we need some sort of fix on the imports. So let's just first import this one, as this is not the right way to import the type. So let's fix that. And we are not able to get the suggestion, so we already use like in the services the type this one. So that's going to be the way, or this will be the type. Okay, that's not here because we have to create a new type, so I didn't add that in the documentation so far. So yeah, that's again another chance for you to add or enhance the documentation based on the steps that I am discussing on the video. So first of all, we have to create the types for the validations, like as update positions, because if you saw in that particular UI, if I just inspect and try from here to update the dataset, like I just saved that, this is going to be the API. The payload will be like this. So it will be an object, and in that object we will have a property called position, and in that position we will have that array like ID and position. So we have another extra thing which is called positions. Why is that? Because in the future there could be changes. So if we don't took a whole object, instead we just took the array, then it will be problematic while we are going to change that in the future. So for that case I added a new property called positions, and in that position it will hold that particular type. So in the previous section we just only created this type like t update position array, not the type which have the position in object. So now we have to create that type as well as. So for that case, let's just clear these and go to the commit. So in our common, we are gonna create that in our validation. So let's go to the validation common. Here we have is update position array. Now we need another small type, or sorry, schema, which is going to be contain the array, but the property will be in the position in an object. So that's the schema. Now this schema will should have the type as well as. So for that case, we have to define the type in our type in the common folder. So if I go to the common ts, then we can just declare that type here, which is going to be t update position. And if I now just simply import that schema, then we're kind of good with this particular type. Now we can see the error gone about this particular type. Even if I try to import, then we should able to import that easily. And here you can see we have done the import. Yes, we don't have to provide like type here. So that's a cool way. And then now we need the catch errors, because you already know that we need that catch error. So let's just remove all those import, try to re-import again to fix that. And we also need core services, and we need send success and the error that we return to the client side. So these are the common things. So first of all, we will need all those controller. Let's just collapse and try to see what's going on there. Based on our services, if you go there, we already have those services. Now those services linked with some sort of controller. So first of all, we need a controller that's gonna help us to retrieve the courses informations. So we have a controller which is called get public courses. Public course means this course will be available for everyone. It will not be restricted for user perspective. Instead, anybody can just call this API, can retrieve all those courses directly. So for that case, we can use our existing list course services, where we have to provide the options. The options you can see now, we are trying to validate our property from the options using the validated query that we already discussed in the validator middleware section, that whenever we got the validated informations, we found that in the request.validated property, and inside that we have the query, and then we will get the page and the limit, and the status will be published. You can see that's the options where we provided the status. So let's say we want to find out the courses that is not published, instead those are draft, then we just provide the draft here. And if we want to get the status from the parameter, then we can also do that here, but that's not going to be good, because I will not give the ability to the public to fetch all the courses, like fetch the archive course or the draft course. So that's why I just added that hard coded here. That's the upper level in the controller. We have to do that, and we just have to make the options, and then we can just pass the option with the services we created. Then the service will be called like using the await, and that's it. Is gonna return the result as we discussed earlier with the type. Then we will get the result with the type that we discussed here, and simply we're just sending that result to the client side. That's going to be the public courses. So why this controller is for? So this controller will be linked with a public URL, which is for the course list, and we can just simply use that course list into our website. And I don't think in the admin panel we should use that API, but in the website, as that's a general page, we can use that there. Then we will have get public course, and this is like the single course for the public, because we are able to fetch the all course in the publicly. Now we also have to fetch the public course single details, so that's why we must need some sort of another controller to fetch single course. And we need the ID from the params, and that's validation should be from the upper side, like in the route side when we use the validation. Then we will have the course will use like this. Now you can see we are going to use this particular service. So find course with nested relations. So now I'm going to explain what's going on here. So we get the ID from the course. That's going to be like course ID. Now if we call this method and we provided an array with all those stuff, let's say I want to see the modules, chapters, lesson. If we provide all those in a string format, then it will try to fetch those nested information as well as. So we just simply use like find one, and in the relation we have to provide an array. In that array, if we have the relation added with our entity, then it will be like modules.chapters, modules.chapters.lessons, and modules.chapter.lesson.quiz. That means all the nested hierarchy also should be related to that particular entity. So module is going to be connected with here, like here we're going to add the module so far, and then we will have a new entity called modules, and then there will be chapters, and that chapters module entity will have other nested object. like we try to explain here, like modules.chapters. That's mean in the chapters there will be lessons, in the lessons there will be quizzes, in the quizzes there will be options, or something like that. So when we got this query ready, now we can just check if there are any codes or not. If not, then we return null. If we have some code, then we're going to create a query builder to get some of the informations. So these are kind of the relation. Now we have that query ready, but now relation need to connect with the tables, otherwise they will not able to fetch them. So for that case, we use the query builder to connect with the table with the left join and select. Like we are going to connect with course the chapter, which will be named as a chapter. Then we're going to connect with the lessons, will be named as lessons. Then the same thing for the quiz, and what the course id will be the course id that we provided here. And then we also have to apply some of the count aggregation, so that's why we use the same query builder here. And then we select the course id using, we just only need the course id. Then we're just trying to find out the count for the chapter count, lesson count, and the quiz count, as well as we are just group by using the course id, so that we just didn't replace duplicate item, something like that. We group with the course id and we get all informations, not like a single informations. Yeah, so in the result we are just simply trying to provide the result as like the count, but in the course it will be like a single informations. Like, yeah, the course will come from this find one query, but in this query builder, that's the purpose for find out those count. So that's overall the find course with nested relation. Now we can just simply use that here to get the public course information, including the nested things. Let's say I want like the modules only. Let's say I want also the modules dot chapter, because the chapters is belong to the modules, and also the modules is belong to the courses. So if we just face modules, then if we relate with modules.chapter, then also the chapter will come with the course. So that's kind of a logical step. And if we don't have any course, we just throwing the error, as we didn't even completed the relation yet in the entity level. So I don't think this is going to be useful for now. In the future, when we're going to work with the website, or maybe some other stuff like ordering, then we're going to need this particular API. For now, we just declare that here. Then let's go to the get courses, and this is the method that we are going to use. Get courses will help us to retrieve all the courses from the table. It will not look into like the published or archive or draft course. It will fetch all the course, and this is the method that will be only accessible from the admin panel, because we're not going to give the access for the learner for this. And here you can see we just pass the status. If we have the status, we're going to pass that. If we don't have, then it will provide all the information. And why we just make the status dynamic, because in the admin panel you can see we have the filter option, so admin can filter with any status. So that's why we just make two dynamic, and if we don't provide any status, it will fetch all those information, and it will be kind of same like the public course. So I don't think anything more to explain here. The get course will also kind of the same. It's just using the same custom method we declare in the base service, like get by id, where we can put the id. It will find out that information from the database, and it's gonna return that. And then we have the create course. Here it's just simply we will get the data from the body, then we are going to call the create course from the service, and then we're sending that information that's inserted into the database to the client side. And if we got any error, the catch error decorator will be grab that. Then we have catch errors, and this catch errors, we have update course. This update course is going to use the update course services. Pretty simple. We provided the body including the id. You can see explicitly we have to provide the id, and then we have to provide the course data. So you can pass a single object where you can provide the id as well as the course data, but make it two arguments, so that it's become understandable that okay, this is the exact method for updating some of the information. And then if you got any error, that is going to send the error to the catch errors decorator to send that. And then we have archive course. Here you can see we're just simply taking the id from the params, and we're going to add the validation in there in the routes level. And then if we have that course, we're just updating that to the status archive. If not, then that's okay. Then we have update course position. This is the controller for updating all the course position, like the order, the drag and drop functionality. So we will get the body informations like positions, as I discussed. Like we're going to send the position with the object. So in the future, if we need any other functionality attached with that, we can just simply destructure other property, like let's say others, something like that. So we don't have to touch with that particular positions or like the main data set. And then we got the position. Now we can call the update position with the update course position method, and then it will help work what is functionality, and then we're going to send the success status. So these are all the controller. So every time we will work with the controller, that will be pretty much easy. and very straightforward. Instead, when we saw the auth controller, there was a kind of a complexity here. We add some sort of a logic like providing the cookies and all those things, but mostly we're going to work with the services where we put all the business logics. But in the controller we can often just use the single services, but in the future when we will have multiple complex things, then we may be using multiple services. So that's all about for the controller. Now I think we are kind of done with the commits. Yes. So let's now navigate to our next one, which is going to be the route edit. That's mean we're going to create the routes, and maybe we're going to add some of the validations there as well. As let's see. So just a heads up. So make sure you also sync with the commit every time we move to next section. So this section, the commit will be this one, where you can see we create a new route in our routes folder. So let's create that, as well as we need to add some validation stuff as well. As for adding the validation in our routes, so if you go to the routes, then you can see we have several routes, and also we added validation there. You can see the use case of the validator middleware. So for that case we need the validations. Mostly the validation is going to be for as pagination query, and that's going to be kind of a common query validation for the pagination stuff. So if we don't provide all this information or like wrong information for this property, then the validation should grab that. So let's just use that in our common.ts file, and here already we have some validation. One is for the id, that's the general id, then the update array positions. Now we will need another one, which is going to be this one, is pagination query, and we can use our enum from our own types, and that's it. We have the status that will only accept the enum, otherwise it's going to throw error. Then we have the limit, and also this one will be optional. So if I just pass empty, then it will be ignored the validation. Then the limit, which is all the property, will be optional, so that if we don't pass them, then it will not bother with us. So that's the validation. Now we can also use that whenever we need. Now also let's go to our routes, and let's create a course.ts route for handling all the routes related to course. So for that case, let's navigate to routes. Then we have account. Now we also need a new folder called course, and you're already thinking that yes, this is like a very scalable way whenever we create those folders. So I also believe that, so because in this way we can scale it to the next level. Let's say we need more folder, we can create those folder in the courses as well. As so that's how it's going to be very important. So if you go to the account route, then you already saw the pattern, like how we created route. We created a class, then we declare the router, then we initialize the controller in the constructor, then we create a new method called like routes. In that routes we provided all the routes. So sometimes this route will be like admin routes, then learner routes, or maybe public routes, whatever. But we're going to follow those approach. If we have multiple method, we're going to call those multiple method in the constructor, then we can just simply use that router in our main index.ts file. So that's the same pattern we're going to follow in our course route. So let's grab the whole code from that particular commit and paste that here. Now we should see the middleware and the course controller we have used here. So let's just import that controller, and also the validator middleware that's going to help us to validate with Jot. So first of all, we have created the course routes class, and then we created the router where the type will be the router type. In the future there will be multiple, like router for admin, that will be like admin router, then learner router, then the general router is going to be maybe for the public. So far this is yeah, we already created one like admin routes. So in the future there will be maybe learner routes, or maybe for the public route, something like that. So for the admin routes we are using this router so far. In the future for the learner route, maybe we will create another router, let's say learner router, and that will also be the same type like router, but we're going to use that different way. So in the constructor we use just initialize that controller, so we can just assign them here, and then we just call this particular method where we have declare all those route. So in this controller we just destructured all those method, like all the controller that we created and discuss here. And now we have to create all those route. The first route will be like slash. So what is the slash? That's mean it does not like home page. We also will have some sort of parent path like this, like API/profile, API/auth. So we will have some path. So let's also add that in our index.ts file for our main path. So here in the index.ts file we will have another method. Like for now we have like only simple method, which is endpoints. So what if we will have endpoint for the admin route? So these are the endpoints, these are like general, but we are gonna make that separate for admin panel, so that any of the user can't bother. So anybody want to mess up with this API, then we already going to add like authenticate admin That's a middleware we already created. So if we just wrap that, then all be API will be protected. And yeah, you might be asking why we just created admin endpoints. Instead, we can just add those endpoint here. We can just simply put that middleware there. That's also another way. But if you just make it separate, it's become like more developer friendly. That's it. So that's going to be like same method like we declare here endpoints, and there will be like admin endpoints, and we'll also get the express. Now here you can see the API endpoint will be API/admin/course, and that's the parent endpoint. And as we are injecting our course router, and the course router will come from here, like you can see course router is course route.router, like we're using this router as a course router for our admin. So let's just also import that. And if I just try to import our middleware, we can also do that like this. This is the authenticate admin, which is using authenticate JWT, then checking the role, something like that. So now this is the parent path, and API/admin/course. And if we just go here, then it will become like the first route, like this one. So this will be the first route, which will provide you all the course list when it's a get request. But when it's post request, it will be work as a insert data API. So you can see we already provided that create course. So first one is get courses, which will use the validation for query paginations. That's when you have to provide status limit pages. Even if you don't provide, then it will not gonna give you error. But if you provide, then you have to provide that validated data. So we are just gonna verify the query because it's a get request, and then in the body, which is going to be the post request, we have to validate the body like as course create, where we have to provide name, description, status, and all those information. And then we are gonna call the create course, which will took the body, then do the rest of the work. Then we will have the new API like the position. Now the API will be kind of like API/admin/course/positions. Then it's gonna help to update the positions, and the update position will took the body, and the body will be like as update position. That will be kind of an object. Inside that object there will be positions array. In that array we will have array of object with ID and position, something like that. So that's going to be validated as well as, and then we are just adding our update course positions method, the controller method. Then now it's a get course, where we will have the API kind of like API/admin/course. Then the param will be kind of ID, and when it's get, then we also have to validate the ID. That's why we provided params from the validator, and the type will be kind of the same thing like the schema, the common one, and the get course method, which will take the ID and give you the single course ID. And the put, the API URL will be same as like the get, but it will be put request, and you have to provide the body so that it's become like update that particular single course. And then the archive will be like you already understand, like API/admin/course/ID/archive. So we have to provide that in the params. So that's why I just added the validation in the params, and that's so far the method we added. So that's how we have to add those routes. And when that's done, we can just simply use that router. Here you can see we use like this dot router. We can create a router, like we can name it like admin router or something like that, and we have to use that admin router here. All those router will be, this dot router will be admin dot router, and again the course router will be course router dot admin router here. So that's a pattern. So whenever you want to scale that multiple, like a bigger one in the same file, then you can create the strategy I showed you, the mechanism I showed you. Let's create different routers, try to add them here, and then export that with the different name so that you can also reuse that. So that's so far we are gonna add for our routes. And whenever we are kind of done with the routes, with the validation, our API is almost done. I don't think we have to add anything here. We can say our API is done. Now we just have to test our API, that's okay, the feature is working or not. So let's just now move to our next sections, because we are kind of done with the routes. And our next section will be like Lemon Squeegee product API. And the commit we're going to follow is going to be like Lemon Squeegee service, controller, routes, and cacheable decorator added. So if I just open that, then you can see we have tons of changes here as well as, and my bad, you can see the Lemon Squeegee key here. But don't worry, the key will not be work in your side. When I deploy, you will also not see the code, because that .env file will not be visible in the latest repository, because all those will be removed, and you can only see the .environment -example file, where you will see all those properties. So don't worry about that. And yeah, let's try to understand this particular section. But before that, let's also try to see what's the reason for like lemon squeezy product API, what that's mean. So if you go to the course create, then you can see we have a drop down like select lemon squeezy courses. So and here you can see the list of the informations. These are coming from lemon squeezy actually. So when we are going to create product, first we will create the product in the lemon squeezy, and then we load that information in our server applications. And when we choose that product, we will get the ID and all those product information, including the pricing, the enroll link, all those things. Now when we create the course, all those data will be inserted into our database, and from our database we are going to showing all those courses in our website. Now you might thinking, okay, why not we just simply use that lemon squeezy API to fetch those courses into our website and show there. We can do that as well, but it's not give you the full control of the course feature. So that's why we must need to use like lemon squeezy courses, something like that. So for that case, fetching those information from the lemon squeezy, we need some sort of API key from lemon squeezy. And also we have to bind kind of like we have to build an API so that we can call that API in our application, but that API will call to the lemon squeezy API to fetch lemon squeezy product from the store using the lemon squeezy key. So that's what we are going to build in this particular section. You will also see a flow chart here, like the sequence diagram, where you can see the client fetch that API, like call the API, get all product. That's going to be our server method. And that method will call our service from the server, like lemon squeezy product service. We're going to create a product service. It will not require any entity. Like as usual, we create entity, then service. We don't need any entity. Instead, we create a service. That service will have the mechanism to fetch the lemon squeezy API. But you can see we added some information stuff here as well, as like cache check. Then if it's not in the cache, then we make the request from the product. So what we're gonna do is we are gonna build a mechanism for caching, because lemon squeezy is third-party applications, and we have to call those third-party application when we need the information. So what if our user actually came here and tried to refresh every time, and every time the page refresh, every time the API call from the lemon squeezy to fetch the data? And that's a bad practice that will be kind of restrict the limitation of the API call from lemon squeezy. So for that case, we have to cache those data into our server using the Redis, so that whenever user try to reload every time, it will not hit to the lemon squeezy server. Instead, it will give us the cache data, because lemon squeezy account, we're not going to create product often. We'll create maybe in a month. We're going to create all those product there. We are just going to connect those product into our main courses. Basically, we're going to create product from here for our application. So for that case, I don't think we need to call the lemon squeezy API every time we refresh. So for that case, the caching actually going to help. So we need some sort of a common caching mechanism. We already configure the Redis in our application, but now we need some sort of a common mechanism that will help us to cache anything with our services, because mainly the logic actually written in the services. So for that case, we are going to use the decorator approach, as we did for our error handling in the earlier section, that every error we got in from the controller, we are going to use that decorator catch error that's going to help to grab that particular error. So the same mechanism we're going to use for the decorator as well as. So if you go to the commit, the first step will be we are going to create a cache decorator. It's kind of a common decorator that's going to work with all the services. Let's say we already have a service you already saw in the backend. Let's go to service for the courses. In the courses service, we have all those methods. So what if we can just wrap that services with a decorator for the caching that service data? Let's say someone call that list course. List course is kind of a very frequently calling service. So what if we can cache that? So whenever someone call that list courses, then if that data is in the cache, then it will provide the data from the cache. If not, then it will fetch from the database. So that's why we need the caching system to connect with our services, so that we can add that anywhere in our services. So let's go to the section, I guess, in the decorators. We're going to create the decorators. The name will be catch decorators, like this. So let's bring the code. It will be quite same like the catch errors decorators. So you can just simply understand by looking into that. First of all, we just going to took a key. The key will be like managing the caching, as I discussed in the configuration of the Redis. So make sure you watch that. Then when we have the key, then we also can pass the timeout, like when the cache will be cleared. So that's why we have to add some sort of type here. Like the type will be the cache time types. We declare the constant here, like 1 minute, 5 minutes, something like that. And the key will be any key, but the key will be generated from our configuring here. Like you can see, generate cache key, which will use our application name, then colon, then it's gonna took any name. So that's another way. So we generate the key, then we are trying to cache with like Redis get. First we are checking is there anything with the key available in the Redis cache. If that available, that we are just returning that data after parsing that. If that's not available, that we are just simply gonna set that here, like Redis.set with the cache key with the stringify with the data, and then we're just putting the timing to actually cache that. So that's about like a simple decorators, and is kind of very reusable. We can use that in any services. So let's create the services as well as where we're gonna create our Lemon Squeezy API. So first of all, you also need some sort of a Lemon Squeezy account as well as. So I already have that. So you just simply go to Lemon Squeezy, and after that you have to sign up, regular sign up. There are like no complications. Maybe you have to turn on the multi-factor authentications, and then you will go to their dashboard, and in that dashboard you will see like an API key option. That's like that as usual simple we do like in GitHub. So I'm not going to show that here. You can just simply log in and find out the API key, and then now let's create the service in our courses, because it's related to course. We can just put that service into the course folder. So let's grab the name lemon squeezy product.ts, and you might thinking that I am super lazy, I'm just copying the code, explaining from there. Yes, nowadays I become a little bit lazy to write code as well as explain code, so just forgive me or consider these things. So let's just remove the import. We also need a controller because I think I copied the wrong file. It should be the service. Instead I just copied the route from the route. So let's just go to the service and also copy that code. So this is going to be the service code. Every time we need to work with like third-party things or maybe internally, then we always think about like service. The service will be like the core thing where we are going to put all those logical stuff, and also the service will relate it to some sort of entity or maybe data type or the schema, so we must need to define those as well as. So let's also create them. So you can see in the definitions we're going to create some validation and types. So let's go to our validation folder. From the definitions, in the packages definitions, we will have the validations here. In the courses we can put that. Let's see where we put that. Okay, we created a new file called lemonsqueezy.ts. So let's create a new file, lemonsqueezy.ts, and inside that we can just provide the type as well as the validation. So I think we should not provide that inside of that validation, because these are the type, not validation, because the validation folder only contain those validations. So we can move that inside of the type folder. So this was in the wrong folder. So but when I just deploy it or like publish the new commit, you will see that in the right folder it will be in the types folder, and that's going to be all the types, as well as we also have to export that lemon squeezy from this index file. So let's also export that. So we're kind of good. Now we can also see all those type is working. The one type is I lemon squeezy product, which will have ID type attributes. In that attributes will have name, flag, all those information. That's kind of a type from lemon squeezy. If you go to the API section from the lemon squeezy, you will get or like if you just simply go to the doc of the API, so lemon squeezy API, if you just search that, and you will see the API docs and the reference. Now if you go to the left side, you will see all those sections. Let's say we are going to work with the product. So the product object, you will get the product data. Let's say list all products. So that when you click on there, then you will see the data set of that product list, as well as the API and the endpoint, what are the things it accept, and also the data set. So took that data set, make your type in your interface, then it's kind of good. You don't have to worry about the type. So we'll get the type in the documentations. You will get for users, for customers, then stores, product, variant, prices, orders, all those things actually listed here. So you have to just go there, find out the response, took that response, create the type or interface, and then inject with your application. So we will have one for the product, another for the response, I lemon squeezy response. That's going to be the response for our the drop down response. Got that? Because we have to build the API or create the API, so we also need to provide the response as well as here. So now let's look into the service. So we imported those types, we imported the logger. We have to use the Axios because we are gonna call our lemon squeezy API. So we already used the Axios in auth when we call the GitHub API. the same thing we have to do is let's call the lemon squeezy API. So you will get the API URL like this: http api.lemonsqueezy.com/v1. That's going to be our URL. So I just created a new service. I added some of the properties. So API key will be bind with the headers, and we also need the headers. That's why we just added like it's going to be like an object. And now in the constructor, when we got the key, we just assign that key from our environment variable like this. So let's go to the environment variable. Let's add that particular key as well as from the commit. I already have that key. So if I just go to .environment variable, let's just grab that key and add that here. I'm kind of good with that key. The key is very long. The property or the value will be like ls. So let's also add that ls into our in example.env, and let's just make it like lemon squeezy variables. Okay, so that's going to be for that. Okay, there will be one jet but double e, so that's going to be it. So that's the variable. So you make sure you grab that key from lemon squeezy dashboard and put that here. And after that, when we got that key, now we can just pass that key into the header. So that's why we took that headers property here, and this dot header will be kind of an object. With that object, it will accept the type like this. So make sure this is very important. You have to provide the type like applications/pnd.api plus JSON. This is not I make, this is actually the documentation refer. So if you go there, request, here you can see the application type accept. It's gonna only accept application/vnd api plus JSON, and the content type will be this. So make sure you also provided these two things. And the authorization you have to use like varia, and then you have to provide the API key from the dot environment. So what we are doing in the constructor, we are just assigning those property. Now we have the headers, now we have the API key, and now we can just simply use that header in our Axios to call that API. And so let's, the first service is going to be like the get all product, and we have some private method. The make request is going to be like a common method that's gonna help to request API with Axios, like get, post, put, and it's gonna took the endpoint, the params, and the data if we have. Then it's make the base URL with the endpoint to make a proper URL. Then it just try to build up the configurations using the headers. Here you can see Axios request config. We are providing the method, URL, headers, and the params if we have params. And also that when our config is done, we now setting the configs.data is going to be the data we are gonna pass. If we are requesting is like a post request, then we must need to set the data in the body. So that's why we also have to set the data in our configurations. And when that's done, we can just simply call Axios and then we can pass the config, and it will took the data, headers, URL, method, all those things together. We don't have to pass like optional way, because all is about like object. And when we pass that, we can now get the response in the response property. Then we are just returning our response in this particular make request return. And then if we got any error, then we're just throwing that error. And this make request API, like the method, we can just now call into our get product method. Here you can see this dot make request, where we are just providing this type so that we can get the type support for those information. We already applied the response, like how it will be, and this response type actually grab from the lemon squeezy response. If you go to the product, I think in the response, then you should see here meta, then it will have JSON API, then it have links, it have the data. Inside the data, it will actually provide the real data. So that's the type. We took that response and we try to make that here. And then we are gonna fetch the get and the product. So now we are returning the data after find out the API data from the API, and the API will be like this. Whenever you call this API, then it's gonna fetch those product. And when we have the product, we are just playing with the price, because the price it gives is not the price. It's like multiply with 100. So we just divided that 100 so that the price become like the exact price we found. And the other thing will come from the lemon squeezy as same as they provide. So you can see in the data, you will see like type attribute. In the attribute, you will see like domain URL, also some sort of metadata, then relationship with the products and stores, order. There are tons of information. So you can just grab them and create your own interface to find out which data you need. We just need like the product information, name, and the attributes of that. So that's why I didn't add multiple sort of types here. You can just see the links we need and some of the common things we need. So like the meta and all sort of stuff, and mostly the data. And the data will be kind of generic, whatever the type we do. And the data type will be like lemon squeezy product, where we'll get the ID type and some of the attribute like slug, description, status, on all those things. So that's kind of a pretty easy. So you will understand whenever you're trying to code that. And when we got that data, we can just return that with the service. But now you can see we use that decorator cacheable, and here this key decorator is going to cache our data, so the key and the timeout. So 1 week we're going to cache the service for 1 week. So that's mean whenever whatever data we will get, the data will be stored for the 1 week in our Redis server, and that's why we provided that. And you can see how easy it is when we use like a decorator approach to add some sort of a common wrapper. And this wrapper we can just use it any of our services to cache all those services data. And for product from lemon squeezy, that's the proper case where we can cache those data to restrict those limitations from the API. So that's it. So now whenever we call this service in our controller, it's gonna give the cache data. If we don't have in the data in the cache, it's gonna retrieve the data from the lemon squeezy. So that's all about for the lemon squeezy product service. Now to connect this, we need controller, we need routes to actually make the proper API that we can fetch while we're gonna create the course in our dropdown, and then we can bind that data inside our dropdown. So for that case, we have to go to the commit, and now we created the decorators. Then now we have to create the controller. So let's just quickly create the controller. So in the controller we will have the course. Inside that course we need new file and the new controller. This is kind of the same pattern we are doing. So backend will be kind of easy when you just declare the pattern. You don't have to work much. Mostly you have to work on the services. So the catch error, now you can see we don't have to define the the cacheable decorator here. We just declared that in our services. So that's kind of pretty easy. And we are using multiple like catch error for, you already know the purpose. So that's going to be it. So the method name will be like get all products. You can just name it like get all lemon squeezy products, something like that. But it's gonna use that our services, and we're just sending that. And that's our controller. We already initialized here. Now we can just use that controller. So let's look into the route. So we have to create a new route for that. So let's just copy this file, go to our routes and put that in our course folder, and let's remove all the code, try to find out the route code that's we already fetch like this. And that's it. The route is kind of a simple. Let's just import the controller like this, and the controller will be initialized in the constructor, but we already initialized in the controller folder directly here, so we don't have to initialize that. Instead we just destructuring the method, and then we just have an API. So all the parent route, like what will be the parent route will be the route for this, so there are like no extra path for that. So let's just declare the parent route as well as other than that is like the simple as usual routes. So let's just create that in our index. So that's going to be here. So it also should be accessible only for the admin, so we have to add that in our admin endpoint method like here. So app.use api/admin/products, that's the endpoint that we are going to use. So api/admin/products is going to be the middleware going to be authenticate admin, and then lemon squeezy router. So we just simply have to import that router that we created here like this, and the API will be like slash, that's mean it will took the parent path like api/admin/products. That's it. And if we just get request, that we will get the product information, but it will fetch from the lemon squeezy, including the consideration of the caching. And so far I think that's what we have to build. We have to first build the service, then the routes and the controller and the cache decorator, which is mostly important. We're going to reuse that so many times, and I think so far we are kind of done. If I just check the file, we have 8 file changes, and I think we have total 8 file changes. Make sure you added the ls variable, or maybe you can rename it a better name like lemon squeezy API key, something like that. I just put that simple, but you should able to understand that. And then after that you should get that key in from the dashboard, so make sure you find that. If you didn't find that, then just you can comment down below. I can give you the link. It's kind of easy. I think it's easy. So also we have to create the controller, then the cache decorator. That's one of the important for this particular section. Other than that, we're kind of good. Now we have the API for course related APIs. Then we have the API for the drop down. Now we can just simply use this drop down API like the product list, and then we can also bind our create API so that we can now start inserting data into our database. So that's we're gonna do. We're gonna test those API by just implementing or binding them into our front end. I think that's kind of it for this particular section. Now we're gonna simply move to the front end section with the backend API. We're gonna bind them together. So let's start binding our backend API into front end, as our UI is ready totally to bind the API. So let's start that. So first of all, we're gonna make ready our create API and then the list API and then update API and archive API and all those things one by one. So for binding our create course API, if you go to the new course, then we have a dependency which is the lemon squeegee product list. So we have to bind this one first so that we can get the list, and then we can bind rest of the API. So for that case, let's also open our front end. Right now it's the older project. Let's open the newer project we are working on, and it will be in 5173. Here is the newer project, and here you can see we don't have any product. That's the demo. So let's go to the commit, and for the commit you have to follow this one: create course API endpoints and query and type adjustment, and it will be above lemon squeegee service controller routes and cacheable decorator. So let's open this, and here you can see we have done some changes. The changes like we already implemented in our main project, like changing the name I course list options, I paginated course list. We already renamed that in the earlier commit, so we don't have to do that. Then we have the endpoint. So if you're already familiar with the front end pattern that we already discussed in the earlier section, first we create the endpoint, then we add the queries, and then if we need any helper we also create that, and directly we use that query into the controller, which is kind of a custom hook, and then custom hook actually used in the components or pages. So before that, let's also look into the type changes because that's important. So I think these are the types. One types we added additionally, which is iCommon filter. So I think this is for a common type for handling the filter, because from the front end we also need to handle those search parameters, then pages, limit, status, all those parameters in the query, so that we also need a interface or type. So that's why we have to add a new type for our front end, which is going to be like iCommon filters. Later we can reuse that. So let's go to our packages, definitions and types. In the course we should add a new type which is going to be or like interface iCommon filters. Here you can see iCourse, so it should be like course status enum, so that we can get the same value. So now if we just try to reuse that, okay, I think I did a mistake. It should be inside of the common, not in the course, because that's a common interface or type that we need to use several times. So we have to place that in the common.ts file for the type. So it will be common type. So we can now use that for chapters, modules, lessons, courses, everywhere. So that's the changes. And these are the changes for the rename. So you don't have to do that. You will get the latest while in the earlier section. So now we have to create the endpoint. So let's create the endpoint for our course.ts. So we can just go to the front end, and we have to look into the API, and here we have the endpoint, and you can see we have auth user. Now we need the course. So let's see, we didn't create a course folder as we did in the backend. Like we create a course folder, inside that we put courses, lessons, chapters, all those things. But instance is kind of limited for the front end. If you want you can create, but for now let's just put that here. And in that course.ts we are gonna put all those API that's related to course. And let's also bring all the code. So I just write all those API endpoint that we have recently created in our backend section. So let's look into those API, as well as we will need a new helper function. I'm going to discuss that. Let's just resolve this error, t course update. So let's see, we have this particular type. Okay, we don't have that type definition. So let's find out. Okay, we have to create a new type as well, as which is going to be t course update, because whenever we are going to update our course, you already saw in the backend we need ID to pass from our body. So for that case, we don't have any type. If you look into the t course type, and it's just simply the schema which has like name, description, all those things, but it does not have that particular ID that will help to update that courses. So for that case we need another schema or another type that will also have ID. So we can just reuse this schema. We can just additionally add it ID, then it's going to be like fine. So let's also add that. So for that case we have to go to the types in the course. Here we have that type for the key t course up create. Now we can just add a new one including the ID, so that we'll get the ID as well. As here we are using the partial from the code from the t course create, and then we are adding ID. So now we are kind of good with our data set, and now we should see the error gone. Now you can see we have a helper function which is called build query string. So what's that? So in the front end, if you work with the query params, sometimes your API path which have multiple queries. And when you have some sort of condition, let's say the queries are optional, that time you have to provide a lot of condition. Let's say if you provide status, then the query should be status. Then if you don't provide then status, then if you provide limit, then it will be attached with that question mark, all those things. So it's become like a garbage code when there are tons of queries. So for that case, we need some sort of a helper function that will automatically do that stuff, like cleaning the query based on the object we provide and make a absolute path for that API endpoint. So for that case, let's also create a helper function in utility/helper folder. So I think we don't have any folder. Let's create the helper folder. So this will be like helper function for all the pure functions, something like that. So that, let's say, we have a function, we want to add another utilities for that, then we can put them into the helper. Let's say if we need some sort of timing related function, maybe some logical stuff, we can put everything in the helper. So in the helper, we now need to create the query build query string, and that's the helper function that we need. And let's just grab that. By the way, if you know like unit testing, then you already understand that this kind of helper function is really helpful when we have some sort of smaller chunk of code, and the more you can break down your code with smaller functions, it's also help you to write better code, as well as when you cover those unit tests, your project become like super solid. So this is kind of a same thing, and let's just understand what's going on. So I think you can just simply generate this kind of small code with LLMs, and that's the best approach to use AI into your working. So here you can see this is a function which taking the params, which will going to be like an object where you can pass key as a string, but in the value it should be like number, string, boolean, all the field. That's mean we can pass any value. That's mean this function will accept object, and then we are trying to filter or like iterate all that property from that object, like key and values, to make our URL, you know. And that's why we are using encode URI component. That's from built in JavaScript. You will get that, and when you get that, now you can actually create that URL. So here you can see create a short alias for the native JavaScript function. This function is essential for ensuring URL safety by replacing a special character like and then equal with their respective percent encoded from space becomes like percent 20. So it's kind of a functions that help to build a native URL, something like that. And that's the best way to actually create URL. And we are iterating from our object to find out all those property like key and the value. So we will place that key as a key in the query, and then the value will be in the value. So that's what we are going to do. And then after filtering that, we are trying to check if there are any undefined value or empty value or not. If that's undefined, then we're not going to put that object key into our query. And then here is the main part. When we are using the map here, we are trying to modify those information. So the key will be the key for the query, and the value will be the value like v. So that's what we are doing after modifying them with the map, and then we just join with the AND operator. And if we have the query, any query, then we can just add the question mark above or before every path, and then if we don't have, then we're just returning the simple list. So you can generate function like this from LLM, and those are really helpful. And I would just recommend try to break down all of your smaller logical things into helper functions and or maybe helper classes, so that you can reuse that and create instance and use that in your applications. I think that's really going to be helpful. Now we have that method. Now we can just simply use that to provide an object. So what this function will do, you will provide an object like this, and in that object you can pass any key and the value. The key will work like let's say if you pass page and limit as object format, then it will become like question mark page, then limit with the value and the key. So that's the beauty. And after that we are kind of good. Now we can just look into all those API endpoints. So first API will be get ls product API, which is going to be the API we're going to use here. So that's why I just name it get ls product API, and it will be like admin/product as I already told you. But you might be wondering where is the API is gone. So like API/admin/product, that's what we actually declare in our backend. So if you go to the index.ts file, we already added the API into our base URL, so that we don't have to add that every time. So I think that's why you will not see that here. And then that's like a simple implementation. We are just using the API from the Axios. We implemented the common API, and then we're just returning the result. The same thing happened with the get course API, but right now we are passing the build query string with the params that we got, especially the status, so that it will generate the URL like this. Then we're just providing the query. And then we have get course API, which is for the single course fetching. And then we have create course, which is the post request using the data that will be coming from the schema that we pass. And you can see the type here in the suggestion, like this is going to be the type. And that kind of data should need it for this particular API. The update will be kind of same, but it will require the ID. Here you can see the ID, and also we have that particular property. Maybe we don't have to pass the ID like this because we're already passing the ID here. But let's just also refactor that whenever we are going to use that. So if we don't need to pass that with extra argument, then we can just simply remove that from here. And then we have archive course API, which also need the ID, and the API is going to be post. That's going to archive our course, as well as update courses positions. That's going to update the reorder API, and with that API we can just simply implement our drag and drop functionality. So these are all the endpoints that we developed in the earlier section, in the backend section. So we have to just declare them here. Now we are going to create all the query that's related to our course, so that we can use those query anywhere, like when we are binding our front end. So for the query, we already have maybe the course folder. Let's look into our hooks and query. Okay, we don't have any course folder. Let's create one. And inside that course folder, we can create course.ts for handling all the query that's related to course, or we can just create index.ts. That's mean the course. And in the future, when we have lessons, chapters, then we're going to put all of them into this particular folder so that we can manage them easily. So let's also bring all of our queries. So these are the queries that talking with 10-stack router and implementing those queries here. So first of all, we need some sort of constant that we already saw the pattern in the account section or the auth. You can see, or like in the user, we have a constant where we provided some of the keys, because the keys is important when we have some get request in 10-stack router. We have to provide keys, and with those keys are the only things that we can revalidate or invalidate our API request. So that's why we must need to declare some of the keys in constant format so that we can reuse that whenever we need. So in the course key, we will have one key for ls products. Why that? Because we are going to use that key for this particular API, because this is the get request. So that's why ls product. And you saw we use like array, because in that array it will help to provide multiple keys that will make the whole thing, like whole key, kind of a different and unique. So that's why we use like array. Then in the all, that's going to be for fetching all the course. That's why we just provided all. And also you can see we have list with s. That's also kind of similar with find out the list, I think. Let's just look into the query, like all. Did we actually use that all or not? I think we didn't use that all key into any of our query, but it used for making the list, and the list kind of a unique. So the all is actually has like the courses, and you can see course key underscore course underscore key does all. That's the first item for the list, and then the second item is list. So I think we can refactor this part as well as, but for now you can see that we have added different kind of keys, and sometimes the keys need some sort of ID. Let's say in the details, or in the detail here, you can see detail, it has the ID, so the key should be also use the ID to make it unique. Let's say you are fetching course details for ID2, course ID2, so you want to cache that data as well as. So 10 stack also need that ID as well as a common name. Let's say course details, then you provide the ID. And if that's happened for multiple course, then you can see that's a unique string that's going to help to cache that particular course details data. So that's why we need some sort of a different or unique keys, and you will see this kind of constants a lot often in our application. And I think there are some potential to refactor all these things. Maybe we didn't use that. Maybe some of the options are like redundant. Okay, we use some of them, or maybe we can rename some of them with a better naming or meaning. So so far we have list, and this is for like the list of the course. And then I don't know why like list. Let's just check that this one where we use that. Okay, I think we have done some mistake here, which I think we have to refactor some of the code. Let's say in the list, this one is kind of like not used. I think it should be list like s, and I don't think we should name it like list. Instead, we can just simply say courses. That's also make more sense. So let's just make it courses. And in that courses, we can just simply took this one. That's going to be the ultimate courses, because you can see we only have 3 or 4 things like get API, which need the key to cache. So for that case, I don't think we can just make it complicated. So I think when I generated that things from Gemini or AI, that's just did the mess up. So yeah, highly recommend you to not vibe code, and don't think I just vibe coded the whole project. Not, I did not. I just architect the whole thing, then tried to vibe code chunk by chunk. That's what I did. And then also I refactor with AI so that the code becomes more qualityful. So yep, there are tons of human work involved in this particular video series. Don't worry about that. So, and all is, I think, not necessary, because the courses is one we need. For the detail, we can also remove this particular alls. Instead, we can just make sure it's like a detail, or for the details we don't need kind of like detail here. So let's just remove this particular detail. Instead, we just make it details. We will get the ID, and we can name it like course or something like that. Course, that's going to be fine. And then course, after we just providing the ID, with that it will be kind of like a unique key. And then for the courses, we can now just say it's going to be like courses. And now it should seems like very, very straightforward. We have 3 key. One is for the lemon squeezy products, then another is for the course, another is for the course details. Now we can just simply use them. Here you can see let's just start from the query, then we're going to reuse them as well. So use lemon squeezy product query, that's the query, and it will going to use the use query, because whenever we go that particular page, it will automatically fetch that data, so we don't have to trigger that manually. So that case, we can just simply use query, and we can pass the query key like ls query product, so that we can just simply invalidate the query whenever we need. In the query function, you already saw the pattern, like we call the API endpoint, and we got the response. We provided the whole data as a return for that particular query function. Then let's move into the next one, which is get course query. And it should be like, yeah, it's courses queries. That's mean the list of the all courses. So for that case, we will get the filters as well. As filter are the if you go to the type, then you can see we can provide search, page, limit, all those things. And if we provide any of them, it will become kind of a unique identifier for key. So that's why we have to call the courses here, not like the list. So when you call the courses, we can also pass the filters. In that case, if we pass the status, then the data will be cached with the status, as well as if we pass 3 of the property like search, status, limit, total, then those will be cached with that kind of property. So that's the beauty of the 10 stack. You can cache with any unique value. And the same thing as when we will go to our particular page, the like in the list page, the data will automatically fetch. So we can just simply use query. That's it. And then use get course query. That's the query for get the request, like get the detail information, like single course. So whenever we go to edit page, you can see all the informations that for that course actually added into our placeholder of the input. That's mean we fetch the single data and then we place that into the form. So for that case, we need that API, and this is also the same API. We didn't trigger that manually. Instead, it's also automatically triggered when we go to that particular page. So that case, we can also use query here. But for the key, we have to use the details with the ID so that it becomes unique. That's it. And now let's move into the mutation stuff, which is going to be like the create, then update, then update the position, all those things. So here you can see query client. This is for invalidate the list. So whenever we create a new data, we also have to fetch or refetch the list API. So for that case, we use that key to refetch the API. So that's why we need the query client, so that we can call query client.invalidate queries. That method will help to provide the query key in an object, and then it's going to refetch that API again with the default property that's it cached. So here you can see we use the use mutation. You already saw the earlier section why we use that, because we need to manually trigger that, as well as there are some changes related to happen, like the post request, put request. We use mutation hook from the 10 stack router. So in the mutation function, the same thing happened. We are just put that API and the response in return, and in the on success, we are going to just simply refetch our course list API. So for that case, we can just simply call courses, and that's it. So here you might wondering that we don't have that filter here, like the filter we provided while we are just fetching the courses. So whenever we are going to invalidate, then we are not providing the courses here. like the filter properties here, still that's gonna refetch, because if you go to the new course page, it's like a new page. So when you create something, and let's say if you are in the all course page, and if you refresh, there are no such like search property or pagination property or status property, all will be by default. So by default there will be no such query params. So that time the API will be cached with only the course list. And when you go to the new course page and create a new one, then it actually refetch that particular API that's called initially. So for that case, you don't have to worry about like all those status changes and those things. So whenever you create new things and you go back to that all course page, it will fetch the older API that actually cached. So that's the create course, and we are going to also check them, that's okay, these are working or not. If not, then we have to also debug and refactor the code. So let's also look into the update mutation. That's kind of a similar. We use the use mutation, put the API here, then once success we are just going to revalidate the list as well as the details, because it's not just only now the list page, it's also need to be reflect on the detail page. Because if you go to the edit, we are gonna fetch that single data. So whenever we go that edit page again, so that we can get the latest data. So that's why we have to invalidate queries to refetch again. So for that case, we have to call the details method, as well as here we have to call the courses. And also in the create course, you can also pass the filters if you can get that from your create pages, that you can also do that. Because let's say in your applications, in the all courses, you changes its status, okay, and new data came, and now you go to the new courses property, like new course pages, and now you create something, okay. So what will happen, the list page is not in the initial stage, it's with the status you added. So that time the status must be stored in the global state, and you can access that status in your create page as well, as because it's on the global state. Then when you start creating that, you can also pass that status in your create mutation hook, so that you can just put that status with your query key, so that even you select a different status here and try to create a new course, then if you come back again, then it will again revalidate that list page with that particular status. So in that way you can also achieve that requirement. Then for the update course mutation, kind of same like create, but here we just updated the like invalidated the list as well as the single query. And we have to use the archive course mutation, which is also same like update method. We provided the API, and then in the on success we also have to do two things. First of all, because we archived our course, a single course, then we have to remove that course details refetching stuff from the cache. So for that case, you just have to use remove queries, and here you can just see like details, and if you just provide the ID, then it will remove your caching stuff from the memory with the ID and the method. Why is that necessary? Because you archive your course, it's not going to be important for caching, so that's why make sure you also remove that. And we also have to refetch our list, because a new data actually gone, like old data actually gone, so we have to refetch again. So for that case, you can just simply use that. And then for the update course position mutation, that's the same, because we are updating the position, the list actually changing, like the list row actually changing in the database, so we must need to refetch our courses again to get the real data. As well as we're just calling the API here, and nothing different anywhere. But in the on error, if we get any error while changing the position, we will throw that, so that we can get that error in our UI, so that we can show that error in the UI, that okay, we are not able to changes the reorder things from your database, so let's just go back from the front end, something like that. So these are the query that we have created. And you might be wondering why we're just creating all those query first, then endpoint, then query, and then we are binding that. What if we can just create one by one and bind that, see the result? So that's your task, to start one by one and then bind that into the application after watching the video. Just don't get the commit and the code and just replace those code into your code base. Don't do that. Instead, understand my process and try to implement by your own, by like maybe grabbing one method and then hard code those other method by yourself. Then that time you will actually learn something valuable. Other than as I'm just providing the code, you will just simply get the code. That's not going to be like whole learning experience. That's not going to be like a good experience. So I think just try to watch the video, try to understand the patterns and the steps, and then try to write by your own. So these are the query. Now we have to use all the queries to complete our bind for the front end. So let's work on that. And I think in this commit we are kind of good with all those stuff. Like mainly we have just built or like created the endpoint and the query and some of the type adjustment. So we are kind of good. Now we can use all the queries directly in our controllers that we created for our course. If you can see here, we have use course from, use course list. Now we're going to use them to bind here and make our whole functionality working fine. So let's go to the commit and changes that. Okay, we're kind of good. Now let's go to our next section, which is going to be like binding all those hooks into our components. So first of all, we have to bind the new course API, including the Lemon Squeezy product. So let's go to our next commit. So the next commit is going to be this one, query and mutation name fix. Okay, I think I already fixed that name. So let's look into here. So okay, we change some of the name from our earlier code base. So let's say in the use GitHub callback. So let's go to our query and auth. We have use GitHub callback, use get GitHub callback, then use logout mutation. So I think we have a mistake here, because in our convention, if you already saw in the courses, that every query we put like the prefix or the suffix like query or the mutation in every single query. Let's say here use Lemon Squeezy product query, then use get courses query. Like which query we use, like use query, we use like query. But whenever we use like use mutation, we add mutation here like this, use create course mutation. But some of the older code we didn't add that. Let's say for here like use get GitHub URL, that's it, that's not our convention. So let's refactor this so that we follow the same convention, and also the exact convention that we are going to follow. So the first thing is we have to make this one, like let's just look into this. So use get GitHub callback query, so you have to make that query. And then for the mutation, which is already done good with the logout, but we need use get GitHub URL mutation, because we use the use mutation hook mutation. So we change these two things. So now we also have to change where we use those two things. So let's just see from the commit. Okay, first of all, we have to go to the controller, which is going to be the use GitHub callback controller, where we used, and you can see already we have the error, but it should be now different, like query, something like that. And when you do so, it's kind of good. And you can also build a project to find out that error, but we're not going to building that. And then let's also go to the sign in page so that we can also fix there this one. So this one will be, I think, mutation. Yep. Now let's try to build our front end project to see any error we have or not. So for that case, npm run build is going to build our front end project, and we can verify any error we already have or not in the front end. And we have changes 3 file, like 3 file we have refactored, and you can see we got an error which is in our common from the type, that maybe we didn't import the type with the exact way TypeScript mentioned. So let's just use like this and save that. As our server is not running, we maybe have to build our definition package as well as. So if I just try to just simply run our whole project, let's just run our whole project by npm run dev all, so that it will build and sync with all the packages together, and then later I can build the front end differently. So you can see this build success is coming from the packages, and this just run the server. Let's just open another terminal. Let's name the front end and try to use nvmus, and then npm run builds for checking that the front end is. So while you are trying to code, make sure you did that often to check is there any hidden error or not. It will be really helpful on the development. But let's say you develop the whole application, and when you just check that, you saw tons of errors, and you will be like crazy to solve them. So better you just check one by one whenever you just commit some portion. So these are the changes that we have done in this particular commit. So I think let's just commit that as well as, so that in this section you can also understand about our convention, why you use that, why we need to use them. Because I didn't told you this convention earlier, so I just remember while I developing. So that's why the commit also has in the next step. So now we should go into our real commit, which is going to be like binding the API. First we're going to bind with this one, like the create course, then edit and get by ID, all those things we're going to bind here, and then we are going to bind the list, and after that we're kind of good with our course list UI. So for that case, let's open the commit And these are like pretty small changes. You don't have to put tons of effort here because we already have developed the UI. So now we can just simply bind the API and all will be working fine. And we already created the query. We just use the hook, add some of the changes. That's it. So first of all, in the course from, we have to change something. Mostly we have to add those changes that we are adding from the use controller, like the course from controller, as well as we have to fetch the product in like Lemon product data from the controller, because we are going to bind the API. So let's bind first, then we're going to see there. So for that case, you can see the changes here. We need all the query import. Let's also add those data, like for the lemon squeezy data. So now it should come from our API. So let's go to use course from controller, because now we're going to work with only in the controller to manage our data. So for lemon squeezy data, now we can just remove this and we can just now call our query, and this query will eventually give us the data. In the data we'll get the same data, so you don't have to worry about anything else. All is binded perfectly. And then let's go to the second one. Now we also have to fetch a single course, so let's just also put that here. So this is for fetching a single course using the ID. So that's why we use that query, and we have the course data loading, so we don't need that state anymore. And then we will get the course data. This course data is the single course data we used in the edit or update page, so we're going to use that. And then we can also declare those create and update mutation easily, as well as we will get those pending value. We have the pending, it's now static. Let's just put that. So create mutation is going to be for the mutation for the create, and update is going to be for the update method. And in those mutation we will have the is pending property that's going to help to identify or track the loading state. So that's why we provided these two here. And then we are kind of good. Now let's look into the next change. In the next step, we can now simply add our on submit method working. Like right now we don't have that API call here, we just call that promise, dummy promise. So let's just call our actual API. Let's say the first one will be, if we have the ID, then we must need to call with our update mutation, like this update course mutation, and it will have muted sync, and it will took the data as well as the ID in the object. And if we go now in the use update course mutation, here you can see we don't have any other property here. Like here you can see we are just providing the whole data, so maybe we don't need to pass the ID here, because in that particular T course update we are providing the ID, so we can get that here. So we can just simply remove that, and if we like to kind of this, we will get the ID in our main data set. You can just simply use that like this. So that's how we can just remove that particular argument. So we don't have to do that here and also here. So that's it. So in the update mutation, we are providing the data as well as the ID to make the update API smooth, and the other thing will be working as expected earlier. And then for the create, the same thing, we can just simply call the create mutation instead of our dummy promise, like create mutation.mutate async with the create data that will be retrieved from our on submit method. And we can just remove the console log, and that's the changes we have to done so far, because already we have implemented all the things. Now we can see the course data is not used. We are going to use that later. Let's just first see our create API is working or not. So if you go now and try to refresh, then we should see the product list API working as well as with the informations, but we are not able to see those. Let's just refresh and check. Okay, we got some error like 404 not found. That's mean we are not able to found that API from the backend. Okay, now we have to debug from the backend that why we're not able to get that API. So if we now go to the backend, before that, let's also go to the commit to see if anything that we have missed. So now we just have to update these two files. So now let's go to our backend. So we're gonna go backend slash controller, or maybe the routes slash course, and we have the route for the lemon squeezy. Let's see, we added that. So we have API, then admin, then product, and then it will be like get request. That's also fine. So now if we hit API slash admin slash product, we should see our API is working. So it's kind of like API slash admin slash product, but still we are not able to get that. So let me debug from my end, like what's going on. Maybe I have to build a backend. Let's go to the backend, because we already run our server, so I don't think we have to build that backend again. Oh, I think we have missed a crucial point. Let's just run that again. Npm run dev all from maybe from the older commit. So while we are developing our lemon squeezy product or like admin product, if I go to the older commit like developing the APIs, so let's go to that here. Create course API endpoints, query it and type adjustment. If you go there, I think not this one. Course route edit like this one. If you go to this one and in the index.ts, we added admin endpoints here. But do we use these admin endpoints in our main applications? Let's say in our main server is index.ts like this. And if you go here, then you can see routes.endpoints. So we only call route.endpoint. We didn't call admin endpoint. So how we will get all the API that's related to admin endpoint? So that's why we are getting 404. And let's see we have any commit so far to actually refactor that part or not. So if I just go above, course list bind with reorder archived and all, I think I just missed that somewhere from this commit. So let's just simply add that. Where we have to add that is in our index.ts file. So this is the main file that's initiate the routes here. In the routes, we just only call endpoints. We have to also call the admin endpoints, something like this. Admin endpoints, and the name is kind of different. The first one is capital letter start, the second one just start with camel case. That's kind of a not good. So maybe we can just simply follow the same convention, or maybe we can just make it smaller. So I think it will be good because we should follow the convention for the method like we use like camel case. So that's it. Now we should see the endpoints also initiated and also the admin endpoints initiated in our main index file in here. So later in the future, if we add a new one like learner endpoints, we also have to inject that in our routes, and also we have to pass this.app. So now we should get all the API working fine. Let's just go to our page and open that. Let's just refresh. Still we are getting 404. That's kind of weird. API slash admin slash products. So let's see in the admin endpoints, we have API slash admin slash courses and the products and all the things. Let's also see the login like the profile API, which is working fine, but we are not able to get that. So let's just check from my end. So I found the issue that why we are getting the problem. So if I go to the commit, if you go also, or maybe you will not find that because when I will publish the video, the repo will be fresh. The changes you will not see that. But from the previous commit, like this one, when I added the course route, I missed this part. So in the admin endpoints, we created like this method called admin endpoint. So we use that in our endpoint, not indirectly in the index.ts file. We can use that as well as, but there is a issue, which is if you go to the endpoints like this endpoint has the get URL, which is the homepage URL, and then we have done something here, which is like we tried to find out the 404 URL. That's mean, and also we try to find out the logging stuff, so like the error, if we got any uncertain error. So we also tracking that. So if let's say the endpoint is fast, and then we call the admin endpoint. So exactly like in the index here. So first we call the admin endpoint. Let's say earlier it was like this. There was like the endpoints first routes.endpoint, then we declare the admin endpoints. So what happened? The endpoints actually goes to call all these middleware that's we used, and then when we use like admin endpoints, same like app.use, those endpoints are not accessible because here you can see we added the 404. That's mean without all this URL, if we hit any URL, then it will be kind of 404. So in the order we declare here earlier when you saw the error, so we added that admin endpoints bottom of that endpoint. So that's why what happening, all those API are getting hit and all those API are getting 404 because these are not getting in the category because we use this particular way to find out the 404. So for that case, we have to provide all the URL before this 404 logic. And if you go to the commit, you can see the same thing. So I missed that. So I think we can just simply get the older changes like this one, the endpoints. Then also let's change that to endpoint as well as, or maybe let's see, we can change that here. So in that endpoint, now we can just simply call this admin endpoint after the auth router. Or if you want to just put that here, you can also put that here to categorize everything. That's also fine, but make sure you have to put that before that endpoints, because we have that condition like this one. So this one should trigger without all those API route. Or we can also bring these two things into bottom of the routes. That's also going to be fine. But as we are providing everything from here, so make sure we just put that here to make the code clean. And that's why we can now just simply call that here, or maybe we can just use that before the endpoint we declare. So we have to make sure the order is first all the routes, and then we have to use this endpoint so that it actually come at the end of all the route initialization. So that's what's the problem. So now let's just simply see what are the changes we have done. Okay, I think the lemon squeezy API wasn't working, so now it should work fine. And also we have to define that here. So let's grab this code. So you can go either way, you can declare that here or maybe in the index file. That's up to you, no issue. So now it should call this .admin endpoints using all those endpoints. So now if I go to our application and also try to open our network tab, and you can see all the API actually called like this one. We got the same product that we are getting in our older project in 5174 port, like all this product, and we got all this product. So that was it. So how we call that, let's just also recap. If you just distracted here by the changes, so first of all we created all those endpoint, then we created all the queries, and in that queries we have one query which is called lemon squeezy product, like this one, use lemon squeezy product query. And where we call that, earlier we have only the static array field, but now we just call that API, we will get the data, and the data will be kind of the same structure we maintain, no issue with that. But whenever we are using this data like lemon squeezy data, let's just find out the component. Then you can see here we map that. In that map we are providing the value, it's going to be like product.id, and the level will be product.attribute.name. So if you go to the type, then you can see like lemon squeezy types, then you should see the same thing. Here we have the ID, then in the attribute we have the name. So we just retrieve that information in our components, and also we'll get the suggestion. Let's if I just go product.id, you can see the suggestion as well as for the type. So that's already implemented when we design the UI, implement the UI, and also the value should be also selected. So let's try to select now. Let's say I'm going to select the data science. You can see the selected value is working fine. So if I now just try to create, then you can see the validation is not triggering for that particular field. That's mean it's working. So now we also have to use the course data. So before that, maybe we can create a new course. We already have some courses. So these are like the static courses. But if I go to our main site, like here, you can see we have tons of courses here. So let's try to create a single course from here. So let's gonna select the 1 year. Then we're gonna select maybe draft. Let's select a product, AI assistant. Now you can see one thing. When I select a particular product, I am not able to get the course name, the price, including the description and the course image. Now we have to fix that as well as. So let's check our commit. So in the course form, you can see we have changes in the select of that particular lemon squeezy select. So which is in the disable, we have added, if we don't have the ID, then we're going to disable that. So this ID means the ID for like the edit. So whenever we go to the edit page, we'll get the ID. If we don't get the ID, or like when we get the ID, then we're going to disable that, because we will not able to change that property in the edit mode. So that's why we just add this condition. And then in the on change, you can see we have to set those other values. That's why we have created set other field value. That's a method that will be created in our controller, and that's the method that we need to add. So let's create the method in our controller. So we already have that controller here, and we have done with the on submit, but let's just create this. So in this method, let's also just export that method as well as. So in this method, you can see we will get the value. The value could be string number or the array of string, because when we multi-select, we will get this kind of data structure. So that's why is that. So whenever we select the data, we will get the value, and the value will be this object, this particular object, where we will have the data.value, data.label. So now we have to find that ID from the object, and then we have to check from our lemon squeezy dataset to that particular whole product to get all the information like price, the name, and all those things. So for that case, we are using the lemon squeezy dataset that we already get here. Then we're going to find that with our product ID from the value, because when we select the value, it will get the ID. And then when you get the ID, then we are matching with that, trying to find out the exact selected product. And then when you got that, now we are using a property from hook from, which is called set value, which will help you to set value in your React hook from. So in that value, you can provide the name as a first argument or the key, and then the value. And of course, in the third argument, you can pass an object with some important property like should validate. That's mean whenever we provided that particular value, we also want to validate the data. If that's not validated, let's say in the price we got a string, but the validation should be like number. So if we got the string, then in the UI it will automatically show the validation, like it should be string or something like that. So for that case, you also have to pass should validate true. So whenever we try to set any value in onChange, not in the exact field but the other field or the property from React hook from, then you must have to you should validate, so that it also trigger the validation. But if the case is you don't have to trigger the validation, then you can just not pass the third argument, it will automatically work like that. So we have to set the price, then name, then description, image URL, and enroll link in our data set, like when we are passing that data into the server side with the create API and also the update API. So for that case, we have to export that here, then also we have to import that in our initial execution, and then we can just simply use that in our lemon squeezy dataset onChange. So if I go to the course from, then you can see in the onChange we are using these things. So here you can see in the onChange we already changing the hook from value, but we want to change the other field as well. So that's why we call this method, passing the ID of that particular product, and then it will do the rest things, set all those values. So now let's try to check that. So let's just refresh and select any product. Boom. Now you can see the course name visibly, the price as well as the description. So here you can see the description is also showing with the p tag, which you can just simply remove that here. Let's say in this particular logic we set the description, so maybe you can add a regex to remove the p tag from the description. So you can do that as well. As so that's your part, you can change that and create a PR as soon as possible so that I can approve that, so you will also get the contribution in this project. So I put a lot of scope in this particular project so that you guys can actually contribute on there and try to improve that from your side as well as to understand and learning. So make sure you create the PR fast, because if you don't create, maybe other people will create that and I will gonna merge that. So yeah, so that's the requirement I was looking for to complete. Now if you change anything, the image is also showing the description, price, and all those property. Now we are kind of good. Now if we try to select the other property like the validity, and then let's say draft, and I am going to create a new course for mobile app development. Let's try to save that, and you can see it's created successfully. But you maybe notice that we got a message like update successfully. It should not be like that. It should be like course create successfully, something like that. So course created successfully, because you can see that both of our messages kind of same. For the ID, it should be updating course, but for without the ID, we should call it creating course, something like that. Creating course. So course create successfully, then fail to create course. It should be like this. So now we're kind of good. And if we now just go to the all course, you will not see because we didn't bind the course list. But if you go to the older project of mine, then we should see the new data. Like here you can see the mobile app development and all those stuff, like the description like this, but we don't have modules, chapters, lessons, all of these things. And these are the data that I inserted into database manually. So like I can just see all those information like this. You can see all those information. So these are actually inserted database with kind of a script, cd script, something like that. I just put that and added those data. But in real, we will see without the product ID from the lemon squeezy, we are not able to create a new course here. So we must have to provide that. Let's try to create the same course again. So I think we used like this one, and let's try to create that. We should get error like fail to create course, but in the terminal or maybe from the response we should see the product is already exist or something like that. Yeah, you can see error course with lemon squeezy product already exists. That's it. And we are getting some console here. I think we should not see the console. Maybe in the backend somewhere we added the console and we didn't remove that yet. So I think I can see a console in the, okay, there are no console. So why we are getting this console somewhere? Or maybe I used the logger somewhere that's exposing that body. So yes, you have to find that and just remove that console log, make a PR. So that's it for the create. I think the create is working fine with the product list. Now let's look into the list API, or let's look into the commit that we have any other changes or not. So I think we have a new changes, which is this one. We, as you saw in the course from hook controller hook, we have the course data. That course data is whenever we got the ID, this ID will pass to this particular query, and this query will enable when we have the course ID. You can see the enable. That means this enable will help to call that use query with the API only when we get the ID. And when we get the ID, whenever we try to visit a course for edit, we actually get the ID. So let's just call here, maybe this one, we will get the ID. It's 6. So that's going to be the URL. So let's try to copy from our older project and try to paste that. So when we go to the edit page, now we should fetch that single course information, and we have to set them into the hook from, so that all the data become visible. Because in the edit from, what happened, we grab the existing data and we showcase them so that anybody can edit that or try to check, they can check that. It will work like a view of that information, something like that. So for that case, now we have to fetch that data, and we also have to set that into our hook from. So how we can do that? That's why we have to use a use effect, and also from the hook from we will get a value called reset. You already see the use case of the reset. So whenever we create a new data, we reset the from. So in that reset from, we can also pass any object with some of the property that will actually set the value of that particular hook from. So we're going to use that thing. So if you go to the commit, then you will see we have changes in the use effect here. Let's copy that and let's put that before our onSubmit method. And here is the onSubmit method, and let's just add the use effect hook. Let's import that as well as, and also we can now remove the reset because the latest React, we don't have to provide all those dependency. So whenever we get the course data as well as the ID, that's mean we are in the edit page, and also we have the course data. Now we can check that, okay, are we have the course data or not? If we have, then we can now just reset our hook from state like this with the method, and then you can provide the key and the value. That's it. That's a simple implementation. So whenever you do this, then if I just save that and try to go our edit page again and refresh that, now you can see we have the 1 year selected, then we have the status draft, we have the lemon squeegee ID drop down, which is showing the selected information, but we are not able to edit that because whenever you create with lemon squeegee product, you will not able to edit that product ID. So that's why it's disabled, but you can edit the description. That's why we just open that. And the price, course name, this is already disabled. These are like read only field. So if you want to change the course name, because the course name could be updated, course name could be changed, so you can just put that editable. That's up to you. For now, I just put that read only. But the status, we can change that. So let's try to check the edit as well as, because we already implemented the edit here. Use update course mutation, and we call that in our onSubmit method when we got the ID, and we are passing the new data from the hook from. So let's now change the status to publish and update the course, and you can see the API call successful. We got the toast. And if you check the network tab, you will also see that API call successfully here. If you go to the API, then you see the API is called which is the post request, then it's called admin/course 6, and we have provided the payload with the status, new status published. And when that success, we also get another API call, which is the get API for the single API course. You can see this is the get API, and what it's doing, it's actually providing the same data because we added in the invalidation query stuff. So that's why we are getting that data. So now let's just go back, because in the list API is not binded yet, so we will not able to see that data. But this project, which is like this one running on 5174, which is the same projects, we're connecting with the same database, so we will get the same data here as well. So if I just go to the list, you can see now it's showing the published, and also we can edit that from here as well. As the functionality is kind of same, the database is same, the server is kind of same, but the running in different port for showing you the demo so that we can implement that. So I think our create course and edit course is working fine. Now it's time to bind our list course, and if you look into the changes, you should not have anything missed for this particular commit, and I think I also have added all the things. So now let's move into our next section, which is going to be like binding our course list API. And also not only course list, but also there are some other feature, like we have to bind the archive API as well as we also have to check that our status is working or not. Whenever we change the status, the data is also showing correctly or not, so we also have to fix them. So let's look into our next commit from the list. So the commits will be this one, backend plus frontend, course list bind with reorder, archive and all. So we also have to think about the reorder because we have the feature as well as, so we have to bind that API as well as. So let's open that and remove the other commit. So this is going to be the commit, and let's just see if the file changes. Here you can see we have done something in the backend. We're gonna talk about that. But now I need to create a new component, which is no data found. So before we continue with the list page, let's just bring that here. Right now we are showing like empty data. So what if we don't have any data in the database? So that time we have to show some sort of like no data in the UI. So for that case, we need a component which is called no data found. So let's just create that common component in our components folder. So in the common, so create no data found. It's also generated by Gemini. You can just grab that code. And also based on your need, let's say I want a back button. So that's why I added a back button here. And also that will be conditional. If there is a property or props called is back, then we are just going to show that back button. Otherwise, we're not going to show that. And when we click on that, it will take us to the back, navigate. And then we have the SVG icon. It's like a simple UI, kind of like not found page we saw earlier. Nothing fancy. So that's the changes. Now let's work with the pages in the all course pages, because in the all course we have to bind the list, then the position, then also this API. So let's start one by one. So first of all, the all thing we have to work on in our course list controller, because we already have the query created. Now we can just use this query in our course list as in the course from, so that we can complete the whole thing. So in the course list controller, first of all, let's just bring two state here. One is going to be for the courses. We already have one, so let's just not use the static course. Let's just remove that and try to see our no data found working or not. So for that case, in our all course page, we also have to add that no data component. So in the all course, we have sortable list, and if I go to the all courses, then you should see we have binded no data found. Based on what? Based on the loading and also the course length. So let's also bring this. We already have the loading component, so we can now just simply bind that. So before the model, we are calling the loading component as well as no data found component. So whenever is loading is true, then we're just showing the loading in a text with loading data. And when that's not, we are checking that okay, is we have courses. If not, then we're going to show the no data found. So let's also check the loading from the controller here. We should have the loading here somewhere. So let's also see the loading, how we declared that. So the loading should be declared here from our use get courses query. So let's also bring that as well. So that's gonna help to fetch all the course information. That's the query, get courses query. It will provide all the courses for admin panel, not like public course. And that case, we will get the is loading from here, and now we can just pass that is loading to our component. And when we got the data, now in the use effect, we can set the data into our main state, like in the courses. We can use the set course. But let's just first check the no data found is working or not. Okay, for that case, we have to go here and try to refresh. Now you can see there is no UI visibly here because the course data is empty. Still, we are not able to see that. So let's also go to the all course, because we didn't save that file. So let's save that. And now you can see no data found. There is the icon here and the text and the paragraph, something like that. So that's a simple data, and we are going to use this component everywhere when we get no data, like empty data. So now we call the API, then we should get the data in the data property. If we console, that API will be called, because we use like use query, it will call instantly whenever the press refresh, and we will get the data inside of that property. So let's also see how we use that data. So if you go to the commit, then in this particular use effect hook, we track that. Let's say okay, we have the data property and the courses. If we have that, then we're gonna set that into the set courses property, because set courses is the state that's managing the data. Now if we go and try to see from the list, boom, we are getting all those data, and as those data are binded, the data types are same from the UI section you already saw, then it will work as expected. We don't have to touch anything. Now we have other thing as well. As let's also go there. So we are gonna work with the filter. We are gonna work with the update position mutation, and also we will have the archive API call. So we have to bring those mutation and query. So for that case, let's just bring all those top section and put them here. So there will be state, we already have that. Then the set status, the status is going to be like this one. We have to also handle this state. So you can use that React hook from here, but I want to make simple here, so that's why I just use an React state. And this status set status filter will also be gonna change when we change the status. So we're gonna see that. Before that, let's just import these two mutation. This will be one, and we have another one, which is this one. One will be for update the position. That means the reordering of the course list, something like that. So when we reorder and when we save change, that API will be called. And another one is the archive course. So whenever we try to archive a course from here like this, we can call that API to archive the course. So let's implement one by one each other. So we already have the functions available. In the shape change, okay, we need a shape change for it's a method that's gonna help to call when we click on the apply button. So let's just add that shape change method here. In this shape change method, we are trying to fetch all the positions. The position will come from the courses because we already have that array, and we are mapping that, and then we'll get the ID and the position from that particular object, and then we make the positions. Now we can just send the position to our update position mutation, as you already saw when we declare the type, which will took the ID and put the position. And we use the same strategy, saving course positions, saving course position saved successfully, the same thing like in the toast. And this shape change should work like should call where when we call the toggle reorder mode. And the toggle reorder mode, when that's true, that means this button appear. So whenever we call that, now it should call the API. Right now it's just changing the value to true and false. So whenever it's like true, that's mean we are in the reorder mode and we already reorder. So whenever we click then it should call the API. So for that case, we should provide that, I think in here somewhere around here, the shape change should be called from here. Let's also verify from our commit. Yes, I think we have to add that in here. When is reorder mode true? And when that's done, in the on success, we have to make that reorder false. Before we are directly changing that, but now whenever that API call successful, we are gonna change that to the false, otherwise it will not. So now if we just save that and try to check our API is working or not, so let's click on that. Now it's in the reorder mode. If I try to change that to the first, that was in the last. Now if we just call, you can see the course position saved successfully. That's mean API got success. If I just refresh, you can see the data appear in the first. That's been our API bind is working. Now we have archive course mutation. So when we call that icon, we saw a pop-up, and also we have cancel and archive options. Here you can see when we click on the archive, you can see this is the place. So here we can just simply add that mutation. So if you go the changes, then you can see you just have to add the mutation changes. So let's just copy this line, and with the await, we already have that archive course mutation like this. With the data, we also have to provide that the course ID. That's it. So whenever we provide the course ID, we can simply archive that course. And now let's try to change that or check that. If I just refresh and try to archive our first course, and you can see course archived successfully, and you can see the effect immediately because the loading just simply passed. And now you can see it's still showing published, but if I refresh, now you can see that it's changed to archive. That's mean whenever we're changing our status, like making it archive, it's not actually updating the list API. You can see whenever we do the edit as well as it's not updating the list API. But when we refresh, we got the update data. So that's mean it's problem with our query, like in the archived query here, when we trying to invalidate, like this one, invalidate query, course keys dot courses is not actually able to invalidate that. So I think there is an issue. So that's why when I refactor this part, I think I missed something here. So let's also look into our older commit to see that anything we missed there, that's actually creating that issue. So I think that's what the commit was, this API endpoint and the query, and in the constant. So we also have to look into the constant where we declare. So in the constant, let's also grab that constant so that we can compare and try to find out the issue. So here you can see we use the ls product. That's fine. That's not the issue. We have a all constant, which is using like courses. Then we have list, which is using the courses, as well as another one which is called list, and then we can use that. Then also we have a single list which is using the filter, and then the filter is going over an object as we did here, and it's about like courses, and it is using the list, this one like courses, then it will have list, then it's calling the filters as well as. Then for the detail is using the all and the detail extra, and it's then again calling the details with this particular key and this thing. That's mean there are several things happening here. So whenever we are calling this particular courses, let's say if I just go to the changes and try to find out the list, like where the list actually called. So we call that when we create our course, then when we update our course, as well as when we archive course, as well as when we update the position. That's mean there is something wrong with that. So the one different is we have to provide some sort of different property as we define here. So first of all, in that array, earlier it was like the all the information from the all and then list, and then the list here, this list will return this particular array, and then it's also concatenating with the filters. So for our case, we have the courses only. Then I think we will need another one. Let's just say list. That's going to be another one, and then I think after that we will have total 3 item, 1 2 3. So if I just go to the list here, we will have 1 and 2 for the courses. And I think this filters is coming as like undefined when we are not providing that, so we should not pass that. So let's just also add a condition here. Let's say if we have the filters, then we will do something like this, and if we don't have the filter, we are gonna pass like the two things only, like these two. So the issue was, I think, for the filters, because it's getting undefined, that's why maybe. So we have to now add a condition here. If we have the filters, then we're gonna cache that with this key. If we don't have that, then we'll cache with this thing. That's it. And I think the details was working fine. So the issue was with the list. So now if we just remove that and try to save and then refresh again, hard refresh, now it should cache with that particular property. Now if we just try to archive, then you can see that's working. That's when it was the problem with the filters, because we are not providing the filters in here whenever we are trying to invalidate the queries every time we are putting the empty argument. So that's why it's not working. So for that case, you have to add a fallback, like this one is the default one. So whenever we got the filter, it should call with the filter. Whenever not, we will call the as usual data for the list data. That's it. Now if I just try to also edit from here, let's say we're gonna make it draft and update that single course, we should also see draft is working like in real time. We don't have to refetch again, it will automatically refetch from there. So let's also make it archive, so that we can see our archive also working. So this is important part. You should understand this part as well as, and if you have any question or queries, you can just simply grab the whole code or maybe just this portion of code and ask to Gemini like what's happening in this key, why we have to provide the array and all those stuff. And you can also check the documentation. So now we are kind of good with our informations. We are getting the list. We are also able to update our course from the edit page, and also the archived API is working. I think the position changes API is also working. So let's just change that like this. We want to see this in the third position. If we save, it's showing in the real time. If we refresh, it's still there. So that's mean the API is working. We are getting the latest value. And I think that's by so far the changes. But now we have to work on the status as well as the search. Right now the search is not working. Whenever we're changing the status, that's also not working. So let's work on these things. For the status, first of all, we have to provide that status filter or like set status filter to the component. So let's just also export that, or maybe we have a functions for that. So let's find out that set status, and we just simply return that, and we use that in our drop down in the list page. So we have to return that from here, and let's navigate to our all course pages, and here we have to import that from our controller, and we have the drop down like select. And now we can just choose the value, and on change we earlier have undefined and empty, and we have the status filter. It should be coming from the controller as well as, and also that's not declared there, so we also have to declare that here. And one thing you might notice, let's just first add that. So the noticeable thing is whenever we have that property here, when we call the courses, we also provided the status. I didn't talk about that earlier, but we provided the status. That's the state from our state we declared earlier. So whenever the status will be changed, then it will call again, because if you go here, we are passing the status every time. So whenever the status value changes, it will call again the API, and we will get the latest data again. So for that case, you don't have to touch anything. So you just have to provide the status so that you can get that status like here in the on change as well as. And then if I go here, earlier it was like enum, then we remove the enum and we use like this. I think that's a bad practice. We should use the enum, which has published draft archived. I don't know why I just removed this enum to use like a hard-coded data. Maybe I forget, whatever. So we should use this enum that's from our eCourse status. And that's it. Now we should just see the reflection. So if I just refresh, if I try to find out all the codes that published, then we'll see all the published codes. You can see the API actually triggering immediately. You can also see from the network tab. So let's also change to draft. You can see we have only one item, and it's not filtering in the front end, it's calling the API, with the payload like this. Status is going to be draft, and the payload is like the query params is actually happening with the helper function of build this query string. You already know that. I discussed about that. So this is the data. You can see all the paginations, like we have page total limit 10. That's mean we can only fetch 10 item per page, and we will have total of one page, total page one, and the total will be data is kind of one. So that's the information. That's mean our status changing is working. Now let's try to implement the search functionality, and we are going to implement that from the front end, not from the back end. I think our application will be not much bigger, like there will be not lots of courses, modules, and chapters. So I think searching from the front end will be fine. So if you've already know, in the module header we have added the search input field here like this. So now we can just make it dynamic so that we can leverage that. And you can see we have the value and on change search query, set search query. So now we can just simply pass them here, or we already have passed that, like here search query, set search query. These are this state that we declare when we created this controller. You can see these are already binded. So now we have to just track the search query. Whenever the search query changes, we have to change our courses list so that we can see the data here. So let's go to the commit and try to find out a use effect where we track our changes. So this is the use effect where we are tracking the search query. So let's bring that and put that here. We're checking the search query, and also we don't need to add the set courses, the data courses. So whenever we have the data courses, then we are also checking the search query available or not. So if we have the search query, then we're just filtering out from our courses that with the query, and the query is trying to find from the name. So we are just able to give the possibility from search from the name, course name. So that's why you can see this. And then when we got the filter data, we are just setting that up into the courses. We're not manipulating our main courses from the data when we got from the API call. Instead, we're just manipulating in our local state. And when we will clear our search query, then we should again set all the courses from the API in our courses state. So in that case, we will not lose our old data. So that's the method. Now let's try to add that or check that. So if we just search, then you can see we don't have any data in the course with this name. So let's try with, let's say, mobile app. You can see we have two data. And it will only work with the title, not in the description. If you just search with deep, you will not see anything because that's the text from the description. But if you want to also add description, you can do that. So you can add an pipe operator here to check from the description as well as. So that's our search functionality. I think that's also working fine, and our status is also working. If I just go to archive, then we don't have any data, as well as when we don't have any data, we will not able to order that. So that's why we will not see them as well as. But when we have some data, you can see here that's also showing that, but it should not also show because we only have one data, so we should not able to order that. So you can also add that logic. That's your challenge. You can just find out that and implement that as well. So when we have multiple data, we can now reorder those. So let's just bring this forward to the first, then also bring this to the last, then save that, and also refresh the page. Then you can see all the data. Now you can see here some sort of order is not working, like 1 2 3 and then 3 then 4 5. So this is maybe we bind the position into this particular item. Instead it should be bind with the index so that we see the real data. So that's also your task or homework. You can just fix that from your side, and you have to fix that from maybe in the course item, because the all courses using the sortable list here, and the sortable list also returning a course item from this, and this course item you will see, yes, we are binding our position, course.position. We should not bind that. Instead we should bind the index. The course.position is the position that's actually inserted in the database, and which is for tracking the position, not for showing in our UI. So instead we can bind the index. And how we will get the index? Right now we are getting only the courses. So in the all course in here, extra props, or maybe in the render item, if you go to here, we have a property to pass that. If you go to the course item, then you can see extra props. So you have to also define that extra prop here. Then you have to build the type here, like the index. Then you have to provide the index as well as, then maybe you will able to pass that. So it's your challenge, like how you can just able to do that. So for now I just added like course.position here, and that will be changes, that will be updated, so it will not sync. That's why you can see the same position 3 and 3, something like that. So maybe there are some backend issue as well as, maybe we have to check that, because the earlier data that's actually inserted by CD script, so there may be some data confliction in the database. So maybe when we clear the data, then we'll see the position is correctly working on, because in our logic we check the highest position, then we added +1 for the new position, so it should not break the cycle. So that's I think working should fine. Now I think we are kind of good with all the feature. Our search is working, and our new course, let's just create another course for 3 years validity. Let's make it published, try to choose DevOps and all those, like let's just add description like this, then also create the course. I think let's just check. I think I'm not able to click on that button because of this Ubuntu's talk. I have to open the setting and then that will be gone, and now I can click on the button. So that's a bug from Ubuntu. So the new course is created. Now if we just go, you can see this is the last, and it's also working here. You can see the position. We already have 5 cores, then the 6 number course is give the right position. But somehow the position, while we updated the position, there are some issue happened. Let's say we are now trying to go to in the 3rd position, like in the 4th position. Now let's try to update and refresh. Now you can see we have 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's fine. 5, 6, 7. Okay, all now getting cleared. So whenever we reorder, so the value will be okay, no issue with that. So now I think the create is working. Let's just go to the update, as well as the description got changed. Let's take the description back by selecting this, and let's go to the update for this, and also let's try to check our validation is working or not. So if I now just click, you can see the description is required. Our validation is also working in our update feature, and also the image is showing fine. So I think we are kind of good with our first feature, which is about the course, and all those functionality is working correctly, and we finally bind our API with all those functionality. Let's also check from the commit if anything we have missed or not, because if anything we miss, then it's actually caught in the next commit. So that's all about in the course section. Now we are kind of know a lot of stuff, like how to bind the API, as well as how to create new modules, like as we already developed the create functionality, edit functionality, and list functionality. Now in the modules, chapter, and lesson, it will be super easy. We will just use the course mechanism, like how we develop the course feature. We're gonna use the same mechanism to build our module, chapter, and lesson, and it will be same for the backend as well. As we're gonna follow the same pattern we follow in our course list, course create, all those API stuff. So let's start the module section. In the module section, it will be very similar with the course create, edit, and list. If I go to here, you can see in the module create from, we have a new component, which is this one, select lucid icon. Under the hood, we are going to use the select component, but we will do some modifications top of that so that we can get this result. Here we can select any icon from our lucid icon library, and other than that, all will be kind of same as like as course. So for the commit, we are going to follow this commit. After the course list bind and reorder, we will have module from UI with lucid icon selector component. So that's the commit we are going to follow. And if I go to the documentation here, you can see first of all in this step 1, we are gonna work with the module from page UI, then the schema and types, then from UI with dot react hook from, then we are going to implement the lucid icon selector component, and then validation and all those things. So first of all, let's create all the pages, as we need new module, edit module, and all module. So if I just go to the commit, then you can see we already have created those pages here in the route admin, then in the module. So we will have the module create. So let's create this page, and we have to go to the module page. So I think we already have that. If I go to the front end and then src, then in the routes we will have the admin. Inside that admin we have underscore layout, and we have a dedicated folder for course, but we don't have for module. So let's create one for module, and inside that let's add our file, which is going to be new module. So this will help to create new modules. Then we will need a new one, which is for edit module. So let's just grab the name, and let's also create the file to. So these are the two files, one for creating the module and another for editing the module. And all module list, we are gonna do that later when we implement the create and edit first. And then we need some sort of a common component, as we saw earlier in the course section, that we have a course from, which gonna maintain the logic for the edit and create both together. And also there will be a kind of a controller that will control all the logic inside there, like a custom hook. So let's also bring them. So in the commit, we will have a form in our components, which is going to be module from. So let's copy this and let's navigate to the components, and we have the admin inside that course. We can put that here, or we can create another folder called module, then we can move that there, but let's just put that here for simplicity. And in that module from, it's kind of pretty similar like we work with the course from. Let's just grab the code. I don't think here you will able to see a lot of difference. So if I just paste the code, then here you can see we also need the controller will have some logic about how we are gonna maintain or control the form. And here you can see we have the icon selector, which we are gonna implement soon. Let's just simply comment. For now we're gonna implement that here, and then let's also comment this too. And we need the controller custom hook, so let's create this one, and it will be inside the controller slash course. If I just grab the path, and if I just go to the hooks, then controller, then course, here we can just create that. Let's just remove all those things without the name, which will be use module from controller ts, and that's what where we are going to put all those logic. So let's grab the logic we already have. You can see a lot of logic here. Mostly they are kind of not totally implemented, and as in the doc said, we also need the schemas and types for modules for the validation and all those things. So let's also create those types. So we have to create them in our definition package. So let's go to the validation first, then create a new file for validation for module. We're gonna fix that, but before, let's just create them in the source. In the validation, we have to create a new file like module.ts, and inside that file we have to put all those validations. So if I just paste, these are the validation kind of same or similar. If you saw the earlier section in the course, we'll have a base validation schema so that we can use that for both edit and create. So in that case, we have a name that's going to be string, non-empty, minimum will be 3 character, description, then we have icon name that must be string, non-empty, and the status, which will be enum, and the status will come from the types as usual status. So then we are going to use the create, where we will need that course id, but we are extending from our base module like this. And for the update, that also going to be same, we will not have anything. So for the create, we will need course id. Why? Because if you go to the UI, then you can see we can select course, and then we can insert all those other information. So for selecting course, we must need course id. So that's why we added the course id, which will be number, integer, and positive. So this is the validation for module. And if we now just save that, then our build should successfully done. And of course we also need some sort of type. So let's check from the commit that what we have done. So in the index, we also have to import our module as well as, because you already know the pattern, we always have to import that in the index so that it can get export from the package, so that we can use that in our main applications. Then we need type. So if I just go to the type, then you can see in the common we have some changes. So let's go to the common and add this one. So this is for iProgress. So let's just put that here. So iProgress, what's that mean? That mean it will help to provide the progress of lessons, chapter, and all sort of things. So it's kind of a generic interface for handling for all of the scope we have. So we're not going to use that here so far. Maybe in the future we're going to use that. So we just add that for in the future. So in the index there will be the export, but before that we also need to create a new file called modules here, and we also have to export all those types. So if I just go to the modules, and then you can see we have some types. There will be a master module type, which will be like interface iModule. This is the exact module that we are going to create when we are going to develop the backend. You are going to see that, as well as we need the validation schema type, as well as here from the validation slash module we will get the create schema type and also update schema type. Make sure you follow the same pattern using I, T, S, and all those things. So far we're kind of good with the type, and our project also built successfully. Now we have to find out those things, as well as one thing we have missed here in the index. Okay, we also imported that. That's fine. So now we are getting an issue with this one. t module create schema. I think we already have that. We declared that here, right here. And I think we miss in the index.ts file, we didn't add that line, like export all from the module. We also have to add that in here. And when we do so, we are kind of good. Our error should now gone from here. Yes, the error gone. As well as if I just go to that particular page again, in the common we didn't add the progress, I guess. I think yes, I think I have added that, but we're not getting the changes here. So maybe we have to reload the VS Code so that we can get the changes. Or maybe if I just go here, okay, in the common.ts file, I didn't save that file. That's why you are not able to see the changes in that particular file. Now it's okay. So these are the changes we have made so far. We got the type. Now we were in the controller, like use module from controller. So let's go to there, use module from controller. Here you can see we have imported correctly everything. Now in this controller we'll get the ID from the component page, whatever. Then we are gonna fetch the course list. As you know, in the UI we will need the course list drop down, so that's mean we need the course list data. So for that case we already have that API, which is use get courses query. That's the React query we develop for the course list, and we are going to reuse that. And we pass the status publish because that's important. Without publish status we are not going to accept that in the drop down. And then we have some loading, like list data loading. Right now we are not have called the module list API, so for now we're just passing the simply course list loading here, and if pending is false we're gonna fill up them near future. And we have to initialize the hook form. That's what we do, use form. Then we'll get all those as usual values, errors, set value, handle, submit, and our default values, name, description, course ID, icon name, and status, the same properties that we declare in the validation schema. Then we provided the schema here in the jot resolver. If you go to the schema, then you can see the s module create, which is extending from the s module base, something like that. And then it will set up our React hook from. Now in the on submit is kind of a demo functions where we are just putting a simple promise, trying to resolve that. If we have the ID, we're going to call this. If we don't have, then we're going to call that and we're going to reset the form. So that's as usual. If you already saw the course section, then you already understand what's going on here. It's kind of the same pattern we're repeating every time, and we're going to repeat until we finish the whole process, because most of the feature will be kind of like same. We have to submit the form, we have to fill up the form with React hook from, so all those things kind of like the same thing. So after that we're just simply returning all those state from top of the initialization. So that's our use module from controller. Now if I just go to the page here, we now can use that from controller to do so complete our form, and we are going to use that in our module from component, which here. And you can see we already imported all the values, including the errors on submit and all those things. And if we have the loading, then we're going to just showing the loading from our common loading component. And if not, then we're just rendering with the controller. We're just putting all those pre-developed component, like the select component for the drop down of course list. Here you can see the course list, and the select component, you already know that we have to pass the options. Here we have passed the options, and the course list is coming from our module from controller, from the use get courses query. And when we got that list, we are just rendering that list by mapping through, retrieving the ID and the name of the product so that we can showcase that. And then in the value we are just finding that particular course by the ID, and then we are just putting that value here. And when we unchange the course, we also have to set the course ID. That's why you can see set value course ID. We're just setting that value, and that's kind of it. So that's our first drop down, which is going to be like selecting the course. And other than that, the name of the module, which will be this one, and then the lucid icon, we're gonna discussing that. But before that, we already have the status and the description. These are like as usual common field, like this is status, which is also a drop down using the enum status, draft, publish, archive. Then we have the descriptions, kind of same. We have to pass this text area true so that it should work like text area. And the action footer, as we developed earlier, we have to pass some of the values, and especially the on click method, we have to pass the handle submit. The handle submit will come from the hook from, that's we pass here. And overall this it, and of course we have to pass the onSubmit method as well, as that will get from the controller. So this is all about all the forms. So if I just now save and try to go to our applications, I think I have to just simply rerun the server again, because I have changes something on the pages side. So the application got broke, so let's just refresh again or restart again, and after that we should see our application is running in the admin portal. We have to now can go to the new modules. You can see we have in the new module sections, and we have to add our module from inside of our new module page and edit module page. So let's also go to the commit changes. We have kind of done with the module from, then the controller. We already created this page and also type and schemas. Now we just simply have to add our module from like this. So let's just grab the code for the edit page first. So we'll get something like this. The module ID will come from, okay, I think I just placed that in the wrong file. I think that will be placed here. The module ID will come from the URL. You can see here, that's the URL, and the file name is also kind of like $module ID dot edit module. So that we'll get the ID here, and we have to import our admin layout. As you know, that's the convention. Then we will have the module form that's we newly created here. We also have to pass the ID for edit, and we're kind of done with our edit page. Now we need to update our create page as well as. So let's go to the create page, and that's going to be simple implementation here. We don't have to do a lots of things. We just have to import the admin layout, then the module form, which will work like edit and create both. So now if I just refresh, then you can see whenever I just simply use the admin layout, it bring the tab, it bring the breadcrumb and the header as well as all the UI. So that's the beauty when we make a kind of a common component that's gonna be usable for everywhere. So here you can see we don't have the drop down here like the Lucid icon. Other than that, we have the course drop down, which already fetching all the course list informations. Then we have the module name, status, we can change that, and the description. Now we have to work with the select Lucid icon component. So let's also go to the commit and create this particular Lucid icon selector. That's important. Let's also close them here. So in our components, we have the common. Inside that common, we have form, input field, select. Now we will add new one, which is going to be Lucid icon selector. And if you already know, this library have tons of components of icon. So for our drop down, we can just simply use this library to fetch all those icon components, and we can render that in our drop down so that it makes sense. And we don't have to grab all those icon externally, because the library has all those icons. So let's bring the code and explain you what's going on there, and you will learn a new thing, how you can use a external library to find out all those components from that library to use that in your main application. So for the icon, we have to use a component called dynamic icon, and that dynamic icon is going to help you to render icon dynamically. If you just pass the name on that dynamic icon props, it will render that particular icon. And also you will find icon names. That's the array where you will get all the icon. You can see like 1839 icon here, more than like 2000 icon. So if you just go to the icon names, if you render that, you will get all the icon. That's from Lucid React / dynamic. So now we're going to leverage that list of icons and develop our drop down. And here if you go a little bit, then you can see we are simply using our select component that we built here, and we're just modifying something. So in our select component, we will have the render options where we can render or like make our option UI kind of a customized UI. So that's what we're going to do with the render options method. Then render selected value, that's going to help to design when we select some value, we can customize that as well as. And then in the search option, we can put all the items that need to be searched from as well as. So let's say if we just pass all the icon like 2000 icon in the options, then our drop down will be very, very slow. So for that case, in the options, we're going to pass some limited icons. If you already saw the UI, then you can see in the drop down, we don't have much here, like maybe 20 or 30 icon. So that's the limited icon we pass in the options property. But in the search option property, we are passing all the 2000 icons, and those will not be rendered directly here, because that will be like unoptimized. So this will be kind of cached inside of our component, so that whenever anybody try to search a icon from the React Lucid icon list, then they can search and find that, and then we're going to render that, and related icon we're going to also render there. So that's kind of a plan, so that we just don't simply render all the icon names from the library, and it will be super unoptimized. So now when we develop this, here you can see we have the type for the icon name, which will be coming from the icon names, so that we can grab all the type support. And then for the props, we have value on change, placeholder, class name, max icons, how many icons we're going to show, then level, error, info, kind of all the props that we use in the select component. Then here we are with our main component, Lucid icon selector. We get all the props. First of all, we are just caching our icons from the library, like Lucid React Dynamic. So in the icon names, we'll get them. And here you can see we are using use memo to cache all the icons. So if you read the comment, you can understand, like, convert initial icon names to select option format limited by max icons. So these are the icon options. That's kind of like the initial icon we want to show in the UI. You can see these are the icons. These are the 50 icon that initially showed. So that's why we added here. So that's the prop for the max icons is gonna do. So now we have the icon options. We can just pass them into the select options, so that we can see the initial design or initial output of the UI. Now we also have to find out the search options. That's what we're gonna do by using caching mechanism here. So search result cache, here you can see we are again using the use memo, but now we just created a new map. And search all icons, that's going to be use callback, where we just find out the search query like this. In the query, we'll get the query, and we're gonna lowercase that, trim that, and we're gonna try to match that with our cache result we declared here. Initially it will be empty, so we are also checking that. If that's empty, then we're gonna insert those data there. If not empty, then we're gonna look into the icon from there. That's the logic. So let's say when the map is empty, then we're just simply looking into from the icon names, that's from the library, and then we are filtering them with the query, and then we're mapping them to make our as usual dataset like value and label, so that it become better to track. And when that's done, we're just setting that into our map using the set method. That's it for the search all icons. So now we can just simply call that here. And if you go to the select options, then you can see in the search options, that's a functions that only call when we have the query, as well as when we pass these particular functions. It's going to use that query, call the functions to perform anything that we want outside from the select component. So we are just simply leveraging that part to simply fetch all the icon from the Lucid icon, and then simply caching them into the main component, so that we can reuse that. And then in the render icon options, it is going to be like the single item. You can see we have the text and that icon, but in the as usual drop down, you will not see any icon or something like that. For that UI, we have to achieve that, and for that case we can just simply use render icon options, and that custom function will get the options like all the data, and if any other property, then we'll get them here. And inside there, we just put that icon like dynamic icon, so that we can show those dynamic icon. And in the name, we will get the name from the value option.value, and the size will be 20. And other than that, it will going to be like the level. That's kind of a as usual text we have. So now we can just simply pass this function in the render option method or props, then it will render that UI. The same will be happening for render selected value as well. As whenever we select a value like this, it show the UI, so we can customize that UI. So for that case, if we don't have any selected value, then we're not gonna returning anything. We're just simply showing the placeholder. If we have that value, then we just find out the icon name, so that we can just show the icon using the dynamic icon component from Lucid React. Then we are just simply showing the level. That's it. So the same thing will be happening here. As it's a function, we can just simply pass that into the render selected value. Other than that, all the props is kind of same and similar with the select component, so you don't have to override anything from your select component. You can just simply use the existing select component props to make our neo component called Lucid icon selector. And that's overall the component If you want more understanding on this, then just simply grab the Lucid icon selector component as well as the select component both together into Gemini or any LLM to understand what's going on in high level. And I think last one is handle icon change, which is kind of similar. Like in the on change, we can put any functions to get the control of the changing drop down value. And here you can also pass is multi true, but for now we don't have to any options to select multiple icons, only one icon we can select. Now we have to uncomment our drop down from the module from. So let's go to module from, and we already just comment out that particular component here. That's now should be uncomment, and we have to just simply import that. And about the use case is pretty easy. You can just pass the error, you have the value, you have the on-change, you can just simply pass them, and under the hood all will be working super fine. If you go to the select component, then you can see all the props like disable, label, error, options, all the thing you can also pass them to here. Now if I just save and came here, then you can see we have that icon drop down which is working fine, and we also have the select and the text and all those things. That's mean our module from component is working. So let's check the validation as well. As when we click save, we should get the error because all the form should validated with the validation schema we created earlier in the module form controller. We put that s module create validation schema, so that's why we are also getting that error. So this is all about, I think, for this particular commit module from UI with Lucid icon selector component, and we're kind of good with our from UI and it's working with the validation. Now we can move into the list UI. So for the list page, we are going to follow this commit module list UI and reorder buttons and loading common in the sortable list component. So let's open this one, and here are all the changes we have to complete. So if I go now, right now we have only the new page. So first of all, we have to create a module list page as in our completed project. Here you can see the same page as the course list page, where we have the header, we will have those card and kind of same and similar functionality. So if you go to the doc, then you can see the steps. First we are going to create the page, then we will create the controller, and then we will add the header part, like the header here, like the search input, then drop down, all those things. And then we are gonna make a kind of a common components that's gonna help to common all those things. Like whenever we click on the reorder button, there are 2 or 3 buttons here, we can refactor them and we can reuse them. So that's what we are gonna do. And then we will use the same sortable list component we make earlier to complete our module list. And also we are going to put the loading and also node data found inside of our sortable list. We're going to see them, and then the model for the alert when we are trying to archive any modules. Then we're going to move into the backend implementation. So let's look into the commit. First of all, we need the page in the all module.tsx page. So let's create that in the module page. So we already have created the folder here, module, under the layout folder. Let's just create the file that will be for our module list. And as you know, we also have to provide the admin layout component so that we can get the tabs and all those design. As you can see, we have that page and the tab, but when we click on that, we don't see the layout for the admin panel. So we must need to add the admin layout. So let's bring that and also copy the code from the actual UI that we are going to build. So here is the code. Let's just quickly import all the changes like admin layout, then the module header, which is important, that will bring the header UI. And in that header UI, we will need to pass the search state, like the search query, set search query. We're going to implement that on the controller and we're going to pass them here. Then we will have the select drop down for what? If we go to the completed one, here you can see we will need a drop down for the course list and another drop down for the status change. That means we can filter out module based on courses, so that's why we need that drop down. So for that case, there will be a course list drop down, and that drop down must need the course list. So we will also need to get those course list data. The API should be called the same thing we have done in our module form, where we fetch the course list and we pass that into our drop down. Same thing is need to be here. And then we have to add the selected course. That's mean we need to pass the state. So the state will also come from the controller that we're gonna create now. And then here you can see reorder buttons. So if I just go to the course and all course, then you can see we have buttons here. One is for, if I just simply go to the course, when I click, one is for clear out that reorder mode, another is for applying the changes. And when I clear out, then there are another button which will help to enable the reorder mode. So what if we can just simply copy or create a component that will contain this logic or code, and we can reuse that component anywhere. So that's why I have decided to create a new component called reorder buttons, and I'm just gonna simply reuse that. So let's create that reorder button component, and we are gonna create that in our common folder. So reorder.button.tsx, inside of our common folder, we can just place that here beside sortable list. Now let's bring that code. This is the same code that we used in our course list, or we are going to use that in our module list here. We can just simply bring that part. Here you can see the same one. We have that button. We took an props which will be like is reorder mode. If we pass that true, then it will enable that reorder mode. If we don't pass that or it's false, then it will be kind of like the initial mode. And based on that props, we are showing the different components for check and also apply the sort. And we have other props like visible. If we don't pass that, then yeah, we are gonna return null. Then cancel changes, toggle reorder mode. So all the control we have added inside these components. Now we can just simply use this and pass those functional props, and it should work fine. So let's also import that. And visible is going to be like when we want to visibly show that particular button. So whenever we have the data for module list data, then we will show that. So that's why we just added modules.length more than 0 or not. If so, then we're gonna make the visible true. Then is reorder mode should be true false. The state should be somewhere in our controller. So that's why all these value are kind of I assigned here. As well as we need the sortable list. Let's bring the sortable list. Also we need the type for iModule. Let's see, we have that already. Yes, we have when we created our form UI. Then we will have all those data need to be passed. And let's also import the model here. And here you can see in the render item, we also need a item for module item. That's a component that's gonna render in the list UI, like this particular card which we want to drag and drop. So for that case, let's create that component as well as module item.tsx is going to be in the admin/course folder from the component, like here components, then admin, then courses. We already have module from course item. Now we need a similar one like course item, which is going to module item. And the module item UI will be similar like this. We'll have title, description, some of the point, and also status, and the order button, kind of similar to the course list. So let's bring the UI and let's just try to understand what's going on. We have the props, the module props, which will means like the item and the attribute, and the listeners, that's for like for handling the drag and drop, as I discussed earlier, that these are the two property that we have to put the HTML element where we want to enable the dragging. Then any extra props we need, of course we need the is order reorder mode. Based on that, we are going to apply the icon here, the dragging icon. Then archived, that's also need to be here because we can archive the item based on that particular function. So these are the props that must need to be passed. And also in the component, we will have that icon like grip vertical icon that will help to start dragging. And then the circle position here, this one, the order, similar UI. And then there are another div. Inside the div, it will be totally the main UI. Here you can see the module name, the icon with the module icon. When we create the module, we can select the icon, the name. So in the database, we are going to insert the name, but when we are going to render or showcase the icon, we'll just pass that with the dynamic icon component from Lucid React. That's I already discussed when we create the Lucid selector component. Now we will have the badge, and then the descriptions, the total counts of chapter and the lessons, and then the button that will navigate us to the edit page. So if I just go here, then we have the edit page button. So these are the UI that need to be added in that item. So that's all we already have. And after save that, now we can just simply import it in our list page. But now the list page is kind of like in lots of error. All of the error is about like the data or the state we declare or added. So now we have to create the controller, we have to create all those state, and we have to manage them or update them so that we can get rid of all those error. And in the lastly we have the alert model, as well as we will also need those state that will manage the alert model. So let's create our controller for the list page, which is going to be use module list controller, and it will be inside the hooks controller slash course. So we have to go to hooks, then controller, and the course, and that's going to be our controller. I can grab the whole code, and if you want to understand more deeply, just simply grab smaller portion of code one by one. Maybe the course list API first, which will be shown in the drop down, then the archive model state, then the search state, then the reorder, handle reorder button state one by one, and then the save changes, that's for when we apply changes, we change the position, something like that, and all those steps. So you can just simply bring one by one, but I think you already understand when I briefly discuss about the list page or the list controller in the course page. So mostly for the chapter lesson and the modules all will be kind of similar. There are like no different or complex logic here. Mostly we are gonna fetch the drop down data, then we will need some state for the archive module and reorder button, and also the searching and for the filtering, and then we will need some method for handling the reorder step, and then we will need the module list state and the state that's gonna be changed for the positions. So these are kind of a common things. When you look the code closely, then you'll understand very easily. So here, get courses query, that's the query we already created and used in our courses for fetching the course list data. That's what we are fetching, and also we have passed the status published true. Then we have the archive model open, set archive model open state, where we put the ID of that particular item so that we can track the item from the list. And we will need the modules list, which will help to track the module list, change the positions, and all those things. That's why this is state. Then selected course, that's the state for handling the drop down state. Then also we need the state for the status change, like this status filter. Then for the search query, that's gonna help to perform the search, and the is reorder mode, set reorder mode, that's what we pass on the item, like module item, as well as in the reorder buttons. Then we will need the handle reorder method, that's the similar method. If you go to the course list controller, you will see the same sort of similar method like handle reorder, and the logic is also same, because you just have to map through that particular list, then you have to add a position and you have to add that number, and then you have to set that state, that's it. Then in the save change, that's for like changing when we apply the position change in the drag and drop. Then we'll have the confirm archive operations, that's mean whenever we try to archive, there is a model, that's model need to be triggered. For that case we need that particular functions. Here we have just a demo promise and the toast that we use, react hot toast. And then the cancel changes, then toggle reorder mode, which is just changing it to true to false, and then calling the save changes. Then cancel archive operation model, that's the same. When we try to cancel this, we got that state. And the use effect hook for selecting the already selected course. Let's say we selected this particular one and we came back here, then we should see the selected options, as well as based on that selected options we also must need to fetch the data based on that item. So for that case we need the use effect hook to track that course list changes or not. If that, then we are gonna find the selected course based from the course list first item that's going to be selected initially. So even I just refresh, then you can see we already selected a particular course here. First it fetch the list, then it find out the first item, that is, then set that state to the state like set selected course, added that into the drop down as a selected value, and fetch the data based on that. So that's what we have to do here. And then finally we have to return all those state and set a state. So let's just bring this here, and these are all the methods and these are all the state that's need to be passed so far. And also right now we don't have any data, so we just make some mock data, module data, you can see, and this module data is used in our modules set modules state. And when we complete the backend API, we're gonna just bind the API here with the query and it will work as expected. Now let's simply grab our controller in our all module pages. You can see here how we use that, and we have to import all those states and functions for get rid of the error. And now you can see we are kind of good with all the errors. We only have one error left, which is is loading. So in the sortable list earlier, if you go to the course and all course, you can see we have to declare those buttons here, which we already refactor. Right now we can just call the reorder buttons, and then in the list we also have to pass the loading and also no data found based on our length of that list. So what if we can just bring this particular code inside of our sortable list? That will be like amazing. We don't have to write that different logic every time. Instead we'll pass the value like is loading as well as the course length, so that we can visually show the loading as well as the no data found inside from the sortable list. So let's do that quickly. In the sortable list, let's also see from the commit change, then you will understand. In the sortable list we are going to add a new property called is loading. So let's add that, and we have to find out the interface here. You can see under the extra props we can just add that is loading. Now we can grab that in our component sortable list directly here. If we don't get that, then it will be false. And a little bit down here you can see in the DND context we use a fragment. Inside that fragment we just pass that particular logic. So let's use a fragment before the DND context, bring the DND context inside of that fragment, so that now we can place our logical code here. We can copy that from all modules or like all course like this, or we can just simply copy from our commit. That's it. So let's go to the commit and see. Yes, we are kind of good. Let's just bring this one here. You can see we have added the items.length, not like course.length or modules.length, because the items is kind of dynamic. Whenever we call the sortable list we will pass the items here. So the items means the list, and if we don't have the any item on that limbs list, then we are simply gonna return the no data found UI as well as the loading component that we already created, and it will be based on our is loading props. That's what we added newly. So these are the changes. Now in our all module we don't have to add that part. We're already passing the items like the module list. We're already passing the is loading. Now we can get rid of from this thing. Now also in our all courses we can also remove these two things like the buttons that no longer needed. The no data found is also no longer needed. So if I just go to all course, here you can see the changes. We added the button like reorder buttons here instead of hard-coded static buttons. We're kind of good with this, and we have to just pass the state. So here we have a state is updating. So let's also find out that state. So I can see I don't have any state for is updating so far now, or maybe I have to find out that from here. Let's say we have that. So we don't have any call is updating. Maybe we have is loading. Let's find that from our course list. Yes, we don't have any. That's mean like is updating. I think that is for like whenever mutation happen. You can see here update position mutation, archive course mutation. So we can add that is updating method or like a variable here to track them. So let's just quickly add that so it will be better. So const is updating is going to be update position mutation dot is pending. You can see this is the property, and also archive course mutation dot is pending. So these are the two tracker or variable that's gonna track the loading state when we are gonna update something. So we also have to pass that from here, and then we will get that in our all course list, and then we have to pass them here. So what this is updating will do, so is updating is a boolean field. Based on this field it's gonna disable all of our button. That's mean whenever we try to click multiple times on the apply button it will not work for now, because whenever the API goes to the state for pending, then we'll make that true and we'll not able to double click. But if we didn't pass that, then it will not be help to prevent that double click. So that's what we have added. Now in our all course we are kind of good to refactor the system. So if I now just go and see the changes from the commit, then you can see we don't have to use like those icon and the button here. Simply we remove that and added reorder buttons, as well as we have to add the is loading options here. That's what we need for the no data found and simply the loading state, and we can just get rid of from this particular changes which we will not need. That's what you can see. We removed that part. We added only a new props in our sortable list which is going to be like is loading, and that's it. and we added the reorder buttons, and let's just also remove all the unused. So far we are kind of good. And for our all modules, we already added the reorder buttons here, and the left is only 2 drop down. That's what we have left. And we added the search query, set search query state from our controller, and also the status filter state in our drop down, as well as selected course, set selected course for the drop down. And in the sortable list we pass the loading and all the items, the module items that we created here. And in the extra props there is reorder mode, as well as on archive functions, where we're going to setting the archive model open id and the confirm model. These are pretty much kind of a similar pattern. You can just copy the whole portion and you can add for chapters and lesson as well as. So now if we just save and refresh, then you can see in the all module list we have the dummy data, then we have all those icons that we added. Let's also see the edit is working or not. Yes, also edit is working. We are navigated to the edit page, but the edit data is not functional yet because we didn't implemented that yet. So when we're going to bind the API, we're going to implement that as well. And if we try to shuffle, then we can also change the order and save that. Right now you can see those changing, but it's not binded with the real API. Now we have to complete our API part, the backend part for the module, so that we can bind them to make our module feature work. So if I just go to the doc, then you can see we're kind of good with all those things. We refactor the no data found, and the sortable list, use the reorder buttons component. So we are kind of good with this section. Now we are in the step 3, where we are going to create the module backend. So let's start the module backend. And for that case, as you know, that we follow the pattern, like first create the entity, then the service, then the controller, then the routes, and combine all together we complete the feature. So for that case, we are going to follow the commit backend module backend done and common type fix like this one. Then we will directly jump into the module list API bind, or the create bind. Here is all the changes for our backend, and it's a pretty simple backend for module, because this will be kind of like CRUD operation, as like as the course, no complicated query and stuff. So first of all, we need to create the entity somehow. Let's just create the entity from our entity folder, module.ts. So the entity will be in our backend source entity folder courses. Like here we have the course.ts. Now we will have module.ts, and then let's just bring the whole code. It's pretty simple. You already know when I discussed briefly about all those property, how those work together. We can create the table. So here you can see we have the ID property, that's primary key, then the course ID, that's important to relate with the course, make the relationship work. Then we also have to add the relationship here, like join column. We are gonna join with the course ID with the course, like many to one. So for that case, we also have to declare that in our course entity that we are connecting with the module. So you can see the changes here in the code.ts. We have to add this particular portion of code. So if you just go to the courses, go to bottom of that entity, then you have to add one to many relationship with the module entity. So let's quickly bring that one to many decorator from type_rm, as well as the module entity that we have created, and then save that. Here you can see we are getting some errors because the module does not import it from correct file. So I think that's why we are getting that error. Maybe we have to like this, and the error gone. Yes, because the module, the name is kind of conflicted with the built-in module stuff with Node.js. So make sure you import it manually to fix the issue. And in the module.ts, now our error is also gone. So what we did here, we just try to connect with two entity together. If you go to the documentation, you can also see the relationship, like the module have the course ID that will connect with the courses in our course entity, and it will be like many to one relationship with the module. And if you go to the course, then you will see the relation is one to many. That's mean for the course, the module will be one course could have multiple modules, but for the module here many module could be only tagged with one course. So that's why we have that relation here. And other than that, we have the positions as usual for tracking the order. Then we have the name that will be for the module name, then the description, then the icon name, that's the icon name that we put that string from the lucid icon that we created earlier, the drop down. Then the status, that's you can see the same status we are using, e-course status. We can name it a common name, like maybe e-status, something like that. So it's just I added earlier and I didn't refactor, so you can refactor it and change the name from the whole code base. Like it's a common generic status enum that we can use everywhere. And as usual, the create date column, update date column, simple table. And if you go to the doc as well, as you will see that representations what's going on, as well as a simple explanation of like a course has one to many relationship with modules, a module has many to one relationship with a course. And if you don't know the many to one to many, all this relationship for the ORM or the database, then I would highly recommend you to watch a dedicated video for that case. And after creating the entity, now we have to create repository, which is pretty simple. We already have the repository folder here, index.ts. We created repository from app data source using typeorm. So we just have to copy our code from the commit, go to the repository, and we have to add one line that will bring our repository. And the module should import from the entity module, not all this other stuff. You can see there are tons of module declaration in a build in Node.js. So you have to import from this entity. Now we are kind of done with the module repository. If I go to the doc, then we have to create services. The services where we just put all the business logic. And for our case, for the module section, the business logic is kind of CRUD operations. We're going to create module, update module, archive module, update the position of those modules, and we're going to see the list of the modules. And we need some sort of types here, like I list options. That's mean when we fetch the list data of the modules, we have some paginations data. So that's why we need that type. And that's it. So let's look into the commit, see any type we have to add. Yes, we have to add several types. So in the common.ts, we are going to add the ilist option. So that's ilist options is going to be used everywhere, where you can see that we have the page, limit, and status. These are the common field that's going to be in the all list API. Let's say course list, page, then module list, chapter list, lesson list, all will have page, limit, status. These are for filtering out some of the data. Page and limit is going to be for the paginations, and status is for find out the correct data. And I think earlier I have added that into the course list options in the course page, like course file. So I think now we can just simply use a common one, ilist option, into everywhere, so that it make generic type. So for that case, we have to go to the type and common type. So the definitions, under the source, under the types, we have a common.ts file. Here we have some iCommon filters, iProgress, all these common generic types. Now we have added a new one, ilist options. That's it. The status, I think, already imported here. And I think that's pretty much it. We have to remove this one, iCourse list option. Let's see, we can find this one. Okay, I don't have iCourse list options here. I have iCourse list query options, this one. So maybe we can just simply now rid of this type and use our common one, like ilist options, or maybe ilist query option, something like that. So ilist option, okay. So we can just now remove all the changes from here. Instead, we can use our generic one, ilist options. Let's just use this one as well as this one here, and we can save that. And in the export here, this one can be removed from our packages. Now we are kind of good with the earlier one. Now let's just see from our changes that yes, we don't have anything else. Now we can go with the service, and also you can see the changes here. The course.ts service, we removed those two types and we added the new type, ilist options, ilist option. So let's create the module.ts service inside of our service slash course, services courses. So here you can create module folder, you can create chapter folder, whatever, but I would like to put all them inside of the course. So let's bring all the method for our services. So if you look in the doc, then we will have list modules, create modules, update modules, all this method that will perform each task. So let's bring all the method together. I think you already know the pattern, how we develop the earlier course section. I don't think it will be kind of hard to understand what's going on here. So we have to import the module type. The module type will be from the entity. Make sure you import correctly, otherwise you will get error, because the name module is kind of conflicted with Node.js default module feature. And also we have to import the ilist options, then ipaginated result, that's also from the common generic type. I think I should have this one. Just find out. Okay, I don't have ipaginated result. Let's just find that. Okay, ipaginated result. We rename that things here, ipaginated result, in our type. So let's also go to the common type to find out what's the type for that. So we have paginated result, we have I common filters, we have I progress, I list options. So the mistake was like we didn't add the I. That was the convention to make sure that's an interface. So what I can do is just simply search this and let's just save that so that I can just find out I paginated result will be the corrected one, and in the module I have to import that as well as I paginated result. That's fine. And in the course it should be I paginated result, and that's need to be used here as well as. And we also have I paginated course result. That's maybe somewhere I used, but the generic one will be I paginated result, and we're kind of good with that. Let's go to the module service as well as to see what are the issue here. So here you can see I paginated course result. It should not be like that. It should be I paginated result, and our error will be gone in the return what we are doing. So let's also first just fix all the type error, then we're gonna discuss what's going on those services. Then t update position array, that's the same array type that we declared earlier, and we just added it. So all the error is kind of now gone. Let's look into all the method one by one to understand what's going on. So the first service is going to be like list modules. What's that? You can understand by its meaning. It's gonna retrieve the list of the item, where we created a query builder, as like as if you go to the course ts, if you go to the list of the course, as how I explain you, we created the query builder, added all the value that we need to select, then we use that query builder to perform more query like wire query, and then perform the order by, skip, take, and all those things. The same thing happened here. We created the query builder, we left join with the module, the course table, to find out the course informations. Then we check with the status if we have the status in our query or not. If we have the status, then we are gonna perform the wire condition that okay, the status should be from the status that we pass from the query. If we have the course id, that's mean we also want to filter with the course id. We're not only able to showcase all those list of the module. So the course id will also come from the query params. If we have that, we are also filtering with the course id in and where condition. And you can see we are using the same query builder that we created here. So that's how useful the query builder is on the ORM. If we don't have that, we have to raw add all those things conditionally. The code looks super messy. Then when all those done, we are kind of good with the query builder. Now we are going to execute that query builder to find out those data. So you can see the use case of the order by, skip, take, get many, and count. So all this method that's we discussed in the code sections here. So I think you already understand all those things. If you didn't understand yet, then just simply grab this code first and just ask to Gemini, and it will give you the explanation one by one. If you have any question, ask there. I think that will be better. And then when we get the modules data, we can pass that. We have the total page limit and total pages. All is for like the pagination stuff, and we're kind of good with the list module. So whenever we call this list module, it will fetch all the data, and if we pass options like course id, status, limit, then it will also work according. Then in the create module, it's pretty simple. We have the repository, and when we create module service, we provide the module repository. That's mean we are going to work with the module only. So we created like the query builder. We try to find out the course id to find out is there any module available for that course or not. This particular option is for find out the position of the newly created module. That's mean what will be the order of the newly created module. So for that case, we have to find out the exact last order, like what was the last order or how many total module we have. Then we will decide like what will be the next position for that particular newly created data. So for that case, we created the query builder. We find out from the course id, then we order by with the descending for the position column, and then we get the last one. And when we get the last one, we will get the position from that particular property because we already have the position column. And then in the position column, we will add that one in our module data that we are getting from the argument or the params from that create module function. And when we get the module, we're gonna just simply add +1 with the highest position, and then we just simply gonna call the create method inside of our base service. That's gonna help to create the data or insert the data into the database. So that's our create module. The update module is also pretty simple. We clean the data based on the object.from entities. That's the method we use to find out all the items from the object to iterate through those items. And then we are checking if there is like any value that's undefined, then we're gonna remove the key as well as to make sure the data is perfect, so that all the data does not replace with undefined in the database. Then we are just simply calling the update method. That's also the base update method from the base service, and it's going to update our module. And then the archive module, which is pretty simple, we are calling the same update module, and we're passing the ID and the status, so that you can change the status and for that particular ID. And for update module position, this is quite similar raw query that we discussed here in our update course position. Here you can see the raw query. Here you can see updating the module. We are setting the position as a temporary position, that we are setting up the value into that temporary table, and then we find out the module with the ID, with the condition of the course ID as well as the module ID, and then we are just simply executing that query. And best before that, we also map through that particular position array that we found, like this array where we will have ID and position in the object form with the array. So we can get the ID and position, we make that a string format like this, so that we can just pass that into our raw query so that the query execute properly. So that's the method that will help to update our module positions, and we are kind of good with all this method, and that all those method is gonna help to use in our controller to perform the current operation. So now if I just go to the controller section, we can now just simply create the controller module.ts and inject all those services into the controller. So for that case, let's go to the controller section. We already have accounts. We also have a course controller. I'm kind of confused here. Like I think the course should be in the controller, not in the account. So that was a mistake earlier. So maybe I also have to fix those import inside the other routes here, where we use those things here. You can see the course controller should be changed. So we're going to build the project and we're going to see the errors. I think we already got those error. So we got the error in our here. So all those files need to be imported correctly. So I think the controller, like the courses, was in the account folder, I think. So it should not be there. So first of all, we have to fix these errors. Also, if it, so it's kind of uncertain. You will also see the changes in the commit. So whenever we work on those things, I think you should figure out the error and you should fix that while developing. And also we have to import the service, also the send success. Let's save that, try to find out any other errors. Okay, we also have more error. That's the kind of helpful way when we use that particular ts watch package. That's gonna help to track all the error from the TypeScript file. So let's now remove all of them, try to import one by one. Then we will need the service, then also the send success. And if I now just save, we have two error left. We have to go to course controller, and if I now just save, we also left some errors. So let's just fix them. And you can see we are kind of good with all the errors. So you will see all the changes here, this commit when I push that. So make sure you also fix them. That's my bad, I just put that course folder inside of the account folder. It should be in the controllers. So now in the course folder, we have to add our module.ts file where we are going to put our module controller. So in the module controller, let's just grab quickly the code. It's pretty simple. You don't have to brainstorm a lot to understand what's going on here. If you just saw the earlier section, like how we discussed about the course. So here we will have a simple method for get modules, then get module for the single module, create module, update module, and archive module, and also the update module positions. And we use the catch errors decorator. That's gonna help to catch the errors, any errors from the functional scope. Then here we will find out the query params like page limit status from the request.query. Then we apply it or like make a options object that we pass in our list modules that's accept that options, like this one. If we have all those value, we pass them, like the page, we just parse that integer, limit, status, course ID, all those things we got them. If we don't get them, we'll pass like undefined, then it will not work in there. And if we have those value, it's gonna filter like that. And then we just simply call that method. We got the result, we send success the result like with 200 status. Then the get module is gonna help to get a single module. We need the ID that will come from the params. Then we will have module service dot get by ID. We are gonna pass the ID, is gonna retrieve the information. If we don't have any information, we send error. Then the create module is pretty simple. We get the data, the validated data. The data will be validated from the route side. We're going to put the validation schema there, so we don't have to validate one by one here. We'll just simply pass the request.body. We're going to check the data here, and we're going to create that. Update data is kind of simple. We need the ID, then we need the data request.body. We pass both here with the update module method, and the rest of the work should done fine. The archive module is also same. We need the ID, and we need yeah, I think we need only ID for archive that. So we just call that archive module method and pass the ID. And then update module position is similar. We need that particular array which will have ID and position in object, array of object, and then we got that request.body. We just pass that position, as well as we will get the ID from the request param. That's mean the ID need to be like the module ID. That's what I was discussing, or maybe the course ID. Yes, I think this request.param.id is the course ID. So if I just go here, you can see in the second parameter is called course ID. So maybe we can just say the request.param is going to be, second one is going to be like the course ID for understanding purpose, like the course ID here. So we have to pass the course ID and the positions, and based on the course ID, all the module will be updated in the position, which will ultimately help to perform the drag and drop functionality. So that's for the controller. Now we can just create the route, complete the APIs, then we are going to bind the APIs. So let's also look into the changes of the doc. After creating all the services, we create the controller, we added all the method there. Now we have to create the routes. So let's go to the route section from our commit. In the routes, we have to create a new route module.ts. So let's find out the route. So here in the routes folder, we have the course folder. Let's create module.ts. Let's create the class which is going to be module router or module routes. You will see that, and also we need to import the validator. The validator is for validating our API request. The validator will come from the middleware, and this is like the module routes. We have the router, the module controller that's we created earlier. Then we initialize the router, we initialize the controller, and we call the method this.routes. This.routes will contain all the routes that's related to our feature. So first of all, we will have a get route, and you might see like only slash what is the other path. So the other path will be declared here. So let's also go to the commit and index.ts file. You can see we have added here like API slash admin slash module, and let's just bring that, as well as in the admin endpoints we already have that, we call that here. So under the products we will have new one, which is going to be API slash admin slash module. That will be the path, and that's why you will not see any other path here. And we have to call the module router from our router which we created here. We call the router here, and that's the router we used when we declare all those route. So that's pretty much it. And also you can see we added authenticate admin middleware to protect our module routes, all the API slash admin slash module route, because these are the routes only for admin panel, and admin will able to create them. So that's why we have to must protect that. So that's what are the changes in the index.ts file, and mostly we have added all those routes here. So the first one will be the get, and it need to be validated with the paginations like spaginated query, where we will have to validate like status limit and page if we provide them. If we don't, then it's not gonna validate. And then we're just simply calling the get modules that will help to get all the modules data. Then we'll have the get module single module, where we have to pass the ID as a params. Then we're going to validate the ID. Yes, you can see that params validations, the SID params. We're just validating the ID. If it's number or not, then we are just simply calling that particular function. And then we have the slash post, similar path with the get request, but it will be post for creating the data. Then we need to pass the body, and the body is going to validate here as module create. That's where we need to pass name, description, icon name, status, course ID. All those things should be validated from Jod, so you don't have to worry anything. That's the beauty of the middleware we have created, the validator middleware. And then create module, we have to pass the controller. Then also the same going to be for the update. We have to pass the ID, and we have to pass the body as well. As here you can see we validated two things, the params first, then the body first. The params we're gonna validating the SID params, then the body we're gonna validating the body. And if you go to the body type, or like the body chart validation schema, you will see like name, description, icon name, and status. There are no such field called course ID that was in create schema. So make sure you also check that you added them perfectly. Then also for the archive, we need to validate the parameters like the params, like the ID. So that's why we added that is ID params. And if you look closely, that the property is always ID. So make sure you use like colon ID everywhere in the path, so that you can use that SID params schema everywhere. And we call the archive module method. And then for the position update, kind of similar, we use that colon ID pattern, we added the path like /positions, and it should be put request. We must need to provide the ID. That's why you can see the params validation as well as the body validation. The body should be validated like this. In the body we will have a positions array. In that positions array we will have ID and the positions, and in the controller and in the service you already saw, we retrieve that particular position object or the array from the data, and then we just pass that into the services to complete our reordering functionality, and we then added the controller. So overall these are the changes for the routes, and this will help us to bring all the API, and now we can just simply call them API, use those API to perform our whole functionality, and you can test all the API in the meantime. But as I already have the UI ready, so now we can test the APIs on the UI mode, so I don't have to test them in the Postman or something like that. But while you are developing, make sure you test one by one. When you grab the code, try to understand one by one, as well as try to test them, as well as you will get more insight from there. So far, if I go to the commit changes, we have changes so many things here in this commit, so make sure you sync with that. The commit name is backend module backend done and common type fix. So here you will also see the mismatch with the controller folder under the course, so make sure you also sync up with that. And before you got that, like when we develop that particular things, maybe you saw this issue, like I put that course into the account folder, so that time maybe you fix already that folder mismatch issue. So make sure you sync with that, and then let's move into the next section where we're gonna bind our APIs. And one thing also, make sure you have done, which is you have to build the project, backend project and the frontend project both together, to find out any uncertain issue happened or not. Okay, so that's the must things you have to do. I already built that and I see there's no error. If you saw any error, try to fix them. Mostly those are like input related error, type related error from the build. So in the documentation now you can see we have to bind the front end with the backend APIs. All the step is pretty similar steps we follow earlier. We create the necessary types first, then we create the endpoint, and the we match with the types, then we create the query hooks for all the endpoints we created, then we have the query custom query hooks, that's we are gonna use them into our controller, like the form controller, like the list controller there. And then if need, we have to modify some of the components or the controller stuff, we're going to modify them, find those APIs, and we're kind of good because in the component layer we don't have to touch anything because everything we already added in the controller layer, so in the data layer. So we will change those data layer and it will reflect on the UI layer as well as. So that's a kind of beauty of my pattern that I have developed in this particular course. So for that case, we have to follow the next commit, which is going to be this one, frontend plus backend module list. And the previous one was the module backend done and common type fixed. So make sure you sync with that. So here in the commit, let's go step by step. First of all, we're going to look into any type we need to update. So let's check from the commit that yes, we have some type update here. So in the types from the module, we already created that type file like this one. Now we have to add more types. The first one is going to be iModule filter. That's you already know. When we use like in the courses, here you can see we need to add that like the paginated course list. I think that's the same thing that we need here, or this is different because in the module list we will able to also pass course ID. So in the filter, if you saw in the list, we have the course ID as a filter. Earlier it was only status, so for the module it will also need a new one property. So that's why we also have need that particular type. Let's create this all the type. So we already have the create schema, update schema, something like that. So earlier it was T module create schema, T module update schema. So we rename that to T module create, T module update, something like that. And we also have to use T module update and T module create. And iCommon filters that's already developed, which we already use in the course. But these are the properties that will not work with the module only, but also we need course ID. So we extend our common filter interface, then we added new one. So these are the type changes so far, I think, and now we have to use them. So let's just create now the endpoints. As you know the patterns, we create endpoint first, and we already have the endpoint folder in our frontend project. In the source API, in the endpoints, we create all the endpoints. Let's also go to the endpoints from the commit. You can see we have created a new file in the endpoints, we created this file endpoint.ts, like module.ts. Here we put all the endpoints that related to our module. So in the module.ts file, let's bring all those endpoint, and here you can see the same endpoint that we declare or created earlier in the backend section. The first one is get module API, where we use the build query string. That's the method that we discussed earlier section. Like it will help to build the params, and the params will be like an object where we can pass the status, course ID, pages, limit, all the things, and it will make a good like correct path that's sent to be the backend. So that's the query. That's then we are just calling the API.get method, passing the query for the get module list. Then we will have a single get API that's gonna fetch the single module based on the ID. Then we will have the create. We are just passing the data, and you can see the data is coming from like t module create schema that we created the type from the module schema, like this one. So make sure you sync with that, as well as t module update. That's the update API admin slash module slash ID, and then the data. Then the update module position, same thing. We have to pass the ID in the params, then the data in the body, and the archive module. Kind of a pretty simple, straightforward implementation for the endpoint. Now we have the endpoint. Now we have to create all those query custom query hooks. So for that case, we have to go to the query section, and in the course folder we can just create the simple file. So in the hooks, the query, then we have the course folder, then we can click create module.ts. Here we're going to put all the query using those endpoint. So let's grab the code where we will add the mutation and use query hook to perform those API fetching stuff. And this is very crucial file. If you already saw the earlier section, I discussed briefly about the whole file. And these are the keys. You already saw the refactor version of the keys in the earlier section for the course. We can refactor them as well as here, but I would just like to keep the same thing. And if you have some time, you can also refactor them. Like you can maybe add 3 or maybe 4. We have too many here, like all lists, then details, then detail. I think these are kind of wrong things. If you go to the course section, you will see the correct implementation here. Like we have one for the list courses, then another for the details. So maybe you can do the same thing here. But for now, I want to just keep that simple as it is already implemented. I don't want to bother anything here. You see your homework, you can just refactor them, make a PR. That's why I just bring a lot of scope for you to contribute on this project. So the first one will be use get modules query. Inside that query hook, we use like use query hook. We pass query key. The query key will come from the constant here. Then we will have query functions. The query functions where we are gonna call the endpoint. We'll pass all those data informations like status, course ID, then response data. What we will get, we'll just return that. Then we'll have the mutation for the use get module mutations. Why this is module mutation? Because it's triggered manually. It does not just call like use query call any page. So it must need to be triggered by manually. So that's why we use like use mutation. Whenever we need, we will call this and we'll trigger that, and we're gonna see that use case later section. And then we have use get modules query. That same thing we're gonna use for the list page. It's just simply going to fetch the data based on the module ID. We don't need to manually trigger that, as well as we must need to pass the keys. The keys are important here, query key. So with this key, you will only able to revalidate or invalidate those APIs, which will refetch again. Then we have create module mutation. That's the mutation. That's why we use mutation to trigger and pass the data. And you can see query client, we use that for invalidate queries. Whenever we create new data, we must need to invalidate our list page or list API so that we get the latest information in the list as well as. Then we will have the update module. The same thing happened here. We use the use mutation. In the mutation function, we provided the update module API, including the data and all those things. We use the await to execute that function, and we return the response data. And if in the on success, we just need to invalidate query. So that's why we call the query client here, and we pass that keys to invalidate that particular API that earlier called. And then the same thing will be for the archive module, as well as I already briefly discussed about all this similar method in the course section, like what's happening on those methods. So I think I will highly recommend you to watch that section again, and then just simply grab that code and try to understand what's going on. The same thing will be like use update module position mutation here, as well as we use the use mutation. We pass the mutation function. On success and on error, we grab them. We can perform anything that based on our need. So these are the query custom hook that's we're gonna use throughout our controller, and it's gonna help to implement our functionality. So we're kind of done with our query hook. Now we have to bind those create and update codes API into our form controllers. That's mean we are targeting our form first. We must have to work on that it should work fine. So for that case, let's look into the commit changes. So in our mostly we're going to work with the controllers. We don't have to work with the components. I think here we just added the loading, all these changes we have done. Other than that, we didn't update anything. So let's just go to our controller. The first controller will be the module form controller. That's the controller where we're gonna work with other things. So we now need to just complete that particular controller. It's going to be use module form controller. Here you can see we also have some errors. So let's try to build the front end and try to check any error we have or not. So if I just go to the front end nvm use, then let's just build the front end project to find out any error or not. As we change some of the types, so we might need get some errors. So like you can see we got some errors, so let's fix them. First of all, this will not be t module create schema. Instead it will only be t module create. Then the second one will be this one, I think, which need to be used like type or type something like this. That's the correct way. Then we will have this one iCourse, eCourse, etc. These are also types, so we have to use like this. And then I think these are the issues. Now build again, try to check all good or not. And you can see the build has successful. That's mean we are totally good with our front end changes. So make sure you sync with that after building the project. Now in the use module form controller, we already developed a lot of things. Now we just have to complete it, some of the things. So let's just go to the changes from here, and here you can see we have added all those state, like completed all those state. So let's just completed all those state. We have the course list that's already developed. Now we need the module data. Why? That's for like when we try to edit our data, we call the single module data to find out the edited, like edit information, right? So for that case we need that particular query. The query is going to be this one, use get module query, where we put the id, and the id will come from the id from the controller that we already discussed, from the component that will get. Then we need the mutation for the create mutation. We'll need the mutation for the update, and the module data we need to grab that by use effect hook, and then we have to set that in our hook from using the reset method, so that we can get the correct information. Then we have the is loading state that must need to be passed here. We should not pass like list data loading, something like that, which is bad. And then let's just bring the use effect hook as well, as which will help to set the data when we are gonna go to the edit page. Here you can see it's tracking the id module data. We don't need that reset. So, in the earlier version we need that, but for now we don't need that. In the id, if we got the id and module data, we just simply call the reset method. That's mean we are in the edit mode, so we must need to save those data. And after that we have to fix the on submit method as well as. So now it should be like this. If we have the id, right now it was kind of like a dummy promise. So if we have id, we now just simply going to call update mutation, that's we declare here from the query, like the custom hook use update module mutation. We call that, and we call that muted async. That's going to help to update the data, and must need to pass the data and id. And here you can see the toast message and all those stuff. Let's also fix the create. We just have to call the promise here in the await. I think this part of code is the actual code. So create mutation dot muted async with the data of the body that's we submitted. We can just simply remove the console log, and after that we can just simply call the reset, so that the hook from will be reset, because after save we don't need to see the existing data. I think the on submit method is kind of good. We have the hook added. I think we are kind of good with all those property. Now you see that we change a name. There was like module list data. Right now it's like is loading. So we also have to update that. So for that case, I think if you go to the module from, then you can see we updated, like we changed that is list data loading to is loading, something like that. So let's go to that component, and let's also update that. So list data loading, it will not be there, it will be is loading, something like that. So that's the changes so far for the module form. And I think I did the same thing from the course from here. So I have to go to the course from controller. I have to change that to is loading. So is loading is kind of like a generic name, So for that case, I would prefer you to use like is loading only, not any dedicated things like we did here. Like where is that? I think we need to go to the course form. Yeah, course data loading. It should not be like this. We should get rid of from that things. Instead, we can just simply pass is loading, and that need to be passed. This is loading. Kind of good. Now we have to find out the component as well as which is going to be like course from. Go to the course from components, and here we should be is loading on. It's more generic. It's more developer friendly to understand. So that's why you just change that to here. So now we have done the changes in our module from as well as in the course from. We created all the endpoints. We created our controller for module create, and we have created the list controller as well as. So I can just simply update the list controller together, and then we can see the changes, or maybe we can test the create first, then we can test the list as well as. So I would prefer like just complete the list controller as well as then test all together. So the list controller changes is kind of left so far. So in the list controller we have to grab all the changes. First of all, we need to remove the modules data, which is hardcode statics like this, that must need to be removed, as well as we can remove that particular dummy data that we created earlier here. Now let's call our query to fetch the list data and all those things. So for that case, here you can see we have all those changes. So let's bring them and put them under here. So if I now just go a little bit up, then you can see we have that particular mutation. First one is update position. You already know the use case is for updating the position, or like drag and drop functionality. Then we need archive. Then we will have that module list query, which is ultimately the query for the list API, where we added like the dummy data. Now we are not adding that. We are just simply adding the empty data here. And whenever we got the module, we will grab this data. Here you can see we are grabbing from use effect hook, and we are just setting that into that state set modules based on the length, like if we have the module length or not, and we're fetching that with this. So we can bring that fast here, like, and then we can bring these two things, and we will have the is loading state. Maybe we can just pass that is loading here, remove this, and also in the is updating, that's we can also pass them. The updating value will be kind of like, let's just find out that where we have done that. So yeah, we just use like is update position, something like this. So we can just simply bring that here. That's also good. Or maybe we can just declare the is updating variable top up somewhere here, so that we can also add that archive module mutation as well as there. We can just simply pass that like a pipe operator here, and we can just pass like is pending. That's also fine. So we're kind of good with that. Now let's also see what are the changes we have done. We have the use effect hook for the search query. Whenever we change the search query stuff, we need to track that query, and we need to update or filter our modules state. So that's why we have done that. I already briefly discussed about all those method and changes in the code section, which is pretty similar to the modules, and also it will be pretty similar to the chapters and lessons. So if you understand one, then you will understand every word. So that's why I think you should watch and rewatch the earlier section again to understand more. And here, if you just understand the part, then you can just move forward. So now in the search query, we updated or filtered the data from our main module list, and then we set that in the state. So this is like the set state. The module is kind of a local state that's we are going to change a lot while we reorder, while we search, while we filter something. So that's why we need two state. One state will be intact, like this state, like data. This is the actual module list that will be intact from the API, and the other will be like this one will be changed frequently based on the need. Then in the course list, when we got the course list data, we have to set the selected course. We already discussed that. Then we have the handle reorder. These are the functions that we already worked. Now we have to fix the shape changes, and also we have to fix all those method that's called the real API. So here we have to go to the shape changes method. In this method we have to call that. So let's just bring the changes. In the shape changes we have the await, like a dummy await. So now we can just simply say we have the position array that will come from the module list. We make that data set. We call the update position mutation mutate async. We pass the data including the course ID that must need to be passed, so that it can track with the course ID, and then it's gonna perform the shape like this. So we're kind of good with the shape. Now we have to work with the confirm archive operations. For that case, we just simply have to call the mutation that we discussed earlier, like this one. Here we have archive module mutation that muted async. We have to pass the module ID so that we can archive that, means delete that. Kind of say similar things we have done in the shape changes. And so far we have to change the state to 0 so that it does not bother. And in the cancel changes we also have to add like set modules. So let's go to the cancel change and add like set modules. And here the course list hooked, we just took that here. That's it. So these are all the changes. Now we're kind of good. Now we have to test our module and try to find out any issue happening or not. Other than that, we are kind of good with all the changes. So let's see from the UI. Right now we should see all the module list. You can see all the module list data, and those data is coming from our older applications that running in the 5174 port, so don't worry about them. Now let's try to create a new data. So we're gonna add a new module in our first course, which is Python for data science. Let's just bring a name like this. We're gonna choose the icon. We can search icon. Let's say I want to search for React or something like that. We have one icon which is a square activity that doesn't match with React, but yeah, at least something we found. So in the description, let's just add a description and try to save. And here you can see the save is successfully working. If I try to save again, you will see the validation error. That's working fine. Now if we go to the all module, the list page already fetched because we invalidated the query of that particular list, so we get the latest data like this one. So now if we go to the edit page, now we should see all the data showing correctly. Now we can also change the icon. So let's just change to airplay. Let's just update it some description and the name, as well as if I want to change that status, let's say make it publish and save it, and it's working fine. So let's just also remove some of the informations and try to save that to check that validation is working or not, and the validation is working fine. But here you can see we are getting like course name is required, which should be like module name is required. Let's just also check from the list. Here you can see every single value we are getting like course is required, where we are getting like course name is required. It should be like module name is required. So there is a problem with our schema. So let's go to schema module. Then we will get the schema in our types here. The validation in the module, you can see in the name we added like course name is required, which should be module name is required. So you also fix that here, and it should affect immediately because we're already building that in the on change. So now if I save, now you can see the module name is required. So yeah, this is how you have to test manually and find out any bug available or not. So I think we are kind of good with our edit and delete, perfectly working fine. Maybe you can change the button to update and we can add all those things. And we have all the list informations here. We can see that's also coming fine. Now let's try to archive the one. So we are going to archive this one. So I can just simply call this icon archive and call this API. And it seems like it's archived. You can see the status changed to archive and it's happening real time. Why this is? Because of the query key that we added in our query folder. So if you go to the query, here the module, we have the constant keys here. These are the keys and these are really important to get the feature working smoothly. So make sure you refactor them, and if you don't want, lazy like me, then you can just keep that as it is. So we have now, let's just make it published and try to check our order is working on, like drag and drop functionality is working or not. So as I added the condition, if we have the data in the list, we will see the icon and we can see the icon. Now let's just bring our item to the first that we created and save that, and you can see it's updated. Now let's refresh and try to check again. The position is getting updated from the database and we got the latest data, which is working fine. That's mean our update position is also working fine. Now also check from the status filter that's working or not. Yes, we don't have any data for the draft version and the archive version. Let's just check from the published version. We only see the published data. Let's also archive one. So let's just archive data analyst. So now if I just try to go for archive, then you can see we have only one. If we go for draft, we don't have any. For the all status, we get all the status. So let's also change back to published. We are kind of good with our status filter, which is working. And for the course filter, let's also try with maybe full stack JavaScript. We get some data like 4 data. Mobile app, we also do some data. So these are the data that I already dump or inserted into the database with like a CD script. So mostly we'll get all those informations. And here you can see that like DevOps and cloud computing, we don't have any data. Maybe we can create a new one and we can check that it's working or not. So let's just select and create a data. If I now just save, now if I just go back and try to select DevOps, then you can see we only have one data. That's mean it's working fine. So we're kind of good with that. So let's go to this one and try to search some of the courses. So like modules. So let's search for data. So we have two data. That's including the text with data. That's it. That's mean our search is also working. And if I just randomly search, we can see the no data found UI is also showing. And if I now just refresh the, you can see the glitch of loading that's also happened there. That's mean the loading is also working because we are not able to see that. So maybe if you just make the network step slow, then you will see the loading as well. As so that means so far our feature is all working fine smoothly as for the course. That's mean module is kind of done. Now we have left chapter and lesson. If you go to the documentation, we bind the module list API. And one thing we have to do is the count. Yes, I think I missed that. Here you can see in the chapter lessons, we don't show showing any count here. So we must need to show the count. What's the count is like if there are any chapters, if there are any lessons in the count, so we must need to show that. So I think we are not able to show that here for now because we didn't implement the chapter and lesson yet. So maybe in the future when we implement these two sections, we will able to show them here because we don't have any data in the database. Maybe we can show that in here. You can see in the course list we have the modules. So now we can show the modules because the module are tagged with the courses, and we already have modules data. That's mean we can showcase the module count here. So for that case, if you go to the commit, then you will see the first backend file. We have added the changes. So let's go to this file from the backend. So this is in the course service. I already discussed that we have some changes here, and these are commented. And we will open these changes here one by one when we declare like complete one feature. So for our case, the module feature is done. So now we can just uncomment this particular changes. Let's just remove this. So what this means, this is going to help to count the module list based on the course. That's mean if any, this is happening because in the entity we added a relation. If you go there, one to many relation we added for the modules. In the module.ts we added the course relation. So now we can track them. So for that case, if you go to the Go course service, we already have this course. We are counting the chapters, we are counting the lessons, quizzes, as well as the module. So now our module is ready. Now we can just count that. We can get the value. So if we now just save and try to check from the terminal if anything is working fine or any error, and it seems like all good. Now we can just go to our list page and refresh, and boom, you can see that 5 modules, 4 modules, 4 modules, 1 modules, 0 modules, all the module is coming fine. So if I just inspect and go to the network and refresh, then you should see the course list API. And in the course list API, we have the courses. Inside that courses, we will have a property called module count. And the property that we actually declare here like course.module count. That's mean whenever we create the query builder, we are also adding a new property called module count here. And the module count will come from the course.modules. And as we are using a method called load relation count and map, that's going to help to map through all the modules based on the course ID, and then it will find out the count and it will assign the value. And based on the effect, we'll get the module counts in the API. Mostly we'll get that in the list course services as the service is connect with the API, so that we'll get the count here. And whenever we retrieve this one, then we'll also get all those value for them. And the same thing will happen for the module. Here you can see in the list we have commented one line, chapter count. So this line will be uncomment when we completed the chapter module. So whenever our chapter will be complete, we can uncomment that. And when we uncomment that, beautiful thing is like you will get the chapters count. And the same thing will be happen for the lesson as well. As when we're done with these two feature, we're gonna uncomment them and we will get those value and we're gonna show those count here. And that's how we have to develop this kind of feature. And I think we are kind of good so far. Here you can see the section I also added in the documentation. You can also improve the documentation. Make sure you added the PR. And so far we are kind of done with the module section. We have done the course modules. Now we have left the chapter and lesson. Let's also complete these two things. Then we are kind of good with our further development. So let's implement the chapter functionality. And we are going to follow this commit, front end plus backend chapter complete full. This means within one commit, we are going to complete the chapter. Why is that? Because it's pretty simple and straightforward feature as module and course. So we don't have to spend a lot of time to explain this thing. So that's why we are gonna just simply build our API and copy our module course way to implement our chapter feature. So for the backend, we need the entity, and you can see that's the entity, the chapter. It will be related with the module, and then the module also related with the course. That means under the course we have module, under the module we have chapters, multiple chapters. The same relationship will happen here, many to one with a module and one to many with chapter. And we will have this property, module ID, course ID, name, description, status, position, kind of similar. So if I just show you the implemented one, then you can see the UI is also pretty simple and straightforward like module. And in the new chapter we will have the course drop down and then module drop down, and the chapter name, description, and the status. That's it. We don't have any other drop down. So let's quickly implement the API and then let's just start jumping on the UI. So here in the entity folder in the backend, we need a new entity. Let's also go to the commit and go to the entity. Then here you can see we have the chapter entity. So let's create that and bring our entity here. I think you already know the pattern, like how we implement the CRUD apply operations in our project. So it will be kind of similar. And also we have to add the relation with the modules. So for that case, we have to go to the modules and as well as in the course, because all of them together is related. So in the modules, we have to add chapters, one to many relationship, and you can add that bottom of that module file, and we have to import one to many decorator, and the chapter also imported from the chapter entity. And now if you go, then you would not see the error. And here in the entity, you can see we have the ID, we have the module ID, we have the module, that's the join column, many to one, and then we will have the course ID. The same thing will happen, like join with the course column. Then we have the name, that's the name for the chapter, description, same as modules, then the status, and the position for order and created and updated it. Now we have to add the join with the course as well as, because we added course ID here, that's mean we need to join that with course. So for that case, if you go to the course.ts file, we also have to add this line. In the course bottom of that file, you can add this. You have to import the chapter and then you're kind of good. So now if we want to see the module list and the chapter list from the course, we can do that, so because it's related. Even if we want to see the course information from the chapter, then we can also do that. Not only course information but also module information. The same thing will happen with the module as well as. From the module we can also see the course information. All is related together now. So that's the importance when it's come to ORM. It will help to make the relationship better with each table. So now we're kind of good with the entity, and I believe you don't have any confusion over those fields. These are straightforward. We just only have the relation. Then we need to create a repository. So for the repository, we have to follow this code. So pretty simple. We already have that repository file under the module. We just add a new one, which is going to be chapter. That's it. Now we need service, and in the service, as I told you, that mostly it's going to be like CRUD operations. So we need list, create, update, archive, and update chapter positions for the drag and drop. So let's create all these services and the logic. The logic will be similar like the same that we did on the modules. So for that case, let's go to the service, create a new service named chapter, and put all of our code. So in the services, we already have courses folder. Then we can just now add the chapter, and now we have to just bring all the code. That's it. And those code are also pretty simple, as the module feature. So you can just simply grab that from module, and then also you can modify them. In the meantime, we also need some sort of types here. You can see that we need iChapter filters, iChapter response. As the chapter list is kind of a different data set, it will also give you the chapter information. So I think we need a different type. That's why you can see the response is different type. And then iChapter filter is also different, because in the filter option in the query, you also have to pass the course ID, then modules ID. There is two new property added. In the module, it was only module like course ID. So for that case, we also need a new interface for that. So let's also add them. So if I just go to the types, then I have to create a new type, as well as in the validation, we have to create the validation. So let's quickly add them. So in the packages, we will have the types. In the types, we will have a chapter type, and also we will have a chapter validation. So first start with the validation so that you can easily understand. So in the validation, we will have two validation, 2 or 3. One is going to be for like the create chapter, where we will have name, description, and the status. These are like the best schema. And for the edit, there will be kind of different. For the create, we will have the course ID, module ID. Why? If you look at the UI, then you can see that we have the select course, select module drop down. That's when we are going to select these two property, and those also need to be stored. And if we don't provide them, then we also should see the validation error here. So for that case, we need the course ID and the module ID, and those will be number. That's why we added like this, and those will be positive and must be required for our create. So that's why you can see as create, as chapter create is going to be the schema for the create chapter, and this will be the base that's we are gonna use in the edit. Then you can see that we just extend the base and we didn't add any other property, because in the edit we will only going to edit the name, description, and status. These are the field that will be untouched. And then as chapter position, update params, here we need a new kind of query schema that's gonna help us to validate the query, where we will need the module ID and the course ID. Because when we try to filter our chapter list, we can also pass course ID. As the module is also connected with chapter, we must have to pass the module ID as well as. And if I show you the UI, then you can see now we have two drop down. Earlier in the module section, we have only one drop down, which was the course drop down. But now in the chapter, we need two drop down. One is for the course, another is for the module. So we must need to pass these two property in the query params whenever we want to fetch the data. So for that case, we also need that schema or that kind of type. So that's why we have created this type as well as here, like this schema, sorry. Now we have the schema. Let's also export that here. So if I just go to the commit, then you can see the changes in the index.ts file. We have to export our chapter. That's it. So we are kind of good with our validation. Now let's look into our type. So in the chapter type, let's see, let's bring all the type. We will have type for the T chapter create. That's what we are going to use in the create chapter. And T chapter update, that's what we are going to use when we are going to update our chapter feature. And beside that, we will need I chapter response, which will be kind of inherited from I paginated result, where we will have total page limit and total pages. So maybe we can add a common property here like data or list. Then we don't have to create every time new type or interface. But I think I would suggest like this way, because the chapters means like, okay, we have the chapter list. Then for the course, it will be courses. For the module, you can see it will be modules or something like that. Yes, modules. So, and here you can also reuse our paginated result, but that time I didn't reuse, so you can refactor that as well as. So that's why this is the interface, and we can just simply reuse this I chapter response anywhere. We'll get the chapters and all those paginated information. And for the base interface, that will be I chapter, and that's kind of similar with the entity table. You can just match with that. We have name, description, status, position, ID, updated at, created at, and the course ID, module ID is kind of a different. That's we're going to fetch from the database. And the lesson count, quiz count, progress, module, all this field will become from the backend side. So that's why I have added this. These are kind of dynamic. Whenever we are going to work on those things, we will pass those data. So this is kind of like the base chapter type. That's what we declare here. And also for the query filters, as I talked earlier, like we need I chapter filters, where we will have course ID and the module ID, both will be number. Now we can reuse these two as well as. So if I now just save, then our error should gone from our backend service where we use that. So I chapter filters, okay, the error doesn't gone because we didn't export that type in the index file. So we only added the chapters here. We must have to export that from here. So if you go the index, then you can see that we also exported that here. And beside that, you can see we also work on the common.ts file. We have changed something here, as well as in the module.ts file. So we refactor that portion in this particular commit. So let's also refactor that here. So we just have to copy these changes. It's in the module.ts file. Here you can see we hard coded all those type here. Instead, we should find out that type with our common type, like I paginated result, and then it will be good. And that's what we have changed so far here. And in the common.ts, we have done some changes here. Let's see, we removed the I list options. I don't know why I removed that. Maybe it wasn't used. I list options. Then we also changed that, but it's already changed. We use like the enum from our course. And let's just find out that we are using the I list options or not. So if I just search, then you can see yes, we are using that. We are using that in our courses, I list options, I list options. So I think I should not delete these things because we are using that. Or maybe I have changed them from the services. Let's say if I just go to services and course, then you can see I removed I list options and I added I common filters. That's mean we can use the I common filters. So if I just go to the common and see I common filters, here you can see we have the search, page, limit and status. So I list option is irrelevant. So we can just simply remove that. Instead, we are gonna use I common filters. That's we already have. Now if I just go and search I list options, then you can see we used here. So we have to turn that into I common filter. Then we will also get the search property, and then here in the module we have to replace that as well. As so that's how we just simply refactored our type interface, and we are kind of good. And in the chapter service now, let's back to the chapter service. I think I just distracted you to some different stuff. That's for the type, because before we work on the services or the controller, we must need to work on the type so that we don't have to work them while we are developing the service. And also here you can see in the core service, in the module, we enable this to this line. That's for like the count. That's I already discussed briefly about that. So let's also enable that. In the module we have this line, so this line will now help us to give us the count of the chapters in our module list. That's the logic, and I discussed really briefly about that in the before section. So let's just assume you already understand this. Now in the course we will have two more, because now we have implemented the chapter as well as the module. So we can now just simply open the chapter. The module is already open, so we're kind of good with that. So if I now just save, then we should see the chapter count as well as the module count in the course list. And you already saw in the UI that we have a field where we can show that. Like in the chapter we can show the chapter. In the course we can show the courses, chapters and the lesson and the quizzes as well as. So for that reason we must need to pass them. And in our UI we just have this like 0 chapters, all those things. These are already binded. If you just see the list of the code, you will see that it's already binded in the item component that we created, so you don't have to worry about that. So from the backend side we're kind of done with those count. Now I think the distraction actually gone, because every time I try to discuss about the service I just got distracted by some other changes. So let's now complete the service and talk about other things. So in the chapter service, it's kind of same. We will have a list chapters. It's a class that's inheriting from base service. We have to pass the chapter entity so that we can get the chapter repository. And here we pass the repository. Now in the list chapter, we have the iChapter filters where we get the search, page, total, all those paginated related stuff. That's you can see we destructured here. And additionally, we'll also get the module ID and the course ID, because in the filter we must need to pass module ID and course ID from the UI. So we need that filter option as well as in the backend. So we created the same query builder. We added a name. Then we try to find out the course joining with the left join and select the course. Then we are also trying to join with the module table. That's why we did like left join and select with the module. And when we will have the lessons, then we can also enable the lesson count here. And when we get all the data including the related course and modules, then we can now just simply check the status from the query. Then when we have the status data, then we will get to check from the module ID. Then we're going to check with the course ID and all here conditionally. Then after that we're just going to execute the query with the order by of the position ascending order. Then we have to skip the offset that we got from the query, and we have to take and get many count so that we can get the list of the chapter including all those condition in consider. And then we're just returning the chapters, total, page and all those common stuff. Then for the create chapter, it's pretty simple. We have to calculate the highest position for the chapters. So if we already have some chapters, then we have to find that chapter based on the module ID and the course ID, and then find out that position. If it's more than one, then we have to add +1 for the new one, and then we have to insert the data. So we will already get the data. The data will be partially typed with like chapter type. Then we need the course ID and the module ID so that we can find the last one, and then we have to order by that with the position of descending so that we can grab the last one and find out the position. And when we got that, we are gonna just add the position with the count plus 1 so that our newly created data have its right position, and then we are just inserting the data using the base create method from our base service. I don't think these are like repetitive things every time I have to explain. I think you already understand what's going on. And the update is pretty simple, the same thing like the module. Here you can see the same code, you can just copy paste for the different module. The lesson will be pretty simple, simply the same, but there will be a different because in the lesson we have some other portion, so we're going to discuss them as well. As archive is going to be the same, we have to call the update chapters that we develop here with the status and the id. And the update current update chapter position is pretty simple, as earlier we have to make a string like this with the id and the position, and then we have to apply the raw query including the course id and the module id so that we can update the order. So that's it. So that's for all the method. I think you already understand it, and if you don't understand, then I would recommend you to watch the previous one, like the modules and maybe the course service, where I explain briefly about all those changes and how we can develop this kind of stuff. So now we are good with the service. Let's see what are the changes in the core service and the module service as well. As I think the changes is like icomment filters, and also we comment out the count for the chapter. And for the module is same, we use the icomment filters and that we comment out the count for the chapter count for the module. So we're kind of good with that. We also change them here. So if you go to the changes, we also change them here. We're kind of good. Now we have to create the controller as per the pattern. So let's also collapse what are the changes we have done. So for the packages, we are kind of good with them. Then we are good with the entity changes and repository changes. The left from the backend is the routes and the controllers. So let's create the controllers in the controller folder. So in the controller folder, we have the course. Let's create a new controller called chapters and bring all of our code. These are the code pretty similar to the module functionality. We'll have the same method like the get chapters, where we are just calling the list chapter service from chat services, and before that we are trying to destructure all those property from the query request.query. Here you can see page limit, status, module id, course id, all those things, and then we prepare the options. If we have any missed data, we are just not passing that property or like undefined so that it does not break our code. Then when we got the data, we just sending that to the client side. For the single chapter, we are retrieving the id, making it integer. Then we are just trying to find out from database. If we don't have, then we just show the chapter not found. For the create chapter, pretty simple. We're just retrieving the data from the request body. The request body will be validated from our routes when we add the middleware with the schema. Then we have the update chapter, the same. We must need to pass the id and the request body, and then if we don't have any data, we will throw the error. And for the archives, the same. We call the archive chapter service, pass the data like id from the params, and that's it. It will handle the rest. And update chapter position is similar. We need this kind of object, array of object, where we put the id and the positions like this. And also from the parameters like params, we have to pass the course id and the module id so that it can find out that particular row or like all the rows that need to be updated the position. So that's why it's important to pass the course id and the module id from the params, and we also have to validate them before we initialize this api. So we're kind of good with the controller. It's pretty simple. If you understand the previous section, then it's like a wonder. Now we're kind of good with controllers. Let's also implement the route for the chapter. So let's go to our routes, and in the course we will have chapter.ts and same route like chapter route, and we have to call chapter router. It will be protected for admin, so we have to add the admin middleware that will authenticate that and protect our route. And if you look at it, the routes class, it will have the router, the controller, we initialize them, and we will have all those routes. And what about the main path, like how the path will be look like? So for that case, we have to go to our admin endpoints here in the index.ts file, where we initialize all those admin related route. So that was for the module. Now we need for the chapters. So if I just go, then we can see this is the latest path for the chapter API admin slash chapter. And we also have to import the admin router that we created earlier and initialized here, like the admin chapter router. And we will have the list of the chapter list. Then if we provide the ID with get request, we have to validate that ID, then we'll get the single chapter. For the post request with the same URL, we have to provide the body for the create data, then we can just create the chapter. For the update, we have to provide the ID, as well as in the body we have to provide the latest data. For the update informations, for the params we have to pass the ID, so we added the validations and we update the chapter. Archive is kind of same, we have to validate the ID from the params, so we must need to provide that. And for the position, you can see we have added two other property from the params that need to be updated, like need to be provided, like the course ID and the module ID, otherwise it's not going to be track those rows. So for that case, in the body we will get this dataset position ID and the positions in the positions object, which is going to be array of object. But in the params we are going to use this schema that we created earlier with the module ID and the course ID. You saw that, so we have to pass that here to validate the course ID and the module ID from the URL path. And so far we are kind of good with the route. I believe all should work now. And if I just now collapse, our backend work is kind of done. Now if you see in the doc, then it's pretty simple. We don't have much here. If you want to add more details, you can add them. You can contribute on the doc. So now we're just simply going to implement all the API in the front end, and directly we're going to go with the UI related work, and we're going to bind those API. So for that case, we need to create the pages first, like the all chapter, new chapter, edit chapter pages. And then we have to develop a chapter form that's we develop for course and modules, a common form that's going to handle the form related things. Then we also need the hook, the controller custom hook for the form, use chapter from controller. And then we are going to implement the jot there, and then we're going to bind the update and create API, and also the get by ID. Then we're going to work with the chapter list. The same thing happened here. We will have the chapter page like the list page. Then we'll have the custom hook, which we'll call like use chapter list controller. And then we're going to put all those drop down in the header. We're going to add all those state and also sortable list we already have. And then we're going to simply just bind those API. So let's look into the commit and go one by one and complete all of them. So for the endpoint, we have to create a new endpoint for the chapters, and there we will be add all the endpoints. So let's just collapse our backend and open our front end. In the API we will have endpoint. Here we have to create a new one for the chapters, and we will need all those chapter API. And I'm gonna go a little bit fast because I don't think I have to explain all those things again, because these are already explained in the previous section. So I think you will be able to understand like by just watching those commit changes. So it's like the get all the chapters API, we have the query build string, that's why we can just make the path, then single chapter, create chapter, update chapter, and all those stuff. And then we need the query custom hook in our hooks folder. In the query in the course we will need that. So let's just collapse this one and also go to the query here. So let's create a new one in the course, and let's ping all the query using use mutation and also use query hook for all the API call. And make sure you also look into these keys. If you want to refactor, you can refactor them. There is a scope. And other than that, these are pretty similar like the modules, where we have the get chapter list, which we are going to use like use query, use get chapter query, and we all must have to provide the status, course ID, and module ID. Yeah, that's why we can see we have a parameters here, I chapter filter. That's the same things we are using here, like the same interface. Then we have use get chapter mutation. That's the single chapter API that we're going to trigger manually. That's why we use like use mutation. Then use chapter query. I think that's the one that for the single chapter. And get chapters mutation, that's mean this is the same API like get chapters, like that's mean the chapter list, but it will be triggered manually. That's why we added use mutation. One have use query, one have use mutation. So whenever we need to call that directly, we can just call use get chapter query. But when we need to manually call, let's say for the drop down, sometimes we have to call that manually, like when we select a module drop down, then we want to call the chapter list. So for that case we need use mutation hook so that we can trigger that manually whenever we need. So that's why we have added this. And this is also added in the module, I guess. Here you can see in the module get modules mutation. That's mean we will get the module list, but whenever we need, we can call this mutation. But we have that like get modules query that whenever we declare, it will automatically call that. So after that, we have the single chapter query. Then we have the use create chapter mutations. Simply the older logic we have to pass and invalidate those queries. Other than that, we just call those create API, update API, and then the archive API and the position update API. Now let's just save this file, and we are kind of good with our queries. Now it's time to work with the UI layer. So for the UI layer, we need those form, mostly for the chapter from, and the mostly all those pages. So first let's create all the pages. Let's collapse all the changes that we don't need. We already have done so far. First of all, we need to create all these pages. So let's create all chapter, new chapter, and edit chapter page. So, and we have to create them in our route. So in the routes, admin, layout, we already have course. I think we need one for the chapters. You can see under the layout, we have a new folder called chapter, and inside them we are created all those files. So this is called chapter, and let's just create new file called all chapter.tsx. Then we need new chapter, and then we need edit chapter, so we can get the name here, this, and create new. And also don't just forget to restart your front-end server because sometimes it brings some issue. Great. Now let's just see in the UI, we should able to see the chapter page. Yes, that's working. Now we need to implement the admin layout and all those common stuff that we already added in the module. So why not just grab those code so that we don't have to work a lot. So in the all chapters, you can see all the changes. So let's start with the new chapters. So in the new chapters, we have to call the admin layout, and then we have to add our component like the chapter from. So we also have to create the chapter from here. So let's call like create the chapter from and import that as well. As so in the chapter from, it will be in our components in the admin component. So components, admin, course, and you already saw like module from, course from. Now we need a new one which is going to be chapter from, and here we are going to put all the main code that we need for the chapter from. So if I just save that, then you can see we also need a controller. So let's also bring the controller, and the controller will be here. Use chapter from controller. It will be inside our hooks, controller, and course. New file like this. Use chapter from controller, and we can just simply grab the whole code. And I'm just going to copy those code and gonna go through that code because I already explained several times about all the patterns like what we are doing in the controller. So let's fix those import error. So in our new chapter, let's import that component, and after that here we need to import the controller correctly, and then you can see all the error actually gone. So now let's see what's going on. First of all, we need the new chapter page that's already have. Then we have to pass the admin layout, then the chapter from components where we put the form structure. So in the form structure, we'll have the drop down. First of all, the course list drop down. That's why you can see we have using the select, we are passing the course list options. That's the data coming from where we have the controller. In the controller, we already have those query like get the courses query that's we created while we develop the course, and here it is. So we call this query and we are reusing that query to find out the course list. The same thing happened with the module here. With same, we are using the select, we are passing the module list data that's coming from the module list query, get module list query, and then the value. And of course we will have the state for managing those value. That's why we added the hook from here like this. Use hook from where we have the default value, name, description, course id, and module id, and these are the two property that's handling those state. So that's why in the value we filter out from the course list. Same for the module, we filter out from the module list based on the module id and the course id. And when we change, you can see fetch module. So whenever we change like the course id, that's mean we have to fetch the module because everyone is dependent on each other. So if I just go to our develop one, then you can see in the chapter create, in the module you will not see any module, because how the module will come, you must need to select any course first. For that case, in the course selection we have to call that API. You can see the loading effect. We call the API, then we fetch the modules, and then we just render that list here. That's it. So the same thing will happen here. When we develop the lesson, we have to fetch one by one the course, then the modules, then the chapters, and then we can create the lesson. So you're gonna see the similar pattern there, but for now we only need to fetch the module. So that's why you can see the fetch module, and this fetch module method is actually in our controller. And if I go and show you where is that, so fetch module, if I just now see here, this is a function. This function is calling the muted async. Which muted async? This one is coming from use get modules mutation. That's the mutation I talked about, like this one, that only trigger when we want to manually trigger that. It will not directly call like this. If it's called directly like this, use query, then we'll not get the course ID, because the course ID is selected by the user. That's mean whenever we got the course ID, then maybe we can call that API. So for that reason, we added this here, and this is the muted sync that's we call in our fetch module method, and that's actually fetching the module list. So that's it for the course drop down and the module drop down, and other than that, it's pretty much simple. Regular field like name field, then description field, wrap with the controller from the React hook from. I already discussed briefly about all of them. Then the status drop down, and the action footer where we put the on submit, and all those all is actually handling behind the scenes. And then in the use chapter from controller, we don't have much. We are calling the course list for course list drop down data. We are calling the module list for module list drop down data, but it's triggered manually. Then we also have the get chapter query that's taking the ID from the hook, like the components, when we use the same component in our edit page. So let's also use that so that I can also explain that here. So if you go to the edit page, we now just simply have to paste this code where we will get the ID of the chapter as per our URL, and then we have to pass the ID with the component from chapter form like this, and this ID will go to the hook that we created, and this ID will came here, and then it will call our use get chapter query, and this is for the single chapter. So whenever we came to the edit page, we fetch that particular chapter informations, and that's how we do that. So whenever we got the ID, based on the ID, we call our React hook from reset method to put all those data, and where we got the single data, we directly got that in our use get chapter query, which only trigger when we have the chapter ID. So that's why this is stated here. And then we have the mutation for the create and update, because it's the form. We have to update the create mutation, and we have to update the chapters, we have to create chapters. So that's why we need all those mutation. We have added them. We also have the loading. The loading will be coming from the single data loading, then the course data loading, or maybe the module data loading. So that's why we have only one loading state that's managing all those loading state, and spending is the state that's gonna handle like when we manually trigger any API like create chapter, edit chapter. So that times we need to pass them here. And then in the React hook from, we have all those as usual common state, and whenever we got the ID and the single data, we just fill up the form with React hook from reset method. Then whenever we got the ID and the single data like the course ID, we call the mutate method, and the mutate method is kind of this method like the module mutation. So whenever we will get the course ID selected in the drop down, let's say if I just show you, then you will understand what I am trying to talking about. So if I go to the edit page here, then here we have the course ID selected and also the module ID selected, but the module drop down is empty because we also have to fetch that. By the way, you also see that it's disabled, but what if we also have the ability to edit the module? So for that case, we also need to fetch those module. So how we can fetch them? We must need to pass the course ID. For that case, we have to grab that ID, and then we have to call that manual trigger that I discussed earlier to pass the course ID to fetch the module list. So that's what's happening here. We can also call the fetch modules like this here, but you can also grab that with use effect hook. And then in the on submit, we are just simply using the ID to check either it's edit or create. Based on that, we are calling the update mutation and the create mutation. Simple that is. And other than that, we don't have any other things. So these are kind of straightforward pattern. We work on the use course from, use module from controller everywhere. This is the same pattern. And now I think we're kind of good with that. Let's just check from the UI that our chapter is working or not. This is 5173 port. And if I go to the chapter now, we can only see all chapters. We didn't see the tab. So I think we have to complete the all chapter page, as well as here we have to add that admin layout. Then we will get all those tab. So before that, let's also grab all those code from the all chapters. And we also need a new hook for the chapter list. We're going to create that as well as. So let's bring that code. So I think I can just grab the route component. Other than that will be kind of old code. So that's it. Now we have to import all of them. We need the admin layout, then we will need the header, then the select, and then we will need the reorder buttons. We already refactored tons of code, so we can just simply use our existing code so that we don't have to work on them, like alert model, like reorder buttons and all those things. And we need one more component, which is chapter item. That's for the list item. You already know that. What is that? This list. Like in this list we have those items. We have to provide that component as well as. So let's also bring that component from chapter item, the tsx. We need to create that in our component where we created the chapter from. We already have similar item like course item, module item. So I think you already understand what's going on there. So in the chapter item, let's also bring the code. It's pretty simple, straightforward design code with the similar pattern we used in the module. Here we have the chapter, that's the item from the list. Then we have those attributes and listener. We can put that anywhere so that we can get the drag and drop functionality, extra props. Mostly we have to pass the reorder mode on archive and all those things. These are like the UI. Mostly we have the badge, the chapter description, chapter lesson count, the edit, where we just change that to the edit, like navigating to the edit page. Then we have the button and all those things. So these are pretty simple, like similar with the module from. You can just grab that module from, change everything that you need, and then we have to import that item here. And after that, we're kind of good. Now we need the hook, use chapter list controller hook. So we have to create that beside in our use chapter from controller hook. So let's also go there and bring all the code. It's also same pattern where we fetch the chapter list, where we add the mutation for archive the chapter, where we add all the query related to update the positions, and if we have any drop down in the header, we also track them there. So let's just quickly fix all those import. And we need use get course query. That's for the course drop down in the header section. We are not able to get the suggestions. Let's try to find out why. So I think that's similar, like courses query, use get courses query. I'm not sure why we're not able to get the suggestion here. Oh, I think I didn't add the ts at the end of that file, so that's why we are not able to get the suggestion. So now we should find that's the course list. That's for the get module list, because if you look at the UI, then you can see in the header we have the course list and also the module list, and whenever we select any course, we also have to fetch the modules based on the course ID. So for that case, we need both of them, as we used in our create page. So in the query, all of them should be imported correctly. And then if I just explain like what's going on in the controller, you already know that we have the state for the archive model open, where we put the item ID, and then we have select module, selected course, selected like search query, and then we have a reorder state that's going to be changed true false based on the chapter list. We need a chapter list state where we're gonna change that when we change the position, when we search something on the query. All the state will be necessary. You can also organize those state, put some comment here, refactor that. That's also fine. That will be more developer friendly. And then we are fetching all the course list, also the mutation for the module list. Whenever we need, we are gonna call that, and we will have the update position mutation. That's for updating the order when drag and drop, for archive the chapter. And here we used to fetch the chapter list based on the status, course ID, and the module ID. Those will be coming from the selected course and the selected module. If we don't have those value, then it will not pass, and we will only get the data based on the status. Then in the use effect hook, we are trying to find out the data the data will come from here, like use get chapters query. If we have the data, we're setting that into the chapters set chapters state, so that we can just use that state. And we have the handle reorder. This is the same method we used in our course list, module list, something like that. We have fetch module, the same method that we used in the form controller to fetch the module whenever we select any course. Then we have the save change. That's basically for like updating the position. You can name it to like reorder positions or something like that, but save change was like generic from my side. So where we find out the position, like ID and the position from chapter list, that's we find out. And then we just call that mutation with like muted async functions. We provided the position, as well as most importantly we have to pass the course ID and the module ID. If we don't have those, then we should not able to save that. So maybe you can add a condition here, we must need the course ID and the module ID. Otherwise from the backend it will throw the error, because in the backend we added the validation. And then when that's done, we just make the reorder mode false. And then for the archive, we must need to call the archive chapter mutation async, muted async. We have to pass the chapter ID so that we can archive the chapter. And then the cancel change, toggle reorder. So these are like a similar methods that we created in our module list. This is the from, so module list controller. You can see we already have all those methods. I already discussed them briefly, so I think if you watch before like the previous sections briefly, then you probably understand everything. Like the search query is actually trying to filter out all the property with the name, making lowercase from the search query. It's also making that lowercase and trying to set that chapters as well as. And in the use effect hook, when we have the course list, and we don't need that muted here. When we have the course list data, then we are just trying to find out the first ID from the course, and then we are fetching our module list. Let's say if I just refresh in the chapter page, then what will happen? We will get the course list data, because that's directly called, but it will not call the module list. So what we are doing, we are just find out the first item from the list, and then we are using that ID to call the module list, and that will be selected. And now if you use a change to something else, then it will fetch that particular module as well as based on the ID. So this what we have done so far. We are just exporting all those value here. And if I now just go to the all chapter page, then we're kind of good, but we are getting, okay, let's just import our controller, and other than that we are kind of good. We don't have any error, and all this property that's we taken from the list controller. And now we have, you can see that in the module header we have these two drop down. One drop down will help to fetch the modules. So whenever we select course, we fetch the module as well as we select the selected module as well as. So here you can see, and whenever we select the module, it's just changing the value to the state. And then in the last we have this status drop down for changing the status, and reorder buttons, that's for when we have the data in our list. If I now just save, and if I go to the chapter list, then you can see all chapter, new chapter, and all those things. So in the all chapters you can find all the list is showing. And if I now just select the modules, then we can see we don't have any data. So maybe in the Python basics, that you can see we have that button. Why is now we have to select the module? Because it's important. The chapter ID, like the course ID and the module ID, is important for updating our position. So that's why you can see I added in the visibility property, like if we have the chapter length, that's the first condition, then we need the selected course and also selected modules from the drop down. That's when we need both, so that we can update that correctly. And after that we have the sortable list, where we just pass the chapter item including the chapter list like this, and all the properties kind of similar, and alert model is kind of similar. So nothing like different than the module we worked earlier. So if I now just try to test, then we should see all the API working fine. So if I just try to reshuffle this like Python basic in the first, and if I just try to save, you can see the position updated. And if I refresh, then select the Python basics, now you can see the Python basic 5 is top of that list. Then also try to edit some of that informations. We are kind of good. Let's just save. You can see the update is working fine. For the search, it's also working. Let's say data, we have all those things. Chapter 1, we have all this value related to 1 in the for the new chapter. If I just try to save, you can see all the validation is working fine. Let's try to create one for the data visualization. Let's create dummy chapters, make it published, or maybe make it draft, and save that. And if I go to the chapter list, and we also have to select the modules that we selected here. So data visualizations, you can see this is the last created, and also check the archive. So if I just now click, and that's working super fine smoothly. So it's pretty simple with the module and the course, so nothing different here. So I think you already understand the flow, the pattern. The main thing is like understanding the patterns, and there are tons of commit changes here. So I would say follow the doc to find out the pattern and the steps that we take in this video section. Then you can also implement by your own. And I think that's it for the chapter. So make sure you sync with front end plus backend chapter complete full. So that's commit. You will find all the code that's related to chapters, and this is the doc. Now we can just simply move into our next section, which is going to be the lesson section. So we are now going to start the lesson, and the commit we are going to follow is going to be first backend lesson entity and enum. So we're going to create the entity and enum first in the backend, but not fully the backend we're going to develop first. Instead, we will start with the front end. So if you go to the documentation, then you will see that we just started with the entity and the enums so that we can complete our lesson, because this is one of the crucial and important feature in our applications, and this feature actually connect with all of our previous feature like the courses, modules, and the chapters. And also lesson itself has three other nested feature like lesson content, then lesson quiz, then quiz options. So overall it's really crucial feature for our application. So for that case, we are gonna implement the entity first to complete whole hierarchy of the course, and then we will jump into the UI to complete our UI, because the UI has some important steps that need to be done before we actually write the backend code. So let's open the commit, this one, which will be about the entity and some enums, and then we are gonna follow all these commits here. And if I just show you the UI first, like what we are gonna build. So in the lesson there will be all lesson tab. Here we will show all the lesson list, pretty much same with the chapter list, but in the header you can see we have the drop down for selecting the course. Then when we select the course, it will fetch all the module list. Then we can select the modules. From the modules we can select the chapters, and based on the chapters we will fetch the lesson, because lesson is something that's not directly related to course. Instead it's related to chapter, then chapter goes to modules, and then module goes to the course. And overall we can also short it down. Then in the new lesson, it's pretty simple. With the new chapter, new module, new course, we have to select the course, then the modules, then the chapter as that's related. Then we can provide a lesson name, lesson description, XP point. That's actually going to be count when someone complete a lessons. So that's why it's important. You can customize it by providing any value. Then the status and the lesson type. This is important field. In the lesson type, we'll have to allow the user to add quiz and the coding and the theory. So theory coding is quite similar, where we will able to provide the option to add markdown content, and in the quiz user will able to, like the admin will able to create the quiz so that the learner will complete that lesson as a quiz. So then we have the another tab which will not be similar with courses, chapters, and module. In the lesson is different, where you can see we can now create lesson content. So what is lesson content? So it is related to lesson. So first of all you have to create the lesson, and then you will able to create the lesson content based on that particular lesson. And in the lesson content, it will only belongs to the lesson type of theory and coding. So whenever we select theory or whenever we select coding as a lesson type, then in the lesson content we will see all the list of those lessons, and then we will select any markdown item. First of all we can select video and markdown, because in our lesson completion or while learner gonna learn the lesson, they will able to see markdown content or video. Right now we have only two options, and in the future if you want to implement more options, you can also add like images, maybe some audio or anything. You can add those as a type. For now for the lesson we can only add markdown and video. So for the theory and coding we will allow to add these two. So user have to select markdown, then user have to choose the lesson, and those lesson will come from here. When we created a draft lesson within the theory and coding type, it will come to this particular drop down. And then when we select the drop down any lessons that we created, then we can provide the title, as well as here you can see all the markdown file list. So you will see all the markdown list here. So this will be kind of like file path, and this are the file that will be directly come from our server side. And in the server side we will add a file path or folder path on that folder there will be markdown files, and now here we can select those markdown files, and from the server we will go to that particular folder. It's kind of like FTP folder, and then from that folder we will retrieve all the markdown file from there, and then we will make an API. So whenever the client side call that API, we are gonna fetch those list of markdown files and response back to the client side so that we can showcase those lists. Right now I think I don't have any markdown file yet. Maybe I have to select the lesson, or maybe I don't have those files in my local server. So when we are going to develop that, we're going to create some file, we're going to add that path into our server to make sure we see all the list of those markdown files. And when we select the markdown files, we must need to showcase those item or the content. So let's say we select a markdown file and which has the content. So now we want to preview that content as well as before we create the lesson content. So that case we need the preview for markdown, and we are also going to build that how we can create a custom markdown previewer. And then you can see we have another option which is called quiz. That's also related to new lessons, like whenever we create a lesson with traffic status including the type of lesson like quiz, then the lesson actually come here. You can see already we have one draft lesson that we can create about that quiz, and it's already created the quiz. Here you can see the quiz title, then explanations, then all the options. So the thing is this is kind of like a dynamic feature where if you already created a quiz, then whenever you select that quiz it will fill up all those earlier information. But if you don't create any quiz on that particular lesson, then it will be kind of like empty. You have to fill up all those information like quiz title, explanations, and quiz options, and then save. It's kind of one page, which page will allow you to do the create as well as the edit or update, as well as if you want to view the information you can also view like this. So let's say I want to view this particular lesson's information, just click on that lesson. You can see all those information actually showed correctly. Now if I want to just simply edit those information, I can do that here and I can save them here. The same thing will also happen with the lesson content. With this page we can create, we can also edit and view all those data that we created. But for the lesson it will come to the all lesson list, which is kind of a standard way. So that's what we are going to build in this particular section, and I think you understand the feature. Now while we are going to develop, you will understand more about the feature. So let's now jump into the development. So first, as our first commit in the lesson, we are going to create and complete all of our entity and types that's related to lesson. Not only lesson but also courses, chapters, modules, and all those features. So first of all, here you can see we are going to create some types and enum. Mostly we need a new types file which is going to be lesson.ts in our types. So let's create that. So in the front end we will I think in the package we have the types, and in the types we have to create a new file called lesson, and here we are going to create two enum. The first enum is lesson type. This is the lesson type we discuss here, like the theory, quiz, coding. So that's why we created the type. We are going to use that in the front end and back end both. Then we will have e-lesson content link type. So what is this? This one is for this drop down. Let's say if you go to the lesson content, then you can see we have the content type, markdown, and video. So I think the image is not necessary, so we can remove that. So now we only have video and markdown for e-lesson content link type. So that's another enum. So these are the two enums that we need to add, and in the index.ts we also have to export our lesson file that we created, and that's it. Now it can export this to enum to the front end, back end, and all the application. Then we also going to create some validations. I think we didn't added anything, just created the file so far, and I think in the next commit we are going to create the validation schemas and all those things. So let's create the file in the validations, and also export the file from the index.ts file, so that whenever we added any validation schema it will also got exported from the definition package. So that's overall it. Now we can just create the backend entity, and the entity actually required that particular enum, so that's why we created the enum first. in this particular commit. So if you go to the entity slash course, then you can see all this file has changes. So let's start with the lesson. So let's create a new file called lesson.ts, and here we will have this code, and I'm gonna explain what's going on here. You already understand all those decorators purpose I discussed earlier in the video section, so I think you will understand this particular file as well as but it will require lesson content link and the quiz. So let's also create the other two file. So lesson content links, so this one is for this table in the lesson content. So this feature will contain another table, the quiz will took another table, and you can see in the quiz has options, so the options will be stored in the another table. So we will have three tables, and those three tables will be connected to the lessons as well as, so that's why we have to add them. So lesson content link, then let's also bring the code from here. We're going to explain a little bit later. Let's just bring the code. Then after the lesson content we'll have the quiz.ts, that's for the quiz. So let's create quiz.ts, bring our code, and here also we need the quiz option. You can see that the quiz is related to the quiz options, so let's also create that, and let's bring the code. Then we should not see the error anymore. Perfect. I think I bring the wrong file. It should be uh, course options. I think I bring the course quiz file code. So let's just bring this, and you can see we don't have any error, and in the quiz we are getting some errors. So let's also fix the import. Now we are also good with the quiz file. We have the lesson content, that's also good. I think these import are just got corrupted as I copied, so let's also import again, and now you can see the errors are gone, but we have some partial errors. We're going to discuss about that. So let's start understanding all those entity. So if you go to the documentation, then you can see the visual relationship of all those entity, and you can see some of the explanation here. In the course is the root entity has one-to-many relationship with module, chapter, and lesson, represent the overall structure of a course. Then we will have the modules which belong to course, which is many-to-one relationship with the course, then contain multiple chapters which will go to like one-to-many relationship, and then it's represent a logical grouping of chapters within a course. Then we have the chapters that belong to both module and course as many-to-one relationship, and it contains multiple lessons like one-to-many, and it represents a specific section within a module. And then the chapter has the lessons. If you think it's like a book have index, where you can see in that index there are modules, then the chapters, and all the chapter will have the specific lessons. But in our course, in our applications, the lesson also have two or three more things, which is the lesson have lesson content link, which is many to one relationship belongs to a lesson. Then it represent like external resource to link associated with the lesson. Let's say like as we talked about, like the markdown and the video, something like that. And then we have the quiz that also belongs to a lesson, which is the same like lesson content link, many to one relationship, contain multiple quiz options, because quiz will be incomplete if it does not have any options. So for that case we also need to tag with another entity that's called quiz options, where it will be kind of a list, but the list will have the ID of the quiz. So you can see now it's the belongs to quiz, which is kind of many to one relation, and it represents the possible answer for a quiz of any questions. So these are all the entity that's related to the actual course, and if you look at the visualization, then you can see the hierarchy of the whole relationship. First it comes course, then under the course we will have the modules, which is also tagged with the course. Then we have the chapters, and you can see in the chapters it's also connected with the course as well as in the module, because chapter is not only part with the module but also part with some sort of course. So that's why you can see the same reverse connection with the course with all those entity. Then in the chapter below it has the lesson. The lesson will be under the chapter, but lesson is also connected with modules as well as with the course. And then in the lesson it has the lesson content link connected, then it has the connection with the quiz. These are the two things that need to be connected under the lesson. And as I say, the quiz need options. So under the quiz, we need another entity which is called quiz options that's connected to quiz. And if you can say quiz option is also connected to lessons, but we are not gonna tag that in the quiz option table. We don't have any lesson ID. Instead, we will just point the quiz ID, because in the quiz ID we already had the lesson ID, so we don't have to store that in the quiz options. So this is how the visual representation of the whole course, and it's really important to understand. And if you know a little bit about many to one relationship, one to many relationship, and SQL table design, then I believe you already understand the hierarchy. So that's all about for this commit. And also we have some slight changes. Okay, I didn't explain all those property here. So let's look into the lesson.ts file. Here we have the ID and the name. These are for the lessons, like description. And then here you can see like course ID. And as I implement earlier in the chapter and course and module, that we are going to connect with the previous modules or the upper modules like foreign key. So that's why we added the course ID, and we join the column with the course table. Like here the course table actually imported. That's why you can see the join column many to one relationship. And then we have the module ID, which is also going to be connected with the module column, the module entity. I misspell, like in the course column it should be course entity. Then the module entity will be connected with like join column decorator. The same will happen for the chapters. Here you can see many to one, and now you can see some sort of errors here, the chapter.lesson is not exist. So in the chapter entity we also have to connect with the lesson. So let's go to the chapter changes. Here you can see we have added new line, one to many relationship, because in the chapter the relation is with the lesson is going to be one to many, but for the lesson it will be many to one. That's we already added here, like many to one for the chapter. So now if I just bring that particular decorator as well as the lessons, then we should get rid of that particular error. Like you can see lesson.chapter, because we provided the lesson here, and in the callback function we got the lesson, and we'll have the lesson.chapter. Here you can see lesson.chapter. The same thing when we import the chapter, we will have chapter.lesson. That's the same field we declare here. So this is how the relation working. And then we will have the quizzes, which is also going to be like one to many, because in the lessons it will have multiple quizzes, and we have to tag with the quiz column, like the quiz entity. Then the same thing will be happen with the content links. We have to tag with the lesson content link entity, and specifically the field called lesson. So both table will have property called lessons, that here you can see the lesson here, and that's tagged with the lesson ID somehow, and it's related to like many to one relationship. And then after that we have the status, which is the same enum that we used. So as I already discussed, we can refactor this name like to a generic name like status, something like this. Then we will have the positions, as you saw in the UI, that we can also reorder all of the lesson list like this. Like we have the drag and drop functionality here as well as. So for that case we also need to add the position so that we can track those positions. Then we have the XP points that I already discussed. Then we will have the type, that's another enum that's called lesson type, and as usual create an update column for the lesson. And now if I go to the lesson content link, that's pretty simple. We have the lesson ID that's tagged with the lesson column, sorry, the lesson entity. Every time I'm just saying lesson column, so my bad, it should be lesson entity. Then we have the URL, that's the URL that's we're going to select from the drop down in the front end, and the URL will become from our server data. When we fetch the markdown or video list, that URL we're going to place that into the database, and based on that URL we are also going to preview that particular content in the UI. And then we will have the title about the lesson content links. That's kind of additional field, sometimes we are going to need that, but mostly all those information will be in the markdown content, so the title will not work or will not necessary in the initial stage for now. Maybe in the future we can track that. And then we will have the type, which is going to be like lesson content type, where we can just specify video or markdown. Then we'll have the position, as we can also update the position. I think right now we don't have the options here in the lesson content. We don't have any option to position all the lesson content, but in the quiz we have, in the quiz options we can position those options. But so far we don't have any option to reorder those lesson content, as we don't need for now. But we added this column so that whenever we need to reorder or something like that feature in the future, then we can reuse this column. So for that case, I added this column, as well as we have the as usual two columns here. And then in the quiz, that's pretty simple. We connected with the course, then lessons, then chapters. I think we only connect with the course and the lessons. That's it. Chapter and modules, that's not necessary, because lesson is tagged with chapters and modules, so we don't have to add them. And of course we need to add the options, which will be one to many. You can see there's similar things when we go to the lessons. We have one to many with the quiz and the lesson content. The same thing in the quizzes. Here the quizzes will have one to many quiz options, so that's why we have to tag that like quiz options here. And then we will have the question, the explanation, that's mean the answer, because in the quiz we must need to add the answer, or I think that's the description maybe. Let's just see from the quiz. I think, yeah, that's the description of that quiz, but the answer will be tagged with the lesson options. I think there will be a boolean flag, so it will not be answer, it will be like the quiz descriptions. Then we have the positions in the for the future. So far we don't need that, but we just add it for formality. And then the column for the date, and yeah, that's it. And now in the quiz options, it's simple. It's the quiz ID, then tagged with the quiz, including many to one relationship. And then in the text, that's the quiz text. Here you can see the text of that quiz options. And then you can see the boolean flag is correct, which will be true or false. Let's say we have four options and we want to correct one, then we can just choose from the UI and then save. It will be like is correct. And from the UI, we're not gonna able to select multiple correct, so we will be kind of make sure that this correct will be only set to one option. We can add a validation from the backend as well, as because it's not a multi option selection feature. And other than that, we have the position created and updated at all those columns. So I think so far these are the column that we have added. These are the changes that we have made. And if I go to the commit, then I think in the chapters we have added this lesson that connected with our lessons, and in the course we are also going to add the connection. So let's also add that. In the course we have for modules chapters, now we will have for new, which is going to be lesson. And if I just go to the lesson, we didn't got the error here like when we add the course, you can see, because we didn't mention something like this. Like in the chapter we can fetch the chapter informations, but we didn't add that for the course. So what I have to do is we have to do the same thing like this for the course and the modules. So if I just use, and this should be called course like this, and it will be the capital letter course. So the course here in the course we have the lessons, then it's connected with the lessons. And then for the module we have to use like module, and this that will be module, and in that module we must have the connection. Right now we don't have the connection, so let's also add one to many with the lessons. So here on to many, and it should be lesson, and it's also going to be lesson, and it should be lesson dot, I think not course, I think chapter. That's it, because in the lesson we have a property called chapter like this, so we should connect that with our chapter. And here we are getting some error. It should not be chapter, instead it should be sort of lessons. So lessons in the modules, that's mean we can also fetch lesson list from the module. And now if I just go to the lesson entity, then you can see I think we are kind of done with that, like many to one relationship with course. Then in the course.lesson we'll get all the lesson is connected, and you can see whenever I just control and click, we just bring to the course.ts file. And if I just go to again in the lesson page, then try to click from the module, then it bring us to the module file. Then let's also go to the chapter. It's bring us to the chapter file. So overall we are connected with all those other entity, and whenever we are building the query from our service, then and then when we build a proper API, then we should see all those relation working fine. So these are the changes for this commit backend lesson entity and enum. So I think that's it for the first sections. Now we can start with the UI related work. Mostly now we're gonna develop all the UI first as much as possible, and then we're gonna build those APIs. Then we're gonna bind the API. The same strategy we follow in the course and modules, not the chapters. In the chapters we directly start with the backend, then the front end directly. But in the lesson is kind of a crucial, so that's why I am following this approach, so that you can also understand better the business logic, because that's important. If you understand this particular business logic, then building the application is not quite hard. So in that case, if you just build the UI first somehow, then if you go to the backend development, then you can come back again to bind that backend APIs. So for that case, I believe implementing the front-end UI is crucial as a proper development perspective. But someone actually, like most of them, most of the engineers actually used to build the backend first, but I prefer to build the front end first, so that the business logic got more clear, so that it will not affect on the backend. When that locked, then in the backend we don't have to modify so many times. Like in the tables, we have to do the migration and all those things. So if we just start the backend first without looking into the UI, or maybe we looked into the UI but we didn't implement the UX, because depend on the UX, in the backend we have to done tons of changes. Maybe we have to add some properties and all those things on the table. So for that case, fixed or locked a UX, including the UI, with proper form and all those property is really important before we develop the backend. So for that case, I like, my personal opinion is to start with the front end UI first, at least the UI and the UX, and then try to find out how you can make that better in the backend side. So now let's move into the next commit, which is going to be this one, like front end lesson page UI and validation scheme. So in this commit, we are going to create all the routes file, and we're going to create the types, the necessary types, and also the validation schema. So I think let's just start with all the page first. First of all, we need to create a folder in the admin layout, which is called the lessons, and in that lesson we are going to put all those pages. So let's now start with the front end. We have the source, routes, admin, layout, and here we have all those folder. Now let's create one for the lesson, and in that lesson we are going to start with the all lesson page. So let's just create all lesson tsx, then new lesson.tsx. Now you might be wondering why I am adding underscore a and underscore b. So this is actually for the order. So if you look at the tab here, we have first all lessons, then new lessons, then lesson content, and the quiz. So if I don't add underscore a or underscore b in the file creation, whenever we create file, we provide the name like all lesson, the new lesson, and then lesson content and quiz. So if you just see the order, if I don't provide a and b, then I think m and l will be kind of like the correct order, but I want to specifically strictly want to add the order. Let's say in the future we, or maybe right now, let's just think, let's say all lessons, new lessons, and it is like again all content or something like that. So then how we bring that in the third position of the tab? Because if we create like all lesson.tsx page, then we create a new lesson page, then when we create all content.tsx page, it will come before the new lesson tsx page in the list. So let's say if I just create that all content.tsx, then you can see as I added the type here like underscore a underscore b, but if I don't add them, let's just remove that for now so that you can understand clearly. You can see the changes, like it was first, but as the underscore b come first in the alphabetic order, so it's just changed the positions here. So even I just change the B to a different one, then you can see all content, then all lessons, and then new lessons. But what if I want to add the new lesson in the second position? So we will not able to do that by just this simple name. So that's why I already discussed that about in the tab section when we develop the tab feature, that how we can make that order in our control. So for that case, in the 10 stack router, we have the ability to add the underscore and then some sort of keyword there and then dot. The underscore with the keyword will be hide from the URL. So that's the beauty that we can use or leverage to specifically make our tab control in our hand. So for the all content is now going to be removed. For all lesson we need to add that underscore a dot all lesson. That means is going to be the first one, and then the new lesson will be second. So for that case we have to add b dot new lesson, something like that. So if I just go to the comment, you can see the name is kind of same. So now you might thinking like, okay, we are just limiting, like if I just add underscore a underscore b, then isn't it going to be limited for a to z? Yes, it's going to be limited. There are only 26 we can add, but in the later after that, like when we surpass 26, usually in the tab feature there are like no way we can create 26 tab. It's just unimaginable. But let's say in the roast case, after 26 we can also add like underscore a and then again underscore, like not only one single a but also two a, like underscore a underscore bb. It's after like the 26 character just done. So that's another way to leverage that. You can leverage that to unlimited number by adding that things. And also you can see these are the files that got corrupted. So we have to close the server and again we have to restart the server, then all the error will be gone because we are just corrupted all those newly created file. So now we have the third tab, which is going to be underscore c, so that it's positioned to the third number, and lesson.content.tsx. Now it's already positioned here. And the last one is going to be underscore d.quiz.tsx. Let's just also add that. And another one we have, which is the edit page, and it does not related to the tab, so we don't have to put anything. Then it will, as in the tab, all the edit page will be hidden, so we don't have to add any underscore character in the prefix because it will be hidden. So now all the file is got corrupted. We have to restart the server, the front end server, so that it's generate the route tree.gen.ts file again, and all the files should now work fine without the errors. But still we are getting some of the errors like these. So for that case we have to delete our route tree.gen.ts file, and then we have to restart our server. And then you can see all the type error actually gone, because in the route.tree, that's the important file where it generates all the types. So whenever we create any file, and if you somehow corrupted that file, like renames or deleted that file and created that again, so the route.tree got overwrite, and sometimes it got overwrite so many times and the file itself got corrupted. So for that case you have to delete that file and just run the front end server again. The white server is gonna regenerate all those routes type based on from the route. So that's what you have to do. And these are all the routes that's we made so far. If I just now refresh our applications, in the lessons we should see the lesson list, because we didn't add that admin layout which actually helped to add that tab. That's why we are not able to see those tabs. So let's also quickly add those layout. So in the lesson edit we have to add like this. So let's go to lesson edit and add this admin layout component, and we have to add that in the all of the UI. So in the all lessons, let's also add admin layout. And one interesting thing you can see that admin layout is also necessary for all the page. So what you can do, you can also create underscore layout file in the lesson as well, as then you can just add the admin layout on that particular layout file or the folder. Then you can use to call those pages inside that layout. Then admin layout will be inherited from the layout to the all the route. You don't have to specifically mention or use the admin layout in all the pages like what we are doing here. But in our edit page we have to pass some other value, then you have to also track that edit page in the layout, so it will make the layout file complicated. So for that case we can avoid that complication by adding manually on each file the admin layout. That's also going to be fine, but you can also make that dynamic. That's up to you. So in the new lesson we have to add this like admin layout. Let's also import, and in the lesson content we also have to add, as well as we have to add that in our quiz. So this is going to be like the lesson content, and we need one for quiz. So we're kind of done. All the pages we have now the admin layout. Now if we just go to the UI, then we should see all the tabs working fine. We have all lessons, then we have new lessons, lesson content, quiz, and you can see in the UI it does not have padding, but in the all lesson we have the padding, because in the quiz form we are going to add the padding, so that's why I don't have to add. And also we have the ability to add like each form layout. That means it's gonna turn into the form layout, and it will require in the new lesson, lesson content, and quiz, because all of these are form, as well as in the edit lesson. But all lesson we don't need the form layout, that's why we didn't pass the props. Now let's create all the types and validation schema, mostly validation schema. So in the validations we need that, we already have the file, now we have to create all those schema. So let's bring all those code, and let's also try to understand what's going on here. And here we have almost 128 lines of code. That's mean we have tons of validation schema here, and that's also reasonable because in the lessons you already saw we have too many features connected, like the lesson content, quiz, and all those things. So yeah, we have to create those validation schema as well as. So first of all we have the as lesson based, like me, that's mean schema lesson based. That's the base schema for the lesson, which will have name, that's like the string, then non-empty, minimum 3. I think you already know and understand all these validation schema using the chart. Even if you don't understand any portion of that code, like maybe you didn't understand the extend version, then I would recommend just grab the whole code, ask to Gemini, like the old strategy I just recommended you to leverage the AI to understand the code base. So in the description is also string nullable optional. Then we have the status, which is going to be enum, coming from the course status, including the draft is going to be the default. Then we have the XP point, which is the number, and for the number you already saw most of the time we use j.coerce, and then the number method from there. And then on the types it will be the enum from the lesson type. That's our base lesson, and now we can inherit this to extend it to more schema. For example, for the create we have the course drop down, module drop down, chapter drop down in the UI here, like this. So in the base schema we didn't add them, we just make it fresh so that we can reuse that for the edit. But in the create we need all those property like the course ID, module ID, chapter ID. These are number. You can see the same way we use like for the XP point, but in the XP point we added default value like 5, but for the course module we don't have that. So whenever we choose anything from the drop down, we will took the ID and we will set that ID into the particular hook from, and that's gonna connect it with this schema. And for the lesson update we need the ID property including the base schema. That's mean name, description, status, XP point, and type. We will need the ID. We don't need the course ID, module ID, chapter ID, because in the edit page we will not gonna allow user to edit all these value like the course, module, chapter. So whenever we created any lessons under a chapter, we are not gonna edit that to a different chapter or maybe a different module or courses. Maybe you can add that functionality, but my thought was like don't make more complicated to the audience that it will be hard to understand. But if you understand this part, then you can leverage that knowledge to make that possible, to edit the course, modules, chapters, so many things. Then that case you have to work on the backend more to make that feature work. So that's all about the lesson related things. Now we have the lesson content, but before that we need some sort of regex to match with. So we created a regex. That's for actually markdown file, because in the markdown file format in the URL there will be URL of FTP server, and after that URL, we will have .md file. So for that case, we also have to validate that, because if you go to the lesson content here in the select markdown file, we will able to allow to select those files. These are the URL path. These are string URL path. So we have to validate that as well as. So for that case, we just added this regex, and you can generate that by asking Gemini, like tell that, okay, I need to validate .md file, so give me a regex code. After then that, we need to use that as well as, but before that we need to create the base lesson content link schema, because the lesson content link also going to be create and edit. So in the edit we might need not some of the fields. So for that case, here in the lesson content base, we must need the lesson ID, because it's gonna tagged with the lesson ID. And then we have the URL. Then you can see j.string.non-empty, but the URL will be reframe, like refine again with the regex to validate, add the validation for that. We're gonna do that. In the title and the link type, this is going to be enum, but in the URL we need to now check with the regex validation, and in the jot we do with a way of refinement. So you have to take functions, and in that functions we will have get the data and ctx. That's the kind of like the property from the jot that's actually help to refine the already created schema. Because in this way, like in the URL, we are not gonna able to allow to validate the regex. So for that case, in the refinement, it's really a good way to validate, like custom validation, adding something like that. So for that case, we just need to create a functions, and in the function we'll get two argument, and then now we can use those argument to implement our custom validations. And you can also took the whole code and ask Gemini to better get like a better explanation, but I'm just gonna go super fast. Like in the ctx you will get add issues. In that add issue you can add code, and I would recommend use like custom in the code, so that it understand like you are trying to add like custom validation. And is path valid, we're using the dynamic path regex for lesson content, where we pass like data.url. So in the data you will pass like get the whole schema data, like the lesson ID, URL, title, link type. So in the data we are gonna refine the URL, so that's why we added like data.url. We are gonna using the test method from the regex, so that we got the validations here. So if it's not a valid path, then we are just gonna add the error in the chart. So that's why this ctx is helping here. So ctx.add issue is gonna help us to add the error. So in the code we have to add custom, and in the message we have to add any message that we want to add. Let's say for our case we added for markdown type path must be like directory/file.md, you can see. And then in the path we added the URL. That's important. That's gonna connect with the property like the URL. And if it's valid path, then we are also checking the URL is valid or not. Let's say the path has file.md file, but the URL is wrong. Let's say we didn't add the https or www, something like that before the directory. So that's why we are also going to validate that. And here you can see we are using j.url, which actually help to validate the URL. And because here you can see in the URL we have two validation together. So maybe we can validate that here j.url. If we just provided that here, we can just validate the URL, but we're not able to validate the regex. So for that case we need custom validation. And how we can use the custom validation, like the refinement this way. So the same thing, we added a issue, we added a custom code, then message, and the path. And before that we just check a condition. So this is how we can add the refinement. And now we have to use the refinement. You can see it's a separate schema and it's a separate function. Now we have to connect them, and ultimately we need the ultimate schema. So for that case, you can see s lesson content link create. That's the schema we are gonna export, and in that schema we are gonna connect with lesson content link base. That's the schema that's going to be connect or refinement, like refine with the link refinement. That's the method. And we have to use like super refine method to refine with any schema. So that's how it's working. So if you want more better explanation, just bring the code from here to link refinement and also dynamic path regex, as well as lesson content link. So if you just took this portion of code and give to Gemini, then it will give you a formal and very standard explanations. And you can ask questions there if you have any confusion. And then for S lesson content link update, we are also gonna refine when we are gonna update, because we also need those URL validations here. So for that case here, you can see we are extending from the create, I think, oh no, we're extending from the base schema, and we are adding the ID, because you already know that when we edit, we need the ID. And then we are trying to refine with the same way that we define in the create, like here. So that's also part of that part, like lesson content link. And now we have the quiz, and in the quiz we will have the option first. So that's why we created like S quiz option base, where we'll have the text and the is correct property. That's the two property we need. This is for the options, and these options need to be connected with the quiz. So here you can see the S quiz create. It is like the quiz options create, and also the quiz option update. As in the update we need like a regular ID, that's why we add the ID. And now this is these are the three things that's for the quiz options, and this will be connected with the quiz. So now we have to create a quiz base schema here, like S quiz base, and in that schema you can see the course ID, lesson ID, question and explanations, and it will be also connected with the quiz list. We are gonna add them as well as. But before that, this is the base, and this is not going to be export. Like we're not going to use this base, but instead we are going to use the S quiz create, and in that create we will need to add the options like this. In the options you can see j.array, and this array we just passing the S quiz option create schema that we created here, like text is correct, and that's the object. And we added array here, that's been array of object of that particular schema in the options. And also we need minimum two options, that's why we added the minimum. And also in the refine we want to add like a custom validations, something like that in the options. If there are like no property called is correct, and even if it's not true, then we're not going to allow that. That's been the validations here. If I just go to the quiz and try to save, then you can see all the validation. If I now just select one and try to not select, let's just remove this and try to save, then you can see at least one option must be marked as correct. That's mean here we are also gonna able to select the correct answer, and that's also mandatory. Let's say you just created some of the options and you didn't provide which is correct, and you just save that quiz, and that quiz appear in the learner side, and learner actually choose the options, but you didn't actually added the answer like what is the correct, then it will be like partial work. So for that case you also have to add the validations to check the option, like the property like is correct has set to be true or not. So for that case you can also add the refine here. So we have two way to use the refine. The one way is like use the super refine. When you have multiple custom validation need to be added together, you have to follow this approach with the custom functions and then use the super refine. And when you have some sort of custom like one single custom validation, you can just simply use like refine. And also if you just want to know more difference between super refine and the refine in the jot, you can just ask Gemini to get more explanations for that case. And that's for S quiz create. You already I think understand what's going on here. And for the update we will need the ID and the options. In the options we also are going to check the same things, and we are extending from the base. Maybe we can extend from the create so that we don't have to add the same options here, but yeah, you can do both. So these are all the schema we are gonna use. I think you already understand if you understand the jot. And if you are very new in the jot, then I will highly recommend to watch a dedicated video about jot and then continue from this video. Yeah, so these are all the schema, and let's also see from our commit list that what we have to add more. So in the lesson.ts we have to add some of the types, so let's also add some of the type here. So in the lesson.ts file, first of all we have to add ilesson type. This is the actual type, or like the important type. That's the core type for the lesson. So if I now just go to the types and the lesson, then here we have to call like this, and also we have to import all those users things. Let's say let's bring all the import code as well as, and we should see all the error gone. So now let's try to understand what's going on. So in the I lesson, we have all those property: ID, description, course ID, module ID. This is quite similar with the entity of the lesson, but as it's related to the front end mostly, so we have some other property as well as you can see is locked, is completed. These are the two new property that's not in the entity, but these are gonna be used in the front end, so that's why we added that. So we can reuse this in the back end and the front end both, because the is locked, is completed is kind of optional, so we can just simply use the I lesson in the back end and front end put together. And most of the properties coming from the entity itself. Then we have I lesson filters. That's when we are gonna add our service in the you know if you go to the I common filters, then you can see search page limit status. These are for like when we work with the filters here in the UI. You can already see that in the all lesson we have the filter like course ID, module ID, chapter ID that needs to be passed. So for that case, validating that request in the get request in the chapter list, we have to add this type of the interface so that we can validate that API. And then we have the I lesson response, which is same. We are just using this total page, like the pagination stuff with the modules in the list. I think it should be lessons, not modules. So I think that's my mistake. So it will be lessons in the I lesson response. And then we have the I lesson content link, which is going to be like ID, lesson ID, URL, title, link type, and all those things here. This is for the I lesson content. Then I lesson quiz, that's for all the UI that we created here. And then I quiz options, that's for the quiz options that we have like this. This is the type, and you can see the same type we discussed about the in the validation schema. And then as we created all the schema like for the create, for the update, so now we can also reuse them while we're gonna work with the create and update feature. So for that case, we need to retrieve the type from those schema. So that's how we retrieve the type, and we just exported those type here. So we have a T lesson create, T lesson update, T lesson content link, T lesson content link update, T quiz create, T quiz update, and all those things. So these are coming from those schema. So this is how we just export those type. And overall, these are so far all of our types, and these are all of our validation schema. And while we're gonna develop the UI and the feature like validation, and we're gonna bind those API, if we need to enhance our validation schema, we are gonna do that as well as in the later future. But other than that, we don't have any changes for this commit. So now we can actually move to our next commit. And if you go to the documentation, the steps we followed, in the second, we started with the UI pages, validation, and types. We already added that. Now we can start with the UI of our front end. And before that, here you can see a warning in the documentation. We have to build our front end project to check is there any build error or not. So let's go to the front end and try to build our project, npm run build, and let's see we are kind of good with our front end or not. And you can see the build has successfully done. Okay, we got so many errors, so let's also fix those errors. Mostly these are the type error when we work with the types, mostly in our package definitions. We have to add type like this, so that's why we are getting those error, because when we import interface or type, we have to add like type. This is like kind of new syntax, so for that case we are just getting that error. So maybe we just add this type here. And let's just also see which page we got the error. I think most of the error we got from the lesson.ts file. And I think now let's try again, and we should see all is working fine. Let's see. Yes, the build has successfully done. So we're kind of good with all of our changes. So make sure you also build your front-end project and sync that everything is fine. So now let's work on our next commit, which is going to be jot build error fix. So we already built our project and saw that we don't have any error, and we found some, we fixed that. So we can now just simply ignore this commit. But in your case, if you face any issue while building the project, specifically in the jot, then make sure you upgrade or downgrade the jot version. So you can see the version again, jot 4.1.7, which is the correct. Let's also see from our package.json file from the definitions that what is the jot version that we are using. So in the package.json, you will see the dependency is using 4.0.17. So I think I increased that here to 4.1.7, but make sure you use this same version 4.0.17. if you face any error while you install with the latest version, because this short version could create some issue with our backend maybe. So for that case, make sure you downgrade or upgrade to this version whenever you got any jot related issue, if that's a version related issue. So now let's move into the next one, which is going to be lesson create with drop down selection store. So as our plan, you can see that we created all the pages. Now we can start with designing our pages. So let's say we will start with the new lesson page, the form page, then maybe the lesson content, that's also from, then the quiz from, and then maybe the all lesson list page. So for the new lesson page, we have to follow this commit. Make sure you sync with that, and we are gonna create a similar component like we did earlier for the chapters, then modules, courses, where we create a form. We use that form into the edit page and also the create page. So if I just go to the doc, then you have to go to the step 2, that's the section, and here you can see lesson creation start with the drop down store. So now you might be confusing what is drop down store here, and we also create a store, new store, and which is called drop down selection store. So if I go to the already implemented version, then in the new lesson you can see, even I refresh, we have the selected value in the drop down, in the select course, select module, select chapter. These are the value that we selected earlier, like this. And also let's just select a different one like this. So whenever we select and even we refresh, then you can see the value is still persist. And why is that? Because there is 3 drop down, that's very common, and we have to use that frequently in the all lesson. Here you can see in the all lesson as well as in the new lesson, and so on. So for that case, selecting those value every time is not user friendly way. So for that case, we have to store them into local storage, and we have to show them when we need here, mostly in the all lessons header as well as in the new lessons. Because let's say if you come to the list page and now you selected any of the course, then modules, then chapter, you will see all the list of those lessons for that chapter. Now you want to create a new one so that you don't have to select them again. You can just simply provide the name and description and all those things, and then simply create them. So that's a kind of easy way. Then let's say in the lesson creation, you just change the module or the chapter to a different one. Now you just created that, and if you go back to the all lesson, then you will see the selected value in the drop down. You don't have to select that again. So that was the problem in our applications here. Every time you come, there are maybe some by default value selected. Sometimes we don't have any value at all. So for that case, if we have a common store, then we can purchase the store with those informations when user select, and then we can show them here. Let's say in the module we can show the selected module that we select in the lessons. In the chapter we can also add those course and modules from the lesson selection. Even we change that from here, that will also affect in the lesson list or in the drop down. So that's a way that will implement or like that will provide you a better user experience. So that's why we are gonna create a store and we're gonna implement that. So let's create a new form first, and we already know the pattern for our form. First we create the controller, then we create all the necessary methods there, then we also create the form, connect with our React hook form. So I'm just gonna copy the name, and I believe you already know the pattern, you already understand how we build any form with React hook form, and the pattern is pretty much similar. If you come and watch the earlier section, so far you will understand everything, I believe. So in the components, let's also see where we put that. So in the components, then admin, then lesson, then I think there might be a new folder called lesson, and in this lesson folder we are gonna create lesson form. And let's just bring the whole code, and it's bigger. Yes, we have a lots of form, so for that case it will be kind of a bigger, you can see. Let's also create the use lesson from controller, which is going to be inside of our hooks. In the controller, then we are gonna create a new folder called lesson here, and in that folder we are gonna put that hook. Let's also bring the code and then understand what's going on. And we already created some of the important types in the earlier section or earlier comments, so we will be kind of good with the type. And here we also use the store, so I think we should first understand the store. And the store will be inside of our stores and with a new name like drop down selection store. So let's also create that store as well as and try to understand what's going on. And I have provided a brief explanation of the store related thing on the earlier section when we develop the auth store. So make sure you watch that part, which is very crucial to understand the store how working in our application. So I think there is a file name corruption here. Let's also fix that. Okay, we are still able to not get the correct name. I think there may be some character issue. Yep, now it's fixed. So that's our drop down selection store, and also we should not get this error here. Let's just re-import again and kind of fine. Also import the controller in our component form. So now we should not see all the error still we're getting because our select import is not done yet. I think then we have to import the input field as well as and then the action footer. I'm wondering that these are the components are not input in our real code. Maybe let's just look into that as well as yeah, we already imported them, but somehow they removed. So yeah, import them back. So now let's look into the drop down selection store. What's happening here? So first of all, we have the type. In the type means like what are the property or what are the method will be in the store. We will have four property. Those will be number. Why number? Because whenever we select from the drop down, in UI we saw the label, but under the hood each label has its own ID in the value of the particular drop down. If you look into the drop down data set, which is kind of like value and label in an object array of object where you will find like value and label. So from the value we will get the ID. So for that case, which is number, so we have to store that as a number. And we have selected course modules, selected chapter, selected lessons, all this. And now these are the property for storing the value. Now we need some sort of method that's gonna set those property. So we have a similar method with the same name like set selected course, set selected modules, chapters, lesson, and it will took the ID or either it will be null and it's not gonna return anything. So that's the type and that's the definition type for our store. And for creating our store we use like create method from just end, and then we provide the type like this way, and then inside of that function we have to provide another function called persist because we are going to persist that into local storage. If we don't, then we can just simply remove this. Instead we will get this callback function where we will get the set method. So in the persist we can pass other options like this. In the name we just provided the name for that storage, and here we can also mention the storage like which storage you want to do. If you don't mention, then by default I think it will be stored in the local storage. Let's say in the auth store we mentioned something or not. Yes, we didn't mention it's the store name, like here we did like local storage. So by default it will be stored automatically in the local storage. So this is I think I added that for show you like how to add different storage. Here you can add maybe session storage as well as, and there are some plenty of that. And also if we come back a little bit up, then you can see initially those value will be null, and then on those method like set selected course we are using the set method from the callback. When we get the set, we will get the set and get here. So in the set method we are setting the course with the ID that we are going to get from the method whenever we call this set selected course. And by the way, we can call this whenever we use like use drop down selection store hook. This is kind of like a custom hook. When we use that we will destructure all this property. So whenever we pass this or this method, we will provide the ID of that particular selections, and then you can see that we are only setting up the value for that particular property, not updating any other older property. Let's say here we only updated the module, not any course like making it null or something like that. Then when we choose chapter, we updating the chapter and making the lesson null. So why we are just making the next hierarchy null? Let's say if I just go and choose TensorFlow basic, now the chapter should be reset because earlier the chapter was for ML fundamental. Let's say I select now TensorFlow basic. So if I now just change the module, then the chapter should also reset, because the chapter we selected earlier, it was related to the earlier module, like that TensorFlow basic. So that's why we must need to make that selected value null, and the list will automatically fetch to the new data, because we implemented that in our list page, and we are going to do the same thing in the all lesson page as well as. So that's why whenever we change anything, like let's say if we change the course, then our module, chapters, and lesson ID should be reset. If we change the module, then it will work from the chapter, and if we change the chapter, then I think we don't have to add anything. Let's just see. Yeah, when we change the chapter, we have to set the lesson to null, and when we select the lesson, then we don't have to do anything null, because all the property before we already selected, so we can just select or change the lesson. So these are all the methods that's going to help us to achieve our need, and it's going to store all those information in the local storage. Now we have the store, and let's now look into the controller. So this is the controller where we will get the ID for the edit page, and if we don't get that, we are kind of good with the create page. And here you can see the use case of the store, use drop down selection store. We retrieve all those property and some of the method without the lesson method, because in the from page we don't have any lesson drop down that we need to select, because we are creating lessons. So for that case, we don't need that method. And after that, we are querying all the course list. Why? Because you can see in the drop down we have to fetch the course list. We have a drop down for selecting the course. The same will go for the module and the chapter. We have to fetch them, but mostly we need to fetch the course first, and then the module list and the chapter list will come after that based on the selection. So whenever we select the module list API call, and it fetch the data. Whenever we select module, it call the chapter list and fetch the data. So we have to call those API on the on change of those drop down. So that's what we are gonna do. So that's why we need those query that's actually help to manually trigger that API, and we already created those APIs with the query, like which will manually trigger, like you can see, use mutation stuff. So whenever we call this, we must have to call the muted method, like module list muted, then we have chapter list muted. So whenever we change the course, then we call the module list muted, and whenever we change the module, we call the chapter list muted, and it will be happen in the from UI, where we develop the input field, or like the drop down field, like the select component. And then we have the is loading as usual, and is pending. It can be when we try to do manual stuff. I think this is pending is for the create, like when we do the create or update API call. That's the state that we manage here. And we set up the hook from with all the default value. You can see like name, description, course ID, module ID, chapter ID, status. And if you go to the validation schema, then you'll understand what the schema is: name, description, status, and all those things. We also validated all the ID. So that's why we provided that. And initially all those ID will be undefined, and the status will come from our e-course status. We have the type, and a point will be by default 5. So that's it for our React hook from. And then we have a little tweak here in the use effect hook, and of course we don't need these two things in the use effect anymore. These are method. So what we are doing here, so whenever we have a selected course or a selected module, from where, from the store. Let's say if we go to the store property, you can see selected course and selected modules. So whenever we come to the form page, we check from the store that we have selected course or not. If we have selected course, then we need to fetch the module list, as well as if we have selected modules, then we also need to fetch the chapter list. Why? Because let's say I have to maybe just clear the local storage. So let's go to the memory, I think the application, and then you will see local storage. Then we have to clear the course selection storage, not any other stuff. So let's delete this and refresh. Now you should not see any value selected. So now if you go to the module list drop down, you can see there is no data. If you go to the chapter, there is no data. Now what if I just select a course, and now we should see the list of data. So now if we just refresh, then we will get the course ID from the storage, right? And it will be selected. But if we don't fetch the module list, then what will happen? The module list will be empty. And how user will get those module list. So we have to automatically fetch the module list including the chapter list if we have selected any modules and that come from the local storage. So that's why it is very crucial to make the user experience to a better experience. So for that case we have to check that value from the store and then we have to refetch those values like the module list and the chapter list. And then in the onSubmit method, this is the method that's when we click on the save button, based on the ID we perform the update and the create. Right now it's kind of a dummy promise with the toast that we already used in our pattern, and after that we are going to reset. When we created our course, we're going to reset the course ID, module ID, and chapter ID, means the drop down information. And this will be depend on the store. If we have any value in the store, then we're going to just use that value, and after that we're just returning all those property. Now let's look into the lesson from UI, that what we are going to do. All those property from lesson controller from, and our first drop down will be the course drop down, and we are using the same pattern. If you go to the course and go to chapter from or module from, then you will see the same drop down here, like the controller, then we have the course ID, the same thing we just used here again. The course ID which will be the name, then we have the control that's coming from the React hook from that we initialized, and inside the render method we have to select component that we created earlier. We have the options here. You can see the options we have with the data structure called value and label, and that's crucial. Everywhere you will see that when we use the select component we pass the options with the value and label structure. Then we have the value that needs to be added when we choose any value. Then in the onChange, now we call the method called module list muted to fetch the latest list, and then we set the course, we set other value like the module ID and the chapter ID. So whenever we change the course list, like the course item, like let's say, because course is in the top of that list. So if we selected module chapter, then if we now just select again the course, then the modules we selected, the chapter we selected should be removed, because now the course is different. Earlier the module and chapter was for the different course. So for that case it's crucial to also reset the value to that like 0 for module and chapter when we select course. And the same thing will happen in the module as well. As we are not going to reset the course because module actually come under the course. So when we change the module, we call the chapter list muted method that we found here, chapter list muted from the mutations here, and then we just select the module. Then using the set value we will be able to set any value from the hook from. For our case we are going to set the module ID and the chapter ID to I think the module ID should be like this, and we have the chapter ID to 0. And one thing I missed here, which is you can see a new method like set selected course. It's not a new method, is the method that we created in our store, like here, and we are importing those method select set selected course, set selected module, set selected chapters, and we pass them into the hook. And here you can see that we are using them. So first of all we are going to use this one first, set selected course. So whenever we change anything in the drop down like this, so we must need to set that into the local storage as well. As so for that case we will just simply call our set selected course method from our store, and we'll pass the ID and it will set that into the store. The same thing for the module as well. As so whenever we, so that's mean here we set twice the value. First of all we set that into the local storage through the store, and the second we set that into our local store, like not local store, like the local scope in the React hook from, it's called local state, using set value. You can see that how we set that up. And the other property like the chapter will be reset, and when we select the chapter we will just only select in the storage as well as we are selecting from the React hook from. Rather than that, these are the three drop down, which is kind of similar in the implementation. And then we have the name as usual, input field with all the fields, and we have the errors, then the descriptions, XP point, which is the number field, and status by default. So you might be thinking like some of the drop down are quite common, some of the fields are also common, so why we didn't make a reusable way to just simply call them to get this code? Yes, you can also refactor that. You can refactor like creating a, like all this common thing. Let's say we have these two property which is so common, like name and description, and all these three drop down, these are super common. We use that in the header, we use that in the form. So maybe we can just simply common those input or select, and we can reuse them here. You can also do that. So this your task, your homework to refactor the work. And other than that, we don't have any other things. In the end, we have another drop down which is for lesson type selection, and that's gonna help to select the lesson type. And then we have the action footer with the on submit method bind with that. And now if we just go, we will not see any effect because we didn't use that form anywhere. So now let's use that form into our lesson form page. So let's go to routes admin layout. In the lesson we have new lesson, and we have to reuse that lesson from here. That's it. And also let's go to the UI and go to lesson from. Yes, it's appeared. Let's also see the validation working or not. If we click on this, the description is kind of optional, so it's not gonna ask the validation, but the name is required. You can see the course ID, module ID, and chapter ID is required. So whenever I select any value, now if I just refresh, then our storage should also work. You can see the storage is working. And if I now save, the other property is required. So let's just say Python basics. Now refresh and see, yes, it's also coming. And when we are going to implement those header drop down, we should also see that's sync together. That's also need to be verified. And other than that, we didn't implement the backend yet. So for now, we're kind of good with the UI, and that's the commit. And I think I have done all the changes for the commit. So now let's look into our next commit, which is going to be like lesson content and markdown viewer. So this is going to be for the lesson content form, because we already created the lesson form, and so far we are just developing the UI for now. So for the lesson content, we are also gonna build the form, and for that case, we need to work with the markdown stuff, because you already saw in the demo implementation that we have to implement a markdown previewer so that we can view the markdown stuff. So let's look into the commit, and make sure you also sync with this commit name or the title. So here you can see we have some packages that need to be installed. So if I go to the documentation for reference, then here you will get the step 3, lesson content create UI. So first of all, we're going to make a component, a common reusable component for markdown viewer, so that we can select any markdown file from our FTP server, and then we will able to view that file content in our application. So let's also see what are the packages that we need to install. We have to install React Markdown, then Remark GFM, then Prism React Renderer, Mermaid, and GitHub Markdown CSS. So GitHub Markdown CSS for styling, Mermaid is for the charts. That in our Markdown viewer, we also gonna allow user to add charts in Markdown format. So for that case, we need these things. And Prism React Renderer, that's for highlighting the code. And I think Remark GMF also help to highlighting the code and some sort of, let's just see. I think I'm not sure with the Remark GFM. Let's see. So these are the plugin that's actually help to auto link literal footnotes, historic throw tables, task lists. So in the markdown, standard markdown, we have tables, we have auto links, footnotes, task list, and all those things. So for that feature or supporting those things into the markdown previewer, we need this plugin Remark GFM. And here you can see that these are the auto link, these are the footnote, then we have table as well as, so these need to be showcased properly in the markdown viewer. So for that case, we need this plugin. Other than that, if I just go here, React Markdown, which is for rendering the markdown in React. And other than that, I have explained what we need. So GitHub Markdown CSS, that's for the CSS style, which will be kind of look similar with the GitHub Markdown previewer. So these are the packages that's really mandatory to continue further. Let's install them. We have to go to front end, and then we have to use nvm use. Then we are gonna use with pnpm, not npm. So I think I have to update the doc with pnpm command. If I didn't, then you can just make a PR to change that. So let's install all the packages. And in the meantime, let's also look into the doc. So it will support Marmite chart as well as and the CSS that I already discussed. So what will be the flow of our component? So user pass the markdown content as a prop in our markdown viewer component. Then the markdown viewer will initialize the state using the current theme from the GitHub CSS like this package, and then it's gonna observe the theme changes. If any theme changes or not, there will be some method or way to detect the theme change or not. Otherwise it's gonna go with the default theme. The theme is important in your UI. You're gonna look into the markdown viewer. So if you didn't change the theme, then the UI will be kind of different. So yeah, the theme is kind of important, but we're gonna follow the default theme. Then we will have a render method where we're gonna render the markdown content. And if we have any code blocks, we also have to identify them, and then we have to use the prism renderer to highlight those code block syntax. The same thing will happen for the chart. If we found any chart in our content, then we have to use Marmite to render that chart. So we're gonna also detect those detect those code blocks to use our two packages like prism renderer and Marmite for rendering the chart and the diagrams. And then when those will be done in the React Markdown, it will render the proper Markdown content. So that's the explanations or like the sequence diagram of our components. So let's now create the component that we need to create. And we install all those packages. Make sure you use all this version, like the exact version. If you face any issue with the version like all this, so maybe you have to look into here and pause the video here, check the version, like what are the version, like for the GitHub Markdown CSS 5.8.1, that's fine. Then the Mermaid 11.11.0, that's right now we are using 11.12.1. Then so these are the latest because the project was completed before I make the video. So if I face any issue with these packages, then I will downgrade with this packages version. And if you face the same, then you follow the commit, check the package.json file, and use the same version to install those versions when if you face any issue. Mostly you are not going to face any issue, I think. So let's just now ignore this and go to our changes. So we have changed so many things, but here we can see we have a new file called lesson content from. As usual pattern we follow, in the new lesson we create a new lesson from. Now from the lesson content we need a lesson content from as well as a hook for controlling that from. So let's create our lesson content from.tsx, or maybe we can start creating the markdown viewer first, because in the doc that's the step. So let's create the markdown viewer first. So we have to create a common folder in name with markdown in our components. If we go, then you can see the path. Yes, in the components, then common, we are gonna create a new folder called markdown. So let's go to common, and there will be a new folder called markdown, and inside that we have to create several files. We have a CSS, and I think these are kind of custom CSS that I have wrote earlier. So let's create the index.css file. Let's bring all the code, and I think I generated that like the whole markdown previewer from Gemini, yeah, as far as I remember. Maybe Claude, I'm not sure. So whatever, I give the instruction to LLM to generate me the markdown viewer. So now we are gonna understand what's going on the code. Don't laugh at me that I generated the code from AI, because that's the way nowadays we can leverage AI. If we don't use that, then that's our failure. We have to use that, and then we have to review the code that it's give you the correct code, or the code is optimized, or code is with a good way. Otherwise we're not going to accept that. So we are still there, the human involvement is still here, but the generation of code which actually can save our time, why not we can just simply use that. So let's just create another file called marmite tsx. That's the main file for the marmite chart, and that's the main file, like markdown viewer.tsx. That's the main component that's we are going to use. And in marmite.tsx file we have some code that's gonna help to preview the marmite chart, and we have to re-import that again. So let's re-import. Fine. So now first we're going to understand the marmite viewer. So in the marmite viewer, we have to import the marmite, and we will have a props in the chart. So we have to detect the charts. It's kind of a string, like everything in the markdown is kind of a string. So we have to detect that chart from the markdown content, and we have to pass that chart like any string format. And when we got the string, we just need a use ref from React, and also in the use effect hook, we're checking if we don't have anything in the current of from the reference that we use here, initialize here, then we're going to return, or if we don't have any chart as a string, we're going to return empty. Otherwise, if we have, then we are generating a random ID for each chart. That's important because in the chart, we have graph, sequence diagram, flow diagram. Even if you go to the documentation, this is using like a documentation library from Meta, and here we also used like markdown to render all those things, as well as the chart use marmite. So if you look into this particular doc, there are tons of chart, and those chart is kind of unique. So that's why we have to provide a unique ID or generate a unique ID for our chart or graph. So here is the ID. Then we have to call the marmite, and there will be a method for render, and that method we have to provide the ID and the whole chart, so that whenever we detect any single chart, it's gonna use the ID to render that. And then in the dot, then if we have we'll get the format from svg for the chart, and we're just returning like using the ref to set that svg so that we can render that when we need. And then if we got any error with the chart, then we'll simply get that error, took that error, and we're also gonna put that into our HTML using the reference. And then we can just set the reference with any div or any HTML tag. That's what we did here. In the return, we return the div with some style. These are the styles that we declare here, I guess. In the, I think these are the common styles from Marmite, so I don't have to use separately. I think if you go to the Marmite repository, let's go to pnpm Marmite, and if you go to the GitHub or the documentation, and in the implementation, you should see that it has like a class by default that need to be passed when we develop, or like when we implement that. I think we don't have the example here. Mostly here all those changes. I think I got that code implementation from Gemini, like how we can just simply render that. So I think you have to look into the code base to find out the example. I think there should be some examples or demo. Let's check a little bit. Yeah, I think I need some time to find out that thing. So by the way, you can just simply remove this class and check what's happening. Then I think you will not see the style. So for that case, you have to use this marmite class name. And if I go here, then okay, I already have that. Sorry, I mistake. This is like the custom class that I have added. So that means you don't have to add any external or like internal CSS class name. So whenever you just render the SVG, because yeah, I forget, as it's SVG, like whenever we render the moment, so it's SVG, you don't have to provide any style, because in the SVG the whole style is actually considered. So you just have to render that SVG or like the elements in your HTML. So that's what we did. So even we remove these classes, then it will still work. And I use flex and justify center to make the whole content into the center in a row. And the mermaid class actually gonna change our background color to white, and it will be like kind of gonna help to detect the background color based on the theme. So for that case, we added this class. So that's all about on this component. And now we have to use this component in our markdown viewer. And now you might thinking why we don't have any other component for code blocks renderer. So we don't need to create another component. Instead, we can just simply use that code blocks detection and rendering in our markdown viewer. So that's the core component here, the markdown viewer. So here you can see we already have one. That's a simple code blocks component. We can create a separate component here, and we can import that as well as, but so far I didn't create. So that's the markdown viewer. And if you came here, then we have a interface markdown viewer props. That's the main interface that's on our markdown viewer, and it's about markdown content. It's going to be string, the whole content. That's mean whenever we are going to use markdown viewer, we have to pass this markdown content as a string format, and the text will come and it will render the UI. And then this is kind of the types maybe, or like the object for the code blocks. In the components we use the code block, and in the code block we have to pass like it's also a functional component. We have to pass the class name and the children, and the children is basically those code block string, something like that. So we're going to discuss that. Let's just see the architecture of our markdown viewer. So first of all, we have to detect the theme. That's we already discussed, and the theme will come from our storage, like is the dark theme or the light theme. So you can see that based on the theme we have done something. So we observe the theme. Let's say if we have the light theme, then we are gonna change the theme to light. If we have dark, then we're gonna change that to dark. So here we have a state, local state, like current theme and set current theme, and the state default value will come from the main root theme from our whole applications. And then we are observing that whenever we initialize the, or like before the render, we just initialized the theme, and then we try to filter out the attributes and we change the theme. So let's bring this code, and we use a JavaScript built-in class which is called mutation observer. So let's now see what's actually this particular code mean. So let's use this and ask to explain for React Markdown previewer component. You have to give the context. If you give more detail, then you will also able to see that. So this code snippet is React hook using the use effect designed to listen for changes to the data theme attribute on the root HTML element. And this is a common pattern for components that need to be react to dynamic theme change, like switching between dark and light mode, applied by an external mechanism. For React Markdown previewer component, this hook ensures that the previewer's styling updating instantly whenever the global application theme change, maintaining visual consistency. So what you understand here. So in the viewer right now we don't have any file in our folder, so we're gonna create them, then you will see the real result. So whenever we change the theme, let's say in our applications from the home page, we change that to the light mode. And if you go to admin panel and go to the lessons and also lesson content, now you can see in the markdown previewer is also the white background. So as markdown previewer is kind of a external library that we use to build our custom preview, so we also have to detect the theme from our main applications to change the theme on the markdown previewer as well as. So for that case we need this use effect hook which will constantly observe our theme change from the main applications, and then it will set that change value into the local state that in our markdown viewer. And then when that's done, we're just disconnecting the observer. That's mean whenever the components clean from the UI, we also have to disconnect. This is the way how we actually observe from any mutation like any changes from the UI. You will also get the more explanation here, like execution, because the dependency area is empty. That setup function inside is runs only once after the component mounts. Then the cleanup, when the whole component cleanup, we also have to disconnect the listening, because when we listen we must have to free the memory when we clean up the component. Then you can see the target and observations. We have to call like create like set up the observer, and we use mutation observer here to observe. And then we have to pass when we just initialize that, we have to call the observer.observe method, and then we have to pass the attribute, like which attribute like how you are gonna target the element. So we are going to target with the attributes. That's why you have to pass like attributes true, and you have to provide the filter, like which attributes you are going to filter. Like we are going to filter the data theme as we discussed, like in the HTML we provide that to change the theme. And the target node, of course you have to provide the target node. And if you go to the full code, then the target node you can see is from the whole document, like the whole document, HTML document we use as a target. And we're going to find the data theme attribute, and we're going to filter that to observe that. That's it. That's the code that's gonna help to observe the changes on the data theme attribute from the HTML. So whenever that change, we set the value to our local state, and using the local state, we change the theme of our markdown viewer. Here you can see the markdown viewer implementation using a single div, and we have the style. Here you can see the markdown body and the markdown content, and these are the styles that we have written here. It's pretty simple, like the font size, the background color, mostly the border radius, and in the prism code, in the code blocks, what color we need. We're gonna make it transparent so that it's to the by default color. Then if we have the code block wrapper to make the positions fixed, and also we have some copy button. We're gonna discuss about that because in the code blocks we wasn't get the copy button initially, so we have to make that custom copy button. We're gonna see that, but ultimately you can see the background is none, but we are using the color from the theme, which is going to be coming from the theme. Yeah, if we have the dark theme, then the color of the text will be white, otherwise it's going to be like black. And we are using the React Markdown to render the markdown stuff. And here you can see the remark GFM, that's the plugin for, as I discussed. So you have to pass the plugin like this. In the React Markdown you will find like remark plugins, and the components, you have to pass the components, that's mean which will be combined with the code blocks, and I think the mermaid chart as well as. And this is the markdown content. It will be like a string, but based on the plugins and also the components is gonna detect, filter down, and render that so the main thing is React Markdown, but in the components now we can filter out, detect anything like chart, code blocks, and all those stuff. So mostly in the code block section we detect the chart. Here you can see. So in the code block section, let's understand. So we have a state for the copy, because whenever we implement the viewer, unfortunately I'm not able to show you the viewer. I think when I let's just try to use our markdown viewer in our form so that I can show you the changes. So for that case we have to create a new form, lesson content form. I'm gonna come back again to explain the code block. Just create our new form from our admin, then lesson, which is going to be like lesson content form. And in that form we need this code. It's kind of similar with our lesson form. We have some drop down and some property, and we have to render the markdown viewer. So let's create the controller as well as, because it's need the controller also. So it will be inside the hook controller lesson. So let's go to controller lessons and inside the hook, and also let's bring the code. And that's here we also have some markdown content to verify that it's working or not. So that's why I just need to show you. So let's import the controller, as well as we have to inject the file into the page. So let's also see any issue. Yes, we got an issue because we don't have the image in our lesson content link type. So we just need to remove that image from the drop down. And if we now just save, then all the error gone. Now we have to use the lesson content from in our lesson content page. So if I just go to c underscore lesson.content, then you can see here is the use case. And also one important thing, we use like lazy from React and the suspense, because the markdown previewer is kind of an external library, and if we don't use this lazy or suspense, then the whole bundle size would be increased. So for that case, splitting the bundle size, we must need to use the lazy to better rendering. So we have to go to the lesson content page, I think, see lesson content route, and here we have to add the input. Then we have to wrap our component with lazy, and it will come from admin /lesson/lesson content from, make sure it's sync. And then we have to use this lazy lesson from component in here using the suspend under the admin layout like this. So now when this UI will render, it will try to split the code, and then bundle. In the bundle it will split the code and render. So it's going to be helpful. And we have a little loading. You can add our custom loading that we created as a fallback, but for now let's just make it loading to check. So that's it. So let's go to our code and refresh, and then here you can see a little loading here, the loading that we added here. So let's also add our loading from the loading component that we created to common use. So loading, and then maybe we can add full screen or whatever. So by default we should have a loading. Yeah. So here you can see we have successfully rendered the markdown, and we have some basic text. We have also the graph, and even I just changed the theme as you already saw the it detect the theme. So if I just go lesson content, then you can see the background changed to white as well as. So that's also need to be detected and changed based on the theme we have. And other than that, now let's talk about the code blocks and the chart. We already discussed in the Mermaid that we just have to detect the chart and we have to pass that chart. And how we detect, so you can see in the language, like we use like regex to find out the chart from the text, from the whole markdown content text, that is there any text that's related like slash language, then something like this. So this is the pattern that's gonna identify the chart. And as you know, in the markdown text, how we declare the chart, we use syntax like this. If I just go down below, like there is a syntax like this, and then we use like mermaid, something like this. So that's what we are gonna detect, that in the language we can find out the language, and it will be kind of, sometimes it will be, let's say, code blocks like JavaScript, something like this, then maybe JS, maybe TypeScript, Python, and sometimes it's mermaid. So when we found it's mermaid, that means it's kind of chart. So that's how we actually detect like what is chart and what is code blocks. So in the language we will either find JavaScript, TypeScript, Python, shell, something like that, or maybe we will find the mermaid. And when we find the mermaid, then we have to detect the chart with that quotation block. And if we detect the quotation block content, then that's mean that's the content for the chart. Let's say if I just show you like the content like this, I can just show you from the controller here. You can see that's the markdown file. And the language, whenever we have a code blocks, we use like JavaScript, and we have this pattern that's have the starting and the end, and inside that, that's the actually code block. The same for the mermaid, but it's detect with the term called mermaid, and inside that we have all the chart. So we have to find out all the mermaid from the markdown content, and we have to find out the content inside of those mermaid as well as the code blocks. So for that case, we use this condition in our markdown viewer in the code blocks here. So it should be a kind of a common or more generic name, so that it will be easy to understand. Right now code blocks mean only it's rendering the code blocks, but it will be kind of ghosts to understand like what's happening on the mermaid until we saw the main code. So yeah, you can refactor that as well as, that's your opportunity here. So in the code text we are also trying to find out a new line. These are some rejects and some splitting of our main content to find out the language like the code blocks and the mermaid chart. And if we found the mermaid chart, then we call the mermaid, that's the component I explained, and we took the code text that we are gonna retrieve. That's it. And then if we have the match, that's mean any language that's matched with the pattern that I discussed, then that's mean that's the code. Now we need that code text and we need to render that with the code blocks. And for that case, we have the highlight, and you can see code block wrapper, that's a custom CSS that we added here to make our position relative, so that we can change the position relatively. Then in the markdown viewer, we have to use the highlight component from Prism React renderer. And we also have the theme that's gonna sync the theme, and we have to pass the theme themes.onedark. You can pass any other themes, maybe you will get the suggestion, maybe Dracula, then GitHub, and the other themes. Let's try with the GitHub, maybe. Let's see. Yeah, now it's look like kind of this. If you go to the Wonder, that's I like. That's the VS Code theme I'm using. So that's what I like it's look like. So you have to provide the themes, and the themes will also come from Prism React renderer. And you have to provide the language as well as, because it's a code block, it must be kind of a language. So the language we are going to detect from the regex, and after that we need to pass the code text which we retrieve from the language pattern, as we already returned the mermaid. So other than that will be code blocks sure. So then in the highlight component we will get a callback component that's need to be rendered, and this is for like the copy button. Other than that, let's say if we don't want any copy button, we don't need these particular options, you will see the direct render. If you just simply remove these, maybe we have to render those. Oh, that's my bad. I think that's the way to render the code line by line with the style from the highlight, and the copy button is this. So if we just remove that, then we should not see any copy button in the code blocks. So that's different, but this is the way how we actually render the code blocks. So let's bring this highlight component to get better context about what's going on this particular implementation. So you can see this is a React component structure using syntax highlighting code, and under the hood maybe it's using React simple code editor, or maybe different because I didn't provide the library name. So the highlight components and get token props. So the component uses the render props pattern to separate the logic of highlighting from the UI rendering. So we have a term in React which is called render prop patterns. That's a pattern mechanism that uses in the React sometimes. So that's the mechanism that we are using here, and that's the highlight component, and inside there we have the render prop function where it seems like a function inside of a component. So in the highlight, this is an external component responsible for taking raw code and the requested language themes, running the syntax highlighter, and breaking the code down into tokens. Okay, so the mechanism is like it's break down the code into tokens so that it's help to identify that code and render properly. And you can see the props just for a highlight, and after that the render prop function, the UI builder. So this process the data with the class name, styles, tokens, get line props, get token props. So let's now understand. So this is the most crucial piece of data. It's a structured array represent the code. That's mean the tokens is kind of an structured array that's actually took the code from our text and make it organized to render its own way. And where each line is an array of tokens. Each token object contains the actual text information about its type, keyword, string, comment. So it's kind of underlying mechanism that he used. I think you will find the implementation on the documentation of the Prism React renderer. Let's go to there, and if you go to the doc, then you can see how it's actually used to render. You have to install, then here you have to declare the code blocks. That's the text, and in the highlight you can see that's the way it implements. It have the render props pattern or the mechanism where you will have the function render prop functions. You get the line props, get token props, token style, and all those things. And in that, after that, you have to use like pre-tag. If you provide any style, you can provide them, and you have to map the tokens. That's mean all the lines as we discussed, like the Gemini provide the explanations. Like token is structured code that has like the informations about QR strings and all those things. And then in the style we can provide any custom style, but it will took ultimately the default styles. Then each class rename from class name, the CSS class name required by highlighting library, that's from the library. And get line props and get token props, these are helper functions often provided by the library. Or token object and return an object containing the necessary props styles to correctly perform the highlight styling on the DOM. So that's it. And then here you can see pre-element. The code is wrapped with the tag from the HTML, which is called the pre-tag, which preserve white space and line break. You already know that if you know from the HTML perspective, like what pre-tag do. So when you use that, it actually preserve the white space and the line breaks as well, as because in our code that's kind of general things or general rules. And also the style is spreading and the background is explicitly set to transparent, like some of the default style of the pre-tag. And in the outer loop, we have to loop from the tokens, as the Gemini explained, like from the tokens it organizes structure of code, so we have to map that. And while we are mapping, we can wrap with any HTML element, like we map with like a div, single div here. You can see inside the div we provided some other props. So this is like simply the implementation that I found from the documentations, like how it implemented. And you will see more explanation or more context about all those implementation like this, the children functions, then prisms, all this in the documentation from the npm or their GitHub repositories open source package. So you see also the APIs that relate to like what's get line props. You need to add line property type token. This getter will return you props spread onto your line element. So overall it's kind of like more details about like code highlighting in the markdown. So I'm not gonna go more details into this because it will need like a dedicated video. So maybe you will find a dedicated video about this. If you don't, then like just request me in this video's comment so that I can make a dedicated full video about the markdown previewer. Other than that, I just followed the same code that's in the documentation. And if you have any confusion and any questions, any of that code, just feel free to ask. Gemini provide the whole context, like whole code, to understand LLM what's going on the component, and then you can ask more questions. I believe you will able to do that. Other than that, we match that, and when we match, now we are kind of good. Now it's come to the uh, copy button. So when we need a external UI inside of our code blocks, let's say the copy button or maybe a different sort of button. So for that case, we can just simply add that after the highlight, because the highlight is inside of our div. So if you go to the documentation, you'll not see that use case of a wrapper in the highlight. It's just simply the highlight that's rendered the code. But we need the copy button as a floating button inside the code blocks. Whenever the code blocks grow bigger, even there is tons of codes, still we need the copy button top of that code blocks. So for that case, we need a wrapper. So we just added a wrapper and we make that position relative so that we can use this copy button as a absolute to make that position absolute. So if I just go to the style, then you can see the position is absolute. We have make that top and right, and we have some padding and some basic button design. And this button actually rendered here as we have the wrapper. Now we can just render that anywhere. That's what we did. And when you copy, as when you call the copy button, we must need to grab that code, and we already have that code in our code text. So if we just create a function called handle copy, then we use our navigator.clipboard to write text, the code text. The code text actually the text that's here we render in our highlighted text. So it's easy to grab that text. Now we took that and we set that in our clipboard. When we just click on that copy button, and when we click that, we have a state. Whenever we click, we just change that state to true, and after 2 seconds we just change that status again to false with the set timeout asynchronously, so that the button change back to older state like this copied. Now it should change to copy. That's it. And in the meantime, we got the code. You can see the code actually working. Hello markdown, that's the code was. So that's what's happening in the copy button. And after that, if we don't have any match here, then we just simply call the code, and we provided a class name and we pass the children. That's been the whole text we provided with the HTML code tag, and in the class name we have the class name from the parent side. So mostly we will able to get the match, and the class name is kind of maybe, let's just find out the class name from here, the components. I think the class name will be inherited from here, as we have that. We didn't use that here. So whatever, mostly it will match with the language, either Mermaid, either code blocks. And when you got that match, like JavaScript, TypeScript, anything, then it's gonna put that. Otherwise, let's say if there is another way in the markdown, you can declare code like this, only this, and if you text anything here, then it will also work like code. So let's see, or let's verify that as well as from our controller. Let's say right now we have JavaScript. Let's say what if we don't provide anything like JavaScript, instead we just simply make it empty, so that it goes to this code block like this, because it will not match with any pattern. Then it will go to this code block, and we want to see that it's working or not. So let's say console log, then let's just say print. This is for the Python format. Let's just say hello, and that's it. Now if I just save and come back again, refresh, then you can see this is still working, and it's working directly the code element that's from the HTML. So even I just go and try to select this one in the pre-tag, you can see this is the HTML code block. So we just took the text, we just provided that directly here with the HTML element, and that's working fine. So that's mean we can now make sure even we provide the language, it will work like the language, including the highlight syntax. But if we don't provide any language, then it's just using a simple HTML code blocks here. So let's also make this here visible, so that when you see the commit, you will also able to understand this portion. And so far I think I am explained all the portion, and you might be thinking I didn't explain more briefly about this thing, and I think it's not necessary for this particular video section because it's not fully about markdown viewer. But ultimately we have to understand the portion of code to look into the larger outcome of our project. So for that case I just keep that minimal. If you want more in details, then just request in this video comment so that I will prepare a dedicated video about that. But so far this is the component markdown viewer, and we just have to call this component as like we did here in the lazy content from. Oh, now we also have to understand like what's happening in our lazy content from. So if I just go, we created the controller. Let's understand the controller first, then also let's understand the lesson content from, because in the lesson content from we have all this drop down and property that's also need to be understand. And also the value will not directly come, it will become when we select the value from the drop down. So let's go to the controller first. It's called use lesson content from controller. We have a state called markdown content, set markdown content. That's mean in that state we're gonna change the markdown text when it's come to from our FTP server. We are also going to use this state to change that value, and it should affect in our previewer. And we have the loading state and pending state as usual. Then we have a setup for the React hook from as usual pattern, using some default value like lesson URL, link type, and the title. As expected in our UI, that we need a drop down for the type that either is markdown or video. In the video is we just have to provide the video, but if it's markdown we have to provide the markdown URL. Then we have the lesson that's need the ID, then the title and the file type, like the file actually maybe mostly is URL. When we also choose, we will see all the URL of those markdown file, and then we choose there. So we're gonna see the full functionality, like how we choose the URL from the server, and then it preview the markdown. We're going to see that when we are implementing or like binding the APIs. So here you can see after the hook from implementation we have markdown file list. What that's, so that's like the file list that's going to render like here in the drop down. And this will be also kind of like API query, something like we did for the modules chapter list, lesson list, something like that. So it will also come from there. So whenever we come to this page, it will call the API to get all the list, but it will depend on the selection of the dropdown, like select content type. If that markdown, then we're going to fetch those data. If it's video, then we don't need that data. Then we have a method that's handle markdown file change. That's mean this method is gonna help too. Whenever we change the markdown file, it should took that content, then it should preview that here. And then we have on submit. That's as usual on submit here in the bottom of that form, which have the edit mode as well as the create mode, because I already told you that our form for lesson content and quiz will both work in the same UI, the edit as well as view as well as the create. So we're going to see the implementation as well as when we are binding the API. So for now we just have some initial setup in our controller with some initial state, and in the lesson content from we exported all those property here. And here you can see we have the drop down. The first drop down is for the list content type, either it's going to be markdown or the video, and this coming from this enum video and the markdown. And other than that, when we change the value, then we also set the URL to true. Let's say it's important, let's say we have selected video and we have an URL here, and now we want to select markdown. Then what will happen with that older URL value? So we have to erase that. So that's why we have added the URL to empty. And whenever we also select markdown in this particular markdown file, it's also going to be URL, as you saw in the validation schema that the markdown file content should be URL. I already discussed that in the validations commit. So if you go to the commit here, like sorry, the schema here, then you can see in the link refinement we discussed that is going to be validated with .md in the end of the string, and it's also need to be validated with a proper URL, like including the https, www, something like that. It will start with that and it will end with the like file.md, something like that pattern. So for that case it will also be kind of a URL. So while we initialize the hook from, you can see we only have a single field called URL, and in that field we will provide the markdown URL as well as the video URL. So for that case we must have to empty the URL property, and when we do so then we will be kind of clear. So even if we have any markdown selected, then when we select to video, that's it will going to be empty, and our form like input field value will be empty, looks like empty. And then we have the lesson id, which is drop down for the lesson, and we are going to put the lesson list here, and we will gonna add the query of the lesson API. Then we're gonna call that API in our controller to fetch the lesson, and then we are gonna show that value here, like value label. We're gonna render them as well, as we're gonna see that. And in this lessons, these will become from the freshly created lessons, which the status is draft. And under the hood, when we select the module chapter, the lesson will come based on that. So that here you can see we didn't selected any courses, modules, or chapters. So that's why the store we created earlier, that's also important here, as well as not only the lesson content but also the quiz, because both of these require the lesson, and the lesson itself required three more data identifications, or like three more metadata, like the course, then the modules, then the chapter selected to get any lesson information, because lesson doesn't directly come itself. It must need all these parameters, chapter, module, and course. So in our UI, when we need to create the lesson content, we must need to create lesson first. That's the business logic. So for that case, when we create the lesson, we are gonna select those values here, the chapters, the modules, and the course. So as we select those value, and those will be stored in the local storage, and there is no way to clear them until we clear them forcefully from the local storage. So it will be selected, and in the lesson content, based on those values 3 id, we'll call those, use this 3 id, and we're gonna fetch the lesson list using those id, as like as we fetch in our list page. If you go to the implemented one, then you can see in here we use those selected id to fetch the lesson list. The same thing will happen here. In the lesson list, we're going to fetch them based on the selected value from our other drop down. So that's why right now we don't have the lessons. We're going to implement that when we're going to binding the API. So for now it's like an empty select. Then we have the title, that's using the input field. Also have the URL. But when we got the URL, now it's time to render our markdown stuff, as well as when it's time to like video, then we also need some sort of different things. So here you can see we have a tweak here. When we change to video, then it's kind of a drop down with searchable, and when you change it to video, then it's kind of a simple input field. So that's what we implemented here. In the controller, the property is same, which is called name, but in the render we have two rendering options. One is the input field, another is the select. And the select, we will have the list of markdown file, so that we can choose anything. And also we have a search functionality here, so that we can also search with the name of .md file, any of that name. It's kind of a better user experience. So for that case, we have to use searchable, and in that searchable we have to also pass the options with those data, and make sure we have to pass with value and label. And the other things is pretty simple. Let's say if I just try to go to save, then you will see all the validation is working, because we have provided the errors here as well as. And in the on change, now it's kind of trickier here. We have to call the method that handle markdown file change, because whenever we change any file, or like choose any file, then that's the URL from the drop down list, but the URL does not have the content, so you have to fetch the content from the database. So that will be kind of another mechanism. The whole flow is like, first we will render the list of those file, then when we click on any of that file, then we go back to the server. We will have two API. One is for the list of the file, like the markdown files, and then another API for fetching that content of that particular file. And those files will be stored in our server folder, or maybe outside from our server, but ultimately in our server. Like when we deploy, or let's say in a operating system, we can put that anywhere. But let's say in a VPS, you have a server where you can put like images, any file, that kind of similar things. So in our backend, we can put that folder somewhere in the backend, let's say the markdown files, and on that file there will be tons of markdown list files. Those will come from the GitHub or maybe external, because I don't want to create those markdown design or like all those things here. I want to make that separate, so that the content of the course will become kind of a different. Let's say if I just add a whole markdown editor here to add those markdown text, then it will be okay, but still it will be kind of trickier to manage. So that's why I put that separate so that I can maintain that separately in different way. But you can also add this feature. Let's say in the lesson content you can add a markdown editor. You can directly add that text. It should be stored there. But for my perspective, it was like, if I just implement the markdown editor here, then I also have to think about the hosting of that particular markdown editor informations, because when it comes to markdown things, then it has image, videos, you can upload them there, you can also maintain them. So if I use like GitHub kind of things, then like separately, then I can just create those markdown files there in a GitHub repository. Then I can bring that repository inside of our server or maybe in our VPS, and then from our backend we will connect with that file. You will see that particular property we are going to implement when we are going to implement the backend, then how we are connecting with a FTP server from our OS to get that folder, get out all the file from there. So that's what we're gonna do. It's right now, it will maybe seems like, okay, it's kind of a bit trickier or complex to you, but wait until I go to the backend sections to implement the whole thing, then you will actually understand the whole picture. Right now, let's just wait for the backend. So other than that, let's from the front end perspective, think like we have all the list API, like the API that for the list of the markdown file, we choose any markdown, then we call another API to fetch the content from that particular markdown. And when we got the content in a string format, we took that and we put that in our markdown preview. That's what we do. So we just set that value in the handle markdown file change method, and this method will use kind of a state where we took that changes. Let's say here we can change the state to this, like set markdown content. So we can change that text and we can put any other text here. So that's what we're gonna do, and we will get the markdown content. Now when we got the markdown content, this is for the drop down, like the URL, but now we need to preview the markdown content here as well. As so that's going to be separate component. So for that case, here we are checking using the get values. This is from method like from React hook from, where we can provide the property name, and the property name will provide the value of that hook from value that's already selected. So the link type is selected, we selected that in here in the drop down. Based on that, if that's markdown, then we are gonna just simply returning some custom UI, the h1 for the markdown preview. Then we have a wrapper, and inside that, if we have the markdown content, then we are providing the markdown viewer component using the markdown content as a text, which will be kind of a string. And if we don't have, then we are just showing this right now what we are seeing. Okay, we are not able to see that. We should see that from here. Here you can see select a markdown file to preview its content, as we don't have anything in our list. But here is using like our local state string, so that's why we are just getting that markdown content. So that's how we just render that. So if the link type is video, then we will not preview that. Maybe you can create another section, that's your homework, like create another section for link type when is video. Let's say the link type is video when we select from here, and if we provide the URL, then we should see the video preview here as well as. And mostly the video URL will be like from the YouTube or maybe the external video source. We want to preview the video here. So for that case, you can detect either it's YouTube. Then if it's YouTube, then you can just simply render that using the iframe from the YouTube. Other than that, if it's some external video link, then you can just simply render the raw video with some raw video player from the HTML. I think that's going to be fine. So that's your task, homework. You can just implement that for the video, and you can also make the PR in the repository. So that's one thing. And other than that, we have the action footer. That's the footer button. And now let's also refresh and see all the functions functional working or not. If I click on the save, then we can see we have the validation for the lesson because it's mandatory. The title is not mandatory, and the file, the URL is empty. That's also mandatory. And if I just select video and click save again, then it's still both of the field is required. So that's what will be in the UI so far in our lesson content form. And make sure like we have changes all the files. So let's go to the commit that we missed anything or not. So in our route we implemented or like added the form. Then we have the controller, we have all the files that related to markdown components in our common. We created that folder, we provided all those things, and here we created the code blocks. You can make a separate component here called code blocks, and you can just import that and use that here, as well as, or make the name, like name it to something different, because code block is specifically for the code, but here we also detect the chart, so you can make sure like code blocks and chart, something like this. And then we have the lesson content form, where we have just render all of our form like this. And then we have the package.json, that where we install all those packages. So I think you are kind of good with the overall understanding. That's what we have done in this particular commit. And if you go to the documentation, then we have the steps, like first we create the controller, then the UI, and we're kind of good. In this documentation, it does not have much knowledge, as I told earlier, that from the initial documentation has some brief explanation, but when the docs becomes way bigger, then it's become harder for me to maintain the documentation with the code base. So that's why I give you an opportunity and make the whole code base open source, so that you can contribute, you can also improve the documentations, also the features, all those things. So it will be really, really helpful who wants to contribute on the open source project. So overall, these are the changes. Now we can just go to our next section, which is going to be like quiz create UI. And for our lesson content, make sure you sync with this particular commit, and then we're going to move into the next thing. So for quiz create UI, we have to follow this commit, quiz create UI controller, and use fields array use case. And if you go to the commit, then you will see these are the changes. We have to create a new form, as we did for the lessons and lesson content. Now we have to create one for the quiz, and also the controller that will manage the form, and we have to use that in our quiz page like this. And also here you can see some type changes, which we have already made when we built our front end, or like the packages. So I think the error should not appear again. So let's create the lesson quiz from. Let's create the controller. So in the controller, we have the lessons. Inside that lesson, we will have a new one, use quiz from TS. And let's bring the code. And you can see there is almost 158 lines of code, and there is some important logic here. And then let's create the form UI component inside of the components under the lesson. And let's also bring the code and try to understand what's going on there. And we are kind of good with that. Let's see that what we already implemented. So in the quiz form, you can see we have a drop down. That means we need a drop down with the lesson, the same way we retrieve the lesson information here, but we retrieve the lessons based on the selected course modules and chapters, and also the status should be draft for the lesson content. But for the quiz, one another thing, for the lesson content, which is in the lesson type, it should be theory and coding. That means there are three parameters to get the data in the lesson content list, which is this course module chapter, and then the status draft, and the lesson type theory and coding. But when it comes to quiz, then we need to consider the same thing, but the lesson type will be quiz. So what are the lessons that has the type quiz? It will appear here, either it's draft or published or any kind of a status, because in our case we will see all the lessons and we can edit them. So that's why I think we can show all the quiz here. So now if we select any quiz, then if that has any data like the title, the description of that quiz, and all the options, then it will appear. But let's say if we don't have one, I think we don't have anything new. Let's just create a new quiz. Let's say test, then some description. Let's make it quiz and save it. And based on the same parameters, we should now see the new quiz, which is test. And now when we select that, you can see that we don't have any data, and instead we have all the fields. If I try to save, then you can see that the validation showing in the quiz title, not in the explanation, which is fine. Also we are getting the validation inside of those options. So, and in the logic, we must need to provide minimum two options. So that's why you can see initially we have two fields, but the user can also able to add multiple. But whenever they try to save, they must need to provide all those options data, like the text, as well as they also have to choose any answer. So all the validation need to be implemented. That's we already added in the schema, that we're going to check the array of that options, and we're going to check the is correct selected or not, true, and also the option text available or not. So that's what we have to implement, including the object data like quiz titles, then select lesson, all these things. So now it's kind of a interesting validation, and which is going to use the hook called use fields array from React hook from. So if you go to the controller, then you can see use field array from React hook from. So that's the hook that's gonna help to validate some external or outside of the use from array together. So because whenever we try to call the save button, then we have to trigger the list validation as well as the form validations together. So use fields array actually help here with the use form, because in the use form we have the options, and in the quiz create we also provided the course ID, lesson, question explanations, and option validations. But although we will not get like those errors. So let's say in the errors we already have here, if I just go and if I just go to the form, then you will find the errors, and here you can see in the options errors.options.index.text.message. So on that particular errors, and it's from the options based on the index of that particular item from the array. So how that's happening, we have to use the hook, and in that hook we will get the fields, and then we will get append, remove, and move to manage the item inside of a React hook from. Because whenever we append something or move something, or let's say remove something from the array, with use from, it's not gonna trigger the actual validation, or it's not gonna work like that. So for that case we need to use like use field array, which is gonna help to control that particular array. And with this control like this, that's from use from, and this control is need to be referred in the use field array, so that we can grab or communicate with that particular array that we want to validate, or we want to apply some of the functionality like append, remove, and move. And that's gonna help really easy to perform those actions. And also we have to provide the name should be from the default values, let's say in our case options here, and the control should come from our hook from. Now when you just use field array with these parameters, then it's gonna connect it with use from with the specific array field, and then for that array field now you can control with a different type of way. Other than that, you have to manage them manually, which is not recommended because the React hook from providing a use field array. So yeah, let's also bring this particular code to get more context. Explain me use field array. Now here you can see that is a utility hook that simplify working with data structure that involve repeating identical fields like an array of answer options, a list of professional experience entries, or multiple phone numbers. And it's allow you to manage the array state, adding, removing, moving, replacing items while keeping the from state synchronized with React hook from. So that's what I said. So if you don't use field arrays, then you have to manually control those property individually, and which is not recommended, as React hook from build the utility hook, which will connect with any array with your main hook from. So you can see the pretty much same explanation that I provided here. And here you can see it's returned some property like fields, append, remove. These are the, you can see like these are the as usual functions that's going to help with to play with our array. But the fields, which is this is the array you map over the to render your form inputs. Crucially, each item in this array has a unique ID property which RHF uses to track the field state and correctly handle reordering or deletion. So what that's mean? Now in the fields, if you go to lesson quiz from, then if you saw our use case of any simple I think in the lesson quiz from you will not able to see that, or maybe let's go to the form. Yeah, you can see in the controller we provide the control, and in the render props we got a callback function. Inside that we got the field, and in that field we get all the hook from state that coming from like hook from. But what about for our arrays, right? So for that case we have to use the use field hook from, which will provide the state from the hook from for the array that we declare here. and that you will find with like these fields, and you can just simply name that based on your need here, but I just want to make it common like fields. So that's I think it. If you have any questions, then comment on the video, as well as ask Gemini about this. And in these fields we can render the item of those arrays, so it will make the whole process very easy. And it's also going to be connected with our main hook form, so using this is kind of like leverage. So in the use quiz form, let's now look into what's going on here. So we have a use case of selected course from our drop down selection store. Why this is required? Because in the quiz creation we have to pass the course id including the lesson id. So for that case we have to find out the selected course, as we don't have any drop down in our UI to select course. You can see that we don't have any drop down. So for that case we have to find out the course, selected course from the drop down selection store. So now you might be thinking, let's say someone just came freshly and they didn't select any of those property, and they directly come into the quiz or lesson content, then yeah, of course they will not see any lesson because they have to select all of them. So maybe here you can add a little text as an info that you have to select course module chapter from the new lesson or all lesson drop down, something like that, to tell the PV user that that's the way. Because as usual in the general way, user will be kind of confused, because there is no way to indicate that okay, we have to select these three drop down to get the data in the quiz or lesson content. So yes, you can also add that enhancement here. After that we have some lesson data which will be filled with the lesson query based on the lesson get list, and then some loading state and initialization of hook form using use form, and these are the property and the use field array which I just explained. Now if you look at the UI, then we have the option to add multiple options like this. Then we can delete options, we can update option, we can change the status like the correct option. So we have to perform those functionality inside our hook form. So that's a new case. So that's why we use like use field array, which has the append and the remove and the move functionality, because you can see that in the UI we also have a drag and drop functionality for the quiz options. That's when we can change the order. For that case we also need the method or some sort of function that's gonna help to swap all those options. So for that case we can use the move, and because these are the method from use field array, and we also have the custom property like text is correct, so we need some sort of method for also calling this method. So that's why we have add options, remove options, update options, correct. So these are the three methods that we are going to use in our UI, like when we render the fields of the items. And initially the state will come from the hook from, as I already declare here in the options, text empty and the is correct false. These are the two items, and if you just simply refresh, that's the two item we saw, and these are coming from the fields that we call here use fields array from the fields. That means it's connected with the use from, and in the options we already have two default value, and that's the value when we are using this field to render in our lesson quiz from. Here you can see the render quiz we are using the options. The option actually coming from the fields. If you go to the fields, then you can see in the render quiz options method we have the fields, then we are able to just rendering that. And here you can see we are also using the sortable list. That's the common component we created. That's the common component we used every list page like chapter modules. Eventually we're going to also use that in our lesson list. So that same component we are going to use here to drag and drop, and inside that we will use like fields. That's the fields that's coming from use field array, which is connected with this and is providing those informations. And now we have to play with the array, so that's why we have to use those method, and we created a new method like add options using the use callback, so that it does not just trigger every time. So when we got the append from use field array, we will able to trigger that, or that's going to be valid to call. So in the add options we are calling the append with all the property. So whenever we call the add option here, we will just simply call this function and it will append a new object on that particular array. Now whenever we have to remove one, then we can just simply call the remove option and we can pass the index. If I just come here, then you can see index to remove, that's the number, And if it's less than 2, then we are not going to allow to remove anymore. Let's say now you can see it's disabled because we need minimum 2 options in the list. So for that case, we must need to apply that logic here. And we are using the same method from the use field array, and the dependency of the callback fields.length. That's mean whenever we got the fields, the array items, then we will able to call this. That's mean whenever we change the length, something like that, we can call this. And then update option correct. That's the method whenever we try to click on any particular item like the correct. So we have to pass the index so that it will make the status to correct. So how we are doing that? Like we will get the index from that function, and we are also checking from the fields. That's is there we already have the data or not. And when we are looping through the fields. We are trying to find out the index, and we are trying to set the value of that particular item using this way. So in the set value, you can also set value in your options. So for that case, you have to choose the property, like it's for our case it's option, and you have to choose the index as well as like add the index like this. So option, then dot index number, then the property, and then you can provide the value true or false. So for our case, if the index is matched with our index, then we're going to provide it's true, otherwise it's going to be false. So this is how you can set value, and if you call that from anywhere, you can able to change the value, any value, if you provide any index. But we already have the fields we are trying to match with the index that we come from then that we get from update option correct method. So we're going to match with that, and we're going to make that true. So that's the method, and we can just simply use this tree method in our UI, all this here. And for rendering, we are using the field, so that we can just simply render that. We're going to see that in the hook from. And then handle reorder, that's the same method that we kind of used in our list pages. So if I just go to any of the list page, let's say in the course, you will see like use chapter list controller, something like that. And if you go, there will be a method called handle reorder, like this. You can see where we set up the position, we change the position, and we just set that state. But here you can see in the quiz form, we have some logic. We'll get the reordered items, that's the array with this type, and we have to create comparison. Yeah, so why comparison? Because we are trying to move some of the indexes, and also that's happening with not our local state. So if you go to use course list, then you can see the handle reorder is actually trying to set that course from our local state, like here, like this. But in the hook from, it's not local state, it's from the state fields. So now we have to update from there, and we have a method move, so we have to use that move method. But in the move method, we have to provide the old index and the new index, so that it actually swap in the data structure. To find out the old index and new index, we have all this logic. You can see we have the current order, we have the new order that's coming from the reorder items. That's when whenever we drag and drop like this, we got the item from there, like the list, like new reorder list. Then we have to compare that with the older list to find out what are the index that change. So that's all about the logic. Initially you will not understand, but if you just read line by line, then you will understand like what is going on, or simply just as Jimmy need to explain line by line what's going on here. And we use like a for loop to compare those two array that needs to be using to identify those index. And when we got those index, then we're gonna just simply call the move method, passing the old index and the new index, so that is just the effect, or it's just change the data in the hook from state array in the option. And whenever that change, we also see the effect. Let's say if we didn't call the move method, maybe let's just comment this down and try to check that our drag and drop happening or not. So if I just try to write something, let's say it's a and then it's b, and now let's also add some more, let's say c and d. And if I now try to put that here, it's putting that here, but in the data structure in the React hook from state, you will not able to get the latest updated array. Oh, I think we are in the 5174 port. So let's just try from here, and let's also use our lesson quiz from component on that page, and we are going to discuss about the from more briefly, let's just add that for now. So it will be the quiz, and we have to use that here. Now if we just simply go to our page, then you can see we have the UI here. And now if I just add some more option, A, then C, then D, and try to move this to first, and then you can see the item is actually not moving. Even if I try to put that here, it's again come back. So because of the state change is really important, because we are using to render the array from React hook from state. That means the state must need to be updated, and for updating that state we have to use the method from itself, like use field array, which is the move method, and the move method need the two index. So you have to find that those two index that's you are swapping. Let's say we are swapping with the last index to the first index. Let's say the last index will be go to the first, and when that go to the first, we have to put all the index a little bit down, like from the first to last it will be changed. So that's the effect that's need to be applied in the move functions, and we need those index which will do the rest of the work. So that's the handle reorder. That's we're gonna pass with the sortable list. I think you already know that's how we use the sortable list. And then the onSubmit method, that's the as usual save method. Yeah, where we just make a dummy promise based on the selected lesson. And you can see we have a property here, selected lesson, and that will come from whenever we try to select a lesson from the drop down like this. And whenever we got any data, then we can detect if we have quiz title, if we have explanations or all the options in our lessons data, then we are gonna simply think like, okay, it's a edit action that we need to perform now. So for that case, here in the selected lesson, right, it's undefined, but when we will implement the lesson API, then we're gonna bind that. So in that lesson API, whenever we select any item or any lesson, then we will find out that is there any data for that lesson, like is there any quiz data for that lesson or not. If that's, then we're gonna go with this way, otherwise we're gonna create a new quiz. So that's overall the method that we have used here. Let's just recap. We have all these three methods that's gonna use inside the UI as you saw, and I think other than that all are as usual. The handle reorder is pretty much the same that we used on our earlier modules. Now if you go to the lesson quiz from here, all the UI, let's now discuss about that. So first of all, here you can see lesson quiz from, that's the main component, and here you can see render quiz option. So let's collapse that for now, and we imported all those items from the hook, and here we have the lesson drop down, and the lesson data will come from the lesson list, which is right now empty. We're gonna bind that, and it will be searchable. That's why we added the searchable property, or like the props. And then we should have on change, where we will still change the select. Then we have the quiz title, which is just simply two input field like the title and the descriptions that we already have. Now here we have the quiz options, and in that quiz option we will have to render a list. And for rendering a list, it's not only going to be list, it's also going to be like changeable, like drag and drop. So for that case, if you already saw the earlier section, whenever we have any page like chapter list, module list, we go to the sort button and we can drag and drop all those values. So the same functionality we need in the quiz creation. So for that case, we can just reuse our existing method that we created, like sortable list, and we have to pass all those items, and the items will come from the fields that we use, like from use fields array that's connect with our hook forms data. And in that fields we will get the ID, we will get the text and its correct property. That's what we just simply pass here. And then in the on item reorder, that's why we have to pass the functions that actually change the main data structure, like that's sync with our sortable list with the state. And then render item, that's important. We need the item, like all these items. So when I discuss about the chapters, we will have those items, the chapter item for the module item, for the course, that there are like course item. So for the options, we also need some sort of option item where we will put the UI, like what will be the UI for the items. And of course the item ID key, that's going to be ID and some basic class. So in the render quiz options, that's the components you can say, but we didn't create any components, we just put that inside of our lesson quiz form. So here it will be using the use callback with getting the options and the DND props. As you know that render item always get DND props, where we have the attributes and the listener, which we can tag with anywhere, so that item or element will become like drag and drop. So that's why we need that. And we will also add the grip icon here, and that icon is only responsible for drag and drop. You cannot just drag and drop by those elements. So for that case, we have that icon here. And also we have done some index checking here. Let's say field.find index is going to match with our option.id, and the index is -1, then we're not gonna show anything. Instead, we're gonna return null. And after that, in the down below beside the grape icon, we need input field like this. And that input field, you cannot just simply render our raw input field. Instead, we also have to use the controller so that we can get the control on that input field for the validation, for the on changes of those input. So for that case, the simplest way is use the controller, add the control from our use react hook from, and then in the name we have to pass the name that we saw earlier in the use quiz from, while we were, I think, updating the correct option. So if you look at the data structure, we have options and the index. That's mean this kind of naming convention is, or like naming pattern is logical. So for that case, you have to make the name dynamic, and the index you will get from the fields. When you map that, you will get the index, and you can just simply put that options.index.text, because you are now playing with the text, so we can provide that like this way. And you have to pass the control. Then in the render, you will get the field, the text field. Here in the text field, you will get that value and the onChange method to change that field's property, because we provided the name. Then it will sync with the item under the it's gonna sync the item behind the scenes. And of course, we have to provide the error as well. As the error will come from the same way, like errors.options, as we got the index from the fields when we map through. We got the index and we got the text.message. So that's how we can just simply put the control. So make sure you focus on these things like the name, and then you have to find out the text field from the field, and you can just put that simply like this on the value and on the on change. And the same thing will happen quietly on the input field of the selection of the level like this. So we have the input field, and the class name is like hidden. Why that's hidden? Because the checkbox is kind of a custom design. So when we click, then we also have to kind of like grab the on change event, something like that. For that case, we use the input field that's gonna be hidden. That's the class name, that's from Tailwind CSS. You can just simply add like pr hidden, and it's gonna hidden the input field. Instead, it's gonna connect with the other things that you want to show. Let's say pr checked, we already added. So this is for like checkbox from Tailwind CSS classes, so you will be able to understand it, I think. And then in the label, you can add the label for HTML from, and here you have to provide the ID, and the ID should be same with the HTML for label. And in the checked, you will get the checked from the field, corrected field, like correct field. You can name it anything. You can see that I just added text field, I just added correct field. So you can just simply, you can remove that, or you can name it anything. So for our case, it's correct field.value, that's my field.value. So we'll get the latest value, and in the onChange, we are gonna call our update option create, the method that we developed here, not onChange from like we did here. For the field, that's need here, like for the input field, we need the onChange from the hook from. But when it comes to like changing the array item, we and it's also like changing the status, we can do this way, like the onChange way. But in that onChange way, we have to provide the logic, like how we are going to change that. So for that case, we have that external method. You can do that with both way. If you go with this way, you also have to add some logic here. And if you go with this way, we already added the logic, and we call the use fields array. That's also handled with a better way. So for that case, we have to call that method, passing the correct index, current index of that item, and it's gonna toggle that. And that's all about this particular item. And after that, we have the button that's for removing those item from the list, and that's why you can see remove options. That's what we call here. And we pass all the method. I think we can now just remove all the method from the dependency, otherwise because we don't now get all the warning from the React or ESLint about those dependencies now. So that's it. I think we have those button control, the update control here, and the moving method that's actually have to move or drag and drop. but the different is for the on change here. You can also use a different method, like for changing the value of that item for the input field. But yeah, we can also use this way. The same thing you can also here, the on change. But again, I'm saying you have to add some additional logic, which we already added in the custom method. So overall, that's the form, and that form need to be introduced in the form page, and that's we already have done. And for the reflection, we can see the UI with all the property, and also let's see the validation working or not. Yes, first of all, we have to select any of the lessons, then quiz title. Then also you can see whenever I change the validation for that item gone, and that's controlling React hook, and also the state actually sync with the use field array, and that's the crucial part. And also if I just now I can just uncheck, let's just add another options, remove this one, and now try to click on the save. Then you can see both of that field is required, so let's just change this. The error is gone. If I just click on that, then you can also remove this error, but for now I didn't add that, so that's your opportunity to also refactor that code. And let's say I just change this, and I already selected a value here, so in that case when I change the value, the validation also should be triggered and it should be gone. So now if I just save, that validation gone, and the only validation is like lesson ID. So these are the feature or the functionality for the quiz form that we need to bind our API. But one important thing I want to mention, that you can add a informational text here to tell user that okay, you must have to choose like the course modules and the chapters before you create or even try to view any lesson content or quiz. So that's the important part, because it make our UX or UI more simpler. Other than that, if we just want to create the lesson content inside of our lessons, then the whole module or the feature becomes like complex. In that case, the lesson content form will appear here when we select like theory and the coding, then there will be a different from, and when we call the quiz, then there will be different from, and we also have to validate those from different way. So if we bring these two module inside of the lessons, then it will be super complex, yeah, and it will be kind of mess. You have to add tons of validation or logic based on the condition. So for avoiding that case, like make it more simple, we change the UX a little bit. So yeah, we added those drop down value, and based on that we will get the lesson informations. Now if you look at the lessons here, then the what we need like all those value only, like the chapters, modules, and the course, and a lesson. So why not we create the lesson here, then we go to the lesson content, we create that lesson content based on the new lesson we created. The same thing will happen, like if the lesson is quiz, we select that and we create that separately. So it makes the whole user experience more simple, and also the development becomes more simple, as in our backend we are gonna make separate APIs for lesson content creation, then quiz content creation, and those will have validation. But if we bring those two things inside of the lesson creation API, then the whole lesson creation API will be kind of like a bigger service, which will have tons of logic, and you have to manage tons of edge cases. So that's why I simplified the whole functionality into a minimal way, and I think you will be able to understand what's going on here. So that's it for our quiz create UI for now, and when we develop the backend, we're going to bind that again. So make sure you sync with this commit, and in the documentation you already find that step 4, that's quiz create UI. So now let's start with our lesson list UI, and this is the one only left in our UI portion. So for that case, we have to follow this commit, the second last commit on the second page of the commit list, which is called front-end lesson list UI. And that's the kind of same UI that we implement in the chapter list, module list, and the course list. So let's check the code. First of all, we need the lesson item. Why? Because if you go to the chapter, then each item actually coming from a single component. For the chapter is chapter item, for the module is module items, for the course there are like course item. So for the lesson we need the lesson item, which will be kind of like the item of that list, so that we can put that into the sortable list component that we already built. So now let's create that lesson item in our component. So it will be in the lesson folder. Right now it's showing in the component/admin/course folder, but we already created a lesson folder, so I think I should place that inside of the lesson folder, lesson item.tsx. And let's also grab this code. And there's a kind of similar code if you look into the chapter item here, and the UI is also pretty similar with the lesson item. And also you already saw that we use the sortable list and kind of a item for the option as well as here. So let's understand what's going on here. We have the lesson, which is the single lesson, and we already have the type iLesson. And then we will have the attribute and the listeners for drag and drop, and we will have extra props for the on archive and the reorder mode boolean flag. And here we use the grip icon where we put the listener so that it can become draggable, and then we put the positions, then lesson name, and after that the page. So if we go here in the implemented one, you can see that the page is here we have two. One is for the published, like the status of the lesson, and another one is the lesson type, like is that quiz or is that coding, something like that. So for that case we are choosing like if lesson.quiz.length we have that, then we're going to show that as a quiz. If we have the content links, that's mean we have markdown content, so that's going to be like based on the lesson type, it will be theory or quiz, something like that. So we added that here. And other pages about status, and then we have the edit button and the archive button as usual, like in the chapter items course item. And in the p tag here we also showing the xp point and description. So that's the item. Now we can just use that item, pass the single item and also the listener in the sortable list, then it will become kind of dynamic sortable list. So and also we need the controller for the list UI, because we already have the page all lesson.tsx, and now we need the controller for managing all the state in our list page. So let's also create the controller inside of our controller. Then in the lesson we can just put that here, use lesson list from, I think it should be use lesson list controller, not use lesson list from. So let's rename that and bring the code as well as, and we have some dummy data inside of the controller, and these are the data that we are gonna just show now for now, as we don't have any API implemented yet, so we can just render this data. And if you go to the controller, we have to rename that because it's not list from, list controller, something like this. So here we have the state for reorder mode and the search query. It's pretty similar with if you look into the chapter list controller, all the pattern we use going to be same here. We'll have all the state for like filter, reorder, then search query. Then we will have two more like selected course, selected modules, I think more than that, like selected course, then modules, then chapter, then status, then type. So I think we need 5 state here. And also the archive model open, which also track the ID of that lesson, so we also need that. So we're going to implement that as well as when we're going to binding the API, but so far we have 2. Now we're going to add more. And I think for the selected course we will not need those state, because we already have the drop down selection store, which is kind of working as a state. So and also those method has like the set method, so I think we can just reuse that. We don't need external state or local state for managing those drop down data, because it will be same value like we selected here. And also in the list UI, if we change, then it also going to be set to the new one. Let's say I change to Python, then it should also change to Python. That's what we want to achieve. So and also if you go to the list, then you should see that the course list data, that's mean we also need course list API, then module list API, then chapter list API, but these two should be triggerable. Like you already saw, like we use mutation to call these two API, and those are also kind of like manual triggered, so we also have to implement this. So here you can see that we have loaded use get course query, that's from the query for filter out like all the get course. And then we have archive model listed, this should be here, not there, so let's bring that. And we have the module list data, which is kind of use mutation. Whenever we need, we're gonna just call module list muted, and it's gonna fetch the module list data. And also whenever we need chapter list muted, we can fetch the chapter listed. And we have all this loading here. Then let's also bring all this state above here, like lessons. So this is the lessons state where we are going to put all those lesson list. Right now it's hardcore static data from the front end. Then we have the type filter, the status filter, to other drop down selection. And then the shape change is for the position update, because in the front end of the lesson list we only have a single shape button, and which is only for updating the position. So that's why we name it shape changes. You can add like update order, something like that, or more generic. And here if we have not all this value like selected course, selected module, or selected chapter, then we're going to return, because updating the position it will require all these three property, like all these three id selected and the list informations. So for that case we added this condition here. And also from the position we will get from the lesson list that we already have, and we map through that. And then this is a dummy toast with a dummy promise. And also we are setting the reorder mode false, so that whenever we change it's actually work as expected. Then we have the cancel changes, toggle reorder mode, as we discussed in the chapter list controller. The same sort of method. You can see handle reorder, then save changes, then also cancel toggle reorder mode, cancel changes, and all these things like cancel archive operation model. So these are pretty similar. If you just understand the flow, then you will able to get the point. Then we have one thing here which is in the use effect hook, as I show you that whenever we refresh we should fetch the course list data. And let's say if we don't have any selected course, then we should select the first course from the list. Then with that first course we also have to fetch the list of the modules. And I think we can also select the first module from the item. Then we can also choose the chapter list, and we can select the first chapter from the item. So you can use like the use effect for applying that. Here you can see we already have done. If we have the selected course, then we are just simply fetching the module list. And if we have the module selected, then we are fetching the chapter list. This is for these are the value that's stored in the local storage. So if we now just refresh, then we will get back those values from local storage, and that time those value will be selected here. And if we don't have the list of the item, then it will be kind of not good. So that's why we also have to fetch those information so that we can show them in the list. Because if the list become like empty for now initially, then it will be not user friendly. So for that case we have to track them based on the courses and the module, and we can just remove these two things which is not required in the dependency for now. Then we have the reorder, that's pretty much same function and the same functionality. Then we have the confirm archived operations, like a dummy toast for when we successfully try to update the archived operation. And then here is the cancel archive operation model, pretty simple. And we have tons of things that need to be exported from this hook, so we have done them. And so far this is like the controller for now, and when we are going to implement the API we're going to complete the whole thing. So now it's time to use the lesson item in our list page, which is called I think D quiz, or maybe A underscore lesson or lesson. This page you can see we can now just reuse that. So let's go to the commits and see the changes here. So you can see we destructure all the state and the method. Let's destructure them all. By the way, you can create also a separate component, then you can just simply use that component here. That's also fine in the route level. But I already have the component structure in the component folder, so for now I can't add page component. But if you want, you can refactor, and all the page you already saw that we try to add everything here. So you can also bring them in a separate component, which you can say page component, something like that. Then you can just write that and import that here. That will be also clean. Then we also need the module header, like this one header with all the drop down, and then the list with alert model and all those things. So let's bring the code for the header, module header, and add all the drop down value. Or let's just bring the whole code and try to understand one by one. So in the admin layout we have to put that. Let's also import all those necessary things. So we have to import the header, then we also have to import the select drop down, and then if I just go, then we have to use the lesson type, which is the enum that's gonna make the drop down. using the values. Then we will need the status, the course status for the status drop down. And also if we can refactor, it's your homework to refactor like this one. You can see the status drop down is kind of reusable everywhere, and the value of the options is pretty much same. So what if we can create a constant in our main frontend folder, and in that constant we can create like drop down value, something like that, and we can put all the common drop down value there and we can reuse them here. So that's also a refactoring part, but it's your task. Make the refactor, and also don't forget to just submit a PR in the repository. And then we have to import these icons and also the sortable list, iLesson, all these things that need to be imported, and the lesson item that we newly created inside of our components, and also the model. So these are the basic import statement. Now let's try to understand what's going on. So in the module header we have the search query and the set search query that's gonna perform the search functionality, and the other things here like the title and the search placeholder. Title is empty because we don't need any title on the header. So title is empty because we don't need any title on the header. Now we have all the select drop down. The first one is for the course list. We already have the course list that's fetching from the controller, and also the loading, the course list loading we will just add the disable, and we map through the course list and make like value label. And also this kind of like all the APIs like for the course list and the module list and the chapter list, if we frequently use them, then we can also create another custom hook where we will fetch all the course list and module list and the chapter list, and the hook will return all those lists. And whenever we need, we will just simply call that hook, and we can pass some argument like what are the list we need. If we need course ID, we can just say like if we need a course list, we can say like course. If we need modules, we can just say that on the argument, and then it will return all those things. So you can also create that hook. That's also going to be a part of the refactoring. So yeah, that's up to you, but it will make it more cleaner, more reusable. Then in the value we added the value. On change we added the local state set state, and this set selected course is from the drop down selection. You can see how we are using the store to managing our drop down value. So the value should be set to the store, and the selected value should come from the store, which is using the selected course. So the same thing will happen with the module. Here we fetch the module list, and then we put that here. And as we already added the use effect hook inside of the controller, then you can see whenever we change the selected course or the selected modules, it will be triggered and it will be called the module list as well as the chapter list. So you don't have to manually call the module list muted and chapter list muted when we on change here. We have done these things on the quiz content form, then like lesson content form, quiz form. So but that time we did that manually. We triggered from the on change because we didn't track that with use effect hook. So the best thing is you should trigger that from here. That will be fine. But our case, we have to check that from the store. So we must need to check it with the use effect. Make sure you put the dependency and also the check so that it does not iterate every time. Then we have the module list, which is kind of same. We are setting that module in the store. Then we have the selected module, and if you go to the chapter loading, that's pretty much same things. And then we have the lesson type, and we use the type filter. That's the local state using use state. Then the status, these are also same. And then here we have the buttons. So the thing is, we already have the button groups. If I go to the course and all course, then you should see like reorder buttons. But here in the all lesson, we didn't use that. We just simply hard coded like the logic we have prefactored earlier in the reorder buttons. So for that case, we just need to copy these reorder buttons, and then we just have to put that here. And let's also see the status like the class name, which is flex gap 2. I think this is the perfect one. I think I just somehow write the static one. Instead we should write this one, and it should check lesson.length and all this condition for visibility. So in the visible props we can just pass that logic, and it's saying null is not assignable to type boolean or something like that. So what we can do is just simply put these and like this, so it will become like boolean. And then is updating, that's I think we don't have that property for now here. We can just use maybe is pending or something like that. We have is loading, and yes, we have is pending, so we can just simply use is pending for that. And also we have to remove all the import that's not necessary. Let's remove that, and also see the buttons, reorder buttons, and this is already used in our course list, chapter list, module list, everywhere. So if we don't use that, then it will be inconsistent. And for the visibility, we must need the lessons list, we must need selected course, selected module, and the chapter. These are all need to show our list information. And you can see that whenever I change the course informations, we saw the button, but we should also see those selected value here. So in our case, the selected values are empty, but still we are able to get that button, which in that case it should not be. So let's just save and try to refresh, and still we can see the buttons. That's mean our logics are not working properly. So let's console log all this value that is check what's actually in those values. So you just have to use like console log like this. We can also use like debugger, like the logger that we implemented earlier. So let's just also remove this and operator and add comma, and let's just go to the console log, and you can see we have test then 2 to null. What that's mean, the lesson length is 2, the selected course is also 2, but these are the null value. Then in the visible operator like this, it should not return. I think it's returning not. I think we have to provide like 2 of this character, because when you just add 1, it will become like the reverse boolean field. So make sure you added this 2 character, and just remove this log, and it should now work. Without selecting all those property, we will not able to see the icons here. So let's just select Python basic, then select chapter, and now you can see we have the icon. And when we change click the icon, now we can just swap and move all the list, and we can now save that. You can see that's the dummy promise that's showing the toast, and also the cancel button is working fine. Now you can see this little issue, which is the UI got broke. But if you go here, then you are not getting that, because that's also breakdown here. So this is because for the styling, I think we have to add some style to fix that, and we have to check the code to see any styles we have added so far. So right now it's only the flex gap 2, which is already the same in the component. So I think I have fixed that in maybe in the future commits. So let's just implement how it is for now. So whenever we are gonna bind the API, we're gonna see the fixes from the commit. But it must be fixed somewhere in the commit list, but I'm not sure which commit. So we're gonna go step by step. So for now, let's just implement this way. And if you want to just complete this design fix, then you can do that. So as well, as that's up to you. So overall, this is the UI changes. And also, yeah, after the reorder buttons, we should have to look into the sortable list, which is pretty similar. If you go to the all course, in the sortable list, we provide the item, the types, then the items, the list, then the render item, the handle reorder, all this similar pattern. Here we provided the lessons, and we have lessons, then the type, then also key, and some similar property. And in the alert model, which is pretty much same, all the same value that we provide as usually on the other list page. So these are pretty simple in the list format, and I think we are kind of good with all the list UI that we are gonna build, like the courses, modules, chapters, lessons. These are the list UI, which is pretty much same. You will go and see like the alert model, you will see the sortable list, you will see the module header, and all those things. So now you can think like, okay, how we can also refactor the whole part. We can also refactor this part. There is a way, because we're using React. That's there is always way to refactor the common thing. You can see the module header, then you can see the sortable list, you can see the alert model. So what if we bring the sortable list, alert model, and also the module header into a component, and in the module header we will only took the children from the parent side. In that parent we will have those drop downs and the render buttons, and from the parents we are gonna took the list and all those method like this, and then for the state and method for the alert model. Then we'll just pass them. We don't need to import the sortable list alert model in any list page. We'll just use that component and we'll pass all the property and the methods, and that will bring the UI. And that will be also kind of a controllable UI component, the same that we created for like the form, and we can now create it from the list as well. As so it's up to you, but I would like to just keep them separate because based on the business logic, sometimes we have to do some changes on the list page. So in that case, if we have a common component, it will not be easy to modify that. So for that purpose, we can just separate them. But when the whole development done, then if you see these are the changes that seems very similar, then we can just simply refactor the part that's similar. And also if I just go to the learners, then the list UI is kind of different. It does not have the drag and drop that's we're going to implement, and other than that we don't have other list UI. So maybe you can refactor all the list of the like course, module, chapter and lesson to a basic component for the list, and then you can put the sortable list alert model and also the module header without the inside portion here. And you have to add all those props. That will be kind of like a props heavy component because it should require like all these kind of props that also need to be passed on that component. So yeah, that's developer preference. Because sometimes making more reusable component also complex the code base, make complexity, make some bad developer experience. So we have to avoid these things as well. As so far we are kind of good with the list UI, lesson list, and now we should start our backend API development for the lessons, and make sure you sync with this commit for the UI. So for the backend, we are going to follow this commit, and this is the last commit on the second page, like lesson service and repository. So let's open the commit, and in the documentation you will not see much here. Instead you will see some basic flow for the controller and all the services. Let's say lesson service, lesson content, link service, markdown service. As now we already created 3 tables, I think 4 tables. Now we have to implement all those tables services so that we can complete our business logic. So let's look into the changes here. We have the repository. So as we created those entities, now we have to add those entities repository. So let's add them. So in the repository, we already have some. Let's also add for the lessons quiz, lesson quiz options, and lesson quiz links, and the last one, lesson content link. So these are the repository initialization. Now we can use this repository in our services. And if you go to the commit, then you can see we have now 4 new services inside the course, and all the services is related to the entity. As per the entity, we have lesson, lesson content, and quiz options. But here you will not see quiz options because in the quiz we actually added that, and you will see a different file like markdown.ts. As we work in the front end about markdown, if you just go to the lesson content creation, we can select markdown, we can preview the markdown. And I already told you that the markdown selection, we will show the markdown list or like the file list. So for that case, we need some sort of a service in our backend so that we can actually work with the markdown from our FTP server. So there will be a folder. Inside that folder, there will be tons of markdown content with the file name, and our goal is to fetch all those markdown file list from that folder and then represent them into the drop down of lesson content. So that's the target. So for that's why we need this markdown.ts service, which is gonna help us to work with that. So first let's start with the lesson.ts for our lesson service where we can create the lessons and all those things. So let's go to our service, and in the course we are gonna create a new service. It's going to be lesson, and let's also fetch the code from here. And if you look into the code, then you will see the similar pattern that we used earlier in the modules, chapters, course, everywhere. So it's pretty much similar. We will have list lesson method, then create, update position, all these things. And if you clearly look with the others, let's say in the course or maybe in the chapter, you can see that we use like the query builder first, then we first we use the pagination stuff, then we use the query builder, and then we filter with all those status, module ID, course ID, and then we executed that query builder and then return the data. The same thing happened here as well. As we first check the paginations based on the query params, Then we build a query builder with all the property that we need to select. You can see left join and select with all the table, because lesson is connected with course module chapter as well as in the quizzes table, then quizzes options table, and also lesson content link table. So for that case we have to select them as well as, so that's why we use like left join and select method. And then after the query builder creation, we are trying to filter based on the status type. Then we have course id, module id, chapter id. As you already know that lesson is very important, where it's needed the course id, module id, and chapter id, as well as we have the lesson type and status. So all this filter needs to be added in that query, and then we actually executed that query as we did before. And then when we have those data, we're just returning that data in the list method. I already explained the in-depth way of this query builder stuff. Still, if you have any confusion, you can just grab that code, like the whole list lesson. And also I found that there is an extension called Gemini Code Assistant or Gemini Code Assist in VS Code, which is kind of free. You can use for sometimes, I guess there are some request limitation maybe. So other than that, is really good. Earlier we have to copy this code, then we have to go to the Gemini web, and then we have to paste there, and also we can choose model from there. But this is kind of cool. We can just select the code and it will be added into the context. Now you can just say explain me this code, something like that. And when you ask that, it's gonna give you the explanation, as well as if you have any questions you can ask that back again. And you can see it's trying to explain. It will also break down the code blocks, then it will try to explain what's going on those code blocks. Let's say building the database query, this is the core of the function where it use type orm query builder. Then also you will see the explanation, like starts a new query for lesson entity, giving it a alias of lesson, left join and select. This is the key method. Unlike the previous example which only counted relations, this method actually fetch the related data. It performs left join in SQL, which means it fetch all the lesson that match the criteria. So you can see all those explanation. Now if you have more question, let's say I didn't understand the create query builder like this, then you can ask again, like what is this and why that's happening, how that's work, and all those things. So this is how you can leverage AI in your workflow. And also you can see this is a powerful feature, uses in list lessons. You can see more explanation in the background. Let's say this indicates the query builder targeting the lesson entity, then all these things you can see that here. So I would highly recommend to use it in your workflow, and I think that's really cool. So now let's look into our next method, which is create lesson, which is pretty similar in the chapter create as well as course create, module create, where we create the try to find out the position, like the highest position of the lessons. The same as in the chapter, we try to find out the highest positions for a particular chapter, like based on the filter information. Let's say we have the course id, module id, and chapter id. So we also have to put that into the filter, and then we have to find that last lesson that have the positions. Then we have to use that to count +1 to make our next position for the new data. So that's what we have done here so far. We order by with the descending order to find that exact one that has the last position, and then we increase that position number to +1, and then we just created the data using our base method, like the create method from here. Then we have the update lesson, which is pretty simple. We got the data, we then filter the data if is there any undefined value or not. If so, then we are just removing that property, and then we are just updating the whole table with the data. Then we have archive lesson, which is also same, like we have to update, so we already use this method. Then the update lesson position, which is the same. If you go to like courses, you will see the same thing here like this. First we map with the join, then we added a raw query. If you go to chapter, this is the same, and in the lesson it's the same, but we have some additional things. As the lesson is related to the course, module, and chapter, we also need those id to put that into the raw query, so that it help to update the position to find the exact row. So that's why you can see we have to update the lessons in the raw query. We prepared that as well as previously we added the id and the positions here. and those will come from the positions. If you look at the positions type, then it's ID and the position. That's mean all the item ID and the position that we are going to change. And then we have to add the where conditions here, and we have to add the course ID, module ID, and the chapter ID, and those will come from here. All of our value from the service argument. So whenever we call, we have to pass them, and also as an array we have to pass them, so that we can like use like in the dollar sign, that's gonna be the value that we have passed here, and these values will come from here. So this is the way we actually update the positions, and which is overall pretty similar with our existing services. So now it's kind of done with the lesson service. Now we can look into the next one, which is lesson content link. This is also pretty similar, because here we also have to create the data, we also have to update the data. But in the lesson content, we don't need any lesson content list or something like that, which we already have in the lesson. In the lesson we have all list, chapter we have all chapters, something like that. But in lesson content and quiz, we don't maybe need right now. So let's go to the lesson content and also bring the code, and also create the lesson content link service in our course folder. By the way, you can create a lesson folder as well as, and inside that lesson folder you can put all those services there. That's also going to be good. So let's bring the code here and try to understand what's going on. We have the lesson content service inheriting from the base service. We put the repository, and then we have a get lesson content link by ID. Now you can see that we don't have that list lesson content, then update positions or something like that. Instead we have one single get API, and which is get lesson content link by ID, where we are going to put the lesson content ID, and it's going to fetch that lesson content from the lesson content entity table. That's a simple implementation. So now let's move into the create lesson content link, where we also have to find the positions, but the position is not mandatory here, because if you saw in the lesson content, as we don't have any some sort of list for lesson content, and we don't have any way to update the position, so the position is not mandatory here. But it's still as we have the property in our entity, if you go to the entity, then in the course, then you should see in the lesson content we have a column called position. As we have the position, now we can also manage the positions, and whenever we create, we try to find the positions as we did for the lesson, and then we're gonna just add a count +1 to make the next position, and then we create the data. So you can remove this logic, that's not mandatory here, as we don't have the update feature, but although you can also put that. And then we have update lesson content, which is gonna take some data and it's gonna update the lesson content. So if you now look into the UI, then you can also sync with the changes. So in the lesson content feature, we have to create the lesson content, and it's require the lesson ID and then title and all those informations. And then when we select that lesson again, it's gonna fill up all those informations like what we have created earlier. So for that case, we need a get by ID API, which is going to be took the lesson content ID or the lesson ID to find out the lesson content information. So for our case, we select the lesson and it's bring the lesson content, So for that case, this is the API that we're gonna use. And the first we have to create the data, and when we create, we are going to use this service, and then when we selected the data, let's say we already created and we choose to select the lessons again, then it will show the information. Now we can update the data. Let's say we want to update the title, we can do that here, and then we can just simply save that. And that case, we can just use this update lesson content link service, and this is gonna update our data. So that's why these are the service for lesson content so far. Now let's move into our next one, which is going to be the quiz.ts and the markdown.ts. I'm going to come a little bit later. Let's just implement this quiz.ts service first. In the course, we have to create quiz.ts. Let's also bring the course. And this is also small. We don't need much services here. If you go to the quiz, then you can see the similar kind of method we need. First of all, we need for selecting a quiz, that's mean we are going to provide the quiz ID. It should fetch all the quiz related informations, and when we click on that lesson, it should fetch that quiz and the data will come here. So we need an API that's going to fetch quiz informations by ID. Then we need another API which is gonna help to create new quiz. Like we will select a lesson from here, and then we can add options, titles, and all those things. Then we are gonna save that. And another one, when we just click on the existing item or existing quiz, we got those information fill up in the form. Now we can update that particular quiz. So for that case, we also need update API. So these are the three things that we're gonna see in our services. So first of all, we need the create quiz, then we have update quiz, and so far I don't have the get by ID for the quiz. Instead, we are gonna fetch that with the lesson. Let's say when we load the lesson informations, we are gonna fetch the quiz information as well as in that lesson list. So it's going to be updated in our lesson list, I think. As you already saw, we have joined the quiz table to find out all the quizzes that's related to that particular lessons, as well as the content links for our case. So maybe we don't need this particular get lesson content link by ID so far, because whenever we choose the lesson, it will automatically get the lesson content link in the list, so I don't have to fetch the API. So maybe this function is not going to be useful, but it's still it has, maybe we're going to use that in the future. So let's look into the create quiz. It's kind of different. Here you can see the quiz is kind of if you saw that we have the title and the explanation, and then we have 4 options here, and that option also have some position changes, something like this. Also have the value to choose the correct answer. So there are some logical things inside. So when we have to create, we have to fill up information in the quiz table, as well as we have another table which is called quiz options. So we have to use those options and we have to insert them into that table as well. So here we have to do 2 things. So for that case, and also the first thing is, let's say if we inserted some data, let's say quiz title and explanation in the quiz table, and let's say somehow the database got crash, or maybe any server issue happen. So for that case, we'll not able to insert those options as well as. So it's going to be like partial work. So for that case, for solving this problem, we must have to put the quiz data insert first, then we also have to make sure that okay, our options also inserted or not. So for that case, we are going to use the transaction from type ORM, and the transaction is common pattern in SQL, if you're already familiar with that. So the transaction do, I already explained briefly on the earlier sections, but still let's explain that again. The transaction will help to create temporary table and insert the data into those table one by one. Let's say first we have to insert the data for the quiz information. Let's say quiz title, explanation, and lesson ID. All this thing will be inserted into the quiz table first, and based on that quiz table ID, then we also have to put all the options into the quiz options table, but it also need the quiz table ID. So that's we will get from the upper layer. So that's what we have done here. If you saw the code, then you can see in the this dot run transaction, this will come from our base service, where we already have the run in transactions, where we use like app data source to transaction. That's the method that's gonna help to implement the transaction. So I already explained briefly this one, so make sure you just watch that on the earlier section. And then in the transaction, we have to first insert the data into the quiz table. So for that case, we uses like the query builder existing quiz, and in that query builder you will get like this method from the argument in the run transactions, like transactional entity manager. This is the manager that will actually help to create those temporary table, insert those data, and connect together all those tables. Let's say for our case, we have to add the quiz query builder into the transactional entity manager. And then again, you can see in the transactional entity manager, we added a new query builder, like the quiz. The first one was the quiz. The second one should be the quiz option, I think. And here we also has the position that need to be checked from the options. So we also did some changes here. And then if you look a little bit down, then you can see the options insertion here, as well as like quiz options repository. We use a for loop. Instead, we can also use like the type ORM way, but I want to show you another way to insert data into the database. This is not a good way, because with the for loop is make your server kind of stuck. So it's better if you use like the query stuff to insert data when you have a bulk data, something like that. So let's try to understand very deeply, let's just bring this code and ask to Gemini to explain the code briefly. So first of all, it's gonna tell about the transaction, that the entire logic is wrapped with the transaction. Then prevents duplicate quizzes. First is check if a quiz already exists. So if you saw here, then from the quiz data, we created a quiz query builder here to using the where condition to providing the lesson ID to find that quiz. And then we're checking that, okay, is there any quiz created or not with the lesson data. So the first sequence is not inserting the data directly into the quiz table, but we are gonna check with the lesson ID that, okay, with that lesson ID, is there any quiz or not in the table? Or if we have some data in the table, then we must have to throw that, okay, the quiz already created or exists. You cannot create multiple time for that particular lessons. And then we are trying to find out the position. Let's say if we don't provide any position for the quiz, as you saw that in the quiz we don't have any list and we don't have to track quiz position. Instead, we have to track the option position. That's different, but we don't have to track the quiz position. But it's still in the quiz entity we have the position. If you implement quiz list in the future, then you also might want to change the positions. For that case, we added that particular field previously. So for the sake of that field, we just added the position check here. We try to find the position, last position here, and if we have the position, we just count that to +1 like this. And then as we have found the position, then now we have to create the data with the position as well as the information of the quiz data. So that's what we did, this.repository.create, something like that. But the one thing is we have to add that into our transactional entity manager. So if you saw the flow, first we wrap the transaction, then we prevent the duplicate quizzes, then we calculate the positions, like the newly created positions of the quiz, what will be the position. And when we found the position, now it's time to create or insert the quiz. So that's why we create the quiz, then we create quiz options, then we return the new quiz. So that's what we have done so far. If I just make it a little bit smaller, here you can see we use like this.repository.create, that's the method, but we also have to wrap that method with the transactional entity manager, because the transactional entity manager took all those things together, like all the query, then it's execute them one by one. So for that case, you have to wrap that query that you have done to the transactional entity manager. And here you can see await transactional entity manager.save. That means it's gonna save that data and temporarily, and if we need to use that ID, like the quiz ID, you can see we can also use that here. First of all, we are checking from the options list. The option list will come from the argument of that particular method, and we loop through that. Let's say we loop like options.length, then from the option we have to insert that option into the quiz options repository. That's what we have done here, like quiz option repository.create. And also we have to provide the quiz ID that we already created here with the transactional entity manager. And let's say one of these particular things failed, so these other things will not be executed. The quiz ID will not be there, and it is going to fail the execution, and no data will be inserted into the table if any of the execution or action fail. Let's say the options got failed, or maybe the quiz got failed. So this is very beautiful when you have some sequential insertions need to be applied into the database. You must have to use the transactional things, and also be careful not to use that very often, because it's also stuck your database. So you must have to use that for limited time. If there's the logic becomes like super big and there are some tons of things that you need to do, then you have to find a different way to use that, a better way. So now you can see we have added all those options by using the for loop, and then we call the save method, like transactional entity manager.save. And then when that's done, now we have to call like when we save the quiz is save that, or like inserted the data into that temp table, and then when we call the save the option, it's also inserted that in the same table, like the temp table. And when that's save done, it's gonna actually complete the query. And then when the execution is done, we are gonna just need to return those informations that we already created. So for that case, we are going to the quiz table. Then we are going to provide the quiz ID that we created from here, and then we are going to also relate it. We're also going to select the options, so that's why in the relation we have to provide the options, and when this will call, then the whole data will be return into these particular functions. So this is what we are doing. You can see it's like provided the flow, not much explanation code wise. Let's say it's provide like first we calculate the position, then create quiz, then create the quiz options, return the new quiz that we created. So this is like a flow explanation. Now you might be wondering like what's happening here. You can also ask like what's happening here. That's also gonna give you more explanation about these things. But the flow or the architecture, the pattern is really important before you just directly jump into the code. Now you can see it's also provided the explanations for the code blocks. The first thing is check these options, then it's loop through each options like this, then create quiz entity, then save the options. Now I can ask like counter questions. So why use for loop instead? Can't you use query to insert them all with quiz ID? So because the for loop and insertion is kind of a bad practice in server side, you must have to use some sort of a query things that's going to help you to directly insert those options with the id, like the quiz id. Here we already saw that in our earlier section, that we didn't just use the for loop to insert list of the data. Instead we use some sort of a query that's directly going to help to insert the data. So here we have you already changed that things. You can see you are correct. It's absolutely possible to insert all the options with a single query instead of using for loop. So in the for loop, the problem is, let's say you have 10 items, then it's going to run to 10 items and it's going to insert those 10 items one by one, and it's going to execute 10 times with the database things. But if you use like a single query, then you don't have to call 10 times. Instead you call one time and the data will be inserted. So that's a kind of optimized way. So you can see both. So my purpose was to use this is to show you like, okay, we can also use a different approach, but that's the bad approach. You always have to use a single query to insert data. That's a good thing. And if you use the for loop, it's going to be like bad. You can use that for limited time. Let's say you have only 2 or maybe 3 things that need to be inserted. Maybe that time you can use that. If the create query or like single query becomes too big or too complex, then you might be use that options. But mostly you must have to use like the single query options to insert multiple data. So I can accept this and also I can reject this, but I think I have added, I think let's just use the accepted version. Maybe in the, when I publish the code, you will see the single query. Make sure you watch this part to understand like why I used the older one to explain you like what's going on here. I think I also have to test that as well. As the older one was tested that it will work fine, but this one need to be tested again. So we're gonna test that when we are gonna just bind the API. Then maybe we have to come back again to fix this, as the code is directly generated by AI. Now we also have to test that thing as well. As so in these options entities, we're just using the map to just simply say, let's say this dot quiz repository dot create. This is just using the same method, and then we added that into a variable, and that variable will be go to directly into the transactional entity manager, and then we call the shape, and which is directly gonna help to execute all those query together. And if you go to the code, like the suggestion, you can see in the conclusion, the for loop was likely chosen for its simplicity. For the small number of options a typical quiz has, the performance difference is negotiable. However, your suggestion is not spot on. Using a bulk insert by passing an array of entities to save is generally the better practice, as it's more performant and scalable without sacrificing important ORM feature lifecycle hooks. So that's also is suggesting. So but for the quiz it's mostly 4 options. So if you just use for loop, it's gonna connect the database with 4 times, execute that 4 times. So that's not the performance is not going to be like a problematic thing. But when it's come to scalable implementation, let's say the quiz option is kind of maybe 100, maybe 50, or maybe 20, something like that, that time you must have to use a single query way. So for now, which we are kind of good with this one. We're going to test that in the future, and we're going to see the implementation. Now let's see the update quiz with options. So in this method, you can see we also have to use the transaction, because if you saw the update, we have to update both table, the quiz table first, the option table second, and also if we need to check any other things, we also have to add them in the transactions, as we did for the course, like the create quiz. First we check if the data already exists or not, so all will be wrapped with the transactions. So the same thing we'll also need with the quiz updating method, where we have to add the transaction, then we have to find the quiz, that okay, we have any quiz or not. If we don't have any quiz, then how we are going to update that? So for that case, we have to call this get by id, and then we have to filter our data, like the data we provided while we are updating. Let's say we just not provided the explanation, then it should be undefined, and if we update the undefined value for the explanation, then our older data will be gone. So for that case, we must need to remove that from our object. So that's what we have done so far, and this is pretty simple, similar. We always done these things. We call the object.form entities, and we try to find out if there are any value that's related to undefined, then we just trying to filter that value, that to remove that, something like that. So after that, we have to make the query like this. So this dot repeat dot merge, this is the same method we used earlier to merge the older object with the new object, so that we didn't lose any data. And then when we have that method implemented, now we have to pass that with our transactional entity manager, and then we will call the same method, which is gonna update our quiz informations, like the only quiz. Then we have to come to our quiz option as well, as which is this one. You can see first we are gonna delete all the quiz options. So here we have two way to implement that. Let's say if you go to the UI, the 2A is the one way, in this 2A there will be like a complicated way, another is pretty simple way. First, let's discuss about the pretty simple way. Let's say when we create quiz, what we do, we provided all those options, and we insert the quiz information first, then we insert the quiz options directly. Then when it comes to update, in the first approach, we can delete all the options that we already have, because in the update mode, we can also reshuffle all those options. So for that case, if we go to update all the positions, which is going to be the second approach on the options, which will make the query more complex. So in that case, instead to update all the position on our existing options, we just not gonna update the position, but also the text, but also the correct answer. For that case, why not we just delete all those options related to that particular quiz? If we delete them, then the latest data we will be inserted directly for that particular lesson. That will be like a simpler approach. And if you want to just update them, then you have to find out those quiz options ID, then you have to update those new value, or maybe the quiz option is already deleted like this, then you have to also delete that from the database. There are tons of things that you have to add that into that particular logic. But if you just delete all the quiz options for that particular quiz, then you can now just simply insert the new options in the table, and then it will be connected with that quiz. So this is, I found, a very simpler approach. You can also implement the complex approach to learn more. So first, then we just deleted all those quiz options, providing the quiz ID, so that it find from the quiz options table with the quiz ID all the options, and it will be delete them. And then we just created them again. So here you can see the use of for loop. You can also use the same way that we used here, but for now I just want to keep that as you can implement the same. And then after creating the options, now we have to provide those data as well as in the create. We search from our quiz table. We also try to join the options, and we are just passing the whole data that we have created so far. So this is all about for the update and also the create. So these are the two methods that we need. And in the lesson, we already joined with our quizzes table and also the quiz options table, and the property will be added in the quizzes. You can see that lesson.quizzes will be quizzes. That means there will be a property in the lesson list with the quizzes, and in that quizzes it will connect with the lesson.quizzes, which will be, if you go to the entity in the lesson, you can see that we have a connections with our quizzes like this. So if we just say lessons.quizzes, then it's going to connect with the quiz table to find out the related data. So that's what's gonna happen. And inside that quizzes, we also need the options. So for that case, quizzer.options will be like quiz options. That's a different property, but it's going to be inside the quizzes. So for that case, we just added this line. And then we also did the same thing for the lesson content. So for that case, you can see these changes. So with this query, we don't need to fetch the lesson quiz separately. Not we also don't need to fetch the lesson content separately. Instead, whenever we select any lesson, we will get that information because we are passing that in our lesson list. So in the lesson list, that data will be present. Right now you will not able to see those because we have to create some of the quiz and also lesson content. And after that, when we're going to binding the whole API, we're going to see like how the query actually performing. So this is all about with the lesson related things. Now we have left with one thing, which is the markdown.ts. This is also important. So let's create this now and add this service. So I think it will be better if we create a new folder inside the services called lesson and put them all the services into there. I think that will be better. So let's bring the code and put that here, and let's copy them all and try to ask the explanation. Explain me the whole code. So the good thing is here, I saw many times that it does not give you directly all the line by line explanation. First, it will give you the high level overview so that you can understand what's going on the code. First of all, if you look at the code breakdown, it's a class. This is the main class that encapsulates all the logic for handling markdown files. Then get markdown lesson list. There is a method called this one. So this method goal is to find all the .md file within the course directory and return a list of their relative path. That means this method is gonna find all the .md file or markdown file list from a particular folder that we're gonna provide, and it's gonna return all the relative path of those markdown file. That's this method is going to do. And then we have the second method like this one, get markdown lesson content, because in the markdown file, first of all, the first one return all the relative path of that file. Now we also have content on those files. So this is the second method that's going to help to find out those content from those files. If we provide a file path that we get from the previous method, like the relative path, then it should return the content from that particular file. So that's what it's gonna do. And then we have another one, which is get markdown file path async. That's a async method. That's we're gonna like, it's a private method that's we are not gonna use in our controller. This method is recursive helper functions that does the heavy lifting to finding all the .md files. So this is helper function that's we're gonna use in the list, like get markdown lesson list method. So that's what it's trying to say. And then we exported the whole service. So I think you already understand the highly overview, like what's gonna do this service. So now it's time to understand like which folder. Now you may be confused, like where those file or the folder will be. So you can put that folder anywhere into your application operating in your operating system. Let's say this is the folder structure, like backend, frontend, packages. So you can create a course folder here as well as, let's say, course or like the courses. So in that course, you can provide all those markdown file. Let's say test.md. Then maybe you can just provide some different file as well as. So, and also you can create a separate folder, and inside those folder you can add many other md files. But the main purpose is we have to connect that folder with our code or our backend. We also have to let our backend know that, okay, this is the place. You have to look into that folder and you have to fetch all those md files and you have to return them, like return all those relative path for those files. So for that case, we need that path location, like the folder location. So for that case, we have to like use the copy relative path or copy the full path. So in the backend, we have to add a new environment variable for that path. So if you can see under the lemon squeezy key, and also if you go to the commit, then you can see that we already have a path, like course path. And if you, I'm just bring that here, then you can see user, then amount, then downloads, new folder, then simple courses. So this is a path from my operating systems. So this path will be removed. I think this is the full path. So let's also use this path. So if I just copy this path, then this will look like this: home, Hassan, desktop, code, then course. So this file path will have all the folders and files that's related to .md. And when we have this course path, now in the markdown.ts class, you already saw in our first method, and before that we have declared a property called course directory, and in the directory we are using course process.environment.coursePath, and this is the path of our course. So we are just trying to connect with that particular folder in our server. And when we have that path, now what we're gonna do, we're gonna just make a executable perfect path using our Node.js path module to join our course directory to generate a real path that's actually understand from Node.js. And then when we have the path, we are just trying to check if there are any folder exist with the path or not. If not, then we're just returning just the empty array because we don't have that path. And if we already have that path, now we have to fetch that path. Like we have to go to that folder, then we have to find out all the .md file and we have to return them. So for that case, we call this method. That's the method that's gonna do the recursion work to find out all those implementation. Now let's try to ask like, okay, explain me this method. And now you can see it's trying to provide all the breakdown and the detailed explanations. Like first of all, this method checks if the directory path is received a file or a directory. So first of all, it's gonna check it's a file or a directory, and then this is a fundamental question that determines what it does next. So if it's a file, then we should only just return that file, or if it's a folder, then we have to look into that folder to find out the file as well as the folder as well as something like that. So for that case, best case, as it's a recursion function, and if you already familiar with like how the recursion implement, then you have to know that we have to find a best case, and then we have to find a stop case, which actually stop the recursion, and the best case will execute every time, something like that. So in the best case, you can see that this is stopping the condition for the recursion. Oh, my bad. So the best case is that case where we have to stop the recursion, you know, like as a recursion is kind of like a infinite loop or something like that. If you don't stop, then it's going to run infinitely. So you must have to stop. So for that case, we have to declare a best case, which is a case where the recursion actually got to stop. And then we have to declare the recursive steps that's gonna run recursively. So for the best case, what will be? The best case is if the path is a file, then it checks if the file name ends with .md file or not. Then if it's a markdown file, it calculates the path relative to the main. Like it's took the main path, then it's try to calculate what was like the relative path for that particular file. Okay, and then if it's true, if it's a file but not a markdown file, then it's return an empty array, so that it does not actually matter. And then in the recursive step, if that's a directory, then the recursive step is important when we have a directory inside of a directory. Let's say in this course folder we have multiple folder, and those folders have also files like markdown files and different files. But our goal is to find out those markdown files, which we already did in the MD file. Like in the best case, we're gonna check that if a single file is a markdown or not. If it's not, then we're gonna return empty array. But if it is, then we're gonna find out the relative path joining with our older path, like our this course path. So the first path will be like the course path that's we provided in the .environment variable file, and then we have a path for the .md. Like let's say we have a two folder. Inside of the two folder, the path will be different. Let's say JavaScript slash introduction.md. So we have to also grab that path as well as, and we have the main path, which is like home slash user slash code slash JavaScript, something like that. So then we just have to join those paths. That's what we have done here. Path.relative. We use the main path, and then we have used the relative path for the .md file. If that's a .md file. If that's not, then we're just simply returning the empty array, and this array we have to store somehow. And in this recursion method, this array is actually storing inside. So if there are 10 files, then it will be 10 array. So we also have to combine those array together so that we get a list of array, like list of data where we have all those markdown file. So when the recursion function run internally, when we are returning the path, is actually storing those array. And you can see at the end we actually use like path dot flat, and that's actually merging all those array together to generate the list. And if you go do the recursive step, in the recursive step we just have to call that same method again with the folder or the path that we have found. Let's say we didn't found that any file, but we found a folder. Then what we have to do, we have to call that method again, like the get markdown file path async, and we have to provide the directory path, and also if we have any child, then we have to path the child as well. So that's what we have done here. You can see the method reads the directory to get a list of all the fields, files and subdirectories inside it. If then call itself this for each of these children. Let's say the children have subdirectory, then we have to call the same method again to find out all the files on that particular subdirectory. And we have to use the promise all to run this recursive call concurrently, which is the most efficient than waiting for each one to finish in sequence. So it will wait until one folder finish so that it become more efficient in the execution. Then in the flatten the result, as the result is using the promise all, and also whenever we found new array, it's actually storing inside the array. So we must need to combine that array together. So that's why we have to use the flat method to merge all those markdown files together. And that's totally happening with the Node.js with the local fs method and also the path modules. So this is important as this is connected with the FTP server. FTP server will like our local files that's stored in our server, or the local folder that is stored in our server. Let's say if you say VPS, you can put that into the project directory, or you can put that in outside from the directory. So in the Node.js, it have to be work with the operating system to access your file manager to find out those folder and then perform all the execution. So for that case, we have to use these two module, and then we have to find out all the list, and we have to return them. As this is a service, now we can use this service anywhere whenever we need. So mainly we're gonna use it into the markdown controller, where we are gonna fetch the lesson list, or maybe we can use that into our quiz options or quiz. I think we are gonna use that in our lesson content markdown controller, where we have the lesson content method. And also if you saw this feature is related to the lesson content, so we must need to use that there. But still it's a class or it's a service. Now we can use that whenever we need, and the purpose or goal is kind of clear. We are going to fetch the list, and also if we provided some sort of constructor here, so whenever we declare the markdown service, we can also provide the path there. So that will be also really better, so that we can reuse that everywhere. We will pass the folder and we will able to use this method. So that's going to be like the good way to use that. But for now I want to just make that private, specifically for the lesson content. But if you make that scalable, then you should add a constructor and add a argument there like the course path, and whenever you declare the mark or like create the instance of markdown service, you have to provide that path so that you can leverage this method for that particular path as well. As so that's going to be like my suggestion of refactoring. So overall, these are the changes for us so far, and we have to delete this course folder. We are gonna implement that again in the future when we're gonna binding that. For now we have the path like course. Maybe we're gonna change that in the future, but for now let's just make it simple. And the changes we have made mostly in the services, and where we make sure you also sync with this commit, and you implement all these things, I think. And now we're kind of good with all the services. Now it's time to create the controller and the routes, and then work with them to complete our APIs. And then we are gonna go with binding our APIs. As we are kind of done with our second page, and that was the last commit, now we have to go to our first page from the commits, and we have to follow from here, from the last commit. And we're kind of almost done with our project. You can see these are the commit that left so far, and now we have to follow this one to complete our all the lessons API, building the controller, routes, and related validation schema and type. So make sure you sync with this one as well as. And in the documentation, it does not have much here. You can see only a summary explanations like about the controller, route, services, and all those things. Mostly you have to follow the video and you have to understand all the things from video. But in this documentation, at least from now, you will not get much information here. It's like a kind of overview explanations. So now let's start implementing all these things. So here we have the controller, then we have the routes, and also some changes on the definition. So let's start with this one. So we have to change the type. So I lesson response, I paginated result, it should be lessons, not module. So I think we have already changed that. For that case, we have to find out this one, and yep, we already changed that to the lessons, so we don't have anything to do here. Then in the lesson validations, we have to add a validations like s lesson update position params, then s markdown lesson content params. So as you already saw that in our lesson list, we also have the ability to update the positions. That's when we also need that params times, because while we are updating the position, we must need the course ID, module ID, chapter ID. So this is different than the other modules. Let's say when we have chapter position update, we don't have all those property needed like course, module, chapter ID, all those things. But when it comes to lesson, we always have to provide like course ID, module ID, and chapter ID, and that's also need to be validated from the backend side. So this could be a common validation from the param side. So we must need to create a schema for that. And then we have the markdown content params, where we have to provide the path. Let's say when we are trying to fetch a single markdown files informations, we provided the path, the relative path of that folder, and then the backend will actually fetch that information from that file. So for that case, we also have to validate the path using the regex, so that we can identify that the path is validated with like file.md at the end. So that's important. So that's why we have to add this to a schema in our validations. So let's go to definitions. Then inside the validations, we have lesson file already. Now let's add this to schema, and we are gonna use this to schema. And about the schema, this is like the course ID, integer positive, kind of similar we used earlier, then module ID, then chapter ID, something like that. And then we have the s markdown lesson content params, where we just validate with the regex, and we don't allow it to be empty. So that's why you can see all the messages here. So for these are the validation schema changes. And now you can see that while we are creating the services, we created services for lesson content, we created services for quiz, all these things. But here you can see we are not creating controller for all of them. You can see we just use those services like here. Here you can see in the controller we are using all the services. First of all, the lesson service here, then the markdown service, then the quiz service. That's mean our goal is to make this kind of a common ground, because the lesson is the one which is kind of a base module. So if we create multiple controller, that's also fine. That will break down more or make it like split it more good way. But as it's kind of base module, so we can also put them together, because under the lesson it comes quiz, under the lesson it comes lesson content links. So that's also kind of fine. But if you want to split, you can also split. You can create multiple controller. Let's say you can create controller for quiz and at least another one for lesson content link. And then that case you also have to create other two routes for, as well as to maintain all of our pattern. But I followed to add everything inside the lesson controller or the lesson route, so that I think initially it could be a bigger, but still it will be fine. So let's create the course controller and bring all of our code. So in our backend controllers, in the course, we now need new one like lesson.ts. Let's bring the whole code, and I believe it will be easy. We already have the services, so mostly we are just gonna call those services, and we're gonna pass the data from the body or params. That's it. That's what we actually do in the controller. So it's not complicated stuff. So first of all, here we have the controller called lesson controller, and we have the get lessons, which is the API for or the controller for retrieving all the lessons based on the query. Let's say in our query we have page, limit, status, type, course ID, module ID, chapter ID. Based on all those informations, it's gonna fetch all the lesson list, and it created an options object, and it need to be passed, as we already declared in the services, I lesson filters, where we have some important query params. And then it's called the lesson service dot list lessons, which is gonna fetch all the lesson list, and when that's done, we're just calling the send success as usual, like chapters, course, all this thing. Then get lesson is about like fetching a single lessons based on the ID. So that's why we got that ID here, and we call the get by ID method from the lesson service. And if you click, then you would not see that it took you to the lesson service. Instead, it took you to the base service, because in the lesson service there is no method called get by ID. And as the lesson service actually inherited from base services, we'll find the base service method like the get by ID. So that's what we call here. And if we don't have any lesson, then we must need to throw error. Other than that, we just return the data. Then in the create lesson, you can see the control is pretty small. So we just simply took the data from the body, and then we just pass that to the create lesson service. And the validation will be in the route end. So in the controller, it's kind of clean and neat. The update lesson is also similar. We will get the ID from the params. Then we will call the update lesson using the ID as well as in the body information. And if we don't have any data, because based on the ID, we have to find the data first. And if we don't have the ID data, then it should not be updatable. Then the archive lesson, pretty much similar with the update lesson. We call the archive lesson method, but it's still in that method we call the update lesson method. So it's pretty similar, and also it's need ID. Then we have update lesson position. That's interesting one, because it will require like the three main property like course ID, module ID, chapter ID. Because if you want to find out lessons from the list, then these are the three property that need to be provided as well as, because without this three property you cannot create lesson. So it's directly related to that. So when it comes to update those lessons position, you also must need to find all the categorical lessons that really matched with all this ID, and then you can actually update the positions. So for that case, we must need to provide those IDs, and also in the code we use those ID to prepare a raw query where we provided those ID as well as the value that we provide, like the lesson ID and the position number. That's it, and that's the type you already saw earlier. Then we have create lesson content link. As you can saw that this create lesson content link, you can separate it to a new file like lesson content.ts, but this is pretty small. We don't have to separate that because we can just put these 2-3 method here. Overall, I think in your like lesson content link service, we only have 2 or 3 services, so we can just declare them here. The same will happen with like core quiz. So in the create lesson content link, we already have the service, so we just need the data. We will get that from body, and when we need to validate, we are going to validate that in the route end, and we are kind of good with the create controller. Then we have get lesson content link, which is for the single lesson content information fetching. So for that case, we need the ID, and we will use like this one, get lesson content link by ID, and that's going to fetch the content information based on the ID as well as the content link data. Then we have update lesson content link, which is going to update the content links. Mostly we can update the title because there is a property called title, and also the file path. You already saw that in the drop down, we can select the file path from here. You're going to see that visually here when we're going to bind that. Right now, we don't have any course folder where we have some markdown file. We don't have that. We're going to create that, and we're going to make that working. And then we have get markdown list API, and this is the API, or this is the controller that will connect with a API, which is going to be like this one. When we will try to fetch the markdown list, we will call that API to fetch all the markdown list, and we are going to use like get markdown list lesson list, which is going to go to that particular folder to find out all the markdown list recursively, and that will provide us the list. Then we have get markdown lesson content. That's actually going to fetch the lesson content. Let's say if we provide the file path, it's going to retrieve the content. I think I explained kind of similar things here, like get lesson content link. So this is not like this one. This one actually provide the content, but this one is for the lesson content informations, like this one. So let's say if I just go here, the informations means these are the informations, not like when we select a path, then it provides you like the markdown information. That's not like that. The information is about the lesson content. When we select the markdown, then we have like this one, lesson ID, title, and the file path. This is the information that related to the lesson content. But about the markdown files, that's a different things. So that's why this one is about lesson content. But when it comes to the content from the markdown, then we have to call this one get markdown lesson content. And in that controller, or in that route, or in that service, we have to provide the path. So that path will try to find out that file and trying to fetch the content from there. And then we have the get quiz. you can see that we only use 3 methods for lesson content. I think this one will not like get markdown lesson content will not be used mostly, or maybe we have to use because when we already save the data, now when it comes to edit the data, we don't have any list option or like list page where we go to the list page and then go to the edit page to edit the data. Instead, we select the lesson again and it appear all those data. For that case, maybe we have to call that API to retrieve all those informations so that we can show them here. And then if I just talk about the quiz, then you can see in the get quiz, it's just called the quiz services get by ID, which is by the way not the real method from the quiz service. Instead, in the quiz service, we only have 2 methods. One is for create quiz, another is for update quiz. But get by ID is important because let's say I want quiz informations, like a particular quiz informations where we have quiz title, explanations, then also all the options. So for that case, we need some sort of method or controller or route for fetching that information. So this is for that. And also if you talk about like, let's say how I'm gonna fetch the quiz list, so that's actually gonna fetch with the lesson list because in the lesson service we already provided the relation and select query, so that is gonna fetch all those quizzes. And then we have the create quiz, pretty simple. We will get the data, we also get the options, we will get the quiz data together in two property in a same object, and then we pass that into create quiz. As you already saw that we have to pass the quiz data and also the options, which will use the transaction to complete the whole query. And the update quiz is also same. We have to provide the newly updated options as well as the quiz data, and the ID must be required because we're gonna updating the existing data. So this is pretty much it. So I think that's it for the controller and nothing more in the explanation about that. So now let's create the routes and point that to the main route. So first we're going to create add that in our index.ts route. So there will be a main route like API/admin/lesson, and it's going to point to the lesson router or something like that. So let's go to routes index.ts. We already have admin endpoints, and of course this lesson is from the admin panel, so we have to add that in our admin endpoints. And now we have to create the lesson router. Inside that course, we can just simply create a lesson file .ts, and we have to provide it our lesson router complete code. So let's just bring the whole code, and you can see bring them together. It's not took a lot of things, like a lot of code, because mostly the logic actually has written in the services, and you already saw that in controller every portion is like very small, and from the routes it's also kind of small. We don't have to write almost more than 100 line. So here you can see like we have the lesson router. Of course let's just fix the validator import. We're gonna add the validation strictly, so let's fix that. Let's now look into that. We have a lesson controller. We just took a variable or like property inside of our class, and this is going to be the controller. Yeah, we initialize in the constructor. We have the router set up, and we call the routes method. Inside the route method, we bring all those controller that we created in like this lesson controller. And now we start with the link, like the route or the API. So we start with the lesson content link first. So we provided the name lesson content link. So it's gonna come with API/admin/lesson, then /lesson content link. That's going to be the API for lesson content link. And we have to use the post, and this post means like we are gonna create that information. So we use like create lesson content link controller, and we added the validator like lesson content link create. So we already discussed that validation earlier. Still, let's just go there to check the validations. So if I just go here and go there, then you can see that's the validation which is coming from the base schema, like this one, lesson ID, URL, title, something like that. And then we have the get method where we provided the ID of that lesson content link. Then it will fetch that information, get by ID, something like that. So we just need to validate the ID params from the query, and that's it. And we already have that controller which is going to take the ID and fetch the information. And then we have a put request with the same API endpoint like this for updating the lesson content link. And we also added the validation, the similar validation with the create, but I think it will have the lesson ID, URL, title, and most explicitly the ID, which wasn't in the create schema. And in the query, we have to validate the ID as well as from here. So I think we have double ID. Let's say in the body we are also passing, and also from the query we are also passing the ID. So you can remove that to refactor one. Maybe you can just pass that from the body, or the standard is to pass the ID from the params. So you can just remove that from the body as well. As both will be fine. So then we have the markdown list API. Again, it will come after like this, like API slash admin slash lesson slash markdown list. When it come to get request, we're gonna just fetch all the markdown list lesson list API. So this is the API that we're gonna use in the drop down data showing, let's say here. And then we have the markdown content, which is gonna fetch the markdown content based on the path. And here you can see I provided in the query is markdown lesson content param. So that's the param schema that we created earlier, which has the path, which has the regex validation about .md file at the end. So that's we have to check. And this is also get request, and we don't have any update API for that, and we didn't also write any update code for markdown list or anything. Then we came to like the quiz, like quiz.id. If that's get a request, then we provide the quiz informations, we validate the ID. Then if it's post request with course quiz, then we just added the create quiz controller. That means it's gonna create the quiz. For updating the quiz, we use like quiz slash ID, then validator. In the validator, we have to validate the body as well as the ID. You can provide the ID inside the body, but standard is use that ID in the params. Basic, pretty basic. We have a total 3 endpoint for quiz, and now it's come to the lesson where we have multiple endpoint. The first one is slash get, which is going to be like API slash admin slash lessons. And you already saw that these are the API endpoint. We didn't put that top of that method, because if we put that, then this other property will be kind of an issue when we have endpoint like this slash ID. So it will be conflicted, and all the route I use like this will not work, because we provided like slash ID. That means it will call only this one, and all those route will be not work. So for that case, you have to provide that at the end if you have like only slash and then ID in the params, so that all this route will be triggered before, and then it will come here. So the get lesson is kind of use the main path with the get lessons, no validation needed. Maybe in the future, as we have the filter option, if you already saw here, page limit, all these things, so we can add that validator here. All those properties should be optional, because in the services these are kind of optional. If we have the data for those queries, then we must need to provide those data. Without that, we also must need to provide data informations for the API. So for that case, you can add validation explicitly, or if you can ignore that as well, as no issue. But the recommended is to add the validation at least in the optional. Let's say module ID, course ID, chapter ID, you cannot provide a string there. You must need to provide number for the ID. So you can also add that validation too. So I think we already have created that validation schema, but those are maybe mandatory. So let's just go here in the validation. Is I think this one is update position param. So these are, you can see course ID, module ID, chapter ID. These are mandatory. So we cannot use that in the query schema, because in the query schema these are optional. We can pass course ID, then it should fetch with course ID. We cannot. We can pass module ID. It should fetch with module ID, and we are allowed to pass nothing. Then it should fetch all the lesson. So we have to make that flexible. So for that case, you cannot, you should not add validation here. But for the pagination stuff and all those things, I think you can add those validation, but those should be optional. But in those property or schema, there should be declaration of validated. If they provide the data, then it must need to be validated, kind of like that. And then we have the create lesson, which is the same URL, but in the post request, we have to validate the body. The same will go for the update. We have to provide the, I think this one is for the get lesson list, or like, sorry, get lesson informations, a single lesson. When we go to the edit page like this, we have to provide that API to fetch the single lesson, and then we have to show them here. I think I didn't add that form in our edit page, so yeah, I'm gonna add that when we're gonna bind the API. So let's go to the code base, and here you can see in the update method we have the same endpoint slash ID. Then the validator, we are gonna validate the body. Then in the query, we're gonna validate the ID. So one thing I already done several times in chapter course lesson, you already saw that we added like param like this ID here. We can also do that in the body as well as, but I think in the params it's really good. It makes more sense. In the endpoint perspective or the API perspective. Then we have the archive where we provide the ID. This is the lesson ID, and based on the lesson ID, we also have to validate that, and it's gonna archive that lesson ID. Then for the position update, you saw we talked about those three property like course ID, module ID, chapter ID. So we took those ID from the params. We can took that from the body as well as, but in the body we already providing a data set for updating the position. So it's definitely possible. We can provide that in the query body, but better is we can provide that in the params, which makes more sense in the API perspective. It also looks good. And when we got those ID with the same name, then we will just call that service method or like the controller, which is gonna do the rest of the work. And also we have the validations we added freshly: course ID, module ID, chapter ID, and these are mandatory. You can see these are mandatory. So if you don't provide any of the one, then it's not gonna work. It's gonna throw error from the validation. So these are all the routes we have so far, and we have connected the lesson router in our main router or the route. Now we can access all those API. So if you have Postman, you can try one by one when we are implementing that to understand that better. But as I already have the project, I am confident that my API is going to be work. But in your development, you are not gonna like directly took that code. You will also do one by one. So that case, use Postman, or I didn't show you like the Swagger implementation. I have the Swagger implementation in the real project, like this project already, but I didn't show that because there is like tons of line of code you have to write to make that automated Swagger. So that's why I didn't show that in this particular video. Maybe in the future, if you request, then I'm going to show that as well as. But rather than that, Postman is really good. I like that. I mostly test there. But any automation tools is really fine in the API sense, because every time I change something in the API end, we also have to change that in the Postman. So the sync is kind of difficult and pain. So for that case, any automated tools like auto-generated Swagger API endpoint is really fine, where you just change anything on the endpoints or the bodies or whatever. It's gonna generate a new script or a new changes that's you can just simply reflect from your code base, so you don't have to separately write any code or anything from that. So that's a different and interesting part. So we're going to learn that maybe in any future video, so it will be up on you to let me know that we should make video about that or not. So that's been now how we can test those API. For now, I think we have to implement those API in the front end side, and that case we can just test that, because we already have the code and I have built the project, so I know the API will be work. So if I just show you testing those API in the Postman, then I don't think like it is going to be valuable for you. Instead, you should took the code, implement by your own, then you can test one by one. So now let's I think look into our commit list. So this was the commit that we have done. Now we have to go to this one to start binding our API, and we already know our pattern. We create the endpoints, then we create query hook for the API connecting stuff. So now let's do that things. Let's open the commit, and also make sure you sync with this one. And in this commit, there is nothing a lot. Instead, we have the lesson endpoint. We didn't create quiz endpoint, then lesson content endpoint. The same thing we follow, like we follow in the backend. We have route for lesson, so that's mean we should have endpoint for lesson. We should have query for lesson, not like all those splitting. So you can do that splitting as well as, because in the API endpoint we already split it by the name. So it's up to you, but I would like to just keep that in the same file. So let's create the lesson.ts in our front end endpoint. So in the front end API endpoints, we need to create a lesson file, and that file we have to provide all of our lessons endpoint. So let's just took the code. I'm not sure, you might be getting very bored about like what I'm doing. I'm just copying the code, explaining from there. So I'm not sure, I'm just experimenting this way. I didn't saw much video about like this way, where people just grab the code, explain the code, and also use Gemini to get some explanations, explain to the audience. So that's what I'm just trying to experiment. I think that's also kind of a very fast point to give you more context about the bigger things, because if I just go you or show you like line by line code, I make video, I know that it's really hard to make like specific line by line code, and like project like this kind of project is not small, and there are so many things that need to be explained. And if I just go with line by line stuff, then the video should take 50 more than 50 hours, you know. So for that case, I think that I must need to publish the code for everybody so that they can check from the commits. And what if I can just explain all those commits so that they can also visit those commit, think those commit as a lesson, and get as much as knowledge from that commits. Because nowadays you can just get the explanations from anywhere. If you just provide the code into any LLM and you ask any questions to them, you will get the answer if you have the basic knowledge. Even if you ask from the basic perspective, like okay, you just grab a random code and you put that, you got some answer, random answer, or the answer is already there but you didn't understand that answer, then you can also ask a basic question from those advanced topic to the basic one. So that's also way. So that way it's personalized way. I cannot actually do that from the video. And let's say you are beginner, you saw the first commit or the last commit, then you took that code, you asked Gemini, and you got some explanation. Now you ask back again some of the fundamental questions and you got the answer. You learn that first, but I cannot cover that in the video, and I cannot also target those audience as well. As for that, my case, I think as a kind of teaching style nowadays, I think this could be really better. I'm just mostly teaching the architecture, the patterns, the process, and how you can actually complete the project with the journey. And the code explanations, I tried my best to explain from my end. From the earlier sections you already saw, like mostly when you have the root or like the base implement done, then you don't have to put much effort to understand all those things, because all is now working with the pattern. You already saw the backend is a good pattern, you already saw the front end, we have a good pattern. So if you already know the pattern, then you can just implement any feature. So you just have to know the process first. So that's what I'm doing here. So if you got bored with this process, like the explanation process or the coding process, please comment down in this video section, so that from the next video I'm not going to follow this way as well. As so that was an experiment. So yeah, your feedback will be highly appreciated. So now in the lesson.ts, we have all the endpoints. We must need to declare those endpoints. So first of all, the get lesson API, these are pretty similar, like in the course we already have saw that. So in the lesson we have the API, and also we need all those query params like status, course ID, module ID, chapter ID, types, all those things. So we use the build query string, which is gonna make our query string more like the solid query string that we pass based on all these optional value. Then we have the get lesson API with the ID that need to be passed. This is like all the pure functions that took argument and call the API and put the response as a return things. So then we have the post lesson create API. So all the API route that we declare in the routes folder, we just simply call them here for using with the query hook. Then we have put lesson update API, then put lesson position API, and the type we already created those types validation schema. So yeah, we are just simply using those again here. If you go to the import section, you can see most of the type actually used from the definitions. There is no type that we used internally and we are using that. All the type is actually common, and those type can be used in the front end and back end as well. So that's the beauty when it comes to monorepo, when it comes to type separations, make the types generic. So this is kind of like a new way. Not new way, it's already there, but kind of a beautiful way. So in the put lesson position API, we have all those property that must need to be passed, as well as the position. So we have those. So we didn't provide any condition here. You can also add some condition. Let's say if you don't provide course ID, module ID, chapter ID, then you should not call those API and all those things. That's also fine. You can add them, but these are like the pure functions, so we have to work like with that way. Then archive lesson API, and also we are using TypeScript, so we don't have to worry about that. The archive lesson API, then the get lesson content link API, which is like this. Then post lesson content link API. We already discuss about that. We have the data that's using the same type we from the validations. You can see this is coming from the validations. We got the type from the validation using Jod instead, like j.infer. That's gonna help to retrieve the type from the validation schema. So it's like very useful. We don't have to declare those types separately. Instead, we are just simply using the schema and we are getting the type. Then we have the markdown APIs. All we just put that in the lesson file. Then we have get single markdown, then get markdown file list. This one we are going to use in our dropdown. And then post quiz create, then put quiz create API. So now let's create the query as per our pattern, like the query hooks, where we create a lesson.ts file, and we're going to put all the query, and we're going to use mutation, use query, all the similar things that we already used earlier. So let's bring all the code and put that here. Now we will have a bigger file with lots of code, like almost 200 lines of code, more than that. And also the constant becomes bigger for the keys, because now we have different things, and those also need different keys. Let's say all list. This is the kind of the wrong pattern that I already discussed in the earlier section. You can refactor that, as well as maybe the list, and list you can just make it one, and the all should not be there. There should be like these three things should be removed, and there will be only one with some argument or something like that. And also details or detail, this not be kind of like good. We will have one. So that's mean for this 5 key there will be only 2 key. I think the best example will be this one in the course. You can see the courses, that's for the list, and the details, that's for the details and all those things. And in the courses we have the filters, because based on the filters the key should be different, it should be cached differently. So for that case you also have to add that in arguments, and you have to provide that in the list. So I would recommend to refactor this part. And I think I did a mistake from generating that from I think from the Gemini or maybe LLM. But you can refactor it. That's an opportunity, and you can also make PR. No issue with that. So that case here we have other keys. These are the keys for the lesson, specifically for the lesson: create, edit, update, get, archive, all these things. And not for all, mostly like the lesson list and get by lesson, something like that. And then we have the markdown list. It does not have much parameters, so the list will be kind of a similar key, like single key. Then we have single. This is for the markdown list. So here this one is also not a good name. You can also improve that. You can say okay, it's markdown like markdown content, something like that. Then we have positions, which is gonna help to put that positions API. Let's just see where we use that. I think this key is actually not used anywhere, so I think that's a unnecessary key. So let's see, if I just go to lesson key dot positions, you can see that we didn't use that anywhere. So we can remove that like this. So you can remove any of them which is not necessary or which seems like redundant. So it should be the part from the refactoring. I think we use the lesson content. I think let's just check from the single that we used that or not. You can see the single is also not used, so that was also unnecessary. So let's remove this one, and then let's go for the quiz. I think quiz is used, but we have to use like lesson keys, so that's the constant. Then we have to use like quiz. You can see the quiz is also not used, so my bad. Maybe the code actually generated from AI and it keeps all those unnecessary types or like keys, and I forget to refactor. So let's refactor that here, and when I publish the code you will see the refactor version actually. And I put this to you, up to you, so that you can also get some scope to refactor the code. So these are the things. Let's say from the markdown list, yes, we have one use case here, and the content link that's also used here. And so far I think we already has the use like the detail. You can see the detail, and also use the details as well as, okay, we didn't use that. We can just remove that details, but it's still you already saw the details. Details is maybe used in detail. Okay, we didn't use that, so we can just remove this part as well as. And the detail is I think not a good word. Instead we can say it's details directly here, and we can put that details as well as here. So this kind of a small refactoring you can do from your side as well as. I would highly recommend you to do that, and also contribute on this project, so that you can also get some chance to contribute. Then I think we also has the list, so I'm not gonna do much work here. I think you already understand the purpose. So in this lesson keys we have to use them in the invalidate query. When we cache, like when React query actually cache, we sometimes have to invalidate them to fetch new data. So for that case we must need those keys. And here we start with the use get lesson query, and we use like use query because we don't need to manually trigger that to fetch the API. Instead we're gonna just simply fetch that directly whenever we call this hook. And we use like get lessons API, and of course we must need to provide the lesson ID because it's for single lesson fetch. Then we have use get lesson query, which is gonna for I think list of the lessons. You can see the get lesson lessons API, and we also have to provide all those things. Mostly we're not gonna passing those value. Maybe we're gonna passing the status, course ID, module ID, chapter ID, maybe type, not like the pagination stuff because we didn't implemented the pagination in any of our feature like chapter module, any of one module. So that's also your task. You can do that homework to add the paginations. We already have the backend support in the API. We have the pagination support, but in the front end you just have to implement that. And also in the backend support, you already saw that it has the page skip offset or something like that. So you can, in the front end, you can add manual pagination, you can add infinite scroll, whatever you want to add, you can add, because from the backend is built something like a way that you can use that to implement the infinite scroll or any manual paginations or anything. Then we have use get lesson mutation. Use mutation, we use mutation because it's going to be like manually triggered. It's for the get lessons API. It's for mostly drop down, because in the drop down we didn't directly just fetch. We fetch based on our need. Let's say we choose course, then module, then we choose the chapter, and that time based on the chapter ID or all this ID, we actually fetch the lesson list. For that case, we must need to call that by trigger manually. We cannot just directly use like use query, which will by default just call the API, and if that's happened, then all those property will not come, because these actually got from the drop down selection. Then we have use create lesson mutations, where you just use we just use the use mutation, and in the mutation function is called the functions, and in the on success we just invalidate our list query, because when we create a new data we must need to refetch the list again. The same thing happened with the update. We also need to invalidate the older API cache, like the details API, which has the informations of a single lesson, also the list, because we updated some data. And we have done that in the on success method, and which is the best practice here, to use the on success to perform all those stuff. Let's say you want to show a toast, you can also add that here. And let's say you want to do something on the on error, there is method for on error, you can do that there. Then use archive lesson mutation, which is same, we use the use mutation hook, and also we invalidate the query for the list. And also here you can see when we archive a lesson, then we must need to remove the query as well, as not just only invalidate. The invalidate actually invalidate the older cache and retrieve a new data and make that cache again. But when the data actually got deleted, then we don't need to keep that cache data. Instead, we must need to delete that. For that case, we use like remove queries, and we have to pass the same key that we use to fetch the data or fetch the single data. And when we pass that, it's gonna remove that query cache data. And it's important because whenever, if you don't put all this stuff like the fallback stuff or the cleaning stuff, then your application will have maybe got some performance issue on the production, because every time you go any page is gonna just cache, and if you don't remove those queries, then it could just took memory. So we must need to add those work for removing queries. And I think there are some refactor chance in our chapter modules courses to remove some of the query. Maybe we didn't add that. Okay, we add that in our archive chapter mutation. So all the archive method, we have to use the remove queries, because when we delete a particular row or the data, we don't need that data to cache, or the cache data should be removed. So for that case, you have to check that, and if you find any, then just refactor that as well. As so in the update lesson position, where we have to provide all those IDs, then the positions array, and we call the API. Then in the invalidate queries, mostly we have to invalidate the list API, because we have changed the updated positions. Then we have the get markdown file list query, which is kind of interesting one, where we're gonna get the list of the markdown files. And this one use get single markdown file mutation. That means the markdown file content, where we provided the file path like this, and we got the content. And here we don't have the type declaration, so we just add that like content string, something like that. This will come from the backend, so that's why I have added that. And in the backend, we also had provided like this. And then we have like use get lesson content link query, where we have to provide the ID. Then we'll just call the API, and this will be enabled when we have the ID. So we must need to provide the ID to enable this API. Then use create lesson content link mutation, where we have the filters. That's gonna fetch the content link. Oh, sorry, that's gonna actually create the content link. So we call the post lesson content link API, and then we refetch like the list of the lesson because in the lesson list we actually got the lesson content information. So if we just refetch the lesson list, then we don't have to worry about the lesson content data, because you already saw in the backend we added the join, left join with the lesson content table from the lesson, so that we can get the lesson content list as well as the quiz list. So whenever we update quiz or whenever we update lesson content, we must need to refetch the lesson list again. And then we have use update lesson content link mutation. That's for the updating the lesson content data. Then we have the create quiz mutation, but mostly all the endpoint actually used in the query based on all of its name. I think you already understand, like using those name. And we have a convention with the name. So if we use the mutation, then we use like use create quiz mutation. If we use like use query hook, then we add like use create query, something like that. So I think with that convention, anybody can understand what's going on. Then use update quiz mutations, pretty similar like the other one. We also use the type from the definitions. So mostly these are the queries, and these are the total endpoints that we need to use in our component and routes to completely bind our APIs. And I think we are kind of done with our first step to bind the APIs. And that was the commit. Make sure you sync with that. And now we can move to the next step. So now let's look into the next commit, which is going to be this one, lesson create bind. As our endpoints and query hooks are done, now we can just simply bind all the API. So let's start with the lesson create. So in the lesson create, you can see I have also changed something in the backend side here. I think I changed that, like the ID validation from query to params. So you can see most of the changes is about that. Maybe I did earlier the mistake. So let's go to lesson routes. So in this routes, we now can see all those validations. So here, yeah, I think I did the mistake. So as our ID will come from the params, so in our validator, we should use like params, not query. So that was the issue. So like params, that's when we have to validate the params. Then the same thing, like ID should be from the params, not from the query. As well as I think this one is okay. Like in the markdown content, we don't have anything in the param, so we don't have to pass any. Then for the quiz ID, that's working because in the params we have provided the params. And also the quiz ID, like for the put request, we are provided the params. Then this ID, this should be params, not like query. As well as this ID should be like params. This one also, I think we're now kind of good. And in the params, so we already have added the validation for all those things. I think we are now good. So that was the refactoring. And then in the front end, these are the changes that we have made to bind the create API. As we have the query, now we can use that query in our controller hook that we have created for the lesson create here. So let's go to that file, use lesson from controller, like this one. Now we have to call the mutations first, like the query. So for that case, I think we to copy this to line, let's say. With this way, we are just gonna now use the create mutation and the update mutation like this. And also here you can see that I have added like single lesson data from like get lesson query. That's when it's for when we go to edit page and we fetch the information of a single item. So for that case, we need that query as well. So let's put that and name it to single lesson data, and its loading is like lesson loading. Then we have a common loading where we're gonna pass all the loading, which already we have. Now we just need to update that with lesson loading, because we are also need to show the loading while it's fetching the single informations. Then course data loading, most of them are actually from the list API, like module list and chapter list loading. Then we have the pending. That pending should get the condition from the create and update lesson module. That's it. And after that, in the use effect hook, that's when we need a new use effect hook where we're gonna check the single data and we're gonna set the hook from. But before that, let's also fix the on submit method. So in the on submit method, we have to complete that functionality. So let's just remove the console log. Here we have the dummy promise. So instead we should have the real API bind, and we're gonna bind with the update lesson mutation dot muted async. We're passing the data from the hook from, and we're just using the ID. And when we have the ID, it's going to be like update the lesson. So that's why I have added that. And for the else, when we don't have the ID, that's when we are just going to create the data. So that's a similar, very similar, like 100% similar like the other modules that I work, where we have the controller, from controller we have the on submit, we have the edit, and we have the else for the create. So these are pretty simple, like pretty similar. Now this is going to help to submit the form. Now when we have submitted, now when we go to the edit page, when we have the single lesson data by ID, then we have to set that those data into the hook from as well as. So for that case, we need the use effect hook to actually make that happen. So let's took that use effect hook and bring that under these, I think. So this one, or we can put under the first use effect hook. So this one is the second one. When we have the ID, and also we don't need the reset in the dependency. Sorry, in the dependency. So if ID and single lesson data we have, then we are gonna took that data into a variable, and then we just make that like this. So you can do that as well as single lesson data directly here, but that's up to you. And now we just use the reset method to set all the information in the React hook from. Then we have another use effect hook, which is this one, which is I think already we have, like this one, where we checking selected course, selected module. You can see selected course, selected module. Now we are also checking some of the other information. So I think we have to update the older use effect hook, like with this one. So let's grab that and put that here. Now what we are doing here, if we have, these are the logic that was earlier. Now we have changed this. So if I just go to the changes, then you can see what are the logic we have changed. So if you look at that, if there are selected course, we call the module list muted. If we have selected module, we call the chapter list muted. So that was the older logic. But the new addition logic is this one. If we have ID and single lesson data, then we have to fetch the module list based on the course ID that we selected. Let's say we go to edit page, let's say this one, and now as this one has information for course, modules, and chapter, that's mean the course list should be like the general. It does not have any dependency, but when it comes to modules, it has a dependency to fetch those module list. But how we are going to fetch that? Based on the informations of the course IDs. But the course ID will come from not the store, but from the get single data that we call like the lesson ID or chapter ID or modules ID. That's when whenever we call that API, we get the course ID, and we provided the course ID to the module API, so that module list can fetch. The same thing happened with the chapter. We provide the module ID and the chapter ID because these are the informations are from the single data, like the lesson details data. So we got those data, and now we are just fetching that particular informations like chapter list and module list. So that's why we have this content. So I think you already know all this stuff if you saw the older modules. So I think I don't have much to explain here, just mostly showing you like what's going on overall on those UI of the place. Now when I looked into the code, and when I go to the edit page, you can see I don't have that from added here. So I think I have to add the form. So let's go to the routes and try to add that form. So in the admin we have layout underscore, then we have lesson, and inside that lesson we have lesson edit lesson. I think we added that, but one thing you can see that I did not add any ID here. Like okay, I didn't add the form. Yep, that's my bad. So the form should be like lesson from like this, and also the lesson form should have got the ID, and the ID should come from like this. So from the routes.uparams we can just get the ID of lesson ID that's we declared earlier. The lesson ID will be go to with the lesson from, and it's coming string, so we have to make that number so that it can pass through without any error. So now if we just save and refresh, then you can see we are getting some of the informations of our data. So now let's just create a new lesson, but we didn't bind yet the list page. So I think we should go to bind the list page. So the second commit we have to follow is lesson content from created it. Okay, that's for the lesson content from, then the quiz create, I think, then maybe we're gonna bind the list page. So okay, let's just check that our lesson creation is working or not. So we are choosing the DevOps and cloud computing, then the module should be Docker, then the first chapter. Let's just create a lesson like DevOps first lesson, and then just put anything in the descriptions, then make it draft. And I would like to make it like theory, so that when we are going to bind the lesson content, we will get the value in the drop down. So if I just now save, you can see the lesson created success. And if I go here and the older implementations in the list, I should get the data, and I just choose, and you can see this is the older project, the completed project. Here we have the data, develop first lesson. So let's also find the ID. So it's the ID is 398. So if I now just go or just try with this URL from our applications here to check the edit working or not. So if we just press that, you can see we got the informations, we got the form as well as. So let's also try to check the edit, then the descriptions, and also, yeah, now you can see the lesson updated. That's been our create and edit is working for the lesson. So make sure you sync this one, and also you can just do this one together, like lesson content from create. So let's open this commit. Now in the lesson content from create or edit, we have to go to the content from. So let's go to the content from that we have created earlier. This is the from. Mostly we have to work on the controller, but let's see what are the changes we have done. So in the hooks, we already have the hook, which is called use lesson content from controller. And also we have some changes on the components itself. You can see that we have completed all those drop down binding, and also when we choose the file from there, we have to also bind that. So we have done some changes here. And let's also see from the package. So here you can see we have refactor the regex for the path validation for the lesson content. I think when I was done that commit, it only checked with like a text then .md file, but the .md file could be like more path. Let's say if I just go and say home slash course slash test.md, that's could be one path, but the earlier regex actually working with only this path, so which is problematic. So we have to make it like kind of a dynamic path. So for that case, let's also find out this regex and try to fix this. So when you already test the API, you will also see the issue. So I think that time you can fix that. So let's just put that. So this regex is now gonna help you to find all the .md files that have even multiple paths before the .md text. Now let's see the changes in our controller. So as we already have all those query, now let's update one by one. So we have to update the state, selected course, and the selected module and selected chapter. So all those information, like here, as we have the lesson, so we need to see the lesson list. For fetching the lesson list, we need chapter, course, module. So we must need those information, and we will get them from the store. When we select or change from this drop down, though, that will actually affect on the store, and we will use those from the store and fetch the lesson list. For that case, we need to use drop down selection store, which is gonna help us to retrieve that selected drop down values. So now let's clear our state, local state, and these are the property. Then we need also the lesson query, like the list query, so that we can fetch the lesson list. And here we are in this particular get lessons query. We must need to provide the selected course, module, and the chapter, so that it can filter all the lessons and provide us our desired result. And then e-course status. Then we also have the mutation for the create and update, as we already added those. So let's also put them here and also import them. And the flow is as always similar. There are no difference between like the courses, chapters, modules, pretty much same. Then we need the markdown file list. That's the important one. So for that case, we are gonna use this query, like this one, markdown file list, using use get markdown file list query. So whenever we use this markdown file list, it's gonna give us the list of that file in .md format. Then also we need one for get single markdown file. So whenever we are gonna choose to select any file from the drop down, like this one, select markdown file, so we must also need the content, so that we can actually show that content visually here. So for that case, we need the use get single markdown file mutation, as I talked earlier. And also we got some error like this one, as this one is already used here, so we should have to remove this variable. And other than that, we are kind of good. So we have to update the spending with the mutations for the above, and also the is loading lesson. And let's see where we have updated the loading. So right now I think we just fully changed that to is loading. And in the is loading, we have the is loading from use get lessons query. So is loading lessons, we can name it to is loading, which should be like more generic. So is loading, and we are gonna just rename some of them. So let's say this is for lessons loading, and we can name that to anything else as well. As so right now we have only for this one. Then maybe we can also add the loading for this one as well, as which is not necessary for now, but we should make that generic. After that we are kind of good with all the API implementations. And then in the code we have a method called handle markdown file change. That's mean whenever we click on from the drop down like this, we choose any file. So whenever we choose the file, we must need to call the API. So for that case, this is the method that's going to help us to achieve that. So we already have that method, and I also discussed that about when we are building the UI. So make sure you already saw that part. So this method, we just call the get single markdown file, providing the path from there, like which we choose or select, and then we grab the data from the onSuccess method as is a mutation. Like you can see muted method. So now we can grab the onSuccess method on failure method, and we can apply something. So in the onSuccess method, in the first argument, we are gonna get the data, and as we have the local state to set the markdown content, so we can now just set the markdown content easily. And then we have to update our onSubmit method for handling the creation. So first of all, we're going to handle that like this. So if first of all, we have to find the ID from the lesson data. And as you go to the lesson data, which is going to be like the lesson list, but in that lesson list, as I showed you in the backend, that we also providing the quizzes as well as the content links. So for that case, based on the ID, we have to find out that particular ID from the list. So we're gonna see that when we are gonna see like in practical on the network tab, so you'll understand what's going on here. So if we find out the ID from the list of the item, and we're gonna matching it with the data. So if that's the ID, then we're gonna call the edit. If we don't have the ID, then we are just gonna call the create. So let's also bind those two as well. As so first one is going to be like update lesson mutation. Let's just remove and add this one. Then also we have the create one like this one. So we just need to remove and add this, and we are kind of good. After that we have the lesson data. You can see we have some changes in the lesson data. I think I didn't pass that, so we have to pass the lesson data. This is an object. Inside that object we have other data from the lesson data we got from the lesson list. And then after we have the lessons property, where we want to put all those data by filtering based on the not the quiz, because it's a lesson content form. So and in the lessons list data we will get all the lesson that has the type with quiz, theory, coding. But in our form or in our lesson content, we will only allow the theory and coding, not the quizzes. So that's why this is the condition, to not show all those lessons, instead which has a type of theory or coding. Now as we have all those informations returned from this controller, now we can just simply use them and complete our lesson content create. So for that case, we have to go to the component and we have to see what are the changes we can add. So we have to add the set markdown content and lesson data, because these are the two things that we're going to use. And then we have some changes here, which is in the select content type drop down, we have the disable with is loading, which I think I have added that. Then in the select drop down for the lessons, now this is important part. So when we select a lesson, what happened, we fetch or we try to check the lesson have the content link or not, or the lesson has the quizzes or not, something like that. So let's also look into here. We can see that we checked the lesson content links length. So let's just grab the code and try to explain you from there. So this is the whole change, I think the select component. So let's just grab this, and our select component is this one. This one is the lesson select component. So let's update this now. And I think we got some error because of the copy, because we have some missing code maybe somewhere. So I think I have to copy one by one based on that. So we have changes on the options first of all. Okay, so in the options we have added the list, the lesson data, because in the lesson drop down we should only see all those lessons that has like the coding theory type. So for that case, this is the option. Now we have changes the value. It was undefined. Now it should be some sort of working value. Let's say we are just going to map through the like find from the lesson list data, and based on the ID that we selected and the value that coming from the hook from. And then we have to look into the on change, which is more crucial because here we have done so much important stuff. So let's look into there. So in this on change method, we set the value of the lesson ID. That's the first thing. Then we try to find out the selected lesson with the ID and from the lesson data, so that we can get all the lesson informations, like the full informations. And in the API, I already told you I passed the quizzes, content links, so we should get all those information as well as. So if we don't have any content link in the lesson informations, that means we didn't create any lesson content. If we created that, then we should get that information in the lesson item. So that's mean we don't have any. That's mean we can now just set that all those value to empty, so that I can create the lesson content. But if we have the content links, we are going to check that array. Then if we have any item, we're going to check from the first item, because there will be only one item. So from the first item, we are going to put the URL, like the path. Basically the path will be go to our method like handle markdown file changes. In that method, it's going to go and it's going to took that path and call the content API, so that it fetch the content API and set the state. And after writing that path or calling that API, we're checking now the link type. So if the we have the link type, then we're just setting up that link type, like is that video or is that markdown, something like that. Then also we just make the URL value from the selected lesson. If that's video, then we also have to provide the URL. Then we also provided the title that coming from the selected lesson. That's mean we are just trying to do a before edit page work that we already done for the chapter module. We go to any edit page, we fetch the information for the single like the for the detail module. Like let's say for the chapter, we have the chapter details. So for the lesson, we have like the lesson content, we must need have the lesson content details, and that will come from the lesson list item. And you can see when we click, we should get the informations about that. So if I now just turn on the inspect and go to the network tab and then refresh from here and go again, then you can see we call the lesson list API, which is like this one, and we provided the course ID, module ID, and the chapter ID. And if we go to the response, then you can see in the lessons we have one lessons, and in that one lesson, if I just make it bigger, then you can see we have the content links. That's the array. We should have a quizzes array, and these are the two things that we pass from the backend. And I already discussed with you about this one. So let's go to the backend for lesson. I think lesson content link, that's the service. Oh, I think it's from the lesson service. So in this lesson service, you can see quiz options. We will get a kind of like content links. That's the property that we will get, and in the quizzes we will get all the quizzes. So for that case, you can see this property here. So whenever we create any content links, then we should get the data here. And that means when we choose that or like when we select this particular lesson from the drop down, then we can say it's now edit mode. We will not say it's a create mode, because we already have the content links. The same thing will happen for the quiz as well. As when we select the lesson, and if we have the quizzes in the length, then we can just say we already have the quiz, let's just make it edit mode. The same thing like the content. And now we can just remove this. And overall we are kind of done. So now I can test that, and you can also see what's happening. But one thing you have to check, like here in the markdown file, we don't see any data. Let's just refresh and try to check that. And you can see markdown list API got called, like admin/lesson/markdown list, but we didn't find any data there. So for that case, what we have to do is go to our dot environment and check the path like this: desktop code, then course. So I think I have to create a folder called course here. So let's create a folder course, and inside that course folder, let's create another, let's say JavaScript or maybe JS. Okay, this become like a corrupted file. So let's delete that, and inside that course, first create a test.md file, and then create folder for, let's say JavaScript. So I'm gonna make sure like JS. Inside that JS, I'm gonna say lesson 1.md like this. So now we have two .md file, and let's also put some content here. I'm gonna say put some content. Okay, so it provided some content. Let's accept this, as well as let's add some content. So I think both are the same content, so maybe we can say this is a new test file. That's it, and we don't need functions. So these are the content for all this file. So now we should see in the drop down these two particular file. So now if we just go to the, as we have the path, so we should now see, and boom, you can see we have js/lesson1.md and test.md. So how we are getting this file, that's what I already discussed about when we are building the backend. Now you can actually sync with that. So in the .environment, we provided a path. This path could be from anywhere from your desktop, as we are using Node.js to find out that folder and going to that folder to retrieve all those .md file. So you can put any path, and make sure on that path you have that folder and you have .md file. So we have that path here, we have all those .md file. So for that case, we are getting them here. So that's the way we can create multiple lessons. So maybe we can edit those file while I'm just pushing the code from GitHub. So I'm gonna edit them. Or if you don't see any folder like name course, or declare like here like the course path, then create one and put that path so that you get all the information. So now it's time to see when we click on the markdown file. Now the API call and fetch the content. So if I just show you the API, that was the API. So let's try again. Let's try to select this one, and you got this. So we are getting some error. It is saying the validation. So the path is getting problematic, like path must be like directory file.md. That's mean the path we provided was not correct. So it was only test.md, which is also kind of okay. So I think there are some issue. Let's try to find out what's the issue. So we have updated that in our validations here. I think now maybe we have to build our project again, front and back end together. And let's also go to the backend and check from the routes query. Like in the course, we have the lesson. In the lesson, we have that lesson content, I think markdown content. Here you can see the query. We are trying to pass the s markdown lesson content params, and in that params we have to pass the we have to provide the path. So if I just go and check from the network tab that we provided the path or not. So let's just choose that one again. Now you can see it's working. So earlier it wasn't working because of the validation rejects that we updated, which wasn't in the backend build folder. So when I just rebuild again the backend, it's working now. So here you can see we use the query like path, and inside that path we provided the file path. And when that happened, it's called the API, and in the response you can see this is the content. That's the content from the file. Everything we discussed in the backend side, you can now see the connection between together. So I think I'm not gonna put the course folder here, and it will be up to you, or it will be kind of your homework to understand these things and to sync with that. So you will create the course folder anywhere. You will add the environment path here, like the course path, and then you have to check that by your own. So you should not see this course folder or any folder other than those code. Yeah, or maybe we can add a script which will create a folder which will create some courses and some markdown file. That's up to you. You can generate a script for that from Gemini to create a folder for course, add some markdown file, demo file, and on that file you can put some random content. That's also fine. And another thing, as we already added the mermaid chart, some code blocks, so we also have to test them in from the markdown. So the markdown content should contain all of those testing material so that we can test that. Now let's check the functionality is working correctly or not. So far we are kind of good with all the API binding, as now we can select the markdown, then we can also see the list of the lesson, and we already have the lesson for the quizzes. Let's also create one for the quizzes. So I'm gonna say quiz 1, some description, but the theory type should change to the quiz, and the status should be must be draft, because we are only fetching those draft lessons inside the lesson list from the lesson content, as well as in the quiz list quiz content. So here you can see in the lesson we only have the first one, which is like DevOps first lesson edited. This one, this is not like we are not getting the quiz one, because that lesson type is different and we already added the condition, so we'll not see the lesson type which has quizzes. We'll only see that in the drop down here in the quiz section. So now if I just select, and let's just add a title, say title 1, and let's choose a file like this one, first one, and save that. And you can see lesson content created successfully. It took the file path. It does not actually store the content into the database, because the content is already present in the file. So why we have to store that? We can just simply store the path. That's it. So now if I just select the lesson again, then you can see that we got the informations. And now if I just also show you from the network tab, then you will understand the whole thing. Let's say I just refreshed and we saw the lesson list. As we already created the lesson content, we have to go to the first one, because the second one is for the type of quiz. So now in this first one, you can see that in the lesson content we have the information of that lesson content. So now we can easily check, and we already did, like in the content link, if we have the any link that's created, now we can just edit that. We cannot just create that again with the lesson. So whenever we select, we got the information easily here. That's like the edit mode. Now if we want to change that to test md, then if we want to change the title like to edited or something like that, and if we save that, then the data will be saved for that particular lesson with the lesson content. If we refresh that again and try to select that again, then you can see it's changed to test.md. The title got the latest value that we have changed. So that's how the whole functionality working, and the same thing will be going to reuse here in the quiz. We're gonna fetch the quiz list based on the quiz type, then we'll do the same stuff here. So I think the lesson content link you have understand properly, like what's happening here, and make sure you sync with all the comments that I discuss, so that you can understand easily. So now let's start the quiz create and update. So we have to follow this commit, lesson quiz create update. So let's open this one, and these are the changes that we have to change. So first of all, in the quiz.ts, from the backend we have some changes here. So let's also update them. But how these changes I have to make, because there was some issue when I tested this API. So for that case, that's the issue. So which actually solved by changing this code. So we're gonna see the issue. Let's just first work with the form and also the controller, and also let's see in the lesson.ts file, from the definitions we have to update something like this, is quiz option update. So when we created the schema for quiz options update, we added the ID, but in our backend structure we actually not use the options ID to change the order or anything, because we delete all the older options and we insert all the newer options. So for that case we don't need that ID in the quiz options schema. So for that case we have to remove that. So let's also find this from the definitions, and let's just remove that. We can just put the squiz option base, that's the base schema, and that's it kind of. So let's also run the server. So the build is successful. Now let's move to the next part in the controller. So we already have the controller for the quiz form. Now we have to update them, and also in the component we have also some changes, so we're going to do that. So let's start with the controller. First of all, we need all those property, like all those selected course modules or chapter, because as we saw in the lesson content sections that we need all of them for fetching the lesson list. So we have to find out the controller from, but you can see the controller name is kind of different, which is seems like use quiz from, which should not be in our case, because it should be use quiz from controller, because as per our convention we must need to follow the convention, like use quiz from controller, use lesson list controller, use lesson from, use lesson content from controller, this is kind of a similar convention. So for making things consistent, we must need to use the controller. And also the name should change here as well. As so use quiz from controller. And now let's also update that from the use case, like in this component here you can see that we used the use quiz from, which should be used from controller, and here as well. As so now in this controller, let's start adding all those code. So these are the code which will help to find out all those selected informations like module, chapter, and courses, as like as the content form. Then we have to fetch the lesson data, so we can just simply grab the older code from a lesson content link like this one. You can see the lesson data, that's what we fetch with the selected value. So the same thing we also need to replicate here. You can create a custom hook because it's a common thing, so we can create a custom hook, put that there like some of the common things, and then we can reuse those hook both of our pages. That's another good option. So it's going to be part of the refactoring. Then we have those mutation for quiz create and update. So let's also add them like this. These are the query that we created. Also update the loading is pending and is loading state. So you can see these are the common state that we work with every time. So we can maybe make a custom hook, add some method there to update those values. So yeah, we can do that as well. As could be several way to make that more organized or more conventional or consistent. After that, we have to fix the on submit. As we got the data, now also we have those method. Now we can just simply update our on submit method. And I already discussed all this method in the UI section because these are mostly related to the UI. So in the on submit method, we have to remove the mock. But before that, we also have to select the lesson, like choose the selected lesson as like as we did in our lesson content from. So I'm gonna say this one. Sorry, I think here, because the selected lesson is important, as it's kind of a different UI UX for the lesson content and quiz. We don't have any ID. Let's say from the course edit, we have the ID from the params, but we don't have that in the lesson content and quiz. So for that case, how we get the selected item? We get that from the list, from the lesson list. So whenever we select, we store that state, and also in the list we also have those ID. So we match with that ID, selected ID, and if that has any data or content or quiz, then we make a say like, okay, it's already created. You cannot create multiple quiz for a lesson. Instead, you can update that quiz. So that's the main perspective here. So in the selected lesson, we selected that. If we have selected lesson, then that's mean we can go with update. If not, then we're gonna go with create. That's the kind of logic. So for that case, let's grab the whole part. I think mostly this part from if selected to like here. And also we have to add the type iQuiz options. So what we are doing here, we are checking that, okay, if there are quiz or not in that particular lesson. If there are quizzes, then that's fine, we are updating. If not, then we're gonna go with the create. And when we are updating, we are trying to find out the ID, like the quiz ID, and the quiz ID will be stored in the quizzes array. And in the quizzes array, there will be ID property for each object. And then we provide the data that we already got. And then in the options, we are just trying to map through that option and trying to provide the position so that it go to the backend, and backend actually insert that into the database. And the position is simply from the index when we are mapping that data. So that's the update logic. And let's also add the create logic. That's pretty simple. So we have to grab that fake or demo, and let's just add this code. So key quiz create mutation dot mutate async, where we also did the same thing. When we are sending the data to the payload, we make the position with the index +1 to make that correct index so that it can also be inserted into the database. So in the future, if we need to use that position field, then we can also use that. Other than that, it's not necessary for the whole video, but I just added that for make the whole every table consistent. Maybe in the future, maybe for some different functionality or feature, we can use that. So that's for the create. If when that's done, we are just simply resetting the hook form. That's it. And in the dependency, I think we use like the use callback, as the options actually change, and we have some validation in the options. So for that case, we use like use callback to make that optimize. And as you know that in the use callback we also have to provide the dependency, so that whenever those change we can just call that. So we already have added like lesson data dot lessons and reset, quiz create mutation and quiz update mutation. These are not necessary so far because whenever lesson data change, that's actually matter. So overall that's the changes from the controller level, similar like the lesson content controller. Now let's go to the lesson quiz form, and in the quiz form let's also add what are the changes that we need to add. So let's find out that component. This one is our component lesson quiz form, and now we have to add all these things from the controller return method. Sorry, we have to use all this value from the controller. Then also the lesson data will come from the controller like this. So all the methods and state we need now to complete our API binding. So mostly we're going to work with the render options. You can see when we render the options, we have a lot of things, like we have to change the value of the options, we have the correct checking and some logic. So we have to implement them as well as. So first of all, we have to add the options, and the option will come from the lesson data item. So in these options, you can see the select component here. Like I think this is the select, which is we use like the select lesson. So we have to work with the lesson. That's mean the same thing we have done with the lesson contents. Mostly we work with the lesson drop down. So whenever we choose any lesson, there are several things just happen. The same thing will be happening in the quiz whenever we choose lessons. Right now we are not able to see any lesson list. So the main goal is to show all the lesson list, which is kind of like the theory lesson type of quiz, and the status is draft. So we have to show them first. So for that case we have to work with the options like this. So in the options we already fetching the lesson data from the controller like this, and then in that lesson data we have lessons, and we're just mapping through to value level so that it become consistent. So now if we just see, then you can see that we have the quiz one, that's the lesson. Now whenever we choose that, now it should be selected, and also that also is stored in the hook form that needs to be done. So for that case we have to work with the on change and also the value. So I think the same thing that I did with the content link. So update these two as well as. So in the value we just find the item from the lesson list, and we are trying to match with our current field like this. And then in the on change we have to find out the selected lesson, like the information. So we will get the ID from when we choose that, like in the value, and we're matching with the lesson list so that we can get the selected informations. And then we're checking that, okay, is there any quizzes on that object or not. So if we have quizzes, that's mean we need to update. If we don't have quizzes, then it's a create mode. So for that case, when we have quizzes, then we're gonna update the question, then explanation, and as well as the options from the quizzes.option. That's mean whenever we choose the lesson, if we have the quiz, then we update the lesson value, then we update quiz title, explanation, and all the options. And if we don't have that, then we're just simply trying to reset our form so that we can actually go for lesson quiz create. And after that we just set the lesson ID so that the drop down actually got selected with the correct value. So that's it. So if we now just go and refresh, and if we select, then you can see it's selected, but it does not have any value like here because the lesson is fresh, it does not have any quiz yet. So now if we create the quiz, then it should show that in the future when we click that again. So I think these are the changes for our lesson quiz form. So if I now just select one, add the title, explanation, and the options, let's say I'm gonna say A, then B, then C, and then if I now just save, then you can see the error, like we have to choose any the correct options, like this one will be the correct. Now if I just save, fail to create quiz. So let's try to see what's going on the network tab. We go and see, try to save that again. So we're getting 500 error because of the position relation quiz option violate not null constraint. So there is some issue while I was trying to create or like insert the options. So that was the fix here because if you saw the logic, let's say find out the logic from the code. So you have to go to the service, and in that service you already saw in the create quiz we are trying to, here you can see the way I talked earlier, like we have done the single query instead of the for loop which you already saw earlier. So I refactored that to a single query, and that was not the problem. The problem was that in the position we have to provide the position. So let's say if I just go to the error, then you can see in the error null value in column positions. That means we are not passing the position. You can see that we are passing the options, we are passing the quiz ID, but we are not passing the position. So earlier it was like for loop. If you just see the commit here like this, we use the for loop to insert multiple times in the database, but it turned into the single query, although we didn't add that position earlier. So that was the issue. So now we have to add the positions here, and the position we can do is like we already providing the position with the payload, but I think in the validation we are removing that because in the validation we didn't have that position. So that's why the position need to be added. So we can do that from the backend as well, as because we are mapping through the options. So what we can do is like if we have any position from the options, like the dataset we are passing from the client side, then we're using that position. Otherwise we are just simply using the index to maintain that. And the same thing we need to do maybe in the update as well, as if we didn't do that here, because in the update we delete all the older data and we are trying to insert them again. So maybe we also have to add that here. So when we are just also creating, we can just simply add them. And here you can see we don't have any index. So what we can do, we can simply took a simple variable here, like let index equal to 0, and when that's done, like one iteration done, we were just simply going to increase that index plus 1. That will make the index correct, and when that's done, we will just simply save that. So I think the index should update here after saving the. So that's for the update quiz with options, but for the create we have to add that position. So now we should not see that error again. So if we just refresh, then if we just give a name like test, some description, A, then B, C, and D. So now let's select B as a correct answer and now save. Boom, the quiz created successfully. So that was the issue with the position. So if you don't provide any column, then of course it's gonna give you error, and also that wasn't added in the validation. So let's also check from the validation that why we didn't add position in our validation schema on that options array. So let's find the route to check what actually we used as a validation. So let's go to the lesson route and we have to find out the API. So how we can do that? We have to go to the network tab. I try to find out the API, which is this one, like the quiz, post request and quiz. So this one is going to be that. So in this quiz create schema, you can see we have options and we have only text and is correct. We don't have that position. That means this position need to be added. So let's also add that. So we have to find the quiz create, as from the backend side and also from the frontend side we added that position. But if we add that in the schema, then maybe we also have to add that in our hook from and all of those here. So I think better we can just add that from the backend side, so that we will not get the error anytime, and the index will come from the backend. It will calculate from the backend. That's it. So that's the fix. And as the quiz is created for the lesson, now we can see the edit mode. Let's say we select the same quiz and it actually said all the value. For the title, it said the title. For the explanation, it said the explanation. And for those options, it also said that with the React hook. So let's also see how that's happening. So if we go to the components and in the on change of that select like this here, so we set the question, we set the explanation, we set the options. You can see set value. The same way we set object, we can also set array like set value options, and the options will come from selected lesson.quiz0.options. That we already saw that in the lesson list we provided the quizzes in all the lesson item object. So we will get this data there and we can just simply bind that here. And if we need to modify anything, we can also do that in this thing. So maybe we can refactor this on change and we can bring that to the controller, which will make more sense and make it more cleaner version. So yeah, that's also your task. You can refactor this, make it more developer friendly and make the PR. That's it. So overall, that was it for the quiz create. Now we can create a lesson content. Then we can also create quizzes. So we're kind of done with all those creation. That means first of all, we have to create a lesson. Then we have to create or like tag the lesson with the lesson content, if that's theory, coding, something like that. Or if we want to make the lesson as a quiz, then we also have to tag with the quiz. So these are the two tabs which will responsible for that. So there could be multiple way to make the whole things more user friendly or maybe less user friendly. Let's say if we bring all the lesson content and quiz creation inside of the new lesson, then you can see the whole thing could be like more complex in the UX. Then maybe based on the lesson theory, let's say I just based on the lesson type, if I just choose theory, then it should come lesson content from. If I choose a quiz, then it should show the quiz from. If I choose coding, then it should again show the lesson content from. So there are tons of way you can do that thing, but I think this is pretty simple to understand for every audience. So you can also changes to different version, that's up to you. So that was the commit for all the changes. And also I have added a new thing, which is added git ignore file like /course, because in the course folder we have some markdown file like some that's you already saw in the earlier section. So I don't want to just push those file there in like in the GitHub, so I just added that here. So in your local you also should add this particular course folder, but it should not go to the GitHub, or you can put that in separate repository. Then you can connect that, like clone both repository and you connect together, like providing the path in the .environment file. That's also a good way. So that's why I added that in the git ignore. So when I push the code, you will see the changes. So now let's go to the next commit, which is going to be the lesson list done. So in this lesson list done, we are gonna complete our lesson list. Right now is like a dummy one, so we have to fix the binding, we have to change all those things. So let's go to lesson list done commit. Make sure you sync with this one as well as, and we are very close to complete the admin sections, very crucial part like course, module, chapter and lesson. This will be maybe the final things that we have to implement, and then we can refactor some of the changes from the front and back end, and then our main core functionality will be completed. Then we can go with the website, then ordering, like, or some learner actually purchase a course. All those features we're going to develop later. But more important, it was like implementing all these modules, because these are the core things where the whole course actually origin. And then the course could be purchased by learner. Then there will be learner dashboard or all those. So in the changes like this one, lesson list done, which is only 2 file changes. But again, I think I have to rename some of the names, like use lesson list from controller. So it should not be like use lesson list from controller. It should be use lessons list from, or I think use lesson list controller, not from controller, because in the lesson list we cannot say is from. And I did mistake twice. Like first I was created is like use lesson list from, which by the way not from. Then I renamed that to controller, but still the form is exists. But I'm going to refactor that now, so that when I push, you will not see any of that. You will see the corrected version, like use lesson list controller. That should be the corrected. For that case, we have to go to use lesson list controller, I think. Yeah, I think we are good with this name, which is already correct, by the way. So in this use lesson list controller, now we have to update the changes. First of all, we need all these state that we usually add. I think we have some state as well as, so let's also update that. So this, okay, we have those state mostly. So let's also try again to paste that. Yeah, so these are the state. If you go any list controller, let's say use chapter list controller, you will see some sort of similar state, and we can create a custom hook to store or like manage those state separately, so that we can reuse that hook everywhere. Yeah, that's also a good refactor approach. So that's your homework. So now let's go to here and just simply see all the changes. So we have to add those muted async for fetching those information. Let's say I think these are like updating the positions. These are the mutation, and the second one will be like archive the lesson. So let's add these two in our controller, and it should be added here. And let's also import that like this. And now we also have to update the state, like is loading and is pending. And also before that, you can see we are also fetched the lesson list data, because in the list we must have to show the list. So that's why we must need to fetch the lesson list, which we already done several times in the forms for the drop down. But now to show the data in the UI. So for that case, this is the query that we can call. And then we have to update the loading and the pending. So let's grab the code and update them. And then we have the use effect hook. You can see we have 3 use effect hooks. So let's copy all of them and try to understand what's going on those hook. I think yeah, we don't have any hook yet, so we just added them here. So first of all, we're checking with the lesson data. As you saw in the earlier sections, any of the list UI, we grab the data, we try to track that. Whenever we have the data, we set that into the local state, because set lesson has this state like lessons, and this is the main state that we manage to render the UI, because sometimes we have the search to manipulate the list, then we have the position update, that's where we need to manipulate the list. So for that case, we need local states, what we have change here. So this is pretty similar. If you already saw the older version, you can, like older section, you already understand why I added this. Then we have selected course, selected module. So whenever we select or like whenever we have the data in the store, let's say if we go to the UI, then you already saw that we have to select all those drop down by default whenever we choose that here. Even when we select or change from here, we also must need to update the value inside of our new lessons drop down, so which is connected with the same store. So you can just use that store to select those data and also fetch the list based on the data. Let's say for the course it's independent, we don't need to fetch with like it does not have any dependency, but for the module it must need the course id, and the course id will come from the selected course from the store that we use, like use drop down selected selection store. The same thing for the module, because chapter actually dependent on the module and also I think the course, but here you can see it's dependent on the module. So if you just provide the module, that's kind of it. Maybe this should require the course id as well as. So let's also check from the mutation. Here you can see we must need to provide the filters as well, but it's optional. We can also provide the modules id, but we can also provide the course id. So let's put that, as well as let's put the end condition. So we must need to be selected both, like selected module and course data, like the id mostly, and then we're going to fetch the chapter list muted, and we have to add those as a dependency, but we don't need these two things to add, like chapter list muted, because right now React does not give like any warning. So that's the changes for this use effect. And then we have another use effect for the search query. So if I just show you in the course list, you can see the similar things, like we have use effect hook for the search query, for the selected data like set courses. So the same thing here as well as. So in the search query, whenever the search query change, we filter the item from the lesson list, then we just set that again in the lesson property, like set lesson that I talked earlier. And also the set lesson not needed in the dependency. Other than that, we're kind of good with this use effect. And in the shape changes, now we also have to update that, as we have the mutation for updating the position. Now we can just add that here. So let's also see the changes from the code, like update position, update lesson position muted. So that's what we have to replace with the dummy promise like this. And in the course id, all those property we need to pass, but we are getting some error that in that scope we don't have all this value. So let's check that. You can see we have this particular logic, but we didn't add that. Oh, okay, I am my bad, I just add that in the wrong method, which should not be added here. Instead it should be add into the shape changes, like this method. So if I just now add that, we are kind of good. Update lesson position muted. And we're also checking that if we don't have those value, then we're not gonna allow to go for save or further things. And also for the positions, we are just trying to map through the lessons to make the payload that accepted from the backend, which took id and the position. That's it. And after that, we have the set is reorder mode, which is gonna actually change the mode. That when we click on the short button and when we save, it would again go back to the older approach. And I already explained all this UI method like toggle, cancel, and I believe you already know that. And now one thing left, which is the confirm one. Let's say here the confirm archive operation. So we have to grab the code and replace the dummy promise with the new one. So okay, we can just simply took and replace the whole thing. And then we have to set the archive model to the 0, because here we provide the id. So we must need to reset that, and we use the archive lesson muted, and we are passing the lesson id from the method, because whenever we use that method, we provide the lesson id. And overall, these are the changes so far. And also we have to return all of them. So let's just return those value like search query, filter, and all those things. And also we don't need that dummy data. Let's also add them. So some of the value is already provided, like status, selected course, like all the new field I added here, all of them actually added already. So maybe let's see, that type filter is already added. Yes, this one is also added. So in the UI work we already done so many things, like we pass those value, so now we don't have to pass them again. So let's go to the list component where we can now update all the changes. So what we have done here, we have added like the controller with the renamed version. Then also we have updated the loading. Mostly we have updated all the loading, that's it. So let's go to the lesson component. I think I have done that so far. So we have the loading. So I think don't have to update anything because all are binded correctly, and which is kind of good. So when we implement the UI, we actually bind everything correctly, like the drop down value, on change, everything. So I don't think we have to change anything here because we also bind the is loading correctly. So what we have to do is just check the lesson list, which is working fine. So if I just refresh, and you can see the port is like 5.73 and the older one is running on 5.74. So this is our version. And here you can see that whenever I choose to Python for data science, now we are getting all the Python related courses, or like the lessons. Let's check our last one, which was the one that we created. So we have one quiz in the DevOps and cloud computing under the Docker fundamental modules, under the Docker fundamental chapter 1. Which one is like DevOps first lesson edited quiz 1. So it should be like content link, I think lesson first, like DevOps first lesson content link. That would be good to understand. Let's edit that and also go back. You can see the reflection is happening real time kind of. So in the quiz 1, that's the quiz for this one. So let's also go to edit and check, like, yeah, status is draft and all those things. And you can see the badges, like as this is a quiz, so we must need to show the type, which is quiz type, and the status is draft. That's what we are getting. And it was a theory type. We can add also coding type, but the coding and theory type is kind of similar, but it is for the learner. Let's say learner have to know that which is theory and which is for the coding. So based on that, we can also update some of the UX from the learner dashboard. So for tracking that, we added this learner type, like the lesson type. So now if we also need to check the search, let's say these like test, we don't have anything here. So Docker like this, which is coming, that means the search is also working. And one thing you can see that when I just make that 100%, the search and all those button got collapse. So I think it's a responsiveness issue. So you can also fix that and make that PR, or maybe I'm gonna fix that in some of the future commit. I didn't remember that. So when we're gonna go more, then maybe we can refactor that as well as. So far we have changes all these things. Still, if you face this responsive issue, then yeah, fix that and also make the PR as well as. So I think that's it for all the lessons, then lesson content and the quiz. You can check them by testing several times to find out any bug or any defect happening, all those things. So I think we are kind of good with this all list lesson, and make sure you also sync with this commit. So now let's move into our next commit, which is going to be this one, overall form course module lesson and quiz. So that's going to be the refactor and testing. You can see in the documentation, like a refactor section as well as final testing. So we have to test that manually, that everything's working, because these are like core more important, like core crucial important feature for our whole project, which is like creating a course. And the course is actually combined with module, chapter, and lesson was the last part. That's actually everything. That's why we must need to test all the modules one by one manually. That's okay, all the functionality working correctly or not. Mostly the card, like list, then create, update, and all the drop down stuff. So whenever we choose anything from the drop down, it should apply the effect and all those things. So let's see the commit that I think in this commit we have some refactor things. So let's also refactor some of the changes that we can do. So in the course.ts, yeah, we have done some changes. So let's look into the UI. So if you go to the course, then you can see the lesson count and the quiz count is still 0, but we completed the lesson module. Now we can also turn that on. let's say for the module list, you can see chapters is 0, lesson. Okay, the chapter is working like 20 chapters, 0 chapter, like something like that. But the lesson is not showing the count. If you go to the chapter, you can also see the lesson is not showing. So now we implemented the lesson. So we can just add that in our backend so that we can also see the count. So in the backend, we have to add the relation. So let's say, let's go to this courses.ts, because if you go the UI, this is in the course list. In the course list, we have to just show the count of the lesson and quizzes. So for that case, we also have to connect that, right? I think we already connected like one-to-many relation with the quiz like this. Or okay, I did for the lessons. Now we have to done that for the quizzes. So like this, and of course we have to import that quizzes. Now whenever we use, like if you go just simply the course service, like this file service/course, if you go to top of that file in the list service, like list courses, you can see we already added those lines. The first line was the module count, second was the chapter count, and these were commented because we didn't implement that earlier. Now we already implement these two things. Now we can just comment out the code to count the lessons as well as the quiz. So whenever we save that and the build done, then now we can also see all this value. Let's just refresh, and you can see that 75 lesson, 22 queries, all those values. And now you might be wondering where those values coming from. I created a CD script which actually insert some of the data, like create some dummy data into the database and insert that. So for that case, you can see a tons of dummy data and those information. So these are the changes here like this. And then let's also go to the commit. These two things is kind of done. These are the refactor. Then in the front end, we have done with some changes for the title, header, and all those things. Let's say in the HTML file, like the white applications, we have updated some of the changes. So let's also update the content here. So the content should be this one. So this one should be changes. As you can see, the final version like this one, where we have the logo, then content, title, but this title is different. So we have done some refactor here. Then in the meta tag, we have added some of the icon and all those things. So let's also add those icon under the meta tag like this. And we also have to add those icons. And also let's change the title like this. So you can just update that anything that you love to update. And of course we have to add those logo. This was the logo, like this in the logo directory. So front end public logo. So we have to go to the front end, then public, and then we already have some logo which is showing like React logo. So you can just replace with new logo, but you have to provide the same name, logo 192, logo 512, and manifest or JSON like that. So I'm not gonna update the logo, and you will not get the logo as well as, or I think I should update it. So let's just download that and update the file, because whenever I push the code, you will see the logo as well. And you can see the logos, small logo here. This is actually generated by Gemini. So yeah, so let's just grab that and put that in here. And then we have to replace the older one with the new one. Then we need this logo as well as the 512 version. So we can just simply download that and bring that and replace that here. So now we have two logo, both are replaced. And of course the favicon we can also update, because the favicon is kind of our logo. So let's go to here as well as we can see the raw version. Now we can save that, and then simply what we can do is simply replace our favicon as well as like this, and all is kind of sync with our logo. And I think the logo is not looking well. I think this logo and this logo is kind of not same. So maybe I also updated or changes the logo somewhere in this commit as well as maybe, or let's just simply check that by refreshing the page. Okay, so this logo seems like a bit different. So I think for now let's just make that as it is, like this one, but the logo should sync with these things. So this is not like a important stuff, so I'm gonna ignore that. So let's go back to the commit again to see the other refactoring stuff. Like in the manifest.json, we have added some of the names. So let's also add that like this. So code and the description. So these are the changes so far. So we are kind of done with these changes in the public folder and also in the index.html file. Now let's also see what are the refactory done in the courses. So in the chapter items, all the items we created, like the item for like this. So here we use like hard-coded text, which should become from ecourse status. So let's try to find out one. You can see like all of the value is kind of hard-coded, or maybe we already use. Yeah, I think we use that. Chapter.status should be not equal to like this. I think it's on the badge. So let's find out the danger button, and you can see the text equals checking like the archive like hardcode, which should not kind of accept it. So let's also use the ecourse status dot archived. The same thing we need to do in our course item .tsx. So let's go there and let's update that as well. So these are like some basic refactoring that I have done earlier. So you can also do that. If you find some different refactoring, you can do in this stage now, because our feature are kind of ready. So what we have to do is just refactor and make that kind of solid. So that's equals status. It was in the course item, and we also have a module item. Let's go back down and let's also update this, and I think we're kind of good with that. And okay, one thing here it does is like the condition. So if I just go to the lesson item, and I think in the lesson item is inside the lesson folder, and if you go down, then you can see the on archive. So we didn't test the lesson list so far, so that's why we missed that. So in this lesson list we didn't test the position update. So let's try to make the quiz first and our lesson content second, and try to save, and our API got success. Let's refresh to check the position. Yes, that's working correctly. Let's also try to archive one. So if I just now try to archive one, yes, the status got changed, but we still getting that icon again. Why we should not get that icon? So for that case, we have to add a condition before the button. So that's what I did here. So let's add that like this. So that's mean whenever the course status is not archived, then we only show that archive button or like icon button. And now if we just save and check, then we should not see the button again. So in the edit, now we can make that publish, and when the status change, we can now see the archive button. That's the refactor. And another one in the module header, which is some of the style. Yes, that's what I was talking earlier. The issue was with this one, which is got broken in this particular skin size. So that's I think what I fixed here in the module header. Let's just go to and find the module header here, and this is the module header for every header, like all the header in the chapter, module, course, the same header we used. So there is issue here. So what the issue, it was like item center. That's mean all the items in the center, so that should be in the item start. So in the title, like here in the item center should be item start. So these are like basic refactoring. I think you will be able to understand what's going on. So let's also add these things. Let's just copy the whole thing, the children, and put the new code. And you can see we just make that flex and flex wrap, so that the other part go down like this. So whenever that reach to the end, then some of the drop down should go back, like go down. And that's what we have done here. So for now, the UI looks well and not broken. So now if I just try to search, we can also see the search is working. Let's say 1, then you can see all the text has 1 is showing. Let's say I want to show ST, then you can see debug fast content. So this is front-end search. Yeah, and also you can see that we don't have any pagination. So that's also a good scope that you can work on to add the pagination in the front end, because our API is actually pagination friendly. So you can add that as well as. So far we have refactored so many things. Although these are basic things, this is not important, but yeah, nice to have. So make sure you also sync with this commit. And also if you have any other refactoring things, you can do by testing manually all these 4 features, let's say course, module, chapter, and lesson. So test that from your end manually, try to understand the feature more, and try to find out any good way that you can also improve so that it can make the developer experience, like the user experience mostly, more fun. And also for the developer experience, like the code, we have some pattern in our code, like the controller list, list controller from controller. You can see that we have repeated some of the code several times, so we can maybe refactor some of the code from there. So these are the scope that you can refactor by so far, and we are kind of done, I think fully done with all the feature like course, modules, and chapters. Now we can work on some other feature. Let's say the website feature, for the learner feature, like how learner track their courses and how we show all these courses, because now we have all the courses created. Then if we go to the website, then we don't have anything in our website, nothing. But if you go to the implemented one, then you can see a pretty much landing page where we are showing all the courses. Then whenever we go to the detail of the courses, we can see the detail page where we saw all those modules, chapters. And when you click on the enroll link, it also actually bring us to the lemon squeezy enroll link. So all those things we have to now implement by our own. So yeah, there are some more feature that's need to be implemented, and when that's done, then we are kind of good with this project.